Fang Yichen, once a surgical prodigy, was reborn as a poor little doctor. Due to his low educational level, he was rejected for the interview despite his extraordinary medical skills, and finally had to live in a shabby rental house. Now her mother has been kicked out of the house, and her younger sister is starving. Cheap rental housing, lack of food and clothing. Until he saved the mayor's daughter with his superb medical skills. From then on, he was the best in saving lives and healing the wounded. Chapter 1. Fang Yichen, bachelor's degree? How dare a rookie like this with a bachelor's degree come out to look for a job? Our hospital doesn't accept people with low education. What a waste of time. I don't understand what they are thinking. Next, I raised my head, cold sweat soaking my back. In front of me were several examiners. The director of the emergency department, Du, was obviously impatient, and his eyes stabbed at me like a knife. I'm sorry. Although you did well in the interview, your academic qualifications don't meet the requirements. His tone was cold. Go to the community hospital. My heart sank, and my desperate hope completely collapsed at this moment. I know my education is not high, but I believe my ability is not bad. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Duyu's voice was filled with complete contempt. Get out, next one. His voice echoed in my ears. I suppressed my anger and turned to leave. I heard his sneer from behind. You have low education and can't even understand what people say. I took a deep breath and walked out of the gate of the People's Hospital. This Class 3A hospital is the best in this fourth-tier city, but it still refused to let me in. I sighed and rushed to the next hospital without stopping. My mind flashed back to yesterday, when I was a surgical prodigy, a giant in the medical field, and a legend on the operating table. However, today, I have become an ordinary undergraduate student, walking into this hospital with great expectations and a broken heart. The original owner's life was not easy. The broken family, the father's alcoholism and violence, and the mother's hard work to maintain the family eventually forced the original owner to lose patience after graduating from college, and he left home with his mother and sister. But after graduation, it became extremely difficult to find a job. Graduates from an ordinary medical school even had to rely on friends for help in finding a place to live. In the end, the original owner tragically died in an electric shock accident, and I traveled through time and space into his body. I became Fang Yichen and began this life from poverty to hardship. In this Jiangnan city, even the People's Hospital rejected me. I was not discouraged. After all, the original owner's resume could not represent me. I was once the king of the surgical field. As long as I was given a chance, I would never let myself sink. Thinking of this, I rushed to Jiangnan City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. The Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital was once my grandfather's stage. Although this place is mainly based on traditional Chinese medicine, it has gradually caught up with the pace of modern medicine with the introduction of Western medicine. Maybe I can get a chance here. However, the reality is more cruel than I imagined. The examiner, He Dongfang, looked at me and shook his head. Your ability is not a problem, but the hard conditions still do not meet the requirements. Then what should I do? I couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Let's go to the community hospital and try. He Dongfang sighed. The hope of my heart was shattered again. Go to the community hospital? The salary there is pitifully low, and it is simply not enough to support a family of 3. When I was about to leave, I suddenly heard a hurried voice from the emergency room hall. Hurry, emergency channel. The injured in the car accident are coming. There's a large-scale car accident, and the injured have been sent to our hospital. My heart tightened, and I immediately walked towards the emergency hall. There was chaos in front of me. The blood of the wounded was splattered everywhere, and there were cries and shouts. I originally thought that I was not used to this kind of scene, but suddenly I found that this was an opportunity to show my skills. Although the Chinese medicine hospital had a new emergency department, it was obviously inexperienced, and the medical staff were in a panic. I didn't have a practicing certificate, but my experience as a surgical expert made me fearless. I must seize this opportunity. I took a deep breath, suppressed my inner tension, and resolutely stepped into the chaotic emergency area. Chapter 2. The emergency room hall is a bloody mess. Broken limbs, bloodstains, and blood splattering. It's like a hell on earth. If this were a TV series, the scene would have been censored long ago. The interns were stunned, the nurses were busy, the emergency department's attending physicians were already fully engaged in the rescue, and were extremely anxious. At this time, I quietly walked into the lounge, my heart beating rapidly. In the room, several white coats were hanging there, as if waiting for him. He put down his bag without hesitation, changed his clothes quickly, and prepared to face the challenge. I hurriedly changed my clothes and stepped into the emergency room, quickly scanning the surroundings. "What are you standing there for?" "Push the patient back to the ward," I shouted to the intern standing there. He seemed frightened and started to work mechanically. The ambulance rushed into the hall, and the nurse saw me and immediately shouted, "The patient is bleeding heavily. An emergency hemostasis has been performed." I quickly joined the rescue team. "What's the pulse rate?" I asked. 137. Pulse pressure 70/50. Pulse pressure differential 20. The nurse responded hastily. I checked the patient's neck to make sure there was no cervical spine injury, and then tilted his head to one side to prevent him from suffocating due to vomiting while unconscious. "Hurry, send him to the emergency room," I commanded loudly. 2 intravenous channels, oxygen inhalation, and blood gas analysis. The nurses acted like wind and quickly connected various equipment to the patient. 2,000 milliliters of Ringer solution, 200 milliliters of dextrin every 10 minutes, 10 milligrams of diazepam. Every second counts. The patient's life and death are only a matter of seconds. Every rescue is a fight with death. As the medicine was injected, the patient gradually regained his vital signs, and there was a cheer in the emergency room. But I did not stop and continued to focus on the next patient. The man on the cart was in his 70s, looking pale, and his rapid breathing and heartbeat made the air seem even heavier. "Doctor, save my father." The woman beside him was already in tears. "Don't panic. We will do our best to rescue her." I patted her shoulder and quickly checked the old woman's condition. Bubble sounds and dry rowels all indicate that he has acute left heart failure. His condition is complicated, critical, and he is old. It is still unknown whether he can be saved. 0.2 milligrams of digoxin and 20 milligrams of furosemide. I spoke decisively. "Give high-flow oxygen and prepare the ventilator." The nurses cooperated quickly, and the entire emergency room instantly entered an efficient operation mode. At this moment, an intern suddenly looked at me and said in surprise, "You are not from our emergency department." I ignored him and only focused on the patient and quickly arranged treatment. "The patient is stable. Send him upstairs." I said nothing more and turned to the next patient. The intern was a little confused and at a loss, but I didn't care at all. The next patient appeared, a patient in acute shock. Rapid pulse, cold skin shock. I saw a large area of bleeding on the patient's thigh with a total amount of about 800 milliliters. The patient's condition is already very dangerous. If the bleeding is not stopped and the blood volume is not replenished in time, the consequences will be disastrous. I shouted. Unexpectedly, the intern suddenly shouted, "He is not a doctor in our hospital." The emergency hall suddenly became quiet, and all eyes were focused on me. I frowned and thought, since the truth has been revealed, there is nothing to hide. This patient is bleeding heavily. We must stop the bleeding immediately. I emphasized again. The intern's eyes widened, but he quickly started to stop the bleeding. "The bleeding hasn't stopped," I said in a low voice, and quickly patted the intern's shoulder. "Let me do it." He wanted to refute, but I had already reached into the wound and stopped the bleeding with my bare hands. The blood stopped flowing, and the wound stopped bleeding quickly. The intern was stunned and didn't know what to say. "Don't touch him," the nurse next to me warned vigilantly. I glanced at the wound and stopped bleeding. The atmosphere was tense and frozen in an instant. The nurses were surprised at my ability to stop bleeding with my bare hands, which was a first aid skill that had long been extinct. Just then, a doctor in a white coat came over and shouted, "What's going on?" I took a look and was shocked. He Dongfang, the examiner during my interview. I didn't expect him to be here. I was afraid that it would be difficult to hide the current situation. Chapter 3. Is it you? He Dongfang recognized the young man, standing there at a glance, with a bit of surprise in his eyes. Half an hour ago, he told him, "Sorry, you don't meet the recruitment requirements of our hospital." Now, this person actually appeared in the emergency department, busy as hell. Looking at the emergency room next to him, He Dongfang's face changed instantly. No wonder the car accident was so tragic. I didn't feel much pressure when I was handling the 20 patients assigned to the Chinese medicine hospital. It turned out that someone was silently sharing some of the burden. This guy is quite courageous. He looked at me deeply. I lowered my head to avoid attracting attention, but I didn't expose him directly. "Director, he is not a doctor in our hospital," he in turn suddenly shouted. He Dongfang immediately glared at him. "Shut up," he whispered. "I know he's not a doctor in our hospital, but why are you glaring at him? What's important now is the patient's life. Don't make trouble here." After that, he walked quickly to my side and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong with this patient?" I took a deep breath and quickly stabilized the blood pressure on my hand. The left lower limb was cut and the wound was bleeding heavily. I will stop the bleeding with my hands and stabilize him first. Dongfang's eyes swept over me, and he was obviously surprised. How could it be possible that this guy could not only stop bleeding with his bare hands? The techniques of the war era have long been obsolete. How could he master such complex practical experience at such a young age? Am I seeing things? He was silent for a moment, then said, "Send him to the emergency room first." Then he walked in quickly. I stood nearby, and he in turn looked at me with confusion and dissatisfaction written all over his face. "You're just here to apply for a job, and you dare to rescue a patient? Just wait to be caught." I didn't say anything, just looked at them in silence. Before they could continue to make noise, Dongfang suddenly appeared in front of me, breaking the deadlock. "Are you here to apply for the job today?" he asked, his tone calm, but with a hint of inquiry. I nodded, my heart beating faster. His sharp eyes made me feel a little uneasy. "Have you ever had internship experience?" Dongfang continued to ask, his eyes sharp as a knife. I was startled, knowing that this was my only chance to show my ability. "Yes, Director," I answered softly, trying to stay calm. "You were quite skilled in treating the injured just now." He raised his eyebrows. "If you hadn't acted in time, I'm afraid this car accident wouldn't have been handled well." I nodded gently, but a sense of nervousness rose in my heart. Whether I could stay in Jiang'an City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital depended on my performance at this moment. The intern was indignant and pointed at me and yelled, "Your behavior just now is causing trouble for the hospital. We didn't call the police, but we still wanted to stay in the hospital." He was furious and didn't understand the complexity of the situation at all. Dongfang didn't care and smiled. "Okay, then I will keep you on behalf of the hospital. Emergency department, half-year probation period, how about it?" Before he finished speaking, the office fell silent and everyone was stunned. "You really got retained?" The nurses and interns nearby looked at each other in shock and resentment. How could this lucky kid get retained so easily? I stood up with a smile on my face. "Thank you, Director." Dongfang looked at me, still smiling, but with a hint of consideration in his eyes. "How dare you go up there to rescue the patient just now? Do you know what this means? If something happens to the patient, you will have to bear the consequences." I took a deep breath, and my heartbeat gradually calmed down. For me, this situation was no longer a challenge, but I couldn't say it out loud. My grandpa once taught me, human life is precious and worth 1,000 gold. I paused, my eyes firm. If I don't save patients in pain, how can I be a doctor? Dongfang nodded, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. "Human life is the most important thing. As expected, it seems that your grandfather is really a virtuous doctor." He paused. "Okay, starting tomorrow, you will go to the emergency department." I felt relieved that I had finally solved the problem. From now on, as long as I entered the hospital, my life would start to become different. Walking out of the emergency department, I suddenly stopped. Looking back at the intern who had previously looked down on me, I extended my hand. "Hello, my name is Fang Yichen, and we will be colleagues from now on." He was stunned for a moment, then forced a smile and stretched out his hand. "Zhu Zixiao, please give me more advice." My smile grew brighter, but I was secretly planning. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to make this intern understand that doing things is not just about luck. I'm going to crush him and turn the tables. On the way home, I suddenly received a call from my good friend Lu Mingtao. "Taozi, I found a job," I said excitedly. "Really? That's great." Lu Mingtao's tone was a little surprised, and then it became serious. "Yichen, go back quickly. Fang is here to see you, and she's making a scene in the rental house." Chapter 4. What? I was startled, quickened my pace, and rushed home immediately. "I'll go back right now." The voice on the other end of the phone was still echoing in my ears. My father, Fang Jianjun, has 2 sons and 2 daughters. Fang Bei and Fang Fang are his children with his ex-wife. Later, he and his ex-wife divorced, and Fang Bei Fang and Fang Fang were left in the Fang family. But who could have thought that because of an accidental incident on a snowy night, my father considered himself to be my grandfather's savior and began to harass my grandfather's family constantly, and even marry my mother Jiangsu in order to repay the favor. Soon after the marriage, my father showed his true colors: domestic violence, alcoholism, and Jiangsu became the target of his arbitrary oppression. Fang Fang and her brother treated Jiangsu as a servant. Now, Fang Fang actually came to me. I quickened my pace, but a trace of uneasiness flashed through my heart. Why did something happen at home again? When I arrived at the door of the rental house, I saw Jiangsu being blocked at the door by Fang Fang and her yellow-haired boyfriend. Fang Fang's face was full of pride, with mockery in her eyes. I said your son was so brave, but he took you away when the family was divided. It turns out you were living under someone else's roof. Fang Fang snuggled in the arms of the yellow-haired Ma Xiaobing, her tone full of provocation. Brother Bing, look, you actually let her live here, what a joke. Ma Xiaobing also sneered. Can you all pay us the rent for the house? 1,000 yuan. Jiangsu was stunned. How can you change it so quickly? It's clearly 800. Don't say anything, just pay it. Fang Fang sneered, her eyes provocative. The house belongs to the soldier. You have to pay if you live in it. At this time, Fang Fang continued to belittle her mother unwillingly. If you don't pay, then don't live here. Where can you go? I tell you, when I marry a soldier in the future, I will be the one to collect the rent. Jiangsu's face turned pale, but he couldn't say anything. We won't rent it next month. You can get out now. I suddenly appeared from the door and glanced at them coldly. Fang Yichen. Fang Fang saw me and burst into anger. I thought you were so awesome, but it turns out you're hiding here and renting a house. Let me tell you, this house belongs to my boyfriend. I sneered and walked into the house. After confirming that my mother was okay, I turned to look at Ma Xiaobing and said, Don't you understand what I'm saying? We won't rent the house next month. You don't care about it. Ma Xiaobing was stunned for a moment, then said angrily, You don't know the rules. How dare you say that? I sneered. Second sister didn't brush her teeth before going out today. How can you be so venomous? Fang Fang glared at him, a hint of anger on her face. What did you say? I remained calm. Don't worry about work. I've already found one. I glanced at her calmly. Although I'm not good enough, I'm better than some people. Fang Fang's face changed, as if she had been poked in a sore spot. She had been without a mother since she was a child, and that painful past had made her nerves flare up, and anger filled her expression. You shameless guy! Fang Fang shouted angrily. My mother is dead. No wonder you are so shameless. I sneered. Yes, it is because my mother left that you live like an orphan. She glared at me, but had no words to say. Turning back, I said to Ma Xiaobing, This rental house was handed over by your father and I. It's useless for you to make decisions here. Do you dare to call the police? Fang Fang threatened. I didn't back down. Call the police if you want. Besides, you raised the rent. Do you want everyone in the neighborhood to know that you're exploiting the tenants? Ma Xiaobing was silent. He knew he was in the wrong. Seeing that he had no other choice, he snorted coldly. You are lucky to leave today. At this time, a familiar voice came from outside. Who the hell dares to bully my brother? I'll beat them up if I see them. Fang Fang and Ma Xiaobing's faces turned pale instantly. Lu Mingtao was tall and imposing. Ma Xiaobing didn't dare to resist at all, so he could only grit his teeth and take Fang Fang away. There was a sigh of relief in the room. Jiangsu looked at me with gratitude in his eyes. Hey Chen, you're back. I was really worried just now. It's okay, Mom. I smiled and comforted her. I've found a job in the emergency department of Jiang'an City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. Found it? Great. Jiangsu was so excited that he almost cried. You really helped us a lot, Jiangsu said, and began to prepare dinner. I turned to look at Lu Mingtao. You've been a great help. Let's have dinner together today. Lu Mingtao readily agreed. Okay, I'm hungry anyway. Just then, I saw my younger sister Fang Yixia coming out of the door, holding hand with a woman. She was wearing simple and fashionable clothes, and she stood out like a tulip among the crowd. I glanced at her, and my heart was slightly shocked. This woman, I couldn't help but look at her for a few more seconds. She also glanced at me, her eyes flickering, and she seemed to be interested in me. Brother, Fang Yixia ran over and called me, breaking my thoughts. Chapter 5, Yixia. Seeing the lovely appearance of my sister Fang Yixia, I couldn't help but smile. Her eyes sparkled like stars. She was 12 years old, full of energy, and jumped into my arms like my most precious baby. This is our English teacher, Su Qiushuang. Fang Yixia introduced her proudly. I nodded. I knew her a long time ago. Su Qiushuang is one of the youngest teachers in the school, beautiful and capable. I heard that she graduated from top normal school and came back to Jiang'an to teach. Teacher Su. I greeted politely. There was a hint of curiosity in Su Qiushuang's eyes, and she seemed a little surprised. You are Jixia's brother, right? She got the first place in the class in the English test today. That's really good, and she deserves praise. She praised Yixia with a smile, and Yixia was so proud that she almost flew up. I responded with a smile. This is all thanks to teacher Su's teaching. Otherwise, Jixia wouldn't be so outstanding. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Qiushuang's eyes. What does Brother Jixia do for a living? I don't think I've seen you pick her up before. I'm a doctor. I briefly introduced myself. She showed a hint of surprise, as if she was a little confused. Doctor, your family is not well off. How come you have a doctor? I smiled slightly, knowing her doubts, but not wanting to explain. Soon we finished our small talk and said goodbye. On the way, Lu Mingtao lowered his voice and asked me, Jixia, is your English teacher single? Yeah, what's wrong with Brother Mingtao? You wouldn't like her, would you? Fang Jixia opened her eyes wide and smiled like a little adult. Lu Mingtao rolled his eyes and said, Stop it. I think your teacher is always staring at your brother. I'm afraid he has a crush on your brother. I almost laughed out loud when I heard this. Fang Jixia tilted her head and bit her fingers. Well, Ergua, teacher Su seems to really like you. Do you want me to be a matchmaker for you? I was speechless for a moment, and the corners of my mouth twitched slightly. What nonsense are you talking about? Shut up. Go home and eat McDonald's today. What? McDonald's? Fang Jixia's eyes widened with excitement. Second brother, you are so nice. You actually bought me McDonald's. I have never eaten it before. I smiled, and my heart was warm. The past life was so hard, and today is a brand new beginning. When I got home, Jiangsu had already prepared the meal. I announced the good news that I had found a job again. Although it was only a probation period, I believed that with my experience, opportunities would always bring about changes. After dinner, Lu Mingtao left. I cleaned the kitchen, my younger sister did her homework, and Jiangsu was busy with needlework. At that moment, I looked at everything in front of me, and my heart could not help but feel warm. I once thought that this was how my life would end, but now I have new hope. After cleaning the kitchen, I started to clean the house. This is a rented place, although it is simple with only 2 rooms, but I know that this is only temporary. My mother and younger sister live in the bedroom, and I slept on the sofa. The bathroom was a dry toilet outside, and the wash basin was also in the yard, but these were no longer a problem. Today, tomorrow, will be better. Suddenly, I saw my little sister concentrating on previewing the text with her head down, and my mother was rubbing her eyes and continuing her needlework. Under the light, the warm and ordinary scene made me feel like I was in a dream. The original owner desperately took his mother and sister away from that place. Only then did he realize how hard that kind of life was. The next morning, my mother picked up her needlework again, and after I had breakfast and sent my younger sister to school, I trotted all the way to the Chinese medicine hospital to report. On the way, I passed a breakfast shop that was full of people. I slowed down my pace, but suddenly noticed an Audi parked on the side of the road, not far away, and a young girl was walking toward the shop while talking on the phone. Mom, I get it. Dad left for the meeting a long time ago. What is there to report? She whispered as she walked. Before she finished speaking, a large tricycle carrying glass came speeding over. The girl didn't react and rushed towards the tricycle. The driver hurriedly turned the steering wheel, but the car still lost control and hit the electric pole on the roadside. Bang! The glass shattered instantly and fragments flew everywhere. The girl had no time to react and was hit by a pile of glass. Bang! Crash! She fell heavily to the ground, losing consciousness, and there was chaos all around. I was completely stunned and my mind was blank. Can this really happen suddenly? My intuition as a doctor made me react quickly. I ran forward and quickly called the emergency number. At the intersection of Changjiang Road and Huanghai Road, a girl was hit by glass and has been unconscious. As soon as I finished the call, a middle-aged man rushed into the crowd. He seemed to be a doctor. After a quick examination, he said in a deep voice, "The jugular vein is cut." "Quick, who has a clean cloth?" he asked anxiously. People around him looked for a clean cloth, and the man quickly got the cloth and pressed the girl's neck to prevent the bleeding from worsening. But my eyes narrowed. The position was wrong. The place where he pressed the girl's trachea, affecting her breathing. Chapter 6. I quickly squatted down and carefully observed the unconscious girl in front of me. The bleeding from the jugular vein had stopped, but she had no breathing fluctuations and her condition was critical. "Sir, you're pressing the wrong spot," I whispered. The man frowned, his voice filled with impatience. "Who are you?" "I'm a doctor at the People's Hospital. Do you think my first aid was wrong?" "I'm a doctor too." I responded briefly, but I'd already made a judgment in my mind. But he obviously didn't want to listen to my explanation. "I have worked in the hospital for more than 10 years, and you are teaching me how to do first aid?" His tone was full of confidence. and he did not trust my judgment at all. I didn't have time to argue and quickly moved his hand. Just as he was about to refute in anger, the girl suddenly gasped, and the suffocation symptoms on her face eased a little. She is young and petite, so when you also pressed her trachea, affecting her breathing. I explained quickly to avoid any misunderstanding. The man glanced at me and said nothing more. The onlookers around him nodded in a low voice. Time waits for no one. I looked down at the time. The ambulance should be here soon, but the hospital is far away and the road conditions are bad, so it might be delayed. Saving lives is the most important thing. So, I immediately stood up and asked loudly, "Who has a knife? Does anyone have disinfectant alcohol?" Traumatic pneumothorax. I whispered to myself, my heart suddenly shocked. The man was also slightly stunned, obviously knowing the danger of this diagnosis. "There's a pharmacy next door," a passerby shouted. I rushed to the drugstore without hesitation. "I want high-concentration alcohol, a knife, and tape." The drugstore owner had almost no hesitation and quickly prepared what I needed. I thanked him and hurried back. When I came back, the girl was still lying on the ground, her face looking worse and worse. Almost instinctively, I gently lifted her clothes, quickly disinfected them, put on gloves, and quickly prepared to treat the wound. The man next to me watched me operate with a flash of shock in his eyes. I moved quickly and skillfully, as if it was just a daily job. In an instant, my movements seemed to have been honed countless times, and even he could hardly keep up with my pace. I took a deep breath and used the knife to cut open her chest with incredible precision. The onlookers nearby exclaimed in shock, and some even closed their eyes, not daring to watch. Only the man stared with wide eyes, completely shocked by my operation. The incision was tiny and just right, leaving no marks. I quickly inserted the plastic tube to ensure smooth airflow, and the saline bottle began to bubble. The girl's breathing improved dramatically, and her face gradually regained some color. The man then realized that I had saved her life. "Little brother, you are really amazing. You saved her," he said with admiration. "Which hospital are you a doctor in? How come I have never seen you before?" "The emergency department of the Chinese medicine hospital." I answered with a smile. "Chinese medicine hospital?" The man was obviously surprised, and the onlookers began to talk about it. "The emergency treatment at the Chinese medicine hospital is so good, and the doctors are so young, handsome, and highly skilled." Someone sighed. "Next time I get sick, I will go to the Chinese medicine hospital." While everyone was discussing, the sound of an ambulance was heard in the distance. The car stopped quickly, and several medical staff jumped out and quickly took over the girl. I didn't leave, but got in the car as well. After all, I was a doctor in the emergency department, and getting in the car myself would allow me to get to the hospital faster. Inside the car, the ambulance started to move, but I still couldn't calm down. The emergency rescue, just now, was not only a challenge, but also a proof of my ability. At the same time, Zhu Zixiao, an intern doctor in the hospital, was looking for someone to complain to. Teacher Chow, Fang Yichen, was late on his first day at work. He was indignant. This kind of person is a doctor with a poor sense of time. You have to be careful not to be implicated by him. I don't have time to pay attention to these little episodes. Saving lives is my duty, and tonight's challenge is just the beginning. Chapter 7. Chao Chong is an emergency doctor at Jiang'an City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. He is strict and decisive, and is the teaching teacher of interns such as Zhu Zixiao. He has a sharp vision and can always make the fastest decision in an emergency. Although I joined the company late, I was personally assigned by He Dongfeng, deputy director of the emergency department, to work under Chao Chong. Today is my first day at work. I thought Chao Chong would give me some leniency, but he stood there, frowning and shaking with anger. I was late, which was unforgivable for me, especially for doctors. Time is life. Every minute and every second was related to the life and death of the patient, and I was late. Just as I was preparing for his scolding, the shrill sound of the ambulance siren broke the awkward atmosphere. Chao Chong frowned, turned around, and rushed out. An emergency patient has arrived, and there can be no mistakes. Zhu Zixiao and I followed closely behind. As soon as the medical staff jumped off the ambulance, Zhu Zixiao's eyes were fixed on me, and an expression of unconcealable astonishment instantly appeared on his face. "Fang Yichen, why are you in the ambulance?" He obviously didn't expect me to be here. I hurriedly explained, "Brother Xiao, I saw a girl who was knocked unconscious by glass on the road. I called the emergency number and gave first aid on the spot." When Zhu Zixiao heard me call him Brother Xiao, he was stunned. "What happened?" I just said I was not good enough in front of him, but when I called him brother, His face became a little embarrassed. Zhu Zixiao quickly pointed to Chao Chong next to him and said, "This is Teacher Chao Chong, our teaching teacher." I looked at Chao Chong and saw a bit of majesty on his serious face. "Teacher Chao, this girl's jugular vein is severed and she has traumatic pneumothorax." I briefly reported the situation. Chao Chong didn't say anything and quickly took over the patient. When the ambulance was pushed into the emergency room, I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that everything had been handed over to professionals. Chao Chong turned around and glanced at me. "Well done," he praised, and went into the emergency room. I stood outside the door, and Zhu Zixiao followed me over, still looking a little embarrassed. He had just been giving me a hard time yesterday, so how could he become friendly so quickly today? Maybe it was because I called him Brother Xiao. He patted my shoulder and softened his tone. "Teacher Xiao is rescuing him. Let's go in and take a look. This is a learning opportunity for you." I smiled, knowing his plan. I saw yesterday that he was looking for an opportunity to target me, but today he changed his attitude and took the initiative to take me to the emergency room. Zhu Zixiao did this just to bring us closer. In the emergency room, I watched Xiao Chong's operation. Although his technique was a bit stiff, I could see that he tried his best. However, I no longer care about his suturing skills. According to my standards, cosmetic suturing is more suitable for this girl. Otherwise, the scars left behind will not look good. Standing by, I didn't say anything, but my eyes were always fixed on the operation. For me, Chao Chong's method is just a process. What is really important is to prove myself through this environment, gain recognition from the hospital, and finally obtain a practicing physician certificate. After the operation, Chao Chong changed his clothes and walked into the office. I followed Zhu Zixiao in and met Yin Jing, another female intern in the office. The four of us sat down. Chao Chong picked up the teacup and looked at me after a moment of silence. "Are you Fang Yichen?" I nodded. "Yes, Mr. Chao. I will follow you from now on. Thank you for your help." Chao Chong smiled and said, "Well done. The rescue measures are very effective, especially the incision, which was cut beautifully. After the patient recovers, there shouldn't be a very obvious scar." I felt a little relieved. Chao Chong's affirmation comforted me. After all, he didn't pursue the matter of my lateness. "From today on, you'll follow me," he continued, his tone calm and affirmative. Then, Chao Chong took us to start ward rounds and familiarize ourselves with the hospital environment. What the Fong family needs most right now is money, and my only way out is to pass the medical practitioner exam as soon as possible and become a formal doctor from an intern. Although the hospital subsidy is not high, it is much better than other places. Just as I was thinking about this, several leaders from the emergency department suddenly rushed over. Chao Chong was also stunned, especially when he saw the dean. A hint of uneasiness flashed in his eyes. "Dean, why are you here?" Chao Chong was a little flustered. Chapter 8. Wang Shuwen, the director of Jiangnan Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, hurried into the emergency department with an anxious look in his eyes. Did the emergency department receive a girl injured by glass? He spoke calmly, but with a hint of anxiety. Chao Chong nodded. "The patient has been treated and is not in danger of death." Wang Shuwen breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the ward. "Take me to see it." In the ward, Jean Mingcheng, director of the emergency department, was examining the girl. When he saw Wang Shuwen come in, he immediately asked, "Director, do you want to arrange a single room?" Wang Shuwen nodded. "Arrange it. Tell me the details of the situation." Chao Chong hesitated a little, recalling the scene when the ambulance arrived. The patient was injured by glass, and the condition was critical. "We handled it in time." Wang Shuwen was slightly stunned. "She is Mayor Luo's daughter," he whispered to himself, then turned to Chao Chong. "What is the name of this young doctor?" Jean Mingcheng suddenly interrupted. "Director, the only person in the emergency department who can handle this situation is Gu Tao." He looked at Chao Chong and said threateningly, "Right?" Chao Chong hesitated for a moment and whispered, "Yes, Gu Tao." Wang Shuwen did not ask any more questions and turned to walk out. Jean Mingcheng took the opportunity to walk in front of Chao Chong and whispered, "What's the name of the intern?" Chao Chong's heart was shocked. "Fang Yichen." Jean Mingcheng sneered. "Don't worry, I will take care of it." He approached Chao Chong and threatened in a low voice, "Don't say anything you shouldn't say, understand?" Chao Chong nodded, and a cold sweat broke out in his heart. At the same time, I stood outside the ward door, watching the hospital leaders rushing in and out, and my heart was full of doubts. Zhu Zixiao whispered teasingly, "Xiao Fong, did you say some important person?" I smiled and shook my head. "Brother Xiao, How can it be such a coincidence? There is no such good luck in the world. Zhu Zixiao also shook his head, obviously not believing it. It's impossible. At this moment, Jean Mingqing walked out of the ward with a cold face, and the atmosphere instantly became serious. Zhu Zixiao and I stood up straight and shouted in unison, "Hello, Director Jean." Jean Mingqing nodded, then asked coldly, "Which one is Fang Yichen?" I was a little stunned and immediately replied, "Director Jean, I am Fang Yichen." Jean Mingqing walked out of the ward without saying anything. "Follow me." Stopping at the end of the corridor, Jean Mingqing turned around and whispered, "The person in the ward was not saved by you, so you don't know anything. Do you understand?" I immediately understood that he was trying to steal the credit. Zhu Zixiao was right. The girl he saved was really an important person. Otherwise, Director Jean wouldn't be so anxious. I sighed, thinking that I was helpless to encounter such a thing on my first day of internship. In the 21st century, it is common for doctors to steal credit and accept red envelopes. Who would have thought that I would encounter this? Seeing that I was silent, Jean Mingqing continued, "If you agree to it, your internship salary will be doubled. If you don't agree, you'll have to leave the Chinese medicine hospital. Do you understand?" I took a deep breath, and my heart tightened. Jean Mingqing is the director of the emergency department, and it is not difficult to fire me. People can't stay under the eaves without bowing their heads. "I understand," I answered in a low voice. Jean Mingqing patted my shoulder with satisfaction and said, "Be sensible. Remember my words. Your salary will be doubled." After he said that, he hurried away, leaving me standing there. Soon after, the hospital received a notice to transfer Luo Yun to a single room, and Jean Mingqing's disciple Gu Tao also took over treatment. The hospital leaders gathered at the door again. From a distance, I saw a middle-aged woman in a black suit striding out of the official car, and then a group of people walked towards Luo Yun's ward, and I was completely ignored. Zhu Zixiao looked at me with a puzzled expression. "Xiao Fang, you saved her. Why didn't anyone come to find you?" I turned to look at him, feeling helpless. "Brother Xiao, you should talk less." At this time, Yin Jing hurried over and said excitedly, "I know, that girl is the mayor's daughter, Luo Yun. The one who just came is the mayor's wife, who is also the director of the health bureau, Tanya." Chapter 9, Hiss. Zhu Zixiao took a breath of cold air. Shock flashed in his eyes. This is not an ordinary person. The mayor's daughter, the daughter of the director of the health bureau. He couldn't believe it. My heart sank slightly, and I sighed silently. As expected, the girl I rescued was no ordinary girl. She was actually the mayor's daughter, Luo Yun. Zhu Zixiao shook his head and murmured, "I didn't expect that you would be so lucky. You really found a treasure, Fang Yichen." I didn't respond, my eyes lowered. If no one took the credit, all this would be solved. But now, Gu Tao has taken the credit. Zhu Zixiao seemed to see what I was thinking, patted my shoulder, and said with a hint of sympathy, "Xiao Fang, I feel really sorry for you. Your credit has been taken away by someone else." I smiled and said, "It's okay. It's fate. We can't win, so we can only admit defeat." Zhu Zixiao said angrily, "Gu Tao is so abominable. He took advantage of his status as Director Jin's apprentice and snatched away all opportunities." I looked at him. I didn't expect him to be so excited. "Don't worry about him. The credit is mine. No one can take it away from me." I patted Zhu Zixiao on the shoulder and turned to walk out of the office. Gu Tao took away my credit, but there were witnesses to the rescue, and this could not be changed. During my lunch break, I didn't wear a white coat, but only a mask, and hurried to the pharmacy where I save people in the morning. As I walked in, I smiled and said, "Boss, do you remember me?" The boss looked at me with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Little doctor, how is the girl?" I pulled down my mask and smiled. "She is out of danger." The boss gave me a thumbs up and said, "That's amazing. Your medical skills are really good." Hey, I smiled and took out the money. "I'll pay for the things I used this morning." The boss stopped me immediately and said, "No, as long as you can save the patient, don't pay me." He pulled me enthusiastically and said, "You are so young and have such good medical skills. Which department are you in?" "Emergency department, Fang Yichen." I pointed to my work badge. The boss smiled and said, "Emergency department, Fang Yichen, I'll come to you if I get sick next time." After chatting for a few minutes, the boss insisted on not taking any money, so I didn't insist and left in a hurry. In the afternoon, I continued to follow Chao Chong to inspect the ward. When Chao Chong asked questions, Zhu Zixiao and Yin Jing always had unclear answers and stuttered several times, but I could answer fluently, and Chao Chong became more and more satisfied, but also more and more guilty. Zhu Zixiao was upset, but when he saw how outstanding I was, his dissatisfaction was resolved when I called him Brother Xiao. He still enjoyed my respect for him, and at the same time stood up for me. Finally, Luo Yun woke up in the single room. As the mother of the director of the health bureau, Tanya went to her bedside immediately and said, "You scared me to death." Luo Yun smiled bitterly. "Mom, I made you worry." At this time, Gu Tao walked to the bedside and pretended to check. Tanya frowned, obviously dissatisfied with his unfamiliar movements. "Did you really save my daughter?" Outside the door, Luo Dongxiang, wearing an executive jacket, walked in. Gu Tao was startled. "Wasn't this the mayor?" "Dad." Luo Yun struggled to sit up, and Luo Dongxiang quickly supported her. "Be good, lie down, don't move." He turned to Gu Tao and said solemnly, "Young man, I heard that you saved my daughter." Gu Tao's heartbeat quickened, and he quickly replied, "Yes, we just happened to meet." "Good job, thank you." Luo Dongxiang shook hands with Gu Tao, who could hardly close his smile. "Mayor Luo, this is what I should do as a doctor." Gu Tao looked modest and proud. Luo Dongxiang nodded and turned to his secretary Shueshan. "Go back and thank Dr. Gu Tao for me, and the owner of the pharmacy that provided the first aid materials." Soon, Shueshan went to the pharmacy with a thank you gift and a banner. The boss was so happy to see the banner that he couldn't stop smiling. "The most important thing is that the young doctor saved my life. There is no need for a thank you gift. We should thank Dr. Fang." "Dr. Fang?" Shueshan was stunned. "What's his name?" "Fang Yichen, from the emergency department." "I know him," the boss replied. Shueshan narrowed his eyes, obviously thinking, "Fang Yichen." He began to re-examine the matter. At the same time, I had returned home. Seeing me, my younger sister Fang Zhixiao pounced on me like a little bird. "Ergua." I caught her with a smile. "Oh, why are you so heavy? Did you gain weight from eating meat yesterday?" "No, of course not. My second brother is so bad. He only knows how to say that I'm fat." She twisted the body angrily. Chapter 10. Huh. My little sister's laughter immediately dispelled my fatigue of the whole day. I picked up Fang Zhixia and said with a smile, "Our little sister is not fat, but as thin as a monkey." "Second brother, you are the one who looks like a monkey." She twisted her body in dissatisfaction and glared at me angrily. She looked so cute. I smiled and put her down. I glanced at Jiang Su, who was busy cleaning the house. "Yichen, how do you feel about your first day at work?" "Not bad," I responded casually. My instructor Chao Chong praised me and said I have talent. I added with a smile, "I believe I can achieve great things at the Chinese medicine hospital. I'm optimistic by nature and never tell my mother about my troubles. After all, she can't help and will only worry more. As for Gu Tao's little matter, I don't take it seriously at all. It will be over tomorrow. However, I will start working the night shift tomorrow. The night shift in the emergency department is different from other departments, and the pressure is extremely high. If I'm lucky, I might be able to take a nap, but if I'm unlucky, I'll have to work nonstop. But no matter what, I must always be vigilant. After all, medical skills are the most important. Surgeons not only need to master the theory, but also need to be proficient in operation. Although I have experience from my previous life, I'm still a novice in this body. Especially when I was cutting Luo Yun in the morning, although it seemed neat and steady, I knew that the gap between my skills and those of my previous life was too big. I have to keep practicing to make better use of my past life experience. However, the pork I need for practice is a bit expensive, and I can't buy it every day, which is also a bit of hassle. Time passed by unknowingly. Seeing that my little sister had finished her homework and was ready to go to bed, I smiled and gently covered her with a blanket. Turning to Jiang Su, he said, "Mom, go to bed early and don't stay up late. I will work hard, and we will live a better life." Jiang Su raised her head, held my hand tightly, her eyes full of pride. "You are your mother's pride, Yichen." Her words made my nose sore, but a warm current surged in my heart. The next day, the atmosphere in the hospital was somewhat unusual. When I first arrived, I found that Luo Yun's ward was isolated, and even Gu Tao was blocked outside the door. Soon, Gu Tao was called in. In the ward, Mayor Luo Dongxiang sat there with a blank expression, while Tanya beside him looked extremely angry. Shueshan walked out of the ward and said coldly, "Dr. Gu, you said that you saved Miss Luo, right?" Gu Tao lowered his head and rolled his eyes. "Yes, what happened?" "Then please tell me in detail about the rescue process." Gu Tao was stunned. "Details of the rescue? How to explain this?" "It's a traumatic pneumothorax. I did it according to Director Jin's instructions." He explained with difficulty. Shueshan didn't believe him and continued to ask, "What kind of knife did you use?" What did you cut? What equipment did you use? Gu Tao's heart sank suddenly, and cold sweat broke out. Are they questioning me? Luo Dongxiang snorted coldly. Gu Tao, how dare you take credit? Tanya also said angrily. Are you saying that it was not you who saved our daughter, but someone else? Gu Tao's face was pale, and he was so frightened that he could hardly move. I don't know, it's not my fault. Get out. Dang yeshouti dangridi. Gu Tao felt relieved and quickly fled the ward. In the ward, Shueshan was reporting the situation. Luo Dongxiang's eyes were cold. Gu Tao is so bold that he dared to take the credit. Tanya was silent for a moment and said coldly, then the one who saved our daughter was Fang Yichen? Shueshan nodded in confirmation. We've checked. It's definitely him. Luo Dongxiang frowned slightly. Let's observe this Fang Yichen first. Gu Tao rushed to Jean Mingqing's office in a panic. His face pale. Director, it's bad. The mayor knows the truth. He knows it wasn't me who saved him. Jean Mingqing was stunned for a moment. What? How could it be? I've been exposed. What should I do? Gu Tao's eyes were full of tears, and he was extremely anxious. Jean Mingqing glared at him. How could you mess up this opportunity? Could this Fang Yichen really be him? Jean Mingqing was confused, but before he could continue thinking, the phone suddenly rang. Director, there's a patient in the emergency room with a foreign body in the esophagus. Please come take a look. Chapter 11. Foreign object in the esophagus? Jean Mingqing's face suddenly changed, and he immediately quickened his pace, alarm bells ringing in his heart. Foreign bodies in the esophagus, especially large ones, may cause suffocation if not handled promptly, and the risk of death cannot be ignored. What is the foreign object? He asked anxiously. It's a coat cap. The nurse on the other end of the phone answered quickly. Jean Mingqing's pace suddenly slowed down. Is the patient suffocating? A trace of doubt flashed across his face. Not yet. The thread of the cap can ensure breathing. The nurse explained. That's good. Jean Mingqing felt relieved. He turned around and looked at Gu Tao, who was following behind him, and found that there was still a hint of fear on his face, and he was obviously still worried about the mayor's matter. He smiled coldly and had a bad guess in his mind. Did I do something? From the conversation between him and me, this in turn was too calm to be a newcomer, and he didn't seem nervous at all. Could it be that he was behind this? If it was really me, he would have to get rid of this hidden danger as soon as possible. If the mayor knew the truth, I would be a bomb that could explode at any time. Thinking of this, Jean Mingqing took out his mobile phone and quickly issued an order. No, I can't handle it. There's an old man who needs urgent treatment here. He has acute left heart failure and is in critical condition. Let the intern deal with the foreign body in the esophagus. The nurse on the other end of the phone was stunned. What? Let an intern do it. Although foreign bodies in the esophagus are not life-threatening immediately, it is too risky to let an intern handle it. Director, the nurse was about to say something, but Jean Mingqing had already hung up the phone. He shook his phone and turned his gaze to Gu Tao. Don't worry, the patient won't die. Go back in 10 minutes. Gu Tao frowned slightly. Director, do you really not need us to go over now? Jean Mingqing sneered, but he was thinking in his heart, I'll go there in 10 minutes. With my level, I will definitely not be able to handle it. He can only stand there helplessly, and the patient will definitely complain in the end. This was exactly what he wanted. 10 minutes later, he went over to deal with it himself and gave me a beating while he was at it. At the same time, the nurse who hung up the phone had no choice but to call me again to inform him to deal with this emergency. Foreign body in the esophagus? I was stunned for a moment, not because of the condition, but because I was suddenly allowed to treat this patient alone. I didn't understand the reason, but as a doctor, my sense of responsibility drove me to run to the emergency room immediately. Outside the emergency room, Nurse Shen Qingyue was pacing anxiously. When she saw me, she immediately waved this way. Sister Qingyue, how is the patient? There's a Coke bottle cap stuck in my esophagus. It's a foreign body sensation, but not a suffocation sensation. There's no immediate danger to my life, she said as she walked. I raised my eyebrows, but I had already started to analyze it in my mind. Foreign body in the esophagus? Coke bottle cap? I would have dealt with this situation long ago in the past, but in this era, especially in the early 21st century, it is definitely a hassle. If you are lucky, the bottle cap is plastic and may soften under the action of stomach acid, or even pass out by itself. But if the bottle cap is stuck, it will be troublesome. The foreign body may penetrate the esophageal mucosa and even rupture the esophagus. At this time, the only way is to open the chest and remove the foreign body. As I was thinking deeply, Shun Qinghua looked at me, obviously not confident in my ability. She sighed softly, not expecting me to do anything, but hoping that the director could finish rescuing other patients as soon as possible. I walked into the emergency room and glanced at the patient. "Doctor, please help me. My brother is stuck with a Coke bottle cap." Suddenly, a voice stunned me. It sounded a little familiar. I looked up and saw that the patient's family member was Su Qiushuang. Our eyes met, and we were both stunned for a moment. "Teacher Su." Fang Yichen. Shun Qinghua was standing next to me and looked around before she realized that we knew each other. "Teacher Su, is this your brother?" I was surprised. "Yes, my brother accidentally swallowed the bottle cap." Su Qiushuang looked incredulous. "So you were the doctor here?" I nodded. "Well, now is not the time to reminisce." After taking a look at Shun Qinghua, I confirmed, "Did the director really let me take charge of this patient?" "Yes, the director is busy with a patient with acute left heart failure. You can come after he finishes his work." Shun Qinghua's tone revealed a hint of hesitation. "Are you sure you can handle it?" I waved my hand to interrupt her. "No need to wait for the director." Shun Qinghua looked at me, obviously not believing it, but I didn't intend to wait for her to continue worrying. For others, foreign bodies in the esophagus are a difficult problem, but for me, my surgical experience in my previous life gave me the confidence to solve it easily. This is not cheating, but the advancement of science and technology. A gap of several decades is a world of difference for medical technology in the early 21st century. Gastroscopy? In a fourth-tier city like Jiangyan, not many people can do this examination. Fortunately, the doctor in the gastroscopy room was still there, and I got permission and started preparing immediately. A few minutes later, Su Qiushuang and her brother arrived with the film. I glanced at the film, hesitated, and then said, "Teacher Su, can you go buy a condom?" Chapter 12, what? Su Qiushuang's eyebrows suddenly raised, anger appeared on her face, and a hint of misunderstanding flashed in her eyes. She obviously thought I was deliberately teasing her, and her heart was boiling with anger. However, would I really do such a thing? He is a doctor, and medical ethics come first. How could he do such a frivolous thing? Shun Qinghua next to me was also uneasy, frowning, and obviously thinking about my actions. I sighed softly, pointed at the gastroscopy image in front of me, and couldn't help saying, "Did you see that? The serrations of the bottle cap have been deeply pressed into the upper end of the esophagus. It can't be removed with gastroscopy forceps alone." I paused and continued, "However, if we use a condom, put it on the bottle cap, and then gently pull it, can the bottle cap be taken out smoothly?" Su Qiushuang's face instantly turned red, her eyes widened, and she stammered for a long time. I thought. She was so ashamed that she even lowered her head. I sighed helplessly and waved my hand slightly. "It's okay. The most urgent thing is to find a condom. Can you go buy one?" She nodded hurriedly and ran out, but after a few steps, she suddenly stopped, looked back at me, her cheeks still red. I don't know where to buy this thing." Her voice became lower and lower, as if she wanted to bury her whole face in her chest. I smiled slightly, thinking that it seemed that she was really innocent. Turning to Shun Qinghua, I joked, "Sister Qinghua, why don't you take her by it?" Shun Qinghua rolled her eyes at me disdainfully. "Do you think I understand?" The awkward atmosphere spread. At this moment, the doctor in charge of the gastroscopy room suddenly said, "Condoms? You should have said so earlier. I have them." He took one out of his pocket and explained, "Don't get me wrong, this is something my friend asked me to bring. I'm not using it myself." I nodded and smiled. "I understand. Brotherly love is deep." The doctor coughed lightly, turned around, and took the patient to the operating room. Although gastroscopy technology has gradually developed in recent years, it is still in the exploratory stage for traditional Chinese medicine hospitals. I explained the risks of the operation to Su Qiushuang in detail and asked her to sign a consent form. Under the gastroscope, the serrations of the bottle cap had caused the esophageal membrane to be ischemic, and it would be scratched if not careful. Once the esophagus ruptures, it is extremely difficult to recover and may even require surgery like esophageal cancer. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but shake my head and remind myself to be careful. However, the doctor's operation was not as expected. He kept adjusting the angle, and the condom could not fit on the bottle cap and even aggravated the damage to the esophagus. He finally stopped with a frown on his face and sighed deeply. "No, this method won't work at all." He seemed a little unwilling and turned to look at me. "What kind of idea is that? Is it really useless?" I smiled faintly. How about I give it a try? The doctor immediately became anxious. You? You are an intern? Dare try? Do you have the ability? I blinked and decided to bite the bullet. This is a method I came up with. Director, he personally recruited me. Trust me. The doctor in charge hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Okay, you try it. So, I worked with him, carefully moving the endoscopic forceps close to the bottle cap and gently pulling the edge of the condom. A few seconds later, the bottle cap was successfully removed. The doctor in charge was stunned. So easy? Why didn't I think of it? He was shocked and gave a thumbs up. You are awesome. I smiled and said, this is also Dr. Chui's inspiration. I just speculated. The doctor was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, next time you need a gastroscopy, remember to look for me. I answered, then walked out with the bottle cap in my hand. Outside, Su Qiushuang was waiting anxiously. When she saw me coming out, her eyes were full of anticipation. Is it this bottle cap? I smiled and nodded. Yes, take a look. She widened her eyes in surprise. You really took it out? How is my brother? I smiled easily. It's okay, he is out of danger. Shen Qingyue next to me was also amazed. I didn't expect you to be so capable. I smiled slightly and was about to speak when I suddenly heard hurried footsteps coming from the corridor. Nonsense. Fang Yichen actually dared to send the patient to the gastroscopy room. Is he crazy? Chapter 13. Jin Mingsheng came in a hurry. His face was gloomy, as if he was brewing a rage. I saw Jin Mingsheng approaching and couldn't help but sneer. This person is really eager for quick success and pretends to be righteous. Director Jin, why are you here? I asked in a puzzled manner, with some guesses in my mind. As soon as Jin Mingsheng approached, he shouted angrily. Nonsense! What are you doing? Using a gastroscope to remove the bottle cap? If the esophagus is scratched, just open the chest to stop the bleeding. I looked at him with contempt, knowing that he was deliberately provoking me. If he wasn't looking for trouble, I would have thought he was caring about the patient. You were busy saving other patients just now. How could you act on your own? Jin Mingsheng pointed at my nose and cursed, his voice like thunder. At this moment, Su Qiushuang next to him finally spoke. Who are you? A relative of the patient. Jin Mingsheng looked at her, a gleam of evil in his eyes, and immediately turned to Su Qiushuang. Fang Yichen is an intern. Did you know that? Our Chinese medicine hospital's gastroscopy technology has just started, and even the technicians are not proficient. Su Qiushuang looked at him coldly. How could Dr. Fang be a problem? My brother was just rescued, and the bottle cap was taken out. This director, Jean, is obviously the one who is manipulating behind the scenes. She picked up the bottle cap and sneered. Director Jean, I understand what you said, but the bottle cap has been taken out. She raised her hand, and the bottle cap sparkled in the light. Jin Mingsheng's eyes widened and his eyelids twitched, as if he couldn't believe it for a moment. Impossible. How is this possible? He turned pale immediately and turned around and left angrily. I was dismissive. Director Jean was just trying to set a trap for me and make me look bad in public. But he ended up bringing shame upon himself. How ridiculous. Turning to Su Qiushuang, I comforted her. Your brother is fine, but he still needs to be hospitalized for observation. Dr. Chui will arrange follow-up treatment. She nodded gratefully, her eyes full of gratitude. Although I was just an intern, I still felt a sense of accomplishment in being able to help in a critical moment. Thank you, Dr. Fang. Su Qiushuang said softly with a complicated expression. I nodded, and just as I turned back to the emergency room, I heard Nurse Shen Qinghua whisper, Be careful, Director Jean is still angry. He is not happy that you saved that patient. I shook my head and smiled. It's strange that the doctor is not happy after saving a life. Shen Qingyue's eyes widened, obviously not expecting me to be so calm. She had no choice but to continue working. As soon as I entered the office, I ran into Gu Tao, the man who stole my credit. There was malice in his eyes, as if he saw an enemy. I asked slowly, What's the matter? Gu Tao approached me, trying to overpower me, but when he saw me standing still, he was stunned. He finally managed to force out a sentence. Are you Fang Yichen? I nodded calmly. It's me, what's the matter? While speaking, I did not forget to notice his vicious look. He suddenly grabbed my collar. I raised my eyebrows and responded coldly. Why are you grabbing my collar? Do you want to hit me? There were footsteps at the door, and Xue Shan walked in. Fang Yichen, follow me. His polite tone made Gu Tao let go of his hand instantly. I ignored Gu Tao and walked straight to Xue Shan. We walked to the single room, and Xue Shan's expression was still gentle and his attitude was respectful. A middle-aged couple was sitting in the ward, and lying on the bed was the little girl Luo Yun whom I had just saved. She was looking at me curiously, her eyes gradually brightening, as if she began to recall the person who saved her. Are you the one who saved my daughter? Luo Dongxiang asked with gratitude in his eyes. I nodded and replied in a deep voice, it was me. He took a deep breath and seemed a little unsure of my answer, but soon he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Dr. Fang. At this time, I knew in my heart that my chance had come. This was not just to complete the task, but a greater opportunity. This was also the key for me to move from an intern to a higher level. Shuaishan looked at me and nodded silently, as if waiting for me to make a decision. I knew that I must seize this opportunity. Chapter 14. I raised my head slightly and looked at Luo Dongxiang. I can't beat him. He just joined the company the day before yesterday and is still an intern. As soon as I finished speaking, Luo Dongxiang nodded, and Tanya also showed an expression of approval. I asked someone to go to the pharmacy to confirm that you saved my daughter, so I came to you to thank you. Luo Dongxiang's tone was calm, but revealed complicated emotions. Tell me, what do you want? What do I want? I was confused. Money? Power? Or just pretending to refuse? The identity of this person in front of me was unknown. I heard that Luo Yun was the mayor's daughter, and I was just an intern without a medical license. I hesitated for a moment and asked, who are you? I'm Luo Yun's mother, Tanya, and I work at the Jiangnan Health Bureau. She stood up and said calmly, you saved my daughter. Just ask for whatever you want. I was taken aback by her straightforwardness, which sounded too much like the plot of a metropolitan novel. But at this moment, my surgical experience in my previous life gave me an idea. If I can skip this one-year internship and directly obtain a practicing physician certificate, I will be able to enter a mainstream hospital smoothly. Are you really from the Jiangnan Health Bureau? I asked in a low voice. Yes. She nodded, her expression unreadable. I took a deep breath and said, can you arrange for me to skip 1 year of work experience and take the medical license exam directly? Tanya raised her eyebrows slightly. That's it. I nodded. That's it. Okay, I promise you. Her reply was quick and firm. Since you saved my daughter, I'll sign you up. I was delighted because it meant that I had my medical license in hand and my future was brighter. Thank you. I smiled and turned to Luo Yun. Don't worry about the wound on your forehead. The wound on your abdomen will heal well, too. Luo Yun was stunned for a moment, then smiled in surprise. Really? It won't leave a scar? Of course not. Young people have the strongest healing ability. I said lightly, laughing in my heart. Although she was worried about the scar on her stomach, I shouldn't say that out loud. After comforting her, I left the ward. The night shift was peaceful. Except for a few emergency patients, the other patients were fine. In my free time, I took out the books to review. Tang Yeruo really helped me sign up, so I have to work harder in my study from now on. Time flies, and finally it's 2 o'clock in the morning, and I return home after handing over the night shift. Seeing that my mother and sister are both asleep, I lie down quietly and sleep in my clothes. The next morning, the atmosphere at home was still quiet. Jiangsu and Fang Yichen were busy with their own things, and no one disturbed me. By the time I caught up on some sleep, it was already 12 o'clock in the afternoon. When I opened the door, I heard a familiar voice. Save this broth for yourself. Don't be so polite. Dr. Fang saved my brother's life. This is what I should do. The conversation stopped abruptly, and I saw Su Qiushuang standing at the door, holding a lunchbox in her hand. Teacher Su. I was stunned. Why did she come to my house? Dr. Fang, I'm here to thank you. She raised the lunchbox in her hand in a panic. This is the soup I made and brought it to you. Thank you so much for yesterday. Dr. Chui said that if it weren't for you, my brother would have to have a thoracotomy. I was moved. This soup is not appropriate. How can my brother drink soup when his esophagus is injured? But I still smiled and said, it's okay. It's a doctor's duty to save lives. No, I see you're tired from working the night shift, so I made some soup for you to nourish yourself. She glanced at me with a blush on her face. She hurriedly put down her lunchbox and turned to leave, but accidentally bumped into the table leg. This, she gasped, and her face turned pale. I quickly stepped forward to support her. Teacher Sue, are you okay? Her face turned even redder, and she waved her hands hurriedly, looking extremely embarrassed. I'm fine, thank you. She didn't dare to look at me again, and turned and left in a hurry. I was stunned, feeling confused. Leaving now, Jiangsu looked at me and said with a smile, Yichen, what do you think of Teacher Sue? I rolled my eyes, knowing what my mother was thinking. At this time, my goal was still clear, to lead my family to a good life, instead of being dragged down by emotions. I shook my head, holding the lunchbox in my hand, thinking to myself, this broth is delicious, but I have to pay if I want to eat it, and now someone is giving it to me for free. It's an unexpected surprise. Jiangsu walked in and teased with a smile. Our Yichen is also a handsome boy. It seems that someone has taken a fancy to him. Suddenly, I heard hurried footsteps outside the door. I looked up in confusion and wondered if teacher Su had lost something. The door opened, and a figure walked in that made me feel irritated. Big brother, Fang Bei. Chapter 15. I didn't say anything, but the expression on my face was enough to tell all. This big brother who was domineering at home broke into my life again today, and still had no respect for me. Fang Bei sat down as soon as he entered the room. His eyes finally stopped at the bowl of steaming broth. Oh, you're doing well. There's even broth to drink, he said, reaching out to grab the bowl of broth. But before his hand touched the bowl, the knife flashed and the blade cut from top to bottom. I quickly withdrew my hand and stared at him coldly. This is the meat from my family. We have already divided the family. Who asked you to come? I said calmly. Fang Bei was stunned for a moment. His eyes flickered, and then he looked at my knife. You dare to take the knife? Do you want to kill me? I am your elder brother. I ignored him and took the soup bowl away, the slender knife in my hand still gleaming coldly. Fang Bei's eyes were filled with anger, and he slammed the table and stood up. You are just a servant. Why should you have the soup? I sneered, without a father and a home. Do you think we still have to bow to you? You dare to stop me? Are you afraid that my father will know that you are disrespectful to me? Fang Bei thought he was superior, and his status as the eldest son of the family made him feel justified. Jiangsu stood aside, her eyes full of worry. She knew that if Fang Bei got angry, the situation would be difficult to deal with. She whispered, Yichen, forget it. A hint of pride flashed across Fang Bei's eyes. Fang Yichen, did you hear me? Give me the broth. I didn't answer, but took a sip of the soup, which was fragrant. No wonder he wanted it so much. Then, I put the soup aside and walked towards Fang Bei. The fear flashed across his eyes, and he said, What do you want to do? I tightened my grip on the knife handle and walked closer and closer. He widened his eyes, looked away, and his hands trembled, and he quickly stepped back. That knife was the one I used to practice surgery. It was sharp enough to kill with one blow. At this point, he was completely terrified. I'm warning you, Fang Yichen. I'm your elder brother. His voice trembled. How dare you commit treason? I didn't answer, and continued to approach him slowly, the tip of the knife flashing coldly. Fang Bei's eyes were full of fear, and his steps back involuntarily. I stopped and suddenly said coldly, You said you want to drink the broth, right? Fang Bei swallowed his saliva. His eyes wavered. I chuckled. Then, if you can withstand my blow, I will let you drink the soup and go home to serve you. Fang Bei's pupils suddenly contracted, and his face changed drastically. You? What do you mean? Before he finished speaking, I raised a knife in my hand suddenly, and my whole figure was almost close to him. Looking at the rapidly approaching blade, Fang Bei's eyes were filled with fear. He screamed, and suddenly his legs went limp, and he fell to his knees. Don't kill me, Yichen. I'm her elder brother. Please, don't kill me. His tone sounded like a weak plea for mercy, without any of his previous arrogance. I snorted coldly. Fang Bei, don't say ugly words for the second time. We can't go back to that broken house. You're never welcome here. Get out of here. Fang Bei breathed a sigh of relief, quickly held the door, looked at me with fear on his face, and then ran out quickly. Jiangsu breathed a sigh of relief, watched him leave, and then slowly sat down, with endless helplessness in her eyes. She married Fang Jianjun to repay his kindness, but she didn't expect that she was still harassed by that man, and her heart was full of pain and disappointment. Mom, don't worry, I will protect you. I walked up to her and held her hand. The Fang family is not our family. The three of us are a family. Jiangsu looked at me, and a hint of warmth gradually appeared in his eyes. Yichen, you have grown up, really grown up. I took the broth from the pot and divided it into 2 portions, one for myself and the other for Xixia. Watching my mother silently take the bowl of soup, I felt a pang of sadness in my heart, and suddenly gave her my portion. Mom, we're gonna be fine, I whispered. Jiangsu looked at me and nodded, with a hint of relief in her eyes, but also a little tired. She whispered, Yichen, you have really grown up. I felt warm inside, but then I fell into deep thought. The biggest problem for my family was still the source of income. I had all the skills, but couldn't realize them, which was the most unbearable thing for me. However, there will always be opportunities Just as I once did not have a practicing license, but still helped others in the emergency department and eventually gained recognition from the hospital. I must demonstrate my abilities, get more opportunities, and make the future different. Time was running out, and it was my turn to work the night shift tonight. I hurried out, determined in my heart. I would seize every opportunity to prove myself and change the status quo. In the hospital, Zhu Zixiao was inspecting the wards and preparing to hand over his shift. Suddenly, a nurse came running over in a hurry. Oh no, the patient in bed 4 is sick. My eyes lit up, and here came my chance. Chapter 16. Inside the ward, when I put on my white coat and came in, I saw Zhu Zixiao putting a ventilator on patient. The patient was an elderly man with acute left heart failure, the same condition I had treated before. Chao Chong, the attending physician on duty tonight, was performing surgery, so Zhu Zixiao had to take over temporarily. When the shift was about to change, the patient's condition suddenly worsened. Although the ventilator stabilized the blood oxygen, the old man was still weak. I frowned, having an uneasy feeling in my heart, and my intuition told me something was wrong. Zhu Zixiao seemed to notice my silence, turned around and asked, "Do you know why I became a doctor?" "Why?" I asked subconsciously. He sighed and began to narrate. "When I was a child, my grandfather was seriously ill. The village doctor was helpless. We couldn't even take him to the hospital on snowy days. We watched him die. From then on, I made up my mind to become a doctor." "It's very inspiring," I replied calmly, but I was full of doubts. I have heard such stories so many times that I am no longer surprised. Zhu Zixiao was a little unhappy and whispered, "What's going on? Didn't you listen to me?" I responded, "Brother Xiao, you are amazing. You don't want that regret to happen again. You are really a kind and righteous doctor." He smiled with satisfaction and was about to continue talking when suddenly, beep, beep dash, the monitor issued a shrill alarm. Zhu Zixiao's eyes widened and his face turned pale in an instant. "Why did you call the police again?" I quickly looked at the screen. Ventricular fibrillation. The heart had an extremely vicious arrhythmia. Zhu Zixiao panicked and was at a loss. The old man in front of him had begun to lose consciousness. "Brother Xiao, go get the defibrillator." I quickly stepped forward, took his place, and started chest compressions. "Defibrillator? Where is it?" Zhu Zixiao's face was full of panic. Fortunately, Shen Qingwei rushed over with a defibrillator. "Get ready, 200 joules for the first time," I shouted. Shen Qingwei worked quickly, and I selected 2 suitable locations for the electrodes. "Everyone get out of the bed," she shouted. Zhu Zixiao stepped aside, looking at me with a complicated look in his eyes, and took his place. Now is not the time to argue, so he could only step back quietly. Bang! The old man's body shook slightly, the alarm of the monitor stopped, and his heart rate returned to normal. It's okay, it's okay." Zhu Zixiao breathed a sigh of relief, and his complicated eyes fell on me. There was a little jealousy in his eyes. This kid is much calmer than me. I didn't respond, my eyes still fixed on the monitor. I knew it was far from over. A few seconds later, the old man's blood oxygen saturation dropped rapidly. I felt my heart tighten and immediately realized that the problem had not been solved. It's over, it's over." Zhu Zixiao's face turned pale, and he turned around in panic. "What should I do?" I said calmly. "Intubation, tracheal intubation." "I don't know how." Zhu Zixiao was completely panicked. "What should I do? How do I insert it?" Although his words were correct, at this moment, he seemed to know nothing. Tracheal intubation was the only solution, but facing a life-threatening situation, there was really only so much an intern could do. Zhu Zixiao ran out of the emergency room anxiously, shouting, "Teacher Chow! Where's Teacher Chow?" I didn't say much, but calmly said to Shen Qingwei, "Quick, prepare for intubation." Shen Qingwei hesitated. "Dr. Fang, are you sure? You are just an intern." "There is no time to hesitate, go." I responded calmly. "If you want to watch the patient die, you can disobey me." But Shen Qingwei was about to say something, but suddenly froze. I remained calm, so cool that it made people's heart palpitate. In contrast, Zhu Zixiao's panic became even more unbearable. My calmness made it hard to believe that he was actually an intern doctor. She was shocked and confused. Could it be that he really has this ability? Shen Qingwei gritted her teeth. The doubts in her eyes disappeared instantly. She took firm steps, turned around quickly, and went to prepare the toolkit for tracheal intubation. Chapter 17. Shen Qingwei quickly prepared the tools for tracheal intubation. She turned and looked at me, her eyes full of expectation. At this moment, all her hopes were placed on him. If he could successfully intubate, the old man could be saved. If he failed, Shen Xinhua did not make any extra moves. She had been in the emergency department for a long time and had seen countless deaths and partings. Every day, patients continue to pour in, and death takes them away mercilessly. There is no time to grieve before they have to plunge into the next battle of life and death. I quickly approached the bed, adjusted the old lady to a supine position, placed a pillow under her shoulders, and held the laryngoscope tightly in my hand, slowly inserting it into her mouth. The root of the tongue is lifted, and the glottis is clearly visible. My heartbeat speeds up. This is a critical moment. I quickly insert the endotracheal tube into the trachea, pull out the tube core, complete the operation, step back, take a deep breath, and look at Shen Xinhua. She was stunned, her eyes fixed on me in shock. But I gently signaled her to quickly connect her to the ventilator. The old lady's blood oxygen gradually recovered and finally returned to normal values. Shen Xinhua still couldn't believe it and asked, "Dr. Fang, you actually know how to intubate?" I smiled and said, "I know a little bit. I know what I'm doing, and I won't joke with the patient's life." She was shocked at my calmness, that a trainee doctor could actually perform such an operation. This little miracle filled her with admiration for me. At this moment, Zhu Zixiao's anxious voice came. "Teacher Chow, the patient is dying." He rushed into the emergency room and pointed at the old man on the bed with anxiety on his face. "This patient needs tracheal intubation." Before he finished speaking, Chao Chong rushed in, his brows furrowed. "Where? Which patient needs intubation?" Shen Xinhua immediately stepped forward, covered Zhu Zixiao's mouth, and said anxiously, "What nonsense are you talking about? The patient is fine. Nothing will happen for the time being." Zhu Zixiao was completely confused. He didn't expect that there would be a turn for the better. Chao Chong looked at the patient carefully and found that the old man was in a stable condition. He suddenly turned his eyes to me. "Isn't it already fixed? Who did it?" Chao Chong was confused. "It was him." Shen Xinhua pointed at me. Zhu Zixiao was stunned and looked at me in shock. "Fang Yichen, you did it?" He couldn't believe that an intern could complete such a complicated operation. Chao Chong was also surprised and checked the patient's condition. Not everyone can perform tracheal intubation. It is incredible that I, an intern, can do it. But Chao Chong's expression gradually relaxed. "The patient's condition is temporarily stable. You can rest assured." The patient's family thanked me repeatedly, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Chao Chong took me out of the emergency room. "Although you saved the patient, he is not fully recovered." Chao Chong spoke with a heavy tone. I nodded, knowing that every rescue is a life and death test. Even if it succeeds this time, who can guarantee the next time? "Director, he really has a good vision. He actually recruited you to the emergency department." Chao Chong praised. He patted my shoulder and said sternly but with approval, "If you are capable, stay in the emergency department and continue working. Go ahead, I'll go talk to the family." After he left, only Zhu Zixiao, Shen Xinhua, and I were left in the office. Shen Xinhua smiled and gave me a thumbs up. "Dr. Fang, you are amazing." I smiled faintly. "Thank you." Zhu Zixiao walked around me and said with emotion, "Xiao Fang, you are so awesome, much better than me." "Brother Xiao, you are too kind." "I'm just lucky." I responded with a smile. Zhu Zixiao shook his head. "Although I'm a little jealous of you, I'm not stupid. I've learned tracheal intubation, but I panic when I'm in danger. You're so calm. You're really gifted." He sighed. "But can this patient be saved? I know he can only live for a few more days at most." I remained silent, knowing clearly in my heart that even if I could save lives occasionally, death would never leave. It was just waiting for the next arrival. Chapter 18. I sat aside, silent. Zhu Zixiao seemed a little dissatisfied and suddenly said, "You don't believe it? You just came to the emergency department and haven't encountered these things." He put his hand behind his back and said like a narrator, "Look carefully. All the patients in our department have tragic stories behind them." I looked up at him, thinking to myself, why is Brother Zhao's words so literary? He leaned closer to me and said, "A few days ago, we received a little boy who fell from the 7th floor." I searched quickly in my mind. The little boy fell from the 7th floor, so he should have been hospitalized for a long time. But why didn't I remember him? Was he discharged? No, he might have died. Zhu Zixiao nodded. "Yes, he is dead. His head was smashed when he came here. There is no way to save him." He continued, his tone getting lower and lower. "Director, he took over, and many people in the department tried hard, but in the end, they couldn't save him. Director, he was so angry that he cursed at the family for taking care of the child. He sighed. When the ambulance arrived, they found that the boy's mother was also dead. She was looking at the balcony when she died. My heart sank as I listened to Zhu Zixiao's story. Doctors are sometimes really powerless. Between life and death, there is both alienation and throbbing. Zhu Zixiao secretly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and quickly turned his head away so that I could not see. I smiled and handed him a tissue. "Don't cry, Brother Xiao." He took the tissue and smiled awkwardly. "I'm sad. Who asked you to look at me?" He turned around, wiped his eyes, and stood up. "Okay, let's stop talking. Let's go eat. Do you want to join us?" My face turned pale instantly, and I quickly stopped him. "No, go out and eat. Don't eat in the hospital." Zhu Zixiao was puzzled why. I lowered my voice and said, "According to the law of the emergency department, there will be emergencies when eating." His expression changed instantly. "Really? Then I'll go to the fast food restaurant." After he said that, he changed his clothes and left in a hurry. The next night's shift was relatively easy. There were not many emergencies, and the attending physician handled most of them. I just watched and learned. It was not until the next morning that I finally got off work. In the past, I had backaches from working night shifts, but this time my young body had no discomfort and I felt great. Director, he found me with an excited smile on his face. "You're in the newspaper." I picked up the newspaper and a hint of surprise flashed in my eyes. It reported in detail how I rescued Luo Yun on the roadside the morning before yesterday, and I felt almost embarrassed by the praise. The newspaper also included a photo. It was the moment when I used a one-way valve to relieve Luo Yun's traumatic pneumothorax. The photo was absolutely flawless. "Look, how handsome you are in the photo," He Dongfang said with a smile. I chuckled and said, "Not bad. You are indeed good-looking." He Dongfang shook his head. "Someone should promote this in the newspaper, but it's good. At least you've become famous, and our emergency department has become famous too." I nodded, feeling calm, doing what I was supposed to do and letting the rest take care of itself. At the same time, at Jiangnan People's Hospital, Director Fan Ziwei was also reading the newspaper. "Fang Yichen," he muttered to himself, with a hint of interest in his eyes. He remembered that he and I had rescued Luo Yun together that day, and seeing how young and skilled I was, he couldn't help but want to recruit me. So he found the dean and planned to discuss recruiting me. After entering the office, he heard the dean angrily say to Yu, the director of the emergency department, "Is this how you interview people? You rejected such a good talent. Do you? I asked you to be the interviewer, and this is what you did." Chapter 19. Du is the director of the emergency department of the People's Hospital. He personally presided over my first interview. Unfortunately, because of his academic qualifications, Du didn't even look at him and drove him away. Unexpectedly, I saved a person on the street and unexpectedly became a famous person. Although fame itself is not important, it has brought huge publicity effect to Jiangnan City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. Now everyone knows that there is a young, handsome, and capable doctor named Fang in the emergency department. When more patients come here, I am afraid they will choose the Chinese Medicine Hospital. Although the impact is not significant at the moment, if my fame continues to expand, it will undoubtedly be a heavy blow to the People's Hospital. At this time, Dean Ming Donglai was furious. His eyes were cold. Du Yu stood aside, bowed his head, and said nothing. His face was complicated. Fan Ziwei came over. Meng Donglai frowned, glanced at him, and said coldly, "What's the matter?" "My photo in the newspaper." He couldn't help but sighed. What a talent. He should have been in my hands. What a pity. I got home and finally had a good rest. I worked all night and didn't get off work until 8 o'clock in the morning. Director, he called me over, and I was very busy. My younger sister went to school. My mother, Jiangsu, was sewing clothes, and I just lay down on the sofa, covered myself with clothes, closed my eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Suddenly, a voice came to my ears. "Thank you very much, Teacher Su, for sending Zhixiao back today." Jiangsu's voice came softly. I sat up dazedly and reached out to touch the water cup. Then Fang Zhixiao's voice was clearly audible. "Thank you, Teacher Su." Su Qiushuang smiled and touched Fang Zhixiao's head. "You're welcome. I'm a teacher. This is what I should do." I leaned against the sofa, and my heart moved. I just remembered that familiar face, Su Qiushuang. Jiangsu suddenly said, "Teacher Su, why don't you come in and sit down? Why don't we have dinner together tonight?" Su Qiushuang hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, "No, I'm here to see Zhixiao off. I don't want to bother you anymore." Before I finished speaking, The door was suddenly pushed open and a familiar figure walked in. At that moment, the whole room seemed to light up. I smiled and greeted him. Teacher Su, please stay and have a meal. Su Qiushuang was stunned for a moment, then smiled. In that case, you're welcome. The house is not big, and my kitchen is as rudimentary as it can be, but I still skillfully began to prepare dinner. Jiang Su's eyes flashed with praise. You can cook too? I shook my head, but in my heart, I recalled myself in my previous life, wandering alone, and the kitchen became my only shelter. Gradually, cooking became a skill of mine. Jiang Su watched me busy, with a satisfied smile on his face. After a while, the fragrance spread. Su Qiushuang in the room couldn't help but sniff. Dr. Fang's skills are really good. Fang Yixia interrupted. That's not true. My brother is not generous and has never cooked for us. He only cooks when Teacher Su comes. Su Qiushuang smiled, but her heart was slightly moved. Did he really cook for her? The dinner was simple but fragrant. Su Qiushuang and I sat opposite each other. She picked up the dishes gently and glanced at me from time to time. Her focused gaze made me feel a little uncomfortable, but also a little happy. Jiang Su was laughing secretly at the side, obviously having seen something. Why are you so diligent these past 2 days? She muttered in a low voice, her words full of sarcasm. I thought to myself, maybe she really can see something. After dinner, I wanted to wash the dishes, but Jiang Su interrupted me. You should take Teacher Su home. It's getting dark, and this alley is not safe. I nodded, and with a thought in my mind, I walked out of the house side by side with Su Qiushuang. The lights in the dim alley were dim, and the shadows on the ground were long. We walked together, and the sound of our footsteps echoed in the silent street. Dr. Fang, do you work at the Chinese medicine hospital? Su Qiushuang suddenly asked, looking at me with a complicated expression. I chuckled. Yes, I was just lucky, nothing special. Su Qiushuang shook her head and said, luck also needs the support of experience and ability. Dr. Fang, you are really amazing. Her voice was a little low, with a hint of admiration in her eyes. I smiled and said, Teacher Su, you are too kind. When we reached the intersection, I stopped and said, I will just drop you off here. The rest of the way is the main road. Please be careful. Su Qiushuang nodded, took a few steps, and suddenly turned around. Dr. Fang, why don't you leave me your phone number? Jixia can contact you anytime if she has any questions in the future. Chapter 20. The two exchanged contact information, and Su Qiushuang shook her phone before turning around and leaving. From her back, she seemed to be in a very happy mood. I sighed deeply, knowing that I could barely make ends meet, let alone have a relationship with Su Qiushuang. When I pass the medical license exam, I might be able to earn more money, and then I'll be qualified to consider these things. Back at the rental house, I quickly packed up and prepared for the next day's work. The next day, it was the day shift as usual. When I walked into the office, Zhu Zixiao was already waiting for me there. Xiaofeng, why are you so late? You don't have the motivation to go to work at all. He teased me. I smiled and said, going to work on time is a skill. Not everyone can do it. You can try it next time. Zhu Zixiao was stunned. What to try? What if there is an emergency patient? How can I help? Before he finished speaking, a hurried shout came from the emergency room. Dr. Chow, the patient in bed number 2 is crying out in pain again. I couldn't help but smile. Zhu Zixiao's mouth really had the power of prophecy. Every time he opened his mouth, patients came. He quickly followed Chao Chong into the ward and saw a young female patient in front of him. She was sweating profusely from the pain. Her face was pale, and she was holding her stomach tightly. Chao Chong's face changed, and he said anxiously, I have used 3 injections of pethidine. Why is the pain not relieved? I observed carefully and found that the patient showed obvious abdominal pain, but there was no sign of bleeding or acute inflammation. I frowned and made some guesses in my mind. Have you ever had a gastrointestinal endoscopy? I asked Chao Chong. It hurts so much that I can't do it. He answered irritably. Did she eat anything? I continued to ask. Chao Chong shook his head. No. An idea suddenly occurred to me. At this moment, Deputy Director He Dongfang arrived and asked anxiously, what happened to the patient? The patient's symptoms are complicated and we are helpless right now. Chao Chong explained simply. Then what should we do? Should we do an abdominal exploration? He Dongfang asked with a frown. The patient has no indication for surgery, so we can't just do it casually. Chao Chong replied irritably. I looked at them in deep thought and asked, did you do the gastroscopy? Chao Chong obviously hadn't considered this and was looking at me suspiciously. This patient is not suitable for treatment. Has she eaten anything? I asked again. No. Gao Zhong Zipli. It could be caused by amoxicillin. I said slowly. Chao Chong rolled his eyes. Don't talk nonsense. But he Dongfang reached out to stop him. Don't be impatient. Listen to what he says. He looked at me, with a little curiosity in his eyes. You say. I briefly explained my speculation. The patient may have developed antibiotic-associated hemorrhagic enteritis after taking amoxicillin to treat pharyngitis. This condition usually causes severe abdominal pain, and similar cases have been reported in the literature. He Dongfang frowned, obviously not completely believing my judgment, but he nodded after a moment of silence. What you said makes sense, but how can we be sure? I observed the patient quietly, feeling confident. Wait a little longer. Give the patient lactobacillus. The pain should be relieved. He Dongfang turned to Chao Chong and said, do as he says. Director. Chao Chong was puzzled. Do as he says. He Dongfang gave the order. After they followed my plan, Shun Xinwei came out of the ward 10 minutes later. Director, he Dr. Chao. The patient has fallen asleep, and the pain has eased. We were all stunned. The patient's pain was actually relieved. Just as I predicted, it was indeed enteritis caused by the antibiotics. He Dongfang nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Fang, you are really good. Chao Chong was also surprised. I didn't expect that you could accurately diagnose the disease at such a young age. I smiled and said modestly, it's nothing. I just read similar literature recently, and I was lucky. He Dongfang patted my shoulder and said, don't be modest. Luck is also part strength. Besides, not everyone can read these documents. During the conversation, He Dongfang sighed. It's really a waste to let you be an intern. Chapter 21. I looked up and my eyes lit up when I heard what He Dongfang said. But he went on to say, but according to the rules, you have to do an internship for a year after graduation. This line is not easy to change, so we can only go according to the plan. My heart sank for a moment. As an intern, I was unable to participate in many critical operations, which made me anxious. But I still have to take the medical practitioner certificate exam to be qualified to operate on stage. Is Director Tang's words of the Health Bureau useful? I couldn't help but think about it. At this time, He Dongfang spoke again. However, seeing that you are so capable, I can give you a chance. He stared at me and changed the subject. Do you think you are qualified to be the lead surgeon? I was stunned. Chief surgeon, I'm just an intern. But what He Dongfang asked about was not my qualification, but my ability. Did you want me to try? I looked up at him and had already made up my mind. I can do it. I used to be a surgical expert, so this minor operation was no problem at all for me. He Dongfang nodded, his tone slightly satisfied. That's good. There will be an appendectomy this afternoon, and you will be the lead surgeon. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Although the appendectomy operation was not complicated, how could a doctor of He Dongfang's level personally participate in it? More importantly, is it really okay for him to let me be the lead surgeon? This is a big breakthrough, but no one dared to question it. After all, it was arranged by He Dongfang himself. I nodded and agreed. Okay, no problem. Before the operation began, I reviewed every step of appendectomy in my mind. Although it was not a major operation, it was my first time as the main surgeon on this body, so I had to be careful. Zhu Zixiao came over and saw that I was silent. He couldn't help but ask, Xiao Fang, what are you doing? Didn't you sleep well last night? I smiled and said, I'm recalling how to do an appendectomy. Zhu Zixiao was stunned, then looked a little doubtful. Do you really think you can perform the surgery? That's impossible. He was skeptical, but a little uncertain, and perhaps began to waver in his heart. Time flies, and when the surgery was scheduled in the afternoon, I was already standing outside the operating room, ready. Zhang Min, female, 22 years old, has acute appendicitis and perforation and needs appendectomy. The patient was already asleep under anesthesia. At He Dongfang's signal, I walked towards the operating table. The operating room was quiet. I nodded slightly, disinfected it, and picked up the scalpel. Then, I gently pressed the tip of the knife against the skin and cut open McBurney's point. The knife was smooth, and there was almost no pause. He Dongfang's eyes widened instantly, and he was obviously surprised by my knife skills. This cut was simply perfect. After the incision, there was almost no bleeding from the blood vessels. The precise operation made the operation go smoothly. I changed the knife and continued the subsequent operation. Each movement was quick and accurate. The nurse handed me the hemostat, and I quickly performed the ligation. The movement was crisp and neat, with almost no delay. The operation went extremely smoothly, and 15 minutes later, I completed the last stitch. The whole process was efficient and precise, with almost no second wasted. When the time was recorded, There was a burst of amazement in the operating room. Is this an intern? Shocked voices came one after another. Dongfang didn't say anything, but the expression on his face had changed from shock to relief. He looked at me, then at the perfect suture line, and couldn't help but nodded slightly. Good, very good. Boy, you did a good job. After the operation, we changed our clothes and came out. Dongfang couldn't help asking, which school did you graduate from? Why is the school so comprehensive? I smiled and said, the Second Medical University of Donghai Province. Dongfang seemed to be thinking about it, nodded and said, I remember that school was not very famous. I didn't expect it could cultivate a student like you. He turned and left, and had already started to think in his mind. There is a shortage of talents in the emergency department, so I must pay more attention to this school in the future. Perhaps there will be more talents like me. I walked out of the operating room, and Zhu Zixiao suddenly came over and said with a smile, Xiao Fang, no Lao Fang, how come you're so amazing? Isn't your surgery 10,000 times better than Gu Tao's? How dare Gu Tao take the credit from you? How shameless. Chapter 22. As soon as Zhu Zixiao's words came out, the air instantly became tense, as if by some kind of power. A figure hurriedly passed by us. It was Gu Tao, wearing a white coat and looking busy. However, when he saw me, his eyes flickered and he was obviously avoiding me, as if he didn't want me to recognize him. Hey, isn't this senior brother Gu? Zhu Zixiao deliberately shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Gu Tao quickened his pace and disappeared in the distance almost in a flash. I shook my head and ignored Gu Tao. Now, he was not worth mentioning to me. After all, Luo Yun was still in the hospital, and Gu Tao was afraid of being remembered by her and Director Tang, so he was avoiding me for fear of getting into trouble. However, I'm still somewhat curious. Today's operation went well, but I don't know whether Director Tang's previous promise to take the medical license examination will still count. I was anxious to find the answer, so I turned around and headed towards Luo Yun's ward. Hey, Xiaofang, where are you going? Zhu Zixiao shouted and hurriedly followed. When he saw me walk into the single room, he stopped and said with a complicated expression, My goodness, this is not Xiaofang. You have to call him Brother Fang. I knocked on the door. Luo Yun was resting on the bed, and Tanya was beside her. Tanya glanced at me, raised her head, and asked, What's the matter? I'm here to ask Director Tang about what he promised me last time. I didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. Tanya was stunned, then patted her head and said, I almost forgot. I've already registered. Here are 4 forms. Just fill them out and give them to me. I breathed a sigh of relief, took the form, quickly filled it out, and handed it to her. Thank you, Director Tang. Luo Yun looked at me from the bed, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She was full of questions about the doctor who saved her life. She couldn't help but ask, Are you really an intern? I didn't answer, but lowered my head to quickly fill out the form and handed it to Tanya. Tanya looked at the form and nodded slightly. That's it, no problem. Luo Yun was even more confused. Why are you so good? When you saved me, the situation was so critical. How could you do it? I replied calmly. It was a tough situation, but I knew what to do. She continued. What about the other doctor? I heard he pressed the wrong way and almost killed me. Is that right? I nodded. He's in the wrong position. If he presses the wrong button, it could lead to more serious consequences. Then can you tell me how you saved me at that time? There was curiosity in her eyes, and she seemed fascinated by my actions. I thought about it for a while, thinking that there was no loss, so I started to explain the rescue process that day. From my first perspective, when I was rescuing her, the situation at that time was indeed thrilling. She was fascinated by what I was saying, her eyes full of excitement. Tanya looked at me and couldn't help asking, You graduated from Donghai Second Medical University? Why didn't you continue your studies? I paused and replied, No money. Tanya was stunned, as if she didn't expect me to be so straightforward. Well, at least you're honest. She chuckled and shook her head. After saying this, I turned around and left the ward, following everyone to do the ward rounds. Zhu Zixiao came over and whispered, Xiaofang, no Laofang. How come you were so awesome? The operation is progressing incredibly fast. I smiled, but in my heart I was thinking, this guy's really a prophet. I have to stay away from him, so as not to be predicted by him into trouble again. Finally, it was time to get off work, and I packed up and prepared to leave. Suddenly, I heard a familiar voice. Dr. Fang, what a coincidence, you are here too. I turned around and saw that it was Su Qiushuang. How come I always run into her these days? Yes, I just got off work. I nodded politely. She held the lunchbox and said with a smile, I just delivered dinner to my brother. It's a good opportunity. Let's go together. We walked to the bus stop together. While waiting for the bus, she kept trying to find topics to talk about. I didn't respond much, but I was thinking, this girl is really interesting. She seemed to be more and more interested in me. Teacher Sue also takes bus number 7? I asked in surprise. She smiled sweetly. Yes, it's just on the way. I have to change buses anyway. Just as I was about to say something, my cell phone suddenly rang. I picked it up and saw that it was my mother Jiang Su calling. But the voice coming from the phone was Fang Yichen. Second brother, come back soon. Dad is here, and he wants to beat Mom. Chapter 23. What? At that moment, my heart sank. The word dad brought not only memories, but also a deep fear, as if spreading from the depths of my heart. Every time I hear it, my body trembles involuntarily, as if I am trapped in the shadow of the past again. But then, that familiar anger surges into my heart. How dare he come? I cursed in a low voice. Jixia, take Mom and go first, I'll be there soon. I hurriedly directed, looking out the window anxiously. The bus was moving slowly, but it was not far from my home, the village and the city. After 2 stops, I jumped off the bus without waiting for it to stop. Hey, Dr. Fang. Su Qiushuang's voice came from behind, and she hurriedly followed. I didn't have time to think about it. I just wanted to get home. At this time, on the main road of the village and the city, a group of people surrounded a man. He looked pale, but still insisted. Why are you stopping me? I'm just here to find my wife. He pointed at Jiangsu in the distance. Jiangsu was holding Fang Yichen, and his body shrank subconsciously. The man was very proud of this and shouted, Jiangsu, don't hide, come out. Come back with me. Before he finished speaking, an angry shout came from the side. You dare? Want to hit a woman? Try it. A burly woman came out, arms rolled up, glaring at the man. She was the women's director of the village committee, Liang Damon, and she was very aggressive. The man was so frightened that he dared not speak anymore, and his face turned pale. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from a distance. Fang Jianjun, you finally dare to come? A tall man rushed over, holding a wooden stick in his hand, and was furious. He was Jiangsu's brother, Jiang Zhao, my uncle. Jiang Zhao has been protecting us secretly. Today he finally got the chance, and erupted in anger without reservation. He swung the stick and smashed it straight at Fang Jianjun's head. Seeing that the blow was about to hit, Liang Damon next to him shouted, Stop! Don't hit him! Don't kill him! The moment the stick fell, the air froze. Fang Jianjun covered his head, knelt on the ground in pain, and screamed. Everyone around was stunned, not knowing what had happened. I was standing at the edge of the crowd, holding a cane, and it was me who hit Fang Jianjun's head hard just now. Yichen. Mother Jiang Su finally reacted and stepped forward. How could you do that? He's your father. I looked at her coldly. Mom, I don't have such a father. Does he treat us as family? Every time he beats you, has he ever considered that you are his wife? My words were like a knife, piercing the pain in my mother's heart. Jiang Su fell silent, and the people around him began to whisper. Jiang Zhao took this opportunity to struggle free, grabbed Fang Jianjun by the collar, and began to beat him wildly with his fists. You dare to hit my sister, dare to touch my nephew. Today, I will make you pay for it. Pa 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 pa. The crisp sound echoed in the quiet street. Every slap left a deep mark on Fang Jianjun's face. Some people felt that it was not enough to watch, and they all came forward to help. Some stepped on Fang Jianjun's hands, and some accidentally used too much force, leaving several marks on their faces and hands. Finally, Fang Jianjun couldn't bear it anymore. He wailed, Stop hitting me, my teeth are almost falling out. Hearing this, Liang Damon finally stepped forward and said angrily, Enough. If you continue to fight, you will get into trouble. Don't let him die here. Jiang Zhao stopped panting, but his eyes were still full of anger. You hit a woman. Domestic violence is illegal. People like you will go to jail sooner or later. He pointed at Fang Jianjun angrily and kept cursing. However, Fang Jianjun still lowered his head, trembling, and dared not resist. At this moment, Jiang Su came over, and Fang Jianjun raised his head suddenly and stared at her fiercely. You stinky woman, dare you not go back? Jiang Su sneered, his eyes full of determination. I won't go back. You know what? I'm not the bastard you think I am. I tell you, I want to divorce you. Her words were like a bombshell, which stunned Fang Jianjun for a moment, and his face turned purple. What did you say? He roared. You want a divorce? Do you know that if you dare to divorce, can you survive in society? You will be looked down upon. Jiang Su looked at him coldly. Do you think I'm still afraid of these? I've already decided to divorce. Fang Jianjun's rage became more obvious, and he growled with gritted teeth. Jiangsu, you are crazy. Chapter 24. Listening to Fang Jianjun's angry words, Jiangsu smiled softly. At this moment, she felt more relaxed than ever before. The moment she said, I want a divorce, the pain that had been suppressed for many years seemed to be released instantly. For many years, she endured all the cold words from the Fang family just to raise me and Fang Jixia. Now, Yichen has become a doctor, and she no longer needs to swallow her anger. Fang Jianjun's threats are meaningless to her. Divorced women will be criticized, but she is no longer afraid. After all, with her son and daughter around, she was no longer afraid of anything. You dare to divorce? Fang Jianjun shouted uncontrollably. Jiangsu, have you forgotten that I saved your father? If it weren't for me, your father would have died long ago. You actually want to divorce me? This is simply ungrateful. Jiangsu felt a sharp pain in his heart when he heard these words. Over the years, this favor has become her shackles. When Jiang Zhao heard these words, he was furious and stood up suddenly. Bullshit. You didn't do anything at all. You just happened to see it when you were drunk. How can you say you saved my dad? Jiang Zhao's voice was deafening. Are you really a benefactor? You let your sister serve tea and water, cook and wash clothes in your house, and she endured it silently. And you even beat her. Do you think you were a benefactor? Jiangsu choked up quietly. She had endured humiliation for the so-called favor over the years. But if there was really a favor, it would have been repaid long ago. Why torture her again and again? Seeing that the situation could not be reconciled, Fang Jianjun snorted coldly. Divorce is fine, but the child must stay with me. Fang Jixia instinctively hid behind Jiangsu, his eyes full of fear, and I walked out and asked calmly, Are you sure you want me to follow you? Fang Jianjun's face turned pale in an instant, as if struck by lightning. I held the stick that Jiang Zhao had thrown down, which was still stained with blood, and chuckled. With this little courage, you can only bully people at home, right? Fang Jianjun's face twisted, and he shouted angrily. How dare you talk to me like that? I'm your father, you uneducated and rebellious son. I responded coldly. Yes, you gave birth to me, but you never really raised me. It was Mom who raised me and Jixia. It's ridiculous that you call yourself my father now. Jiang Zhao and others followed, and the atmosphere became more tense. Fang Jianjun was obviously shocked by my words, staggered back, and finally pointed at me angrily and said, You unfilial son, don't even think about going home. If you dare to come back, I will beat you to death. After saying that, he turned around and ran away quickly, but stepped on the crutches of an old man next to him and fell down in a mess. There was a burst of laughter all around. Fang Jianjun's face turned red, and he gritted his teeth in hatred, but he finally ran away in embarrassment. Liang Daming, the women's director, stepped forward and said to Jiang Su excitedly, Sister, leave him and get rid of him completely. Call me if you have any problem. Don't be afraid. Jiang Su nodded gratefully, with tears in his eyes, and finally felt a little relieved. Jiang Zhao came over and asked with concern, Why didn't you tell us that you were moving out? Do you know how worried we were? I could feel his deep concern for Jiang Su. Jiang Zhao looked at me with a puzzled look in his eyes. Do you have a job? Where? I answered calmly. I'm at the Chinese medicine hospital. Jiang Zhao was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, You are in the Chinese medicine hospital? That's great. The old man's ability has been passed on to you. He touched Fang Jixia's head and showed a gratified smile. At this moment, I noticed Su Qiushuang standing in the corner in the distance, looking at us with complicated eyes, obviously shocked by the situation in my home. She must be wondering how she could remain so firm in such a situation. Jiang Zhao sighed and turned to Jiang Su. Dad already knows that you moved out. I came here today after receiving a call from Director Liang. Fang Jianjun does not deserve sympathy for treating you like this. Jiang Su's eyes turned red, tears welled up in them, and she whispered, I was afraid he would know, so I kept it to myself and didn't dare to tell you. Her voice was full of grievance and sadness, and at this moment, I became more determined in my mind. I can't let her continue to suffer this humiliation. At this moment, a hunched voice came from behind. Girl, why didn't you tell me earlier? Jiang Su was startled. Tears welled up in her eyes instantly, and she fell to her knees. Dad! Her voice was filled with a sadness that she had suppressed for a long time. I gently helped her up and watched her walk towards the hunched figure. That was her father, Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao looked at his daughter and sighed in pain. How could you endure all these years? How could I ask you to repay me? Jiang Su lowered her head and choked up. I married him to repay him. Jiang Tao slapped his thigh and questioned angrily. Nonsense. You are my daughter. How can I let you suffer? He looked at Fang Jianjun and shook his head angrily. You are not worthy of relying on you at all. I didn't expect you to be such a person. Jiang Tao sighed and said, Forget it, there's no point in saying this. Are you really ready for a divorce? Chapter 25. Jiang Su bit her lip, remained silent, and just nodded silently. At the age of 50, she was still that little girl in front of her father. Jiang Tao knocked on the table angrily. He keeps beating you? Domestic violence against you. His anger was mixed with regret. Jiang Su lowered her head, her eyes filled with sadness. The pain of the memories made her speechless. She didn't say anything, so I said, Yes, it has been like this since I can remember. He continued, When I was in school, I saw him do it myself. Even the neighbors couldn't stand it and helped my mother escape. Bang! Jiang Tao slammed the table, and the bowls on the table made a harsh sound. You just endured it? He asked angrily. Why didn't you tell me? You have a father and a brother. Jiang Tao's eyes were full of disappointment. The child is already so big. How can I bear it? Jiang Su closed his eyes, tears falling. I'm sorry, Dad. I'm afraid you'll worry and that my reputation will be bad. Jiang Tao sneered. His tone was cold. Are you afraid that your family will know? What did I teach you? We are a family, and I will always be your support. He took a deep breath. I was really wrong to marry you to that beast. Me angrily, what about you? Why didn't you tell me and just watch your mother get beaten? I remained silent, hiding my pain. Jiang Tao shook his head and said in a low voice, How could you hit your father when so many people were watching? If it gets out, how will others see you? I smiled faintly. Use your eyes to see. Jiang Tao was stunned for a moment, then understood instantly, with anger and helplessness mixed on his face. Forget it, it's all Fang Jianjun's fault. He's such a piece of shit. He sighed. I was really blind back then. That's why I let you marry him and suffer so much. He looked at me. You brought your mother out? I nodded, and Jiang Tao's eyes flashed with relief. Okay, you are worthy of being my grandson. Just bring her out, so she won't continue to suffer. He continued to ask, but now that you're out, why don't you look for me? Your father and brother are both here, and you'd rather live in a rented house than go home. Jiang Su lowered his head, tears in his eyes. Dad, I'm afraid you'll have a bad reputation. Jiang Tao was deeply saddened. As a famous doctor, his reputation was more important than anything else. If the outside world knew that the Jiang family had such a scandal, I'm afraid everyone's respect for them would disappear. Forget it, it's good to be out. Jiang Tao sighed, stood up, and slowly took Jiang Su's hand. Don't go to the Fang family anymore. Dad will take care of you. Come back with me. Jiang Su burst into tears and finally felt a little relieved. Jiang Tao took us home, and we arrived at Jiangjia village in just over 10 minutes. This is where Jiang Su grew up. Returning here, she felt a long-lost sense of familiarity. As soon as the door opened, Zhang Xuehua rushed out, tears welling up in her eyes. My daughter, how could you suffer so much? Aunt Sun Yu also came out, tears in her eyes, looking at Jiang Su with great distress. The three women hugged each other tightly and cried bitterly. Jiang Tao quietly walked aside, his heart full of regret. Many years ago, Fang Jianjun brought gifts and words to please him, claiming to be his savior, so that Jiang Tao agreed to this marriage. At that time, he did not realize that this choice would plunge his daughter's life into the abyss. Since you have decided to divorce, then let's divorce, Jiang Tao said firmly. After the divorce, you can live at home, and I will take care of you. Jiang Su shook his head. Dad, I don't need to live at home. She knew that the Jiang family was now managed by her uncle Jiang Zhao, and her aunt Sun Yu, as the mistress, might not agree to her moving in. She knew that moving back home might cause unnecessary trouble. Before she finished speaking, Sun Yu hurriedly grabbed Jiang Su's hand. Sister, just live here, it's okay. I will protect you. Her tone was firm, as if she had made up her mind. Jiang Su's tears flowed again. Only at home did she feel warmth and hope. Away from the violent and indifferent Fang family, she could finally have a peaceful life. Jiang Tao's eyes were firm. Fang Jianjun won't agree to a divorce easily, but I have money. I can give it to him and force him to agree. Chapter 26. No, this money cannot be given to him. I was the first to disagree. He beat up my mom, and he still dares to ask for money? Dream on. It's absolutely impossible. Jiang Tao looked up at me with a smile on his face. Yes, Dad, we can't give it to him. He should pay for beating my sister. Jiang Zhao also agreed. Jiang Tao sighed. Paying compensation is easy. The key is getting a divorce. If we don't get a divorce, Jiang Su will be tied down forever. After the divorce, we can slowly torture him. Fang Jianjun is a bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. There is nothing to be afraid of. I was stunned for a moment and suddenly realized that if Jiang Su did not divorce, Fang Jianjun would still be her husband, and there would be a lot of trouble. Divorce, everything will be easy. Okay, let's get a divorce first, and then find a chance to deal with him. Jiang Zhao nodded and acquiesced to this plan. A hint of joy flashed in Jiang Su's eyes. After the divorce, she can live a better life with her children. Thinking of this, her eyes were full of hope. And I looked at Jiang Tao, and a complex emotion rose in my heart. Grandpa, I'm a doctor at Jiang Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. I said, You're at a traditional Chinese medicine hospital? And you're a doctor? Jiang Tao was stunned. In the past, my grandfather was a famous barefoot doctor. His medical skills were admired by everyone. Thinking of him, I couldn't help but feel warm in my heart. You studied Western medicine? Jiang Tao seemed a little disappointed. Yes, the emergency department. I answered. Jiang Tao sighed. Nowadays, everyone studies Western medicine. Who still remembers Chinese medicine? Grandpa, no. I hurriedly comforted him. Chinese medicine and Western medicine each have their own advantages and disadvantages. Neither of them can be missing. Jiang Tao smiled, looking relieved. You kid, you've even learned to persuade me. Then he took a small book with a red cover from the bookshelf and placed it in front of me. This Barefoot Doctor's Handbook was my treasure when I was studying medicine. It taught me a lot and made me famous in the village. He paused, his eyes softened. Go on, remember, curing illnesses and saving lives is the most important thing. I took the book, feeling touched and helpless. This inheritance may no longer be of practical use to me, but to Jiang Tao, it is an invisible trust. Grandpa, I always remember what you taught me. Human life is the most precious thing. Even if it is worth 1,000 gold, saving it is a greater virtue than that. Jiang Tao's eyes flashed with tears. Okay, very good. Just remember it. No matter whether it is Chinese medicine or Western medicine, as long as it can save lives, it is a good doctor. He patted my shoulder with a big smile on his face. After dinner, Jiang Su rejected the proposal to stay. She thought the house she rented now was good and would be even better in the future. I carried a large bag of things and accompanied Jiang Su and my sister back to the rental house. Mom, Grandpa, and the others are all fine. I will try my best to make your life better. I comforted her, but the worry in her eyes made me feel sad. I washed up and lay on the sofa, feeling dizzy. Too many things happened today, and I felt complicated. The next morning, I hurried to the hospital, ready to start a busy day. Good morning, Lao Fong, have you eaten? Zhu Zixiao greeted me with a smile. I was stunned for a moment. Why did he suddenly change his tone? Thank you. I took the bun, but before I could take a bite, the sound of an ambulance suddenly came. Hurry, doctor, a patient with acute abdomen. My heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and I turned to look at Zhu Zixiao with sharp eyes. There is definitely something wrong with this person. Chapter 27. Why are you looking at me? Come over and take a look. Zhu Zixiao noticed my gaze and ran over disapprovingly. I shook my head, frowning. Zhu Zixiao is absolutely poisonous. Every time he calls for dinner or says something, there will always be patients coming in. The emergency department is already very busy, but there is no chance to even have breakfast. What's going on? However, there was no time to think about this now. I threw the buns on the table, quickly changed into work clothes, and rushed to the emergency cart. What's going on? I asked hurriedly. Chao Chong also rushed out of the office. The patient started to have abdominal pain 3 hours ago, and his blood pressure is only 80/50th millimeter of mercury. The doctor on the bus reported anxiously. What? Chao Chong's face immediately became serious, and he quickly pushed open the door of the emergency room. I frowned and whispered, the blood pressure is so low, I'm afraid there is internal bleeding. Doctor, please save my son. A middle-aged man grabbed Chao Chong's hand and burst into tears. Zhu Zixiao stopped the family members in time and calmly advised, family members of the patient, please calm down. The most important thing is to rescue him. The patient was then rushed to the emergency room. I did not follow him in, but stayed outside to ask about his family's condition. What happened before the abdominal pain? Was there any trauma? I asked anxiously. He fell while playing basketball at school in the afternoon. He stayed in the school infirmary for a while and went home after he was fine. The family member answered hesitantly. My expression was solemn, and I quickly analyzed the situation in my mind, thinking, internal organ injury, could it be that the spleen is damaged? I did not hesitate and immediately followed him into the emergency room. Chow Chong has already started to act. Establish 2 intravenous channels. Rapidly replenish fluids, do blood routine and blood type tests, and prepare for cross-matching. The patient's condition was very critical, and he was obviously in shock. I quickly reported and analyzed. The patient's family said that he fell this afternoon. I suspect that the internal bleeding was caused by a ruptured spleen. Okay, let's raise the blood pressure first and prepare for a bedside CT scan. Chow Chong nodded. Shun Qingwei responded quickly. Teacher Chow, the patient's blood pressure has returned to normal. Very good, go get CT scan right away. Chow Chong did not hesitate. A few minutes later, the image came out. Chow Chong stared at it for a few seconds and took a deep breath. The spleen is ruptured. The spleen is fragile and rich in blood vessels. Once injured, it is prone to heavy bleeding. If not treated promptly, the patient may be in danger. When Zhu Zixiao heard the news, his face turned pale instantly. But when he looked at me, he felt unwilling. Why are you so calm? I came earlier than him. Why is he more mature than me? I ignored his emotions and quickly instructed. Teacher Chow, surgery must be performed immediately. Yes, push him into the operating room immediately. A trace of determination flashed in Chow Chong's eyes. Chow Chong and I separated and quickly prepared. Yichen, come here. I'll go find the family members. You go to the operating table. Chow Chong waved to me. I didn't hesitate and followed him. Zhu Zixiao's face was full of confusion. He was obviously earlier than me. Why could he always catch up? You know what? It's already quite remarkable for a young doctor like you to be in the eyes of Director He. Chow Chong suddenly turned around and said, Remember, a surgeon must be an assistant for at least a few years before you have the opportunity to perform surgery as the main surgeon. I was moved. So this is Director He's arrangement? Yes, Director He has given you more opportunities and trained you well. You will definitely be a famous doctor in the future. The corners of my mouth slightly raised, but my heart was burning. As long as there are more opportunities, this is what I want. We quickly washed our hands and prepared to enter the operating room. The anesthesiologist was ready. He looked at me with a surprised look. You can go on stage so soon? This is incredible. But I don't care about these. I have only one goal in mind, saving lives. Let's start. Chow Chong said nothing more, signaling the anesthesiologist to monitor the patient while he focused on the operation. I disinfected, spread the towel, and exposed the surgical field according to the procedures, and my movements were quick and skillful. While operating, Chow Chong said, the patient's abdomen is ruptured, and it must be cut open quickly. Chapter 28. Inside the operating room, more and more blood accumulated in the patient's abdominal cavity, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. Before Chow Chong could give any instructions, I quickly picked up the suction device and began to clear the blood and blood clots in the abdominal cavity. Chow Chong was stunned, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He couldn't help but look at me again. At that moment, he actually felt that the young doctor in front of him seemed to be more familiar with the operation than he was, and performed it more smoothly and accurately than he did. How is it possible? He is just a young doctor who has just started working. How could he master such a complicated operation so quickly? This is incredible. I lowered my head, and the suction device in my hand moved quickly to clear the blood from the patient's body. The spleen was ruptured, the amount of bleeding was alarming, and the patient's life was hanging by a thread. My heart was pounding, but there was no time to panic. I had to concentrate all my energy and quickly decide what to do next. Chow Chong glanced at the surgical field, and his face changed slightly. Not good. The spleen is damaged too extensively, and the bleeding is too much. His words were full of oppression, as if the crisis was condensed in the air. The blood in the suction device continued to flow out, and my nerves became more and more tense. The anesthesiologist suddenly stood up, and his anxious voice pierced my ears. The blood pressure is starting to drop. Chow Chong calmly gave the order. First, give blood transfusion, alternate between crystalloid and colloid fluids, supplement potassium, and ensure smooth urine flow. His tone left no room for doubt. He turned to me and said, Yichen, observe carefully. I nodded and took a deep breath, my inner tension suppressed to the edge of rationality. My surgical experience in my previous life reminded me that calmness is the watershed between life and death. The blood pressure can't be stabilized. The anesthesiologist's tone was urgent, like an urgent alarm bell. I nervously held the suction device. My eyes kept on the spleen, looking for any possible bleeding points. Chow Chung frowned, and every second on the operating table was like a life-and-death contest. After a brief silence, he made a decision. Yichen, you find a bleeding point, and I will block the artery and portal vein. I responded quickly. Blocking the arteries and veins was the only way to buy time. After a few seconds, the bleeding finally stopped temporarily. It worked. The anesthesiologist's voice was filled with relief. Chow Chung turned to look at me, his eyes full of trust. You take over. I'll deal with the spleen. I immediately took over the blocking belt, adjusting it every 15 minutes. I quickly checked that my heartbeat was almost in sync with my movements. Chow Chung also began to remove the necrotic spleen tissue. The atmosphere around him was heavy and tense. Every minute and every second on the operating table was a race against death. Start suturing, the blood pressure may drop again. Chow Chung's voice was flat, but there was still a hint of anxiety on his tense face. Under the operating light, I sucked blood while keeping my vision clear. Suddenly, someone shouted from his side, "Why is your blood pressure dropping again?" I turned my head sharply. My heartbeat suddenly accelerated. My blood pressure dropped again, and everyone's eyes were instantly focused on me. I had a sense of uneasiness in my heart. Continue to infuse fluids, Chow Chung instructed, and the anesthesiologist responded immediately. Check blood gas, but the results showed no abnormalities. At this moment, a vague thought flashed through my mind. Are there multiple bleeding points? I reached out my hand nervously and touched the hepatic artery along the position of the band. In an instant, I felt the change in blood flow. With a gentle squeeze, my blood pressure miraculously rose. At that moment, my heartbeat seemed to stop. The blood pressure has risen. Chow Chung's eyes flashed with surprise, and he quickly turned to look at me. The anesthesiologist was puzzled. Is it to stop bleeding with bare hands? I barely had time to explain. At that moment, everything on the operating table froze. What I had just done was an extreme operation, stopping bleeding with my bare hands. It was not only a skill, but also a gamble on life. Don't move, continue, Chow Chung ordered. I nodded in response and continued to stabilize everything during the operation. I knew that there was no time left. This life or death moment was a tacit cooperation between Chow Chung and I, one to stop the bleeding and the other to repair it. Although it would be really tiring to keep this posture for a long time, but now I am on the operating table, saving a life. What does being tired mean? Chapter 29. The spleen repair is complete, Chow Chung announced calmly, and the operation continued. Place 2 drainage strips and prepare to close the abdomen. The operation was almost over. Suddenly, he turned to look at me with a hint of tentativeness in his eyes. Yichen, how about leaving the abdominal closure to you? This is full of challenges. Closing the abdomen is usually only done by experienced doctors, as it involves suturing the skin, handling blood vessels, and fat layers. If you're not careful, the consequences can be disastrous. Chow Chung was obviously considering my ability. Do you know the specific method of closing the abdomen? He asked again, his eyes examining me. I pondered for a moment, and the techniques I had learned emerged in my mind. In my time, the materials and methods used in surgery have been improved, and absorbable sutures are used to suture the peritoneum and the linea alba. Modern methods are usually layered: abdomen, muscle layer, fat layer, skin, and sutured separately. I nodded and said, "Yes, I understand." There was a glimmer of admiration in Chow Chung's eyes, and he seemed a little surprised, but also a little disappointed. He was obviously thinking in his heart, "Director, he has already set his sights on me. Although he is my mentor now, I am afraid he will only be a transition in the future." Okay, then you try it. He stepped aside and prepared to observe my operation. Although he trusted me, this was a real battle after all, and no one could predict the result. I immediately got to work, taking every step with extreme caution, moving quickly but steadily. Chow Chung stood by, his eyes gradually showing surprise. I could sense the question in his mind. How come this guy is so skilled? A few minutes later, the operation was successfully completed. I breathed a sigh of relief, and the patient was sent to the intensive care unit. I give my all in every operation, which is why I am called a surgeon master. Chow Chung handed me a bottle of Coke, his eyes filled with helplessness and appreciation. Drink some. I took it and took a sip. It felt much better than glucose. Although glucose can quickly restore physical strength, its slippery taste is really unpleasant. Besides, if a doctor drinks it, it will easily be criticized. Back in the office, Zhu Zixiao gave me a thumbs up and secretly pointed at Jing next to him. Jing had no interest in me at first. After all, I was from the Second Medical University of Donghai Province, and her school was obviously better. But seeing my recent performance, her eyes became more curious. She asked directly, Fang Yichen, did you really graduate from Donghai Second Medical University? I sat down slowly and answered, yes. Jing's eyes were full of confusion. Donghai Second Medical University was not considered top-notch and was even inferior to her school. I seemed to be better than her, which made her a little confused. At this time, Zhu Zixiao whispered, do you know? Gu Tao was scolded today. Gu Tao? I raised my eyebrows. Gu Tao had claimed credit for my work before and had been keeping a low profile a few days ago. But he was scolded today? Zhu Zixiao showed a sly smile. Haven't you heard? The mayor's daughter Luo Yun has recovered well. She ran into Gu Tao today and scolded him, saying that she was venting her anger for you. The mayor's daughter Luo Yun? I rolled my eyes slightly and said no more. Zhu Zixiao continued to talk about my possible future success. I didn't respond, but I knew in my heart that the road ahead was far from as simple as he imagined. I stood up and prepared to leave the office and go to the restroom next to the emergency room to relax. Just as I was about to go in, I suddenly heard a conversation outside. Wife, how about we give up treatment? The man's voice was calm, but helpless. My heart tightened and I stopped. The woman had advanced cancer, but her husband advised her to give up treatment. That feeling of powerlessness deeply touched me. I turned around quietly and prepared to leave, but I saw the middle-aged man and woman standing next to me. They both looked pale and were obviously seriously ill. The woman was in the advanced stage of cancer, and the man seemed to be nearing the end of his life. They cuddled together, as if they had let go of life and death and decided to spend the last moments together. We are both in the late stage of the disease. The man's voice was still calm. I gave up treatment because I just wanted to give you some hope. I didn't expect that you couldn't be cured. The woman whispered back, it's okay. Let's just leave it like this. At least we can leave the money for the family, the children can go to school, and the parents can live a better life. Their words were as calm as water, but they made my heart heavy. Life and death, choice, giving up. It turns out that at certain moments, fate can really be so simple. Chapter 30. Okay, I understand, my wife. It's not bad for us to be like this. In the future, we will close our eyes together. In the next life, I will marry you again, okay? His words were like a calm lake, but my heart suddenly tightened. He walked heavily in the silent corridor. Even though he was once a surgical genius, he was unable to save too many lives. This life is still like this. Hospitals witness life and death and the impermanence of the world. Many people seem normal, but who knows that their time has quietly come to an end. Death was approaching silently, and all they could do was wait for death. That irresistible feeling of powerlessness could not be changed no matter traveling through time or being reborn. I just walked through that depressing corridor, feeling depressed. When I returned to the office, Zhu Zixiao actually winked at me. I was stunned for a moment, and when I followed his gaze, Su Qiushuang was standing next to me. Teacher Su, why are you here? Has my brother, Su Qiuya, been discharged from the hospital? She smiled sweetly. He was discharged today. I have already completed the formalities. Dr. Fang, I came here specially to thank you. I smiled slightly. You're welcome. This is my duty. A trace of admiration flashed in her eyes. Then can I treat you to dinner tonight? Thank you for saving my brother. Before I could answer, she had already made up her mind. I'll wait for you after get off work tonight. Before she finished her words, she hurried away, as light and beautiful as a fluttering butterfly. Zhu Zixiao patted my shoulder and said, You kid, you hooked up with the patient's family so quickly? My face darkened. Brother Xiao, don't joke. Haha, so righteous. Zhu Zixiao sneered. I felt helpless and explained. Su Qiushuang is my sister's class teacher. We know each other. Oh, Zhu Zixiao nodded lazily, dragging out the word, oh, for a long time. I rolled my eyes and continued to be busy. The work of the emergency department will never stop. As my story of saving lives was reported in the news, the emergency department of the Chinese Medicine Hospital gradually welcomed more patients. I didn't expect that the effect of internet celebrities would come so quickly. After a busy day, I changed out of my white coat and walked out of the hospital. I saw Su Qiushuang waiting for me on her bike at the door. She was wearing loose jeans and a floral top, looking fresh and cute. I noticed that she had some feelings for me, and I was inexplicably attracted to her. Although I was a little confused, I knew I couldn't let my guard down easily. Yichen, take my car. I'll take you to eat. I nodded. Where to? How about a hot pot restaurant? Okay. I touched my pocket and was thinking about treating her myself, but I hadn't received my salary this month, so I was too embarrassed to ask. But I was too embarrassed to say I would treat her next time, and I felt conflicted. In that case, I decided to just let it go and rode my bike to follow her. Su Qiushuang sat on the back seat, chatting happily, the wind blowing gently across her face. Yichen, I'm 2 years older than you. Can I call you Yichen from now on? Yes, no problem. I nodded and concentrated on riding my bike. What kind of person do you think I am? She suddenly asked. Her voice was full of expectation, and she stuck to my back, which gave her a great sense of security. I didn't answer directly, but stepped on the brake lightly, and Su Qiushuang's body suddenly pressed against me. What are you doing? She asked in a nagging tone, her face flushed. I looked confused and pointed to the hot pot restaurant in front of me. We're at the hot pot restaurant, shouldn't I brake? She rolled her eyes at me. Let's go, I'll treat you. I looked around and was slightly startled by the changes in the hot pot restaurant. It was completely different from what I remembered. Su Qiushuang ordered a table of dishes, and we ate and talked. The atmosphere was unexpectedly relaxed. I was a little surprised by her conversation. I thought she was just an ordinary person, but I didn't expect her insight into the future to be so profound. As the conversation deepened, I gradually learned about her family background. Her father died young, her mother divorced, and she now lives with her grandparents. The child named Su Qiuye is her aunt's son. Her aunt was looking for a live-in son-in-law, so Su Qiuye took her last name. This family situation made me feel complicated. Her family was very similar to my own brokenness, and perhaps that was why she approached me. As we ate, the atmosphere became more relaxed, but I felt an inexplicable uneasiness. When we were about to leave, the phone suddenly rang, and my uncle Jiang Zhao's voice came. Yichen, Grandma's here. Come back and see her. Chapter 31 Divorce. Upon hearing this, Fang Yichen's brows twisted into a knot. Good, now the younger one is beaten and the older one is here. They come to my house one after another to cause trouble. Do they really think that I am an orphan and a widow, so I am easy to bully? Fang Yichen sneered and hung up the phone. Su Qiushuang, who was standing next to him, had obviously heard the voice on the phone, so she quickly asked, How about you go back and take a look first? I'm so sorry, Mr. Su. I didn't expect something like this to happen. Fang Yichen explained apologetically. Su Qiushuang seemed very generous about this. It's okay, go back now. Fang Yichen nodded. Without hesitation, he quickly picked up his coat, went out, hailed a taxi, and went straight home. When they arrived outside the village in the city, Fang Yichen heard someone crying and making a lot of noise from afar. The dry, howling voice could be heard from miles away. It was extremely unpleasant. Fang Yichen frowned, pushed away the crowd of onlookers, and saw an old woman standing in the middle. With her gray hair and wrinkled face, she looked like a medieval witch. Plus, he was crying and snotting, as if he was being bullied. As soon as she saw Fang Yichen appear, Grandma Zhou Dongmei hurried over. She grabbed Fang Yichen's clothes and cried, Yichen, look at these people. They are all laughing at me, bullying me, and laughing at me. Fang Yichen frowned, slapped Zhou Dongmei's hand away, and asked coldly, What does it have to do with me? What are you doing in my house? Hearing this, Zhou Dongmei sighed and then complained, We have been waiting for you and your mother to come back. Why don't you want to go back? In our Fang family, at least you have a place to live and food to eat. It's just a matter of doing some work. Who doesn't start out by working? You are so young and don't want to work. Are you just going to stay at home and wait for death? This is what Jiangsu is talking about. Jiangsu next to him frowned when he heard this and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Fang Yichen. Okay, you came here just for money, right? Oh kid, you say that. Zhou Dongmei stopped crying when Fang Yichen came straight to the point. No matter what, you and your mother have been living in our house for so long, and now you want a divorce for no apparent reason. Is it okay to give a little money? Zhou Dongmei looked at Fang Yichen sideways. How could he look like a grandmother looking at her grandson? Those eyes were full of calculations. But Fang Yichen wanted to hear this sentence. As long as my mother can get a divorce, anything is fine. Okay, it's not too much, but you have to let my dad come over and divorce my mom. Otherwise, I won't give you a penny. Fang Yichen said coldly. Okay, as long as you pay, we'll get a divorce. Pay first. Zhou Dongmei spoke from the side, her eyes rolling around. She stretched out her hand and raised a finger. You must give me at least 3,000 yuan, otherwise I won't divorce you. $3,000? Hearing this, Fang Yichen's eyes showed a hint of anger. At the beginning of the 21st century, the salary of an intern was only 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month. Fang Yichen only had 1,000 yuan. Moreover, in this day and age, the average wage per person is only 1,000 yuan per month. Zhou Dongmei asked for 3,000 yuan right away. This was not asking for money. This was asking for her life. Fang Yichen didn't bother to pay attention to her and said directly, "It's only 1,000. If you want it, give it to me. If you don't want it, just wait for the lawsuit. When the time comes, the police will arrest you. At your age, you would just have to wait until you go to jail." Zhou Dongmei is not familiar with a legal consciousness. When she heard Fang Yichen's words, she was immediately shocked. When Fang Yichen asked for 1,000 yuan, she hesitated for a long time and finally agreed. After all, you could get $1,000 for free. For a family like the Fang family, with several people in the family, no one earns money, and they don't know where they will earn the 1,000 yuan. It's good enough to be able to get it for free now. Okay, then 1,000 yuan. Give me the money first. No, go to the Civil Affairs Bureau first. Fang Yichen said decisively, my mother and I will be waiting for you at the Civil Affairs Bureau. If you get a divorce, I'll give you the money. Otherwise, just wait for the court to summon you. After he finished speaking, Fang Yichen didn't say anything more. He pulled Jiangsu out. Zhou Dongmei was a little anxious. After thinking it over, she turned around and ran home in a hurry. Half an hour later, Fang Yichen met the Fang family who had arrived late at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. In addition to Zhou Dongmei and Fang Jianjun, there's also my second uncle Fang Jianya. At this moment, there was some anger in Father Fang, Jianjun's eyes. He first glared at Fang Yichen, then looked at Jiangsu. Are you sure you want to divorce me? After the divorce, you will be a woman no one wants. Who will be with you then? I advise you to go back and cook, wash clothes, and sweep the floor, so that you still have a place to stay. Jiangsu frowned, while Zhou Dongmei, next to him, patted her son hard. Are you Tiger? You don't even want $1,000. There was a hint of disgust in Fang Yichen's eyes. Okay, enough of the nonsense. Without you, my mom's life will only get better and better. Hurry up and get a divorce. Pay the money first. Zhou Dongmei urged from the side. Fang Yichen was not in a hurry. He took out 1,000 yuan from his pocket. My grandfather gave 800 yuan, and my family saved 200 yuan, making a total of 1,000 yuan. This money was used to trick Fang Jianjun into signing a divorce agreement. To Fang Yichen, money is far more important than saving his mother from suffering. Sign, the money is here. He can't run away. Fang Yichen said lightly, appearing very indifferent. Fang Jianjun gritted his teeth and signed the divorce agreement. Only then did Fang Yichen throw the money over. In just a moment, the Fang family members were so anxious that they started grabbing the money on the ground, fearing that the wind would blow it away. After reviewing the materials, the staff of the Civil Affairs Bureau confirmed that both parties were willing to divorce and issued a divorce certificate. Holding the divorce certificate in his hand, Jiangsu burst into tears for a moment. After so many years, the mountain that had been pressing on her finally disappeared. She was finally able to live her life as a normal person. Fang Yichen also let out a sigh and looked at his mother. Mom, you're free. Jiangsu nodded vigorously. Fang Yichen continued, in the future, I will let you live a good life, and we won't suffer like this anymore. Jiangsu cried with joy. At this moment, several people from the Fang family were still picking up money on the ground. Fang Yichen ignored them and left the Civil Affairs Bureau with his mother. At this moment, Zhou Dongmei walked around in the hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau for a long time and picked up 3 bills. Fang Jianjun also only had 2 cards in his hand. The remaining 5 cards could not be found. Zhou Dongmei was anxious. Where's the money? Find it quickly. Eldest and second brother. Hurry up, there's still 500 yuan. Find it quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Jianya next to him was suddenly surprised. Hey, here I found it. Give it here. Seeing Fang Jianya picked up the money, Zhou Dongmei hurriedly said. But this time, Fang Jianya was not happy. He withdrew his hand that was holding the money and looked at the two of them warily. Chapter 32, Chaos. Second brother, what are you doing? Seeing that Fang Jianya was not going to give the money, Fang Jianjun suddenly became anxious. This is your own money. How can you let others take it? Zhou Dongmei also started to scold. Second brother, give me the money quickly. I'm the one who manages the money at home. What are you doing with it? Be careful that your wife takes it away. Then you won't have a penny left. Fang Jianya is obedient, but not stupid. Now that the money is in your hands, why would you give it away? Anyway, I have already separated from the eldest brother, so even if the money is given to my wife, it will be for my wife. I came here this time because my eldest brother was afraid of getting beaten, so I came here just to support him. How about it? Everyone should share some of their own ideas, right? Thinking of this, Fang Jianya took a few steps back. Brother, I came here to help you. Isn't it okay for me to share some of the money? Bullshit. This is the money my wife gave me. What does it have to do with you? Fang Jianjun started swearing. Upon hearing this, Fang Jianya immediately became annoyed. Okay, brother, you're not going to give the money to yourself at all. In that case, why pay it back? Fang Jianya grabbed the 500 yuan in his hand, rushed out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, and ran away. When the three of them came over, they were only riding a 28-inch bicycle. At this moment, Fang Jianya simply got on his bicycle and swayed away from here. Only Fang Jianjun and Zhou Dongmei were left chasing after them. But how could anyone catch up with the car? Gradually, only Fang Jianya's back was left, and he was out of reach. Fang Jianya looked back and quickened his pace again. He was not a fool. Even if he took the money home, he would still have to take it back when he was caught. In that case, I might as well spend it now. Thinking of this, Fang Jianya gritted his teeth and went straight to the vegetable market. Without saying a word, he took out 100 yuan and bought 10 pounds of ribs. Then he rushed to the clothing store next door and picked out the most fashionable skirt for his wife. When he asked the price, it was 200 yuan. Fang Jianya bought the clothes without even bargaining. Then she went straight home with her skirt and clothes. When he returned home, as expected, Zhou Dongmei and Fang Jianjun were already waiting there. When they saw the second brother coming back, they were so angry that they almost had shaking. Second brother, take out the money. Fang Jianjun cursed angrily. At the door, Fang Jianya's wife Pang Xiufan also looked confused. Jianya, what's going on? Mom and big brother came over and asked me for 500 yuan right away. Where do I get 500 yuan? What's going on? Fang Jianya grinned, squinted his eyes, and went home carrying the meat and clothes. Facing the questioning from his elder brother and mother, Fang Jianya said confidently, Why? Your name is written on this money? Do I have to give it to you? Brother, I went with you. Can't you give me some hard work fee? I only wanted 100, but you didn't want to give it to me, so I certainly can't just give it back to you. Fang Jianya raised the meat in his hand and said, Now, there are only 200 yuan left, and I spent the rest. What? Hearing this, Fang Jianjun and Zhou Dongmei were furious. The money my wife gave me? Is that how you spend it? You spent $300 in such a short time. The two of them were in disbelief, and Zhou Dongmei was so angry that her nose was crooked. Fang Jianya ignored them and proudly placed the things in front of his wife. Here, this is a new dress I bought especially for you. It's the most fashionable style, and it will definitely look good on you. And these ribs, we'll have ribs to eat tomorrow. Pang Xiufan was shocked, but after seeing the style of the skirt, she was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. You bastard, you deserve me to love you. Hey. Fang Jianya smiled complacently. Zhou Dongmei and Fang Jianjun next to them were completely furious. Second brother, this is the money my wife gave me for my divorce, and you just spent it like this? Are you crazy? Give me back my money. Pay back the money. Fang Jianjun grabbed the second brother by the collar and started cursing. But the second brother was not afraid and took out the only 200 yuan left from his pocket. That's all I have now. If you want it, take it. I'm not greedy for your $200. Pang Xiufan said, What do you want to take? Who can prove that the money is his? Don't give it back to him. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Jianjun became anxious and quickly snatched the remaining money. But even so, only 700 yuan was left out of the 1,000 yuan. Fang Jianjun was so angry that he wanted to slap the second brother in the face. Zhou Dongmei next to her was also so angry that she started cursing. You loser. Why did I give birth to such an ungrateful person like you? Take the money back. You've taken it away from me. You haven't even thought about honoring your mother yet. So you buy something for your wife first, right? You've got a wife, and you've forgotten your mother. You ungrateful bastard, I risked my life to get this. Zhou Dongmei cried and made a fuss and started grabbing the second child. Pang Xiufan, next to her, didn't care. She glanced at the old lady with disdain and sneered. As daughters-in-law, Pang Xiufan and Jiang Su have a pretty good relationship. Fortunately, Fang Jianya had separated from the old lady, and his mother's family was nearby, and he had someone to support him. So Fang Jianya didn't dare to be too aggressive with him. But on the other hand, Jiang Su was oppressed by the old lady and Fang Jianjun, who used their love for her as their savior. They beat, scolded, and humiliated her at will, and left her to do all the housework alone. Even in the middle of winter, they had to chop ice to wash clothes. This shows how pitiful Jiang Su was. What a worthless old lady. In that case, just take the money. I'm afraid Jiang Su would rather spend the money himself than let the old lady spend it. So Pang Xiufan sneered, "Mom, stop hitting me. The eldest son is yours, but Janya of our family is not yours. Why don't you share the money I got with you with our Janya family? Do you really think our Janya is easy to bully? Now the money has been spent. If you're not convinced, then you can beat Janya or beat me. But I have to tell you too, if you dare to touch me, I will tell my father he..." When she said this, Pang Xiufan's sneer became more obvious. If her father knew that she deserved a beating, he would never let the Fang family go. So Pang Xiufan was certain that Zhou Dongmei would not dare to do anything. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Dongmei's expression changed. But this precious money is gone. For a while, there was chaos in Fang Lauer's house, and no one gave in to anyone else. At this moment, Fang Yichen had already pulled his mother back to the rental house. After spending 1,000 yuan, there is really no money left in the house. For the next period of time, he could only live frugally and barely get by until Fang Yichen paid him. Only then will the family be able to ease their lives. But even though life was so hard, the family's eyes were full of smiles. $1,000 for freedom. It's worth it. Chapter 33. The benefactor is in trouble. Fang Yichen drank the porridge in silence. What I cooked tonight was sweet potato porridge, which was sweet, and Fang Yichen liked it very much. Plus, my mother got divorced and was free, so the whole family was very happy. However, Jiang Su smiled and kept his eyes on his son. "Yichen, I think Mr. Su is a nice guy. He might be interested in you. Would you like to consider starting a family?" Cough, cough, cough. Fang Yichen didn't swallow a mouthful of porridge and started coughing vigorously. "Mom, what are you talking about? I'm not familiar with Teacher Su yet." Second pot. As soon as the words fell, Fang Zhixia, who was sitting next to him eating, spoke quickly. "Teacher Su knows you very well. She asked me about your situation every day. She said she wanted to thank you, asked when you get off work, and when you'd be free." Hearing this, Fang Yichen rolled his eyes. No wonder. He said that every time he got off work, Su Qiushuang would run into him. It turned out that it was because of a little spy called Fang Zhixia. "Okay, did you tell her your second brother's working hours?" Fang Yichen asked. Zhixia stuck out her tongue with a mischievous look on her face. "Anyway, Teacher Su is a very nice person." "Really?" Fang Yichen narrowed his eyes. "She is a teacher, your homeroom teacher. Do you want to meet your homeroom teacher every day? From now on, after school, other children can go out and play, but you have to follow your class teacher to do your homework. Are you willing?" Hearing this, Fang Zhixia's pretty face turned pale. The fear of doing homework made her panic in an instant. "No, I don't want ergua. I won't say it anymore." Fang Yichen smiled. Jiang Su next to him slapped him in annoyance. "You only know how to scare Zhixia. Teacher Su is such a good person. How could he do this? Anyway, I like you very much. You're not young anymore. It's time for you to start a family. Next time I meet Teacher Su, I will talk to her and find out about her family situation." Fang Yichen did not answer. He also had some good feelings towards Su Qiushuang. She is beautiful and has a nice personality. However, matters between two people are not decided by only the two of them. So Fang Yichen didn't object. After dinner, Fang Yichen tidied up, washed up, and prepared to go to bed. He had to go to work early the next morning. The work in the emergency department is heavy and urgent, and I am very tired every time I go to work. However, it is almost time to pay salaries. If we can get the salaries, the family's life will be much easier in the future. The next morning, Fang Yichen got up in a hurry and walked to the Chinese medicine hospital. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Zhu Zixiao waiting for me. "Lao Fang, why are you here just now? I have a difficult patient to take a look at." Zhu Zixiao waved at Fang Yichen and then couldn't wait to pull him to the office. Fang Yichen was confused. He really didn't understand why Zhu Zixiao was so enthusiastic today. There's a checklist on the table in the office. Above are the X-ray and CT scans. Fang Yichen looked at Zhu Zixiao in surprise and then asked, "Why is it so difficult? Isn't this a herniated disc? Look here." In the lateral view, there is calcification behind the intervertebral disc, accompanied by calcification of the posterior longitudinal ligament and narrowing of the intervertebral space at the corresponding level. Isn't this a typical herniated disc? Zhu Zixiao nodded and gave Fang Yichen a thumbs up. But then he added, "At first, Director, he also said so, but the patient's legs were paralyzed, and it was not a simple disc herniation." Fang Yichen frowned and looked at the video in front of him again. After a moment, he turned around and asked, "What's going on? Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me." "Ah." Zhu Zixiao laughed. "The patient has another reason for the lumbar disc herniation. He has a history of spinal trauma. I had an accident early in my life and broke 2 cervical vertebrae. But Director, he has not yet determined the specific cause and is currently conducting further inspections." Fang Yichen nodded and looked at the film in front of him again. After a moment, he slowly explained, "The position of this film is too low. It should be taken a little higher to include the entire cervical spine. If my guess is correct, the patient's lower limb paralysis is most likely related to the upper cervical vertebrae." Zhu Zixiao gave another thumbs up. "You said exactly the same thing as Director He. The patient is now having another x-ray taken and the results will be out soon." At this point, Zhu Zixiao could no longer remain unconvinced by Fang Yichen. "This kid came in later than me, and now he has performed surgery alone. What's more, the operation was completed perfectly, which made Zhu Zixiao a little jealous." As they were talking, He Dongfang hurried in from outside the door with a film in his hand, his face looking extremely serious. "Director He." Several people shouted and quickly made way. He Dongfang took out the film and took a look at it, frowning and saying, "The injured parts of the 4th and 6th vertebrae in the patient's neck have healed. But there is a tumor here, and it is very difficult to treat. Besides, I'm afraid he needs to be transferred to the spine surgery department or neurosurgery department. We can't possibly do it in the emergency department." Fang Yichen pursed his lips. In fact, he really wanted to say what he could do. But He Dongfang is the director, so there is no need for me to show off here. As they were talking, Fang Yichen suddenly noticed his cell phone ringing. He frowned, took a look, and wanted to hang up, but found that it was his mother calling. Generally speaking, mothers won't call me during work hours, unless there is something urgent. Fang Yichen hesitated for a moment, took a few steps back, walked to the side, and carefully answered the phone. "Mom, what's wrong? I have something to do here. Yichen, your Uncle Lu went to the Chinese medicine hospital and said that there was a tumor on his spine. Look, could you please help and take care of it?" Jiang Su hurriedly began to explain. After he finished speaking, Fang Yichen was stunned for a moment. Spine tumor? Could it be this patient now? As for Uncle Lu, Fang Yichen's expression stiffened, and a serious look appeared in his eyes. When Fang Yichen was able to go to medical university, the Fang family didn't spend a penny. It mainly comes from my mother and grandfather. In addition, he also received financial support from his high school teacher and a neighbor. This neighbor is the Uncle Lu my mother mentioned, Lu Hongchang. He used to be a soldier, but later he was injured and retired, and has been at home ever since. When he heard that Fang Yichen had no money to go to school, he took out 5,000 yuan from his home without saying a word. 5,000 yuan at that time was definitely enough for Fang Yichen to complete his study successfully. Therefore, Lu Hongchang was very kind to Fang Yichen. And now, the benefactor is in trouble. "Mom, don't worry, I understand. I'll check the situation now." Chapter 34, I Must Have Surgery. Fang Yichen was a little worried. Uncle Lu is a good man. Without him, I wouldn't be who I am today. If this patient really is him, I will save him no matter what. After hanging up the phone, Fang Yichen moved closer to He Dongfang and carefully examined the situation on the film. Seeing that Fang Yichen was watching seriously, He Dongfang simply handed the film to him. "Look, but our emergency department can't handle this patient." "No, I can do this surgery." Fang Yichen shook his head and interrupted He Dongfang. The next second, the office suddenly became quiet. Everyone stared at Fang Yichen with shock, disbelief, madness, and even some ridicule in their eyes. Listen to this. Is this what a human being would say? Can you do this surgery? Who do you think you are? You're not even a resident. You're just an intern. There has to be a limit to bragging." He Dongfang coughed and looked at Fang Yichen with a complicated expression. "Xiao Fang, human life is not a joke. Do you know that?" "Director He, I know. I know exactly what I'm talking about." Fang Yichen explained very seriously. As we were talking, there was a knock on the door. Then a woman pushed the door open cautiously. "Excuse me, Director He, what is the situation? Can it be treated?" The woman's face was haggard, with a hint of sadness and helplessness in her eyes. But the next second, she saw Fang Yichen standing behind Yi Dongfang. Yichen, and Zhang, it's really you. The moment he saw Zhang Xiuyin, Fang Yichen was finally certain. The patient that Yi Dongfang is receiving is his benefactor, Lu Hongchang. Zhang Xiuyin is Lu Hongchang's lover. The two have known each other, loved each other, and stayed together for decades. Yichen, I just called your mother, Zhang Xiuyin covered her mouth and burst into tears. I know, and Zhang, I understand everything. Fang Yichen nodded and said seriously, Director, he has already diagnosed Uncle Lu's condition. It can be treated. Don't worry. It will be fine. Really? That's great. Hearing this, Zhang Xiuyin became even more excited. She cried with joy, tears flowing silently from the corners of her eyes. Fang Yichen suspiciously and asked in a low voice, What's going on? She's my neighbor, and she sponsored my schooling. Fang Yichen explained simply. Director, I can treat this patient. As he spoke, he took the initiative to approach Zhang Xiuyin and asked her about the specific condition. After he understood everything, he stood behind Yi Dongfang again. Director, it has been basically confirmed that it is a tumor. I think we can go for a radiographic scan, a lumbar puncture, and a biopsy to determine what the tumor is. Yi Dongfang nodded. What Fang Yichen said were all normal procedures, and even if you go to the neurosurgery department, you have to do it this way. He wrote a prescription to Zhang Xiuyin and asked her to take Lu Hongchang to do some relevant examinations. After the two left, Yi Dongfang stared at Fang Yichen with a serious face and said, Do you know what you're talking about? Can you perform this level of surgery? Fang Yichen, don't be confused. Don't you know how tricky the angle of a tumor in this position is? Don't you know how risky this operation is? Faced with Yi Dongfang's questioning, Fang Yichen was not at all flustered. He was well aware that with the current surgical capabilities of traditional Chinese medicine hospitals, the risk of performing this operation would be very high. Rather than leaving the operation to a neurosurgeon with immature skills, it is better to do it myself. At least, I am confident enough. Thinking of this, Fang Yichen spoke again. Director, I know that surgery has risks, but I will prevent the risks from happening. Please believe me. Nonsense. Yi Dongfang slapped the table. How would he believe this? Fang Yichen? He's just an intern and doesn't even have a practicing medical license. Isn't it a trouble to let him undergo such an operation? Who could believe that such a person would perform this operation? If Yi Dongfang agreed, he would be treating the patient's life as a joke. Thinking of this, Yi Dongfang ignored Fang Yichen and turned around and left the office. Zhu Zixiao stood aside and looked at Fang Yichen with some pity. Lao Fang, I think you were crazy too. Fang Yichen smiled bitterly, but did not answer. In the afternoon, Zhang Xiuyin brought the film she had taken and pushed Lu Hongchang, who was paralyzed in a wheelchair, into the office. Director can you take a look? As she spoke, she handed the inspection report in her hand to Yi Dongfang, while looking for Fang Yichen in the room. Yi Dongfang looked through it carefully and finally pursed his lips. According to the pathological biopsy, Lu Hongchang's tumor was an ependymoma. Generally speaking, spinal cord tumors can be roughly divided into gliomas, ependymomas, astrocytomas, hemangiomas, and lipomas. Lu Hongchang's tumor is well differentiated and has relatively few blood vessels, which is considered a relatively good situation. But the bad thing is that the tumor is connected to the brain. This brings the risk of the entire operation to its highest level. I recommend conservative treatment. After thinking for a long time, Yi Dongfang slowly raised his head. Hearing this, Zhang Xiuyin's figure shook. Lu Hongchang, who was sitting in a wheelchair next to him, also began to breathe rapidly. Just at this moment, footsteps were heard outside the door. Several doctors pushed the door open and walked in, led by Xiao Gang, Deputy Chief Physician of Neurosurgery. Director I heard that you have a patient with spinal ependymoma in the emergency department. Director Xiao. Yi Dongfang quickly stood up and handed over the inspection report in his hand. That's right, this is the one. Xiao Gang took the information, took a look at it, and then narrowed his eyes. I also heard that there's an intern in your emergency department who wants to perform this operation. There was a hint of embarrassment on Yi Dongfang's face. He couldn't accept or reject this statement. Fang Yichen did have this idea, but I absolutely cannot tolerate it. Isn't this just like playing with a knife on the patient's neck? They don't care about the patient's life safety at all. I advise you to give this patient conservative treatment. The location is too tricky, and the surgery is very risky. If you're lucky and the tumor doesn't grow, the patient can live a little longer. Once the surgery is done, then TSK. Xiao Gang shook his head. As the deputy chief physician of neurosurgery, he had absolute say in this matter. He Dongfang nodded and turned to look at Zhang Xiulian and Lu Hanchang. You too, that's what I meant. Conservative treatment is the best decision now. Zhang Xiulian had no idea what to do and could only look at Lu Hanchang. Lu Hanchang shook his head seriously. Will I be like this forever? Will the legs also completely atrophy? I can't bear to live like this. I must have this surgery. I would rather die on the operating table than live in such an injustice. Chapter 35, Jaw-Dropping Surgery. Lu Hanchang had been a soldier, and he had a fire in his heart. He couldn't tolerate himself lying paralyzed in bed, waiting to die. This was not something he could accept. So, he directly rejected the conservative treatment option. Xiao Gang and he Dongfang looked at each other with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Does the patient have to undergo surgery? Then this matter becomes tricky. Xiao Gang hesitated for a moment and then explained seriously, You too. I have to tell you. The location of your tumor is really special. Although there are no compressive conduction nerves, it is definitely connected to the brain. The surgery I performed on you is no different than a gas station fire. Conservative treatment is your best option at the moment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiulian also looked at Lu Hanchang, tears in her red eyes. But Lu Hanchang finally shook his head and spoke with a firm face. I must have this surgery. If you're not sure about helping me, I will let Yichen do the operation for me. He said he was able to help me with this surgery. No. Xiao Gang was a little anxious. Fang Yichen, this is just an intern. He says he can do it. Do you dare ask him to do it? Don't you, the patient, understand what an intern means? Xiao Gang was a little annoyed and instinctively wanted to curse. But he Dongfang next to him quickly covered his mouth. Dr. Xiao, come out with me and let's discuss this. Then, he looked at Lu Hanchang again and said softly, Wait a moment. Several people left the office. Xiao Gang looked annoyed. Lao He, what do you mean? How can it make sense to let an intern perform surgery? Not to mention this level of surgery. The patient is joking, isn't he? He Dongfang shook his head and explained, I'm afraid Fang Yichen really has this ability. Xiao Gang opened his mouth, but all the words that were about to come out of his mouth disappeared in an instant. He stared at He Dongfang blankly, thinking he was joking. I recruited Fang Yichen myself, and he already has experience as a lead surgeon. Let's talk to him. Maybe he really has this ability? Xiao Gang just felt that the whole world was crazy. Listen, is this what the deputy director of the emergency department should say? This is too outrageous. 10 minutes later, Fang Yichen walked in from outside. He just went to arrange the ward. Since Uncle Lu believes in me, I can't let him down. Without Uncle Lu's 5,000 yuan, Fang Yichen would not have been able to graduate successfully, let alone become a doctor. In the office, besides the patients and their families, there were also He Dongfang, Xiao Gang, and others. This is a brief, pre-operative conversation. Since the patient insisted on doing it, the hospital had no choice but to comply. But there needs to be a charter for who will do it and how it will be done. I can have this surgery without any problems. Fang Yichen spoke first. He couldn't perform the surgery whenever he wanted. At the very least, he needed He Dongfang's authorization. So what he said now could only express an attitude. Xiao Gang and He Dongfang carefully reviewed the patient's examination report again. Finally, Xiao Gang let out a sigh of relief. Even if you let me do this surgery, I'm not 100% sure. It's very risky. But now, you actually let an intern perform this operation? Xiao Gang was full of doubts and even a little shocked. Fang Yichen didn't say anything. He Dongfang glanced at him, and then his eyes fell on the patient. I believe in Yichen. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched, not knowing how to respond to this sentence. Now that even the patient himself has agreed to this situation, is there any need for others to say anything? He Dongfang sighed and said slowly, Since we have decided to let Fang Yichen perform this operation, that's fine. I can guarantee it for you. But you have to let Director Xiao be there to calm you down. Xiao Gang nodded and rarely said anything more. He was standing by, on the one hand, able to check Fang Yichen's abilities, and on the other hand, if Fang Yichen made any mistakes, he could make up for it at any time. Fang Yichen agreed. Naturally, he had no objection to this. Seeing that the doctors all agreed, Lu Hanchang also showed a smile on his face. He gently grabbed Fang Yichen's hand and patted him. Yichen has grown up and is so capable now. Now my uncle's life depends on you. Uncle Lu, don't worry. There will be absolutely no problem. Fang Yichen held his hand tightly, his eyes firm. Lu Hanchang was sent back to the ward. Next, preoperative preparation is needed, and 3 days later, the operation will officially begin. Fang Yichen also continued to familiarize himself with the surgical process. Of course, he has the ability, but only by constantly recalling and striving for perfection can we perform this operation to the best of our ability. In order to complete the operation perfectly, Fang Yichen even turned down Su Qiushuang's invitation. Su Qiushuang was very confused about this, but she was tactful enough not to disturb him any further. Jiangsu also came to the hospital to visit Lu Hongchang several times. Lu Hongchang strongly agreed with Jiangsu and Fang Jianjun's divorce. As a neighbor, he was more aware of Fang Jianjun's shortcomings. In the past, even in the dead of winter, Jiangsu's hands had frostbite and cracks, but he still had to help the whole family wash clothes and sweep the floor. Lu Hongchang saw this and was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. Now that I know Jiangsu has escaped from suffering, I feel only relief. 3 short days passed in a flash, and it was time for surgery. This operation also attracted the attention of many people in the hospital. The reason is simple. Neurosurgery is the most difficult of all surgeries. A small mistake can lead to a big disaster. Even a slight handshake could result in the loss of a life. Therefore, when everyone learned that an intern in the emergency department was going to perform such an operation, they were excited. Dean Wang Shuwen even started to curse the bastards. But when he heard the intern's name, he fell silent again. Fang Yichen. This name keeps appearing in the emergency department, and there are often shocking things happening. More importantly, he left an impression on Director Tang and Mayor Luo. Is it necessary to stop such a person from having this operation? Wang Shuwen didn't know and didn't say anything. The emergency department gradually became lively until the operation began. Many people wanted to come and see the situation under some pretext. At this moment, everything was quiet in the operating room. Only the beeping sound of the ECG monitor seemed to be beating on people's minds again and again. The surgeon in charge is Fang Yichen. First assistant, He Dongfang, deputy director of the emergency department. Second assistant, Xiao Gang, deputy director of neurosurgery. Such a configuration is jaw-dropping and unbelievable. Fang Yichen looked up at the others, then slowly said, "Let's get started." Chapter 36. The operation was successful. The anesthesiologist was the first to take action. He proceeded to administer anesthesia. At the same time, Fang Yichen began to confirm the number of surgical incisions and laminectomy one by one based on the size of the tumor shown by myelography. After the anesthesia was completed, Fang Yichen began to perform the cone and lamina removal. Under a 2-person binocular microscope, the surgical field was completely exposed after the cone and lamina were removed. Fang Yichen could clearly see that the extradural fat near the 4th and 6th cervical vertebrae had completely disappeared, leaving only a spindle-shaped bulge. And this is the body of the tumor. Fang Yichen quickly picked up the microsuturing instrument and sewed several stitches on both sides of the dura mater as traction lines. Next, an incision was made along the midline of the tumor body. All the operations were smooth and perfect to the point of being unbelievable. Fang Yichen's actions and surprise. Stable. It's so damn stable. Fang Yichen's hands did not move at all. Whether he was cutting off the hard cone plate or suturing, his movements were as steady as a rock. Just like a director of neurosurgery with decades of experience. This is simply incredible. Is this correct? Should it be like this? Xiao Gang was speechless and just stared at Fang Yichen's actions. Fang Yichen reached out steadily and made a small incision around the tumor. He then inserted a microsurgeon to explore and then cut open the dura mater. Next, he made a midline incision on the dorsal side of the spinal cord, peeling and separating the posterior cord of the spinal cord. Everyone saw the complete tumor. The surface of the tumor was covered with thin and fragile blood vessels, which even beat with a heartbeat. Everyone was shocked. This is incredible. Fang Yichen judged the thickness so accurately and cut open the outer spinal membrane without damaging the tumor inside. This kind of terrifying control power is truly beyond the reach of others. Every bit of strength is cleverly controlled. Not only did it not touch any thin and fragile tissue, but it also used the suction device extremely skillfully. What's more, Fang Yichen's surgical method cannot be replicated. This type of surgery is too risky and requires extremely high standards from the doctor. If there is even the slightest mistake, the scalpel will cut the tumor, damage the spinal cord, and ultimately lead to failure of the operation. There is no need to say more about the consequences that follow. Everyone sighed in their hearts, but dared not blink for fear of missing any step of Fang Yichen's operation. Zhu Zixiao, Yin Jing, and others also obtained the qualification to observe. But the two people standing nearby had extremely bitter expressions on their faces. Is this correct? Is this normal? Is this the intern who is in the same batch as me? No. Is he the intern who came in later than me? Fang Yichen, really? Just an intern? Impossible. How is it possible? He must be lying. In fact, he is a chief physician, but he looks young and pretends to be an intern. Zhu Zixiao's mind was in a mess, and he had no idea what he was thinking. To him, today's operation was like a dream. No, it's even more exaggerated than a dream. Time passes by little. Everyone stared at the screen nervously. The substance of ependymoma is very fragile and will rupture during the separation process if you're not careful. In addition, the tumor is connected to the brain. The difficulty of this is self-evident. Prepare for removal. At this moment, Fang Yichen continued to speak. Everyone's heart was suddenly lifted, because the operation has reached the most critical step. Fang Yichen's mind, the location of the spinal cord, the extent of the tumor, and the connection between the two appeared one by one. His hands moved bit by bit, slowly but firmly. I don't know how much time passed, but finally at a certain moment, Fang Yichen let out a sigh of relief. He slowly put down the microscope, and on his other hand, a completely removed tumor appeared. Fang Yichen threw it on the tray and said slowly, "The peeling was successful." As soon as the words fell, everyone in the operating room looked up. They looked at the tumor on the tray, then at Fang Yichen, with fanaticism flashing in their eyes. Especially Xiao Gang, his whole body was numb. He stood right beside the operation and witnessed the whole process from beginning to end. Unfortunately, even he couldn't perform such an operation. But Fang Yichen succeeded. He performed this operation in a way that was pervertedly perfect. It's so scary. Simply genius. It's simply a monster. Fang Yichen seriously and said, "Xiao Fang, right? There's no future in emergency medicine. Come with me to neurosurgery." Us. Shut up. Before he could finish his words, Dongfang next to him became anxious. Is this poaching right in front of me? Will this make you successful? Mr. Xiao, please don't go too far. Yichen is from our department. Don't even think about poaching him. Yichen, just stay here and I won't treat you unfairly. I recruited you. How can I not understand you? Right? Dongfang was also scared. This kid, his talent, his ability are simply terrifying. If Xiao Gang poaches him, it will be a huge loss for the emergency department. Therefore, you must absolutely not let doctors from other departments hook up with him. Fang Yichen smiled bitterly helplessly. He didn't say anything, but just carried out the finishing work of the operation. Only when the whole operation was over did he breathe a sigh of relief. Send the patient to the intensive care unit. After getting off the operating table, Fang Yichen felt a little tired. The entire operation lasted 4 hours, and anyone might not be able to endure it. What's more, Fang Yichen performed the operation so perfectly. The lights in the operating room went out. Zhang Xiulian, who had been waiting outside the door, stood up suddenly. She looked at the door of the operating room with some hope, until the door opened and Fang Yichen walked out. "Yichen, what's wrong?" Zhang Xiulian took a step forward and grabbed Fang Yichen's hand tightly. Both her voice and her body were trembling slightly. Zhang Xiulian was extremely frightened. She didn't dare to accept how she would feel if the operation failed. But fortunately, Fang Yichen smiled at her. "Aunt Zhang, the operation was successful. Now he needs to be sent to the intensive care unit for care. As long as you are out of danger for 72 hours after the operation, there will be no problem." Good, great. Zhang Xiulian cried with joy when she heard this. She never expected that the operation would be so successful. "Thank you, Yichen. Thank you so much. Without you, I don't know what I would do." Woo. Zhang Xiulian finally couldn't hold back her tears. She collapsed to the ground, her body exhausted to the extreme. Chapter 37, Come with me to the God's Hospital. Fang Yichen quickly supported Zhang Xiulian. In the operating room, Lu Hongchang was also pushed out. "Aunt Zhang, don't worry, nothing will happen. I'm here. If anything happens, come see me in the emergency department." Fang Yichen patted Zhang Xiulian's hand gently. "Back then, when I was poor and had no money to continue my studies, it was Uncle Lu who took out the 5,000 yuan without hesitation. Aunt Zhang came with him, and their words to Fang Yichen were full of concern and encouragement. Fang Yichen, the emergency doctor at the Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Well, Fang Yichen with her red eyes, which showed both relief and gratitude. She followed the patient. Fang Yichen stopped, and for the first time felt that his rebirth was truly a meaningful thing. Behind him, Xiao Gang walked over with a smile. Xiao Fang, which school did you graduate from? Seeing Xiao Gang, Fang Yichen quickly regained his calm and humble tone. Director Xiao, I graduated from the Second Medical University of Donghai Province. Oh, Xiao Gang nodded. Not bad, not bad. We are also predestined to meet. I also have friends at the Second Medical University of Donghai Province. Hearing this, Fang Yichen was stunned for a moment. Is this fate? It's not so far-fetched, right? Shougong. At this moment, He Dongfang, deputy director of the emergency department, hurried out of the operating room. He grabbed Xiao Gang and dragged him to the side. Don't you think I don't know what you want to do? Let me tell you, I recruited Yichen myself. If I hadn't given the nod, he wouldn't have been able to come to the Chinese medicine hospital. You are poaching my people here. Don't blame me for turning my back on you. Xiao Gang struggled to pry He Dongfang's hands open. Old He, I want to thank you on behalf of our neurosurgery department for recruiting such an outstanding talent. But I also have to remind you that there is no future in the emergency department. You keep Fang Yichen in your emergency department, working so hard all day long. What's the point? Geniuses must be placed in a higher level cradle, so that even more powerful geniuses can be born. You're holding him down and not letting him go. This is stifling his talent and hurting Zhongyong. Fuck you. He Dongfang was also anxious and started scolding Xiao Gang without any politeness. What happened to you in the emergency room? Did the emergency room eat your rice or drink your water? You step on one and grab one, right? Yichen was recruited by our emergency department, and the interview was also conducted by our emergency department. If he wants to stay here, I promise I will give him a good future. My position will be his sooner or later. What can you do? He Dongfang cursed, his face flushed with excitement. Xiao Gang next to him became more and more anxious. If he could come to our hospital, my position would also be his. It's not easy to find a good seedling these days. Fang Yichen completed an operation that even an associate chief physician might not be able to perform. This is simply a miracle. It was like an elder of an immortal sect discovering a disciple with terrifying talent. How can we not snatch this? Is he still a human being if he doesn't rob? So, the operation had just ended, and there were even patients watching in the corridor. The deputy director of the emergency department and the deputy director of neurosurgery started a verbal battle in the corridor. Fang Yichen was caught in the middle, feeling torn. Having good talent can also be a kind of trouble. He knew that if he insisted on having this operation, there would definitely be subsequent problems. But he did not regret it, because Lu Honchong was his benefactor. I must repay this favor. However, it is not a glorious thing for two directors to quarrel. So Fang Yichen took the initiative to step forward. Director Xiao, Director He, please calm down first. There are patients here, and other doctors and nurses are watching them. You two are the hallmarks of our Chinese medicine hospital and role models for us younger generations to learn from. If we have anything to discuss, we can discuss it in the office. After hearing this, He Dongfang and Xiao Gang suppressed their anger a little. Yichen, just stay in the emergency room peacefully. I won't treat you unfairly. Xiao Fang, come with me to Shenhuai, and I will treat you as my personal disciple. But after just a few words, the two began to show signs of arguing again. Fortunately, Fang Yichen still had some face, so the two of them did not continue. Xiao Gang knew that it was somewhat shameful. But isn't it worth risking your reputation to have such a talented intern? Before leaving, he patted Fang Yichen on the shoulder and said, Xiao Fang, the door to the outside world of God will always be open to you. Having said that, he left without caring about He Dongfang's ugly expression. He Dongfang was so angry that his face was about to twist. Fang Yichen earnestly. Just as he was about to speak, Fang Yichen took the initiative to say, Director He, I will continue to stay in the emergency department. You interviewed me and kept me here. There are many good horses, but there are few good horse trainers. Hearing this, He Dongfang was stunned, and then a smile like a chrysanthemum bloomed on his face. Ha ha ha, good boy. Don't worry, if you stay in the emergency room, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. He Dongfang patted Fang Yichen's shoulder vigorously, feeling deeply moved. This student received good results. He is talented and knows how to repay kindness. After Fang Yichen's words, what else did He Dongfang say? He is already very satisfied. No matter how much Xiao Gang brags to me about how good he is, What can I do if Fang Yichen doesn't go? He Dongfang had a smile on his face, and the group went to the office. Zhu Zixiao, Ying Jing, and others followed behind with extremely complicated expressions. With Fang Yichen, the two of them have very little presence. We are both interns, so why is there such a big difference between them? In the hospital corridor, Fang Yichen called his mother. Back then, Lu Hongchang's family helped Jiang Su several times. This time Lu Hongchang was sick and hospitalized with a tumor. Jiang Su was very worried. Otherwise, he would not have called his son. Now that he heard that Lu Hongchang's operation was very successful, Jiang Su was completely relieved. She discussed it with Fang Yichen and decided to come and see Lu Hongchang in the next few days. Lu Hongchang is still in the ICU, but he is recovering very quickly. All indicators recovered rapidly that day, and even the tracheal tube was removed. The next morning, Lu Hongchang left the ICU and moved directly to the general ward. Fang Yichen came to work. Jiang Su came with him. She bought eggs, fruits, and cooked fish soup in a thermos and brought them to the ward. Lu Hongchang has regained consciousness and is in good condition. When he saw Fang Yichen and Jiang Su, his eyes sparkled with joy. Uncle Lu, don't be too emotional. I know you are happy to see me, but you still have to stay calm. Fang Yichen quickly spoke, half-jokingly. The operation was successful, and the psychological pressure on Lu Hongchang and Zhang Xiulian was suddenly relieved. Hearing this at this moment, I smiled knowingly. Jiang Su, you gave birth to a good son, Zhang Xiulian said with emotion. Chapter 38, What do you think of me? Hearing Zhang Xiulian's words, Jiang Su couldn't help but glance at his son. He is tall and thin, very energetic, good-looking, and a doctor. With this appearance and this job, it's already very good. The key point is that I am not the only one who thinks it is good. Zhang Xiulian also praises it. Thinking of this, Jiang Su nodded slightly. Yes, Yichen has grown up and is no longer the little boy he used to be. He can stand in front of me and protect me from the wind and rain. Zhang Xiulian laughed. She patted Fang Yichen on the shoulder and continued, but you're already in your 20s. It's time to find a wife. Yichen, are you dating someone? Fang Yichen's smiling face froze in an instant. Why, I still can't escape this curse. No, Jiang Su also said with a smile. I'm also thinking of finding someone to help him. Although our family conditions are a bit poor, as long as Yichen works hard, there is still hope for the future. Haha, Zhang Xiulian agreed. Actually, I have a niece who is 2 or 3 years younger than Yichen. Why don't you introduce them to each other? Jiang Su's eyes lit up. Sister Xiulian, you finally hit the nail on the head. Ha! Zhang Xiulian also nodded repeatedly. The two of them discussed and decided to find a partner for Fang Yichen. Fang Yichen was overwhelmed. I didn't expect that the pressure to get married would come upon me. It's only been a short time since I traveled back in time, and I'm already being urged to get married. But speaking of it, with his experience in his previous life, Fang Yichen also has his own views on marriage. It's better to get married early to save trouble. It was decided that I couldn't stay in the ward any longer. Fang Yichen used the excuse of having something to do and quickly fled the ward and followed Chao Chong to inspect the ward. Zhang Xiulian and Jiang Su looked at each other and couldn't help but smile knowingly. This brat still wants a woman. I'll introduce him to someone else someday. Okay, Sister Xiulian, then I'll leave our Yichen in your care. Jiang Su thanked with a smile. On the other side, Fang Yichen followed Chao Chong around the ward. He was familiar with most of the patient's conditions. When Chao Chong taught students, he liked to ask questions. Usually he would randomly pick a student to answer. Recently, after asking other students a question, he would call on Fang Yichen to answer. Fang Yichen's answer was flawless, experienced, and to the point. There were even some places where even Chao Chong himself was amazed. In addition, Fang Yichen completed the surgery to remove a tumor near the brain spinal cord in the past few days, which shocked him even more. Sometimes, Chao Chong felt that he was no longer qualified to teach Fang Yichen. Because of all these things, he could only place these admirations and high standards on Zhu Zixiao and Yin Jing. For this reason, the two men felt tremendous pressure. So much so that every time he saw Fang Yichen, he looked hesitant. Yichen, could you please not be so sparkly? It's so dazzling, Yin Jing said with some dissatisfaction. Zhu Zixiao also nodded in agreement. The three of them sat in the cafeteria, eating and complaining at the same time. These past 2 days, Teacher Chao has been like crazy, testing us with questions as hard as he can. We are not as perverted as you. You don't treat us as human beings at all. Fang Yichen pulled the corner of his mouth and revealed an apologetic smile. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to do this. Please forgive me. Jing took a deep breath and glared at Fang Yichen. This guy looks so calm and humble that if you don't know him, you might think he is pretending. Never mind. Jing turned her head and vented her anger on the food. While we were chatting, we heard footsteps in the distance. Dr. Fang, are you here? Do you mind having dinner together? Shen Qingwei, the emergency nurse, came over. He first greeted Zhu Zixiao and Jing, then looked at Fang Yichen. Nurse Shen, of course I don't mind. Please sit down. Fang Yichen nodded politely. This humble and polite look made Shen Qingyue's eyes sparkle with pity. Dr. Fang, you are really amazing. These past 2 days, the nurses from other departments have been saying that you are the youngest doctor in the history of our hospital. No, in the entire Jiangnan city, who could perform near-brain tumor surgery. Shen Qingwei spoke. She is about the same age as Fang Yichen and went to work as a nurse in a hospital after graduating from medical school. I just thought Fang Yichen was very powerful at first, but who could have thought he was so powerful? Nurse Shen, you are so kind. I am just lucky and have a little bit of strength. Fang Yichen explained with a smile. What he said made the people around him roll their eyes. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that Shen Qingyue seemed to have a very good impression of Fang Yichen. After all, an outstanding man will never lack romantic interests anywhere. After dinner, Fang Yichen followed Zhu Zixiao and others back to the clinic to continue his afternoon shift. Jiang Su went back after visiting Zhang Xiulian. After Fang Yichen got off work, he also went to see Lu Hongchang. Checked on Lu Hongchang's condition. Lu Hongchang's recovery was almost perfect. I can even get out of bed. Such a speed of recovery made everyone once again feel the professionalism of Fang Yichen's surgery. As long as he waits one more day, Lu Hongchang will be able to completely escape the 72-hour danger period and be completely fine. Fang Yichen gave some careful instructions. He changed his clothes and left the hospital. I got off work a little late today. Fang Yichen stood quietly at the bus stop, waiting for the bus to arrive. A moment later, the car arrived, but Fang Yichen did not get in, because there was a person standing in front of the car, stopping him. Fang Yichen, I want to treat you to a meal. I have something to tell you. The one who stopped him was Su Qiushuang. At this moment, Su Qiushuang was panting, as if she had been running all the way here, which surprised Fang Yichen a little. Are you treating me to a meal? Fang Yichen touched his pocket. He wanted to say that it was his turn to treat Su Qiushuang to a meal. But unfortunately, I have no money in my pocket. Sure enough, a penny can make a hero fall. Fang Yichen touched his nose and said apologetically, Teacher Su, how about you come to my house? I'll cook for you. Su Qiushuang shook her head and grabbed Fang Yichen's hand. Come on, I'll treat you to dinner. I have something I want to tell you today. Seeing Su Qiushuang's decisiveness, Fang Yichen had no choice but to quickly follow. The two of them came to a small restaurant one after the other. Fang Yichen ordered a fried rice, and Su Qiushuang ordered a bowl of noodles. Following the steam from the food, Fang Yichen carefully calculated the price. There are still 3 days until salary is paid. It seems that I can afford this meal. Just as Fang Yichen was thinking, Su Qiushuang took the initiative to speak. Fang Yichen, what do you think of me? The sudden words made him raise his head. What is this? Are you going to talk about love? So fast. He's not ready yet. Teacher Su, is she such a courageous woman? But when you think about it, Su Qiushuang is indeed quite good. Good looking, good job, and great personality. Fang Yichen thought for a long time, then nodded slowly and said, I think Teacher Su is a very self-reliant, independent, and unique person. Chapter 39, Zhu Zixiao's Curse. Fang Yichen's words brought a smile to Su Qiushuang's face. She fiddled with her chopsticks, a rare blush on her face, and then she spoke slowly. Actually, when I first saw you, I thought you were pretty good. I know your family roughly, and you should also know my family situation. So, I actually like you very much. How about we give it a try? After the words were spoken, the atmosphere was silent for a moment. Fang Yichen sat there with a faint smile on his face, humble and polite. It also calmed Su Qiushuang's originally nervous mood. In fact, Fang Yichen himself had not expected that. Just how long after his rebirth he would face this kind of confession? Is it because I am too charming? Or is it that Su Qiushuang herself is very anxious? But putting these reasons aside, Su Qiushuang is also very pretty and has a decent job as an English teacher. Maybe you can really give it a try? In his previous life, Fang Yichen had always been immersed in the medical field and neglected his personal emotional issues. And in this life, Fang Yichen felt that he could give it a try. In response to Su Qiushuang's words, Fang Yichen thought for a moment, then nodded slowly. I think Teacher Su is also very good. We can give it a try. After saying this, they both looked up at the same time and their eyes met. There were no sparks and lightning as imagined, but it was just very calm with a hint of joy. But their identities changed from friends to lovers. Feelings are cultivated slowly. People in this era are very fast. Even in Fang Yichen's open-minded era, there were times when it took less than 3 days from the time people met to the time they got married. A smile spread across Su Qiushuang's face, and she smiled sweetly at Fang Yichen. Then from now on, you are my boyfriend. Fang Yichen nodded, and then said, eat first, or the food will get cold. This meal is on my table. I'll get paid soon, and I'll take you out to play later. Su Qiushuang burst out laughing. She waved her hand. I know your situation, and I think you are very responsible. You can separate the family and resolutely bring your mother out. It's really surprising. Fang Yichen didn't say anything and just ate his meal in silence. He has worked a full day today and has been in the emergency room. If Su Qiushuang hadn't called him, he would have eaten long ago. Seeing that Fang Yichen didn't answer, Su Qiushuang also started eating. However, there are still big differences between men and women when eating. Fang Yichen quickly devoured the whole plate of rice, while Su Qiushuang was still slurping the noodles one by one. So he could only sit there quietly and watch Su Qiushuang eat. However, in such a shabby restaurant, the dim light shining on Su Qiushuang's face added a layer of holy glow to her. There's a unique beauty that makes people reluctant to look away. After finally finishing the meal, Fang Yichen took the initiative to pay the bill, then walked out of the restaurant with Su Qiushuang. It was already dark. Fang Yichen said, it's getting late, go home early. Su Qiushuang stood beside Fang Yichen. I'm your girlfriend. Aren't you going to stay with me for a while? Fang Yichen looked back and suddenly felt a little troubled. He regretted agreeing to Su Qiushuang. But looking at Su Qiushuang's expression, he thought about it and took the initiative to hold Su Qiushuang's hand. Then, I'll take you home. We can talk while we walk. Okay. The two walked further along the bus route. Along the way, Su Qiushuang was very excited and kept finding topics to talk about. Fang Yichen also kept answering and was getting better and better. Fang Yichen stopped only when he accidentally walked outside the residential area where Su Qiushuang lived. I'm going back. Su Qiushuang waved her hand and spoke softly. Yeah, Fang Yichen nodded. The conversation just now made him feel aftertaste, as if he really felt like he was in love. Su Qiushuang is gone. But soon, she suddenly turned around, moved closer to Fang Yichen, and then stood on tiptoe to give him a kiss. I'm really leaving. This time, Su Qiushuang waved her hands vigorously, then ran away without looking back. Everything happened so fast that Fang Yichen had no time to react. After Su Qiushuang ran far away, he touched his face quietly. Well, it seems that I have really started to fall in love. When I got home, Jiangsu had been waiting at the door for a long time. Why did you come back so late today? Is there a sudden patient? Jiangsu asked. Fang Yichen smiled bitterly. No, there's something. Have you eaten? I saved some food for you. Come on and eat. Mother Jiangsu had a faint smile on her face. With the successful divorce, her mood has been getting better and better in the past few days. Especially when looking at his own son. It was as if he could see a flower blooming in him. I had a conversation with your Aunt Zhang today. She has a niece who is 2 years younger than you. See when you are free to meet her. Jiangsu said happily. Hearing this, Fang Yichen was stunned. He scratched his head and said, Mom, I have a partner. Teacher Su asked me to look around with her today, and we are already talking. Jiangsu was suddenly surprised. Fang Yichen in disbelief. So fast. Fang Yichen nodded. It doesn't matter. How long have you known Teacher Su? We're not even at the stage of talking about marriage yet. Your Aunt Zhang has already told them. How can I refuse? You can find a time to meet. If it's not suitable, just refuse again. It's the same thing. Jiangsu is an experienced person, and this kind of thing is a piece of cake for her. Fang Yichen hesitated for a moment and just nodded. After washing up, he lay on the bed, thinking about sending a message to Su Qiushuang. As a result, Su Qiushuang sent a message first. The two had a brief bedtime exchange, and then went to sleep contentedly. The next morning, Fang Yichen went straight to the hospital. Zhu Zixiao comes earlier than him every day, which makes Fang Yichen sigh that this kid is really dedicated. Fang Yichen believed his story that he became a doctor to save people like his grandfather. Seeing Fang Yichen, Zhu Zixiao handed him a bun. "Have you had breakfast? Would you like some?" Fang Yichen nodded and took it. "Thank you, Brother Xiao." But as soon as he said this, he felt something was wrong. "Zhu Zixiao steamed buns. You can't accept this. Which time did you answer the call?" And there were no patients. Sure enough, the next second, Fang Yichen heard the sound of the emergency cart's pulley rolling. He stared at Zhu Zixiao, speechlessly. At the same time, someone else shouted, "Doctor, doctor, come and take a look." Zhu Zixiao also scratched his head helplessly, and the two ran out together. "What's going on?" Fang Yichen asked. Although he was just an intern, after the previous operation, no one in the emergency department treated him as an intern anymore. "It's a knife wound. The wound is on the 5th intercostal space of the right chest wall in the anterior axillary line. There are signs of hemorrhagic shock, but the shock should not be serious." Chapter 40, A Knife Through Both Chests. Fang Yichen quickly took out a stethoscope and pressed it on the patient's chest. The patient had weak breathing sounds, mainly on the right side, and a very fast heart rate of about 120 beats per minute. Shen Qingwen next to him was measuring the blood pressure skillfully and establishing an intravenous access at the same time. Blood pressure 85/45 millimeter of mercury. "Yeah," Fang Yichen responded. "Hurry up and call Teacher Chow. Prepare for closed chest drainage and use the operating room." Zhu Zixiao nodded quickly and ran to the side to call Chao Chong. Fang Yichen followed the patient into the emergency room, quickly put on sterile gloves, and grabbed a hemostat. Shen Qingwei cut open the patient's clothes, and the wound, accompanied by blood, suddenly appeared before her eyes. Fang Yichen was preparing to disinfect, then perform local infiltration anesthesia, and then make a skin incision. Even with such a large movement, Fang Yichen remained very calm and strived for perfection. He separated the subcutaneous tissue, fascia, and muscle layer by layer until he saw the pleura. At this moment, the patient's muscles are tense because of the pain, especially the intercostal muscles, which are tightly stretched. Fang Yichen had no choice but to force the hemostat in. Bang! I heard a sound of the pleura being pierced, and the gas and pneumothorax hissed out through the gap. The patient also screamed, scaring everyone around him. But Fang Yichen, expressionless, clamped a plastic closed chest drainage tube and inserted it directly into the chest cavity. At this time, the patient is in great pain. Even if the immortal came, there was nothing he could do, and he could only fight hard. Once the speed increased, the patient would suffer less pain. After Zhu Zixiao finished the call, his eyelids twitched as he watched from the side. "This is damn cruel. If I were to come, I'm afraid I would have to hesitate for a while." "Okay, I admire you." His expression changed again as he looked at Fang Yichen. At the same time, Fang Yichen loosened the hemostatic forceps, and suddenly bubbles gurgled out of the bottle, along with a stream of dark red blood. After dealing with these, Fang Yichen took out the stethoscope and checked the patient's condition again. The patient's breathing sounds seemed to have become stronger, and his condition should be improving. But surgery will be needed next. Fang Yichen strode out. "Where are the patient's family members?" "Here, here." As soon as he finished speaking, a man next to him ran over hurriedly. "Who are you to the patient?" Fang Yichen asked. "I'm his father," the man explained quickly. "Sign immediately and perform the surgery right away. We must hurry up. Talking too much now will delay the patient's life." Fang Yichen spoke loudly, appearing very decisive. The man signed his name on the preoperative instructions without any doubt. At this moment, Chao Chong also rushed over in a hurry. "Teacher Chao, the patient has a stab wound on the right chest. He is in hemorrhagic shock and has tension pneumothorax." Fang Yichen explained simply. Chao Chong said nothing more, waved his hand and said, "Go to the operating room and perform surgery immediately." Soon, the injured was pushed to the operating room. Chao Chong and Fang Yichen changed their clothes, and the anesthesiologist was ready. This was a knife wound on the right side, so Fang Yichen began to install special thoracic surgical equipment. There needs to be a hand rest on the left side of the operating table. Next, anesthesia is completed, disinfection is performed, and sterile sheets are laid. Chao Chong performed the surgery, with Fang Yichen as his assistant. He quickly took the scalpel, then cut the skin and separated it, avoiding the intercostal arteries. In the patient's case, a rib needed to be removed, and then a figure-of-8 suture was used to stop the bleeding, and a thoracotomy was used to open the chest wall for exploration. There was a 2-centimeter long wound in the middle lobe of the right lung, and blood was flowing out. Fang Yichen investigated the specific situation. Chao Chong began to suture. Then, the suction device sucked away the overflowing water and then repeatedly flushed the chest cavity with warm saline. As the color became lighter and lighter, Chao Chong began to close the chest. Teacher Chao, do we need to explore the mediastinum as well? Chao Chong was stunned, glanced at Fang Yichen, and nodded slightly. He quickly probed the mediastinum, and after a moment, his face looked vaguely ugly. There was actually a wound of almost 2 centimeters on the mediastinum. This is a bit outrageous. Did the weapon enter from the right chest, penetrate the mediastinum, and insert into the left chest? This situation really made Chao Chong a little confused. He had not expected this situation to occur. Fortunately, Fang Yichen reminded him, otherwise, wouldn't it have been a medical accident? Who could react to a knife wounding both the left and right chests? Chao Chong had no choice but to continue opening the other side of the chest. While he was stitching the wound, he said, "Thanks to Yichen, otherwise this patient would really be in trouble. Your awareness is even better than mine." Chao Chong sighed lightly and quickened his movements. Finally, the suturing was completed and the final chest closing operation began. The whole movement was smooth and quick. After stepping down from the stage, Chao Chong still felt somewhat emotional. Am I getting old? So I didn't notice this. He couldn't help but ask to himself. Fang Yichen heard this and quickly explained, maybe Teacher Chao was busy with an emergency case just now, so he was tired. As an assistant, isn't this what I should do? Teacher Chao still has to take charge of the general direction. Hearing this, Chao Chong burst into laughter. You kid, haha. Fang Yichen also laughed. After the operation, Fang Yichen was no longer responsible. He quickly went to the office and wolfed down the cold buns. Zhu Zixiao is a nice guy, but it's a pity that he has a poisonous mouth and the food he eats is also poisonous. Every time he opens his mouth or eats something, something bad happens. Fang Yichen felt that he needed to stay away from him. But Zhu Zixiao didn't think so. He moved closer to Fang Yichen and said to him mysteriously, "You know what? I have a big news here. Do you want to hear it?" "What?" Fang Yichen raised his head and looked at Zhu Zixiao with some surprise. "It is said that this morning, Gu Tao went to see Miss Luo, the one you rescued, but whose credit he took away. He seemed to be there to apologize. He came out with snot and tears. He looked so pitiful." Fang Yichen raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Gu Tao's move was truly amazing. He's the mayor. Can you argue with him? He took the initiative to bow his head and apologize, and people could only pretend that they were tolerant and that it was a step forward. It seemed that someone was directing him from behind. While I was thinking, there was a knock on the door outside the office. Luo Dongxiang's secretary Shui Shan stood at the door with a smile on his face. "Dr. Fang, what a coincidence you are here. Our Miss Luo is discharged from the hospital today and wants to see you. Do you think you are free?" Fang Yichen scratched his head. "Luo Yin wants to see me?" Zhu Zixiao quickly gave a push from behind. "He's free, of course he's free. Go ahead. I'll wait for you here." Chapter 41 Job Change. Luo Yin was discharged from the hospital so quickly that Fang Yichen became a little confused about the concept of time. "Has it been so long since I traveled through time?" Shui Shan pushed open the door and led Fang Yichen in with a smile on his face. "Boss, Director Tang, Miss Luo, Dr. Fang is here." As soon as he entered the room, Fang Yichen was surprised to find that their family of 3 were all in the ward. He shouted quickly and politely, "The family of 3 in front of us, especially the male owner, is the second in command of Jiang'an City, so we can't be careless." Luo Dongxiang nodded slightly. "My daughter was discharged from the hospital today. I came to pick her up and wanted to see you." After he finished speaking, Luo Dongxiang frowned and pressed his temple. Shui Shan, who was standing next to him, saw this and hurried over, but was stopped by Luo Dongxiang with a wave of his hand. He continued, "You saved my daughter, and I want to thank you." Fang Yichen shook his head. "I know. Director Tang has already helped me." Luo Dongxiang waved his hand. "She is she, and I am me." But just after he finished speaking, he frowned again and put his hand on his forehead. "Dad!" Luo Yun shouted from the side. Shui Shan no longer hesitated and quickly took out a small medicine box from his pocket. Fang Yichen took a glance and saw that it was acetaminophen tablets. This medicine is mainly used to relieve mild to moderate pain associated with insomnia. In short, it is used to treat migraines. But it is not a treatment, but a pain reliever. It will only take effect 30 minutes after taking the medicine, and the effect will only last for 3 or 4 hours. This time, Luo Dongxiang did not refuse. He quickly ate a few pills and then smiled bitterly. I'm old and useless. My head hurts more every day. Fang Yichen glanced at him and suddenly said boldly, aminophenamine tablets only have an analgesic effect, and they don't take effect immediately. And Mr. Luo has been taking it for a long time, right? His body has developed resistance to it, causing its effect to become less and less obvious. Luo Dongxiang nodded. That Fang Yichen, a doctor, knows this. I have a set of massage techniques here that can relieve migraines in a timely manner. Would you like to try it, Mr. Luo? Fang Yichen, with some surprise. Tanya next to him also said, Dr. Fang has such a method? Why not let Dr. Fang try it? Luo Dongxiang nodded, a smile on his face. Okay, today, I will personally experience Dr. Fang's skills. Fang Yichen said nothing more and quickly walked behind Luo Dongxiang. Migraine is a chronic neurovascular disease, and its main clinical manifestation is paroxysmal moderate to severe throbbing headaches. My massage technique mainly focuses on the 5 points: the temple, Shangxing point by Hui point, Fengqi point, and two-way point. If accompanied by nausea and vomiting, press the Zhongwan point. If accompanied by severe headache, press the Neiguan point. As he spoke, Fang Yichen raised his hand, placed the base of his palm on his temple, and slowly massaged it for about 50 times. Then use your fingertips to press and rub the Shangxing acupoint 100 times, the Baihui acupoint 100 times, the Fengqi acupoint 100 times, and the two-way acupoint 50 times. Of course, Fang Yichen said, and did it mainly for Xue Shan, who was next to the church. After all, ever since he started pressing his temples, Luo Dongxiang's expression became noticeably better. Fang Yichen's method is effective. Tanya and Luo Yun were watching from aside, both of them showing a hint of amazement in their eyes. Luo Yun couldn't help but ask, Dr. Fang, do you also know massage techniques? Fang Yichen smiled modestly. My grandfather is an old rural Chinese medicine practitioner. I learned all these techniques from him since I was a child. Hearing this, Luo Dongxiang nodded slightly. I didn't expect that Yichen is from a family of doctors. The change of his address from Dr. Fang to Yichen already represented his attitude. Luo Dongxiang didn't have any major health problems, except for this migraine, which had been bothering him for a long time. Fang Yichen's method today really surprised him. Soon, he spoke again. Although the Chinese medicine hospital is good, it is ultimately not as good as the Jiangnan People's Hospital. How about I have someone transfer you to the People's Hospital? Fang Yichen was stunned and a little surprised. Jiangnan City is an ordinary fourth-tier small city, so the People's Hospital is only a Class IIA hospital. But it is a comprehensive hospital, and as for traditional Chinese medicine hospitals, they're more inclined towards traditional Chinese medicine. The emergency, thoracic surgery, neurology, and other departments were all newly established a few years ago. If he could be transferred to the People's Hospital, Fang Yichen's future would definitely be better. But Fang Yichen didn't want to go. Thank you, Mr. Luo, but I think it's not necessary. I went to the People's Hospital for an interview, but I didn't get the chance. On the contrary, it was Director He of the Chinese Medicine Hospital who gave me such a platform. So, I will not leave the Chinese Medicine Hospital. Luo Dongxiang burst out laughing. Well, since you are willing to stay in the Chinese Medicine Hospital, then you can stay here. Thank you for what you did. I'll leave it until you get your license as a medical practitioner. Hearing this, Luo Yun still found it a bit unbelievable. Fang Yichen doesn't even have a medical license. So where does all his clinical experience come from? This is just like a story written by a storyteller. Fang Yichen finished the massage quickly, and Luo Dongxiang's headache was relieved a lot. But if you have a migraine, you still need to pay attention to rest and maintain a regular schedule. Massage and medication alone are useless. Luo Yin completed the discharge procedures and left the hospital reluctantly. But before leaving, she still jumped in front of Fang Yichen. Brother Yichen, I'm going back to school to work on my graduation thesis. Will you miss me when I'm gone? Fang Yichen was stunned and stared at her suspiciously. What is this? How can a doctor care about his patient? Want the patient to go to the hospital again? I still don't miss you. I hope you can complete your graduation thesis in good health. Fang Yichen joked with a smile. Luo Yin was speechless. That's not what I'm talking about. Brother Yichen, do you have a girlfriend? Luo Yin asked again. The sudden words made Fang Yichen a little confused. What? Are you all concerned about your lifelong event now? However, in response to Luo Yin's question, he nodded and said, yes. There was a hint of disappointment visible in Luo Yin's eyes. Okay, then when you break up, remember to tell me. Fang Yichen was stunned. No, is that right? You didn't expect me to be good. Luo Yun left reluctantly, and Fang Yichen still did not realize the girl's admiration and adoration for her. He sat in his office, reviewing the examination questions for his medical license. This thing is not difficult for Fang Yichen, but reviewing the old to learn new things requires an attitude. However, while he was reading, his cell phone vibrated several times. He answered the phone in surprise and heard a voice coming from the other end of the phone. "Hello, is this Dr. Fang Yichen?" "I am." Fang Yichen nodded. "Hello, Dr. Fang. We are from Jiangnan People's Hospital. Do you have any plans to develop in our hospital? Our hospital has a very rich reward system for outstanding talents." Chapter 42, Salary Increase. Fang Yichen paused after hearing this. Is this a case of poaching someone and ending up with yourself? What a pity. If I hadn't found a job, I would definitely have been given priority to enter the People's Hospital. As for now, I'm doing well in the Chinese Medicine Hospital and have no plans to change jobs. After all, it was the People's Hospital that didn't want it in the first place. Thinking of this, Fang Yichen refused and said, "Sorry, I'm not considering changing jobs for the time being. Thank you." "Dr. Fang, are you really not going to reconsider this? The development prospects and salaries of our People's Hospital are better than those of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital." "No, thank you." Fang Yichen hung up the phone without hesitation and continued reading. "The Chinese Medicine Hospital gave me a stable job, and Director He Dongfang was so good to me, so there was no need for me to leave the hospital." Fang Yichen was not ready to leave, but his cell phone kept ringing. Those were the people who called and wanted to poach me. For a moment, Fang Yichen became a little impatient. However, just when Fang Yichen was about to hang up the phone, there was a knock on the door. "Excuse me, is Dr. Fang here?" Fang Yichen looked up. "Who is it? Please come in." Soon, a young woman came over. "Hello, Dr. Fang. I'm the deputy director of our hospital's Human Resources Department. My name is Song Xian." "Huh? Director Song." Upon hearing the identity of the visitor, Fang Yichen showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He quickly stood up and invited Song Xian to sit down. Song Xian waved her hand with a faint smile on her face. "Don't be so polite. I was going to call you, but your phone was always busy, and I had no way to contact you, so I had to come here." Fang Yichen glanced at his phone. "Just now, someone from the outer courtyard called me and extended an olive branch to me, so I didn't notice Song Xian's call. I just took a quick look, and the phone rang again." Fang Yichen turned it off and then looked at Song Xian with a smile. "I wonder what Director Song wants to talk to me about." "Don't worry, it's a good thing," Song Xian said with a smile. "According to the notice from our hospital, we have decided to adjust your salary. You were originally an intern, but now we'll pay you according to the level of a resident physician, 2,000 yuan a month. How about that?" 2,000. Fang Yichen was a little surprised. Generally speaking, interns like him do not receive any salary, only subsidies. But it's only a few $100s. The average resident doctor in this era only earns 1 or 2,000 yuan. Even some attending physicians only earn more than 2,000 yuan. And now, the hospital has directly raised my salary to 2,000 yuan? It seems that the hospital has also realized that many people are trying to dig them up, so this is why. But no matter what, it's a good thing for me. A smile appeared on Fang Yichen's face. He said eagerly, "Really? Thank you all for your trust and support. Thank you, Director Song, for taking the trouble to share this good news with me in person." Song Xian nodded and said with the same enthusiasm, "Then I look forward to seeing Dr. Fang continue to exert your utmost ability in the next work." After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, Song Xian turned and left. The news she brought was very timely for Fang Yichen. After all, his biggest trouble so far is lack of money. 2,000 yuan was definitely a high salary in the early 21st century. When he got off work in the evening, Fang Yichen found that his salary had been deposited into his account. 2,000 yuan is enough for their family to live a more comfortable life in the future. Just when Fang Yichen was about to go back, his mother Jiang Su called. "Yichen, the girl your Aunt Zhang introduced to you today has been decided. You two can meet in the evening." "So soon?" Fang Yichen was a little surprised. "Let's meet earlier. If you feel like it, then we can talk. If not, forget it. I'll make an appointment for you at the small restaurant across from your hospital. She'll be there at 5:30. Her name is Zhang Sitian, and she has pigtails. Go there right after you get off work." Jiang Su spoke very quickly, seemingly not intending to give Fang Yichen a chance to refute. Fang Yichen sighed and rubbed his head with a headache. It's better in later generations, where people start to urge their children when they are 28 or 29 years old. Nowadays, 25 is considered old. We have already made an appointment. It would be impolite not to go. Fang Yichen prepared to invite her to dinner in a tactful way and then refuse. Soon, he arrived at the small restaurant. It was already 5:30, and in a corner of the restaurant sat a quiet girl. She had pigtails and an oval face. Although not as fair as Su Qiu Shuang, she had a simple and kind look. With her big black eyes, she is also a little beauty. Fang Yichen walked over and asked in a low voice, "Hello, is this Zhang Sitian? Are you Fang Yichen?" The little girl raised her head, a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. Fang Yichen looked good, and Zhang Sitian fell in love with him at first sight. After Fang Yichen sat down, the two began to order food, chatting from time to time, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. During this period, Fang Yichen was observing Zhang Sitian. It's not that I fell in love with Zhang Sitian, but I noticed that she kept coughing. Seeing Fang Yichen staring at her, Zhang Sitian felt a little embarrassed. She covered her mouth, coughed lightly, and then apologized. "I'm really sorry. I caught a cold from the wind these days. It didn't end well, so I came to see you like this." Hearing this, Fang Yichen smiled and said, "Why don't you go to the hospital?" Zhang Sitian's face turned pale when she heard this. "I'm afraid of injections, so forget it. It will heal on its own after a while." Fang Yichen smiled when he heard that. "I can treat diseases without injections. I am a doctor. Do you mind if I help you?" Zhang Sitian blinked, a hint of curiosity on her face. "Is it okay? You can look at the tongue." Fang Yichen nodded. As soon as she finished speaking, a blush appeared on Zhang Sitian's face again. She hesitated for a moment before symbolically opening her mouth. Fang Yichen quickly pressed down her tongue with chopsticks, took a look, and explained, "Don't worry, you don't need the injection. You have a dry cough, dry lips and throat, and red tip of tongue. This is a cough caused by dry heat. You can go to a Chinese medicine store and buy 3 grams of mulberry leaves, 3 grams of almonds, 3 grams of hairless loquat leaves, 3 grams of Ophiopagon japonicus, and 3 grams of Adenophyra scabra. Boil them in water and take them in the morning and afternoon. The effect will be seen within 1 day." Hearing this, Zhang Sitian's eyes suddenly widened. Fang Yichen in disbelief, with deep admiration in her eyes. "Will it be cured like this? No need for injections?" "Certainly." Fang Yichen picked up a piece of paper from his side, wrote the prescription on it, and handed it to Zhang Sitian. "Go buy it, and you'll see results within a day." "You are so awesome." Zhang Sitian's eyes were already full of stars. But at this moment, she was still coughing. Fang Yichen thought for a moment and stood up again. "In addition to taking medicine, there is another way that can give you immediate results, which is massage." Immediately, Zhang Sitian exclaimed, "That's right. Do you want to try it?" Fang Yichen nodded. "Certainly." Zhang Sitian clenched her hands into small fists, her face full of eagerness and joy. "I didn't expect that I would meet such an outstanding man on my first blind date." Fang Yichen rubbed his hands, put 2 fingers together, pressed on the lung point 1.5 inches below the spinous process of the 3rd thoracic vertebra on the back, and began to massage in a circular motion. This is the lung point. It has the effect of clearing the lungs, resolving phlegm, and regulating qi. Fang Yichen explained as he pressed. Zhang Sitian's body was a little stiff. She was really shy being touched by a boy she liked. However, with Fang Yichen's massage, the coughing did stop. Then there is the Danzhong point, which can relax the chest, regulate qi, relieve cough and asthma. Fang Yichen subconsciously touched the Danzhong point in the middle of Zhang Sitian's chest. But, at the moment of touching, he stopped belatedly. "Isn't that a bit too presumptuous?" Chapter 43, I Won't Fight You. He looked down at Zhang Sitian. But Zhang Sitian's little face was flushed. She didn't refuse, but just closed her eyes. It seemed as if he had no objection to Fang Yichen's subsequent, slightly offensive action. "Am I so charming?" Fang Yichen withdrew his hand and said, "The Danzhong acupoint is the key, but it is in a special location. I will hold your hand, and you can do it yourself." As he spoke, Fang Yichen grabbed Zhang Sitian's wrist. Zhang Sitian opened her eyes, a little embarrassed. "It's the key. Can I do it myself?" Fang Yichen pulled the corner of his mouth. "No. Then it's not right for me to help you press your breasts, right? This is still a restaurant. It's okay." He laughed dryly. "I'll teach you, and next time you'll know how to press it." The Danzhong point is located on the anterior midline of the chest. Fang Yichen grabbed her hand, asked her to put her index finger, middle finger, and ring finger together, and gently massaged them. After the Danzhong point, there is the Chai's point, which is located in the radial depression of the biceps tendon. Press it with the tip of your thumb. Soon, it was the other two acupoints, and Fang Yichen pressed them while guiding. Taiyuan acupoint is located on the radial side of the wrist crease and can regulate lung qi and blood circulation. After pressing several acupoints, Zhang Sitian leaned softly in Fang Yichen's arms. Her pretty face was flushed, sweat was on her forehead, and her eyes were watery and very attractive. Fang Yichen patted her back gently and then asked, "Miss Sitian, how do you feel? Are you not coughing anymore?" Zhang Sitian finally realized what was happening. "Really? I really don't cough anymore. Dr. Fang, you're amazing." Noticing the changes in her body, Zhang Sitian's admiration for Fang Yichen increased even more. He is handsome and capable. If I could marry a man like him, I would probably wake up laughing in my dreams. Fang Yichen, who was sitting opposite her. "Dr. Fang, I think you are really excellent and amazing. I like you very much. What do you think of me?" Cough. Fang Yichen coughed lightly. Sure enough, blind dates still cannot avoid this issue. Honestly speaking, Zhang Sitian is a nice person, pretty, simple, and you can tell at first glance that she is thrifty. For a man, marrying such a wife is definitely a good idea. But I seem to be dating Su Qiushuang, and it's not good to have two relationships at the same time. Fang Yichen scratched his head and explained apologetically. "Miss Sitian, you're also a very good person, but someone just told me a few days ago that he wanted to try dating. So, I'm really sorry that I can't delay you." He thought these words could dissuade Zhang Sitian from pursuing her. But after hearing this, Zhang Sitian's eyes brightened even more. "Dr. Fang, it's okay, I know. You are an excellent person. I can understand why someone pursues you, but I am not bad either. Although I haven't been to college, I can cook and do housework. I can help you take care of all the things at home so that you can go to work without worry." Fang Yichen looked up in surprise when he heard that. Are girls these days so bold and decisive? Zhang Sitian continued. "You said you have a partner now, and I understand, but partners don't necessarily mean you'll be together. How about this? When you break up, give me a chance to." Hearing this, Fang Yichen almost choked. When did I become so popular? "Miss Sitian, you know, my family situation is very complicated. I will take you with me." Fang Yichen wanted to explain, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhang Sitian. "Dr. Fang, I know your family situation. It has nothing to do with you. I just think you are a capable and responsible person." Zhang Sitian was extremely sincere, and for a moment, Fang Yichen was almost moved. But in the end, he still forced a smile on his face. The two of them sat together to eat and chat happily. After they had almost finished eating, Fang Yichen sent Zhang Sitian out of the restaurant. Before leaving, they exchanged contact information. After seeing Zhang Sitian off, Fang Yichen went to the restaurant to pack a meal and then hurried home. As soon as he entered the door, he saw his mother Jiang Su staring at him. "Yichen, how is the relationship going? What do you think of this girl Sitian?" Fang Yichen had no choice but to tell everything. Jiang Su immediately felt a little angry. "Why did you tell about Teacher Su? You silly boy. Teacher Su may not be with you. Sitian is a good girl, suitable for you." Fang Yichen touched his nose, but did not make any excuses. On the contrary, Fang Zhixia, who was standing next to him, saw that his second brother brought so many delicious foods and immediately shouted excitedly, "Oh my God, meat! Ergua, we have meat to eat again today." Fang Yichen smiled and nodded, then took out the cash he had withdrawn from the bank on the way. "I got my salary today, 2,000 yuan. Mom, this money is for you." Jiang Su was stunned. 2,000 yuan? That's so much. She took the money, looked at it carefully, and finally gave it back to Fang Yichen. "You should save your salary to marry a wife. Our family is going through the most difficult time right now. You have to learn to save money so that you can get married in the future. Besides, you're talking to Teacher Su, so you have to spend money. Just keep it for yourself. Mom can afford the rent at home. As long as our family works together, there is nothing we can't overcome." Hearing this, Fang Yichen also nodded vigorously. As long as the family works together, the current difficulties are only temporary. But even so, he still took out 1,000 yuan and put it on the table. "Mom, please keep this $1,000. The remaining $1,000 will be enough for me." Seeing Fang Yichen insisted, Jiang Su accepted the money. "Now I have two children. One is working and the other is growing up. Use the money to buy something good and cook for them. You can lose anything, but you can't lose your stomach." After dinner, Fang Yichen washed up and lay down on the bed. He thought about it, took out his cell phone, and sent a message to Su Qiushuang. Su Qiushuang replied quickly. "You didn't come to pick me up from get off work today." There was a hint of grievance in that tone, but Fang Yichen thought again and realized that this was not right. He was also at work. How could he answer the call? But soon, he realized that his girlfriend was just acting coquettishly. I can't be that straight. So, he replied with a smile, then I'll pick you up from get off work tomorrow. This time, Su Shuang's tone seemed to have improved a lot. Okay, I'll wait for you tomorrow. After chatting for a few sentences, Fang Yichen put down his phone and prepared to go to bed. Fang Yichen worked the night shift the next day, so he was not in a hurry. He started studying for his medical license exam at home. Currently limits Fang Yichen is this practicing physician certificate. After becoming a resident from an intern, Fang Yichen's abilities can be fully utilized. The practicing physician certificate generally has a practical skills test in June each year and a written test in August. It is already May, and Fang Yichen was not eligible to register. But Tanya helped him solve it, and now he has to review it well. When it was almost 4:30 in the afternoon, he was thinking about picking up Fang Jixia and picking up Su Qiushuang from get off work. There's a constant stream of people at the school gate. From a distance, the little sister's jumping figure appeared in Fang Yichen's eyes. Accompanying him was the most fashionable English teacher, Su Qiushuang. She was wearing a denim long skirt and a light blue blouse, and she looked quite charming. Are you here to pick me up from get off work? Or to pick up Jixia? Su Qiushuang asked with a chuckle. Of course I'll take them all. Fang Yichen also showed a smile on his face. As he said this, he wanted to hold Su Qiushuang's hand. Unexpectedly, Su Qiushuang took a half step back and said, You should go first. This is still a school. Holding hands will have a bad influence. Fang Yichen had no choice but to leave with Fang Jixia first. After seeing his little sister off, he followed Su Qiushuang and walked along the road. Are you still going to work today? Su Qiushuang asked. Yes, 5:30. Fang Yichen nodded. After she finished speaking, a hint of helplessness appeared in Su Qiushuang's eyes. Then I'll take you to work, and then to the hospital, and then I'll go home. Okay. Fang Yichen was also helpless. The two of them do have different working hours, so it will be a bit troublesome for them to go on a date. When they arrived at the hospital, Su Qiushuang waved her hand and said reluctantly, Then go to work. See you tomorrow. Good. Fang Yichen nodded, turned, and entered the hospital. The emergency department was as busy as ever. Fang Yichen got down to work as soon as he arrived. But he didn't notice that in the office of Jean Mingsheng, the director of the emergency department next door, a pair of eyes were staring at him viciously. Chapitre 44 Impossible Probability. In the office, Jean Mingsheng stood in front of Gu Tao with an annoyed expression. I hope you conceal the fact that you stole the credit this time. The higher-ups won't mind it. But, starting today, you are not allowed to go against Fang Yichen. It's best to forget about what happened this time. Fang Yichen not only has connections with Mayor Luo, he is also the face of our Chinese medicine hospital. He is a talent. Jean Mingsheng felt a little emotional, and at the same time, he looked very disappointed. Gu Tao is such a fool. I tried to steal the credit from him, but he was exposed so quickly and even gave myself away. It's better not to have such a disciple with such a brain. But besides being an apprentice, he is also his nephew, so he cannot help but help. Gu Tao next to him lowered his head, but hatred was revealed in his eyes. Don't go against him? Okay, everyone in the hospital will protect you, and I won't go against you. But outside the hospital, whether in terms of family or academic qualifications, I crush you. Fang Yichen, what gives you the right to fight me? Thinking of this, Gu Tao slowly raised his head and looked at the bus stop outside the hospital. There was a beautiful woman standing there, Su Qiushuang. If I can't beat you, I'll steal your girlfriend. Gu Tao was filled with resentment and became distracted. Jean Mingsheng next to him knocked on the table vigorously. I'm talking. Did you hear me? I want you to forget all the conflicts between you and Fang Yichen. Do you understand? As a doctor, the most important thing is your own ability. Jean Mingsheng said impatiently. Gu Tao put away the anger in his eyes and said quickly, I understand, uncle. Outside, you have to call me Director Jean. Jean Mingsheng glared at him. On the other side, Fang Yichen had changed his clothes and was about to discuss the situation with Zhu Zixiao when he heard the shrill sound of an ambulance outside. Hurry, there's a patient. Shen Qingwei outside shouted, and Fang Yichen had no choice but to run out in a hurry. What's the matter, Lao Fang? Do you have anything to say to me? Zhu Zixiao seemed to have guessed that Fang Yichen was going to speak and asked quickly. Nothing, let's talk about it after we deal with this patient. Fang Yichen ran quickly to the door. The patient is a painter. He was hit by a falling billboard, injuring his jugular vein and suffering from multiple injuries. The doctor on board quickly spoke. Chao Chong nodded when he heard this. Send him to the operating room. Quickly. Measure electrocardiogram, blood test, full body scan. Following Chao Chong's instructions, everyone acted quickly. In the operating room, Chao Chong quickly stood in front of the operating table and carefully looked at the patient's condition. The electrocardiogram maintained 86 beats per minute, which was normal, and all other values were also normal. So he just reached out and said, "Prepare for surgery. Give me the scalpel." Zhu Zixiao next to him quickly stepped in to help. Fang Yichen was standing nearby. With his abilities, he didn't actually need too many opportunities to operate, so it was better to give these opportunities to others. He stood behind Zhu Zixiao, his eyes fixed on the electrocardiogram. But as the electrocardiogram screen displayed, Fang Yichen suddenly realized that something was wrong. Wait, something is wrong. The electrocardiogram seems to have changed. We're going to do an echocardiogram. Hearing this, everyone who was performing the operation was stunned. Yichen, what's wrong? Did you find something? Chao Chong raised his head and asked with a frown. The ECG values seem to be getting lower. Low amplitude means low pressure. I'm afraid something's wrong with the patient. Fang Yichen spoke quickly, his tone somewhat serious. As soon as he finished speaking, a shrill alarm sounded from the instrument nearby. The blood pressure is starting to drop, the anesthesiologist shouted. But he is not bleeding. Zhu Zixiao checked the patient's condition, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Soak it up first, then do an ultrasound electrocardiogram. Chao Chong glanced at Fang Yichen, then at the electrocardiogram, and finally gritted his teeth and spoke decisively. He trusts Fang Yichen very much, and now something like this has happened. There is definitely a problem. Everyone looked at each other and quickly followed Chao Chong's instructions to perform an ultrasonic electrocardiogram. At the same time, he looked at Fang Yichen. Why do you think you need to do an ultrasound electrocardiogram? Fang Yichen didn't say anything. He stared at the display on the electrocardiogram and suddenly asked, "Pericardial effusion?" Chao Chong was stunned, and his eyes became more solemn. But a moment later, the ultrasound electrocardiogram appeared in front of everyone, and there was nothing abnormal. How so? Zhu Zixiao asked in surprise. For the first time, he felt something was wrong. Fang Yichen has never made a mistake in the emergency room. He even did more unexpected things that amazed everyone. But this time, he seemed to have miscalculated. The echocardiogram showed no abnormalities. I guessed wrong. No. As soon as the words fell, Fang Yichen, next to him, shook his head again. He walked over to the EKG and replayed it over and over again. Finally, at a certain moment, he typed on the keyboard. The patient has a concave deformity in the right atrium. It's subtle, but it's there. Hearing this, Chao Chong also walked over. After taking a closer look, he shook his head slightly. Even if you were right, there shouldn't be pericardial effusion. Fang Yichen let out a light breath, his mind thinking frantically. Indeed, Director Chao is right. This patient may not have pericardial effusion, but what is the reason that causes his electrocardiogram amplitude to become smaller? Something must have happened. What could it be? Fang Yichen was silent, and at a certain moment, he suddenly raised his head. Based on his experience in his previous life, he came up with a bold guess. What if the glass fragments enter the blood vessels? The broken glass went from the jugular vein into the brachiocephalic vein and then into the superior vena cava. This can happen when blood leaks out from the back of the heart, limiting ventricular dilation and blood filling during diastole. Fang Yichen made a bold assumption, but what he said made everyone present stunned. Is this possible? If this is true, then this patient can go buy a lottery ticket today. This probability is even harder than winning 5 million. It's simply exaggerated. Everyone looked at each other, and no one answered. Chao Chong, the attending physician, also frowned tightly. After a long time, he pursed his lips and quickly walked into the operating room. I'll trust you this time. Change to a 14-gauge needle. As they spoke, everyone washed and disinfected their hand again and entered the operating room. On the operating table, Chao Chong operated with the knife methodically. Based on the results of the electrocardiogram, everyone investigated the possibility that Fang Yichen had mentioned earlier. After a moment, Chao Chong slowly raised his head and looked at Fang Yichen with some shock. Director Chao, what's wrong? Fang Yichen asked quickly. Chao Chong's expression was somewhat complicated. He opened his mouth and finally said, "You guessed it right." As soon as the words fell, everyone in the operating room gasped and looked at Fang Yichen with admiration and respect. Chapter 45, Love in Progress. Chao Chong also slowly raised his hand, holding an extremely tiny piece of glass and the tweezers in his hand. Everyone in the operating room gasped. No one expected that Fang Yichen would guess such a perverted degree of randomness. Fang Yichen also showed a smile on his face. This is the terrifying intuition from the previous life. Fang Yichen has performed countless surgeries, and it is through those countless clinical experiences that he has developed his current intuition. Even tiny events with very low probabilities are very likely to occur. Chao Chong placed the broken glass on the tray and continued with the rest of the operation. After the operation, the patient's condition was stabilized. Looking at the patient being pushed away, Chao Chong nodded with relief. You kid, it's outrageous that you can even guess something like this. But you're right. No matter what problem you encounter, you can't take it lightly. Being a doctor is like playing a game with the god of death. You never know where the knife will fall. You can only try to consider everything as much as possible. Listening to Chao Chong's words, Fang Yichen nodded slightly. From his experience in his previous life, he actually knew that what really determined a doctor's ability level was not the basics, but at the critical moment, whether he can consider even the smallest possibility. Like this patient with broken glass entering his blood vessels. Fang Yichen could encounter such an accidental situation. If Chao Chong had not listened to Fang Yichen, the patient would probably be doomed. After sending the patient away, Fang Yichen stayed quietly in the duty room. Generally, when there are no emergency patients, he can hide away and take a nap. After all, working the night shift is really hard. Although Fang Yichen is young, he is not made of steel. If you can rest, you should take the time to rest. But just when he was resting, there was a knock on the door. The sudden knock on the door startled Fang Yichen so much that he jumped up from his chair. It's no wonder he was nervous. In an emergency room like this, everyone's nerves were on edge. A patient might appear at some point, and the emergency doctor would have to act immediately. There's not even time to clear my mind. But fortunately, the knock on the door was not urgent, so it should not be a patient. Who is it? Kumin. Fang Yichen spoke. The door was pushed open, and standing at the door was the nurse Shen Qingwei. Shen Qingwei is actually younger than Fang Yichen. After all, nurses are different from doctors. They can come in directly after graduating from a junior college. So even though Shen Qingwei already has several years of work experience, she is still younger than Fang Yichen. Nurse Shen, why are you here? Is there something wrong? Fang Yichen breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at her. Dr. Fang. Shen Qingwei glanced at him secretly, feeling a little shy. I see you're on duty here, so I'll bring you some food. It's so late, are you hungry? These are the wontons I bought outside. They're still hot. As she spoke, Shen Qingwei came in carrying a box of packaged wontons. Fang Yichen showed a hint of surprise on his face. Is this for me? Yeah. Who else could it be but you? Shen Qingwei nodded and placed the wontons in front of Fang Yichen. How can this be so embarrassing? I'll give you whatever amount you want. Fang Yichen quickly refused. Hearing this, Shen Qingwei waved her hands repeatedly. She pursed her lips and glanced secretly at Fang Yichen again. It's okay, just eat, it's my treat. As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Qingwei quickly turned around and ran away. Looking at her back, Fang Yichen was distracted for a moment. Are you running away in such a hurry? I don't think I'm some man-eating monster, do I? Fang Yichen scratched his head with a somewhat helpless expression on his face. But I still ate the wontons that the nurse specially brought to me. At worst, I can treat her to something to eat next time I'm on night shift. Fang Yichen sat down again. I just had an operation. I'm still quite hungry now. He picked up the chopsticks, took a bite, and it was quite fragrant. After eating the wontons, Fang Yichen continued to stay in the emergency room. I did go to the emergency room a few times, but they were not serious issues. It was not until the early morning of the next day, when it was time to change shifts, that Fang Yichen changed his clothes. For a young body, even if it stays up all night, it's no big deal, and it still feels energetic. I just don't know if my health will still be as good as before if I can hold on a little longer. Before getting off work, Fang Yichen even said hello to Shen Qingwei before returning home. When I got home in the middle of the night, my younger sister and mother were both asleep. He didn't even turn on the light. He just tiptoed to take off his coat, covered himself with a blanket, and fell asleep on the sofa. He didn't wake up until the next morning when his younger sister went to school. Irgua, you're awake. I have to go to school. You should sleep a little longer. Going to school? Fang Yichen glanced at the time and then said, Forget it. I'll take you to school. Fang Yichen with some concern. Being a doctor is a good profession, but this night shift is really unbearable. It would be nice if I didn't work as an emergency doctor. I don't know if my son's job can be transferred to another department. She felt a little sorry for her son. But Fang Yichen next to him was giggling. Ergwa didn't want to send me to school at all, but wanted to meet my second sister-in-law. Fang Yichen glared at her. Don't talk nonsense. I'm telling you, you must not talk nonsense in school, understand? I get it. Fang Yichen laughed happily. The two walked toward the school side by side. Fang Yichen jumped and skipped all the way, as if he had endless energy. This made Fang Yichen somewhat miss his elementary school days. At that time, the family was poor and we raised pigs. When I go to school by myself, in addition to bringing a school bag, I also have to bring a basket so that I can cut some grass to feed the pigs after school. If you don't harvest enough to fill a basket, you will be beaten when you get home. Unlike my younger sister, who is so happy and carefree. But it's also good this way, because it proves that my efforts are valuable. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared in Fang Yichen's eyes. Soon, my little sister arrived at school. She waved and ran inside. Fang Yichen was waiting at the door. He thought maybe he could wait for Su Qiushuang. Sure enough, before I had waited long, I saw Su Qiushuang getting off the bus in the distance. Fang Yichen waved and walked over quickly. Su Qiushuang also showed a hint of surprise on her face. Why are you here? I'm sending Xia to school and coming to see you. Looking at Su Qiushuang in front of him, Fang Yichen felt that he seemed to have someone worth caring about besides his family. Su Qiushuang snorted softly upon hearing this, with a hint of arrogance. Okay, so it turns out you were just sending Xia to school. No, just to see you. Fang Yichen shook his head and spoke decisively. After hearing this, Su Qiushuang showed a satisfied smile on her face. Okay, then you have to pick me up for get off work today, and we'll go on a date in the evening. I have to go to work now. You are not allowed to be late tonight. Do you understand? Okay. Fang Yichen nodded in response. Su Qiushuang snorted softly and left with brisk steps. The next day, Fang Yichen got off work from the night shift, so he was basically free from day to night. In addition to reviewing at home and practicing his handling with pork, he was also preparing to meet Su Qiushuang. When school was almost over, he was already waiting at the door. When Xia saw him, she just greeted him from a distance and then went home on her own initiative. Fang Yichen scratched his head, feeling a little amused. This little girl is so clever. But he also knew that his younger sister was creating opportunities for him. As for how to cultivate feelings, Fang Yichen was really unsure. He bought 2 movie tickets, thinking of inviting Su Qiushuang to watch a movie in the evening. The movie was quite good, but it was a pity that there were too many people watching it, which made it difficult to enhance the relationship. After watching the movie, Fang Yichen originally planned to take Su Qiushuang out for dinner, but she insisted on going back. Fang Yichen had no choice but to send her back. But when he arrived at the gate of the community, he unexpectedly met Su Qiushuang's grandfather, who had been waiting there. Fang Yichen was immediately cheered up. This was the time to meet the parents. Chapter 46, A Blind Date. Grandpa, why are you here? When she saw her grandfather, Su Qiushuang showed a hint of surprise in her eyes and quickly let go of the hand she was holding with Fang Yichen. I was wondering why you haven't come back since it's been so long since you got off work. So I came here to pick you up. Su Chang showed a loving smile in his eyes. Then he looked at Fang Yichen. Fang Yichen's heart trembled, and he knew that it was time for him to show his talent. He quickly walked up to him and said with a smile, "Hello, Grandpa. I'm Fang Yichen." Su Chang nodded and looked at Fang Yichen with a smile. "Very good. Thank you for sending our Qiushuang back. I'm her boyfriend. This is what I should do." Fang Yichen explained. Su Chang nodded again, just looked at him with a smile, but didn't say anything. Fang Yichen paused for a moment, knowing that it was time to say goodbye, and immediately said, "Well, Grandpa, I've already sent Teacher Su back. I will leave first." "Okay, then be careful on the road." Su Chang nodded again. "Drive slowly on the way and tell me when you get home." Compared to Su Chang, Su Qiushuang is much more enthusiastic. She waved her hands vigorously, and after watching Fang Yichen leave, she said, "Grandpa, you suddenly waited for me here, and I was startled. It's not time for Fang Yichen and I to meet the parents yet." Su Chang looked at Su Qiushuang lovingly and took her home. "I heard that this child separated from the family and rented a house outside with his mother and sister." "Yes, but Fang Yichen is a doctor, and he saved Qiu Yi. The job of a doctor is very good and has a bright future." Su Gu Suang Hu Di Den Et Lai. But Su Chang didn't listen. He just said earnestly, "Qiushuang, you are not young anymore. Falling in love is a waste of your time. If you really want to get married, you should marry someone who can give you a good life. I know Fang Yichen's family. If you really marry him, Will you live a comfortable life? Your marriage is the most important thing in your grandparents' lives. If you marry him, you won't be able to live a good life. Do you want to kill your grandparents? As soon as the words fell, Su Chiu Shuang looked up in disbelief as if struck by lightning. Grandpa, what do you mean? I don't agree with you marrying him. Su Chong shook his head. I also have a child from a good family who has asked a matchmaker to come to my house. He is also a doctor, and his family is much wealthier than Fang Yichen's. You should go and get in touch with him. Su Chong explained slowly. Hearing this, Su Chiu Shuang was completely stunned. Grandpa, but I really like Fang Yichen. Silly girl, can liking something be eaten? Su Chong said earnestly. Forget it. If you don't want to break up, you can just keep chatting and wait, but you should also get to know the person I introduced you to. Be prepared. With comparison, you will know who is good and who is bad. As he spoke, Su Chong slowly shook his head, turned around, and walked home. Su Chiu Shuang followed behind in a daze, not knowing what to do next. On the other side, Fang Yichen returned home. On the way, he kept thinking about Su Chong's reaction. It seems that he is not very satisfied with himself. But it's true, I rent a house, and I'm just an intern. If I were to be with Su Chiu Shuang, it seems that my current status is really not worthy of her. In this case, I have to work hard. The practical skills test for practicing physicians will be held soon, and then in 2 months, there will be a competition. As long as I pass the test and get a practicing physician certificate, I will be able to become a full-time doctor from an intern. Wages can naturally increase as well. Thinking of this, Fang Yichen let out a sigh of relief. I can't wait. I have to hurry up. Since Su Chiu Shuang likes me, I have to show what a man should have. Thinking of this, Fang Yichen pursed his lips, turned around, and went home. At home, Zhixia had finished her homework long ago, lying on the bed, reading a storybook. Next to him, Jiangsu was doing handicraft under the light. Under the dim light, she even had to squint and move things closer to see clearly. This is very harmful to the eyesight. Fang Yichen couldn't help but begin to miss the white light lamps of later generations. The light is so soft that it won't hurt your eyes. Why are you back so early? Didn't you have dinner together? Seeing Fang Yichen, Jiangsu smiled. We had snacks and watched a movie. I also met her grandfather today. Fang Yichen answered honestly. But her grandfather doesn't seem very satisfied with me. He scratched his head. This kind of thing couldn't be hidden. Jiangsu also sighed. Our family's conditions are indeed not very good. But if we work hard, things will change. But don't hold out hope. Teacher Su and you may not be able to succeed. Jiangsu spoke as someone who had experienced this. But these words sounded somewhat harsh to Fang Yichen's ears. He scratched his head again. Okay, I get it. You should also go to bed early. Don't stay up so late today. Otherwise, your eyes will be damaged. I have to go to work tonight. Today is my night shift. You guys should sleep well and don't worry about me. Having said that, Fang Yichen returned to the room outside. Looking at Fang Yichen's back, Jiangsu sighed softly. Mom, what's wrong with you? Won't Teacher Su become my second sister-in-law? Fang Zhixia asked from the side. Hearing this, Jiangsu shook his head but did not explain anything. In the evening, Fang Yichen got up early and prepared to take over. The night shift is from 2 a.m. to 8 a.m. In fact, if you are lucky, there won't be many patients during this period. Because in Jiangnan City, the Chinese Medicine Hospital and the People's Hospital are not far from each other. In most cases, emergency calls tend to be dispatched to People's Hospitals. Fang Yichen sat in the office, thinking about what happened with Su Chiu Shuang with some distress. Can the two of them really succeed? He couldn't figure it out, and he didn't want to think about it. But there were indeed no new emergency patients coming after the night shift, so he was distracted the whole night. It was not until the next morning, when he was preparing to hand over his shift, that he was surprised to find that Gu Tao, who was supposed to hand over his shift to him, did not show up. Gu Tao is Jin Mingsheng's student, and Jin Mingsheng is the director of the emergency department. If he doesn't curse, others really don't dare to say anything. Chao Chong waved his hand helplessly, signaling Fang Yichen to go back and rest first. Fang Yichen nodded. At this time after work, Su Chiu Shuang should already be at school, so it was impossible for him to send her to work. However, just as Fang Yichen changed his clothes and prepared to leave, he saw Gu Tao rushing over. Seeing Gu Tao, Jin Mingsheng, director of the emergency department, frowned and asked, Why are you late? Hee, Uncle, I took some time to arrange a blind date for you. Gu Tao smiled. As he laughed, he turned his head to look at Fang Yichen and raised his eyebrows as if in protest. Chapter 47, Mysterious Patient. Does Gu Tao have any serious illness? You're going on a blind date. Why are you picking on me? It's as if the person you're looking at is my wife. Fang Yichen ignored him and turned to leave. But before he had taken a few steps, he saw He Dongfang running towards him outside, panting, with a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. Yichen, don't leave yet. You can't get off work. He Dongfang waved his hand and stopped Fang Yichen. This made him stunned for a moment. Could it be that there was another emergency patient coming? But both directors are here, so it doesn't make sense that there is any patient that cannot be treated by the two directors of the emergency department. But then He Dongfang announced, the hospital suddenly announced that it would hold a full staff consultation. If Director Jean is going, I have to go too. This consultation is different. You can follow along and learn more to gain experience. He Dongfang was not aware of Fang Yichen's true strength. But since there is a hospital-wide consultation meeting, and Fang Yichen is the talent he plans to focus on training. Therefore, he must bring Fang Yichen to this meeting. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zixiao and Yin Jing's eyes turned red with envy. But He Dongfang ignored them. The truth is that they are not qualified to participate in such consultation, and going would only cause more trouble. Seeing that Fang Yichen was actually able to participate in this consultation, Gu Tao became a little anxious. Uncle, I want to go too. Jean Mingsheng glared at him. How many times have I told you this? At home, you call me uncle, and I don't argue with you. But now that you are in the hospital, what should you call me? Gu Tao touched his nose awkwardly and then said, Director Jean, I also want to participate in this hospital-wide consultation. Snort. Jean Mingsheng snorted coldly. Then you follow me later and don't talk nonsense, so as not to embarrass yourself, understand? Gu Tao lowered his head. He is not a fool either. I went to this consultation just to let others know that I am no worse than Fang Yichen. He can participate in the full staff consultation as well. But the whole hospital has been consulted, so it must be a big problem, and it is definitely not something an intern like me can interfere with. So he just wanted to participate and broaden his horizons. And as for other things, he would definitely not do anything rash. On the other side, Fang Yichen knew that he couldn't go back for the time being, so he called home. Then he followed closely beside He Dongfang. Director, what is this full staff consultation about? If the Chinese medicine hospital could hold a full consultation for the disease, it couldn't be a minor illness. So Fang Yichen was also very interested. So far, the most difficult surgery he has ever performed was the one involving a tumor near the brain marrow. I don't know if this full staff consultation will be more difficult than that one. He Dongfang walked hurriedly beside him, explaining as he walked. This patient had a broken bone due to a car accident. The best option now is amputation. But the patient disagreed because he had been practicing martial arts since he was a child and had even won the top 10 in a national martial arts competition. So I couldn't accept that I would lose a leg. So I thought about whether I could do a replant. What? Fang Yichen was somewhat shocked when he heard this. Replantation? This person actually wants to replant? You know, replanting severed limbs is a very difficult thing in this era. Generally speaking, after a limb is separated from the body, it needs to be reattached to its original position through surgery to restore its blood circulation and nerve function, so as to restore the limb to its previous shape and function as much as possible. However, this requires doctors to accurately anastomose and repair various structures, such as disconnected blood vessels, nerves, tendons, bones, etc. It sounds difficult, but it is not easy at all in practice. Is this something that our traditional Chinese medicine hospital can accomplish? Fang Yichen was somewhat confused. As if sensing the doubt in Fang Yichen's tone, He Dongfang spoke patiently. The dean has a junior fellow who is an expert in bone reconstruction in the country. This time the dean personally invited him to perform a replantation surgery on this patient, so there should be hope. Fang Yichen blinked and felt a little shocked again. It seems that the identity of this patient is not simple. Otherwise, why would the dean personally invite his junior fellow student to come to the hospital for replantation? I just don't know what the identity of this patient is. Fang Yichen became even more curious. But he didn't say much, just followed He Dongfang to the meeting room. Not long after, He Dongfang led him into a conference room. There are already quite a few people sitting in the conference room at this moment. In addition to He Dongfang and Jean Mingsheng, there are also directors and deputy directors of each department. Even Xiao Gang, deputy director of neurosurgery, nodded at Fang Yichen as a greeting. Then he lowered his head and muttered something to the person in front of him. I think that person should be the director of neurosurgery. After hearing Xiao Gang's words, the director also gave Fang Yichen a friendly smile. This made Fang Yichen feel a little flattered. Wow, Have you become so proud now? He nodded quickly, fearing that others would say he was arrogant. Such a scene made Jean Mingcheng snort coldly, somewhat dissatisfied. Gu Tao next to him was also annoyed, but he didn't know what he remembered, and suddenly he chuckled and stared at Fang Yichen with a strange look on his face. Fang Yichen just felt that something was wrong. It's only been one night. What is Gu Tao laughing at? A few days ago, he avoided me whenever he saw me. So why did he seem to be actively provoking me today? Fang Yichen couldn't figure it out and was too lazy to pay attention to Gu Tao. A moment later, the door of the conference room was pushed open again. The first person to come over was the director of the Chinese Medicine Hospital, Wang Shuwen. Everyone stood up. Wang Shuwen nodded, and when he walked to Fang Yichen, he glanced at him deliberately. Such special care made Gu Tao feel angry again. Why on earth? Fang Yichen just saved the mayor's daughter and performed surgery on a brain tumor? Is it so different? Do you get special treatment wherever you go? He is not convinced, but I found that I had to admit defeat. Following closely behind the dean was a slightly younger doctor, who is probably the dean's junior fellow student. He is also an expert in the field of limb regeneration. Before Fang Yichen could take a look, another bed was pushed in and placed right in the middle of the conference room. Several department heads personally pushed the middle table away. This scene made Fang Yichen smack his lips in amazement. What family does this patient belong to? So awesome. I'm afraid he's not just an ordinary rich and powerful person. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man in his 50s walked in. He was wearing a suit, straight and tough, with a bit of the handsomeness of the uncles in later generations. The sword-like eyebrows exude a sense of deterrence. My whole body seems to be telling others that I am great. Chapter 48, Savior. He is the patient's father? Fang Yichen's gaze jumped back and forth between that man and the person on the hospital bed, and finally he figured out what was going on. I think the best treatment at the moment is amputation. Generally speaking, the best time to transplant a severed limb is 6 to 8 hours, but the patient had a car accident and it has been more than 48 hours until today. It's almost impossible to transplant and reattach the leg. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man, probably the director of a department. However, Fang Yichen didn't know him, so he could only stand behind He Dongfang and listen. So, what about prosthesis reimplantation? Asked the patient's family. There was a certain luster of determination on his face, so that his emotions did not fluctuate much when he heard the doctor say it was almost impossible. And I'm still looking for possible solutions myself. Fang Yichen became even more curious about him. He Dongfang leaned back a little and spoke to Fang Yichen in a low voice. The patient's name is Rong Xin. He is 19 years old, and his father is Rong Haiming. He had a son in his old age, and he loves him very much. Fang Yichen was stunned for a moment, and his eyes narrowed suddenly. Honor? This father and son, their surname is Rong? This surname is a bit complicated. As Rong Haiming finished speaking, Dean Wang Shuwen turned his head to look at the man next to him. Junior brother, what do you think is the possibility of reimplantation? Wang Shuwen's junior fellow student, named Song Suo, is a well-known limb regeneration expert in China. His authority in this regard is beyond doubt. But when he heard this, he frowned. To be honest, the possibility is close to zero. At least in our country, there is no such precedent. First of all, the patient had just been in a car accident and was already weak. The condition of his legs is not optimistic, and the technology for prosthetic reconstruction is not mature in our country. So, Song Suo sighed and only said half of his words. There's no need to say the rest. His words seemed to drain the energy out of Rong Haiming, causing his body to sway for a moment, and he barely managed to stand by leaning against the table. Mr. Rong, please take care of yourself. Wang Shuwen sighed and advised helplessly. Song Suo is the biggest trump card he can play. In fact, Song Suo is also one of the top orthopedic surgeons in the country. If he says no, it's basically like the king of hell announcing the death penalty for you. So, Rong Haiming felt unwell. On the hospital bed, Rong Xin, who had been lying there quietly, suddenly struggled. He is only 19 years old, so young, and yet he has to have an amputation and lose a leg. How could he bear this? Rather than this, I might as well die. He struggled desperately, and Rong Haiming beside him hurried over to comfort his son on the bed. Xin, don't be afraid. Dad has money. Dad will treat you. I will spend all my money to treat you. Rong Xin shook his head desperately, tears welling up in his eyes. But the next second, his face suddenly turned pale and his body began to tremble. Oh, Xian, what's wrong with you? Rong Haiming said in panic. The people nearby also rushed over to check the situation. Not good. The skin is cold and the pulse is rapid. These are signs of shock. He Dongfang was the first to lift the quilt off the patient and wanted to check his physical condition. But when they opened it, they saw a large amount of blood accumulated in the patient's lower limbs. Moreover, the toes of the fractured leg had shown signs of ischemia and began to turn black. Song Sua took a closer look and finally let out a long sigh. Mr. Rong, I'm really sorry. In this state, it's even more necessary to amputate. Hearing this, the patient Rong Xian's reaction became even more intense. At the same time, He Dongfang also yelled, "Oh no, the bleeding won't stop." As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Mingsheng, who was standing next to him, pushed He Dongfang away and took action himself. But after a few seconds, his expression changed slightly. Because there is no bleeding point at all. How can we stop the bleeding if we can't even find the bleeding point? Is this a joke? Song Suo frowned, patted Jin Mingsheng on the shoulder, and motioned him to move aside. My senior brother's hospital is really outrageous. At the very least, he couldn't even stop the bleeding and still wanted to keep Rong Haiming as a patient. Isn't this just a joke? Even if I invited myself, it would be useless. He quickly cleaned the blood off the surface and stuffed a piece of gauze inside. The patient's wound was severely damaged, and it was indeed difficult to stop the bleeding. But for him, as an expert, it is not a difficult problem to solve. Just as he was about to continue speaking, suddenly, bright red blood seeped out drop by drop from the originally white gauze. What's going on? Song Sua's heart skipped a beat. I didn't handle it well? How is that possible? What went wrong? He was a little bit incredulous, so he sucked up the blood again, then explored and stopped the bleeding. This time, it was more meticulous and serious than last time. But the result still hasn't changed. How so? An ugly expression appeared on Song Sua's face. This is really a tricky situation. It looks like amputation is the only option now. Thinking of this, he suddenly looked up and looked at the patient's family member, Rong Haiming. Mr. Rong, you'd better go to the operating room immediately for amputation. Because the bleeding cannot be stopped if the limb is not amputated in time, I am afraid that his life will be in danger. Rong Haiming was stunned. He stood there frozen, his big hands covered with blue veins, trembling slightly. Should he make the decision to amputate his son's legs now? This decision is really difficult to make. But if I don't do it, it seems like it will affect my son's life. He clenched his fists and his eyes were red. At a certain moment, just when he was about to speak with all his heart, Fang Yichen next to him suddenly squeezed in. Sorry, let me try. He pushed the crowd away, put on gloves, and pushed Song Suo away. Song Suo was a little confused and became angry the next second. Where did this fool come from? But before he could come up with any idea, Fang Yichen, his hand quickly reached into the patient's tibia wound and gently pinched it. The blood pressure on the monitor next to him suddenly stabilized. Everything seemed so abrupt. Even Song Suo didn't react. Fang Yichen found this bleeding point. Fang Yichen's actions in confusion, and a few words popped up in his mind. Stop bleeding with bare hands? No? Is this correct? It seems like I am the expert, right? When did this Chinese medicine hospital have such talents? But even if he didn't understand, the fact was happening right in front of him. Song Suo quickly took a few steps back and gave his position to Fang Yichen. A pair of shocked and amazed eyes fell on Fang Yichen, especially Rong Haiming standing next to him, looking at Fang Yichen as if he was looking at Savior. So, the Savior Fang Yichen continued to speak. Can I have a word? In fact, I think the patient's condition seems to be amenable to bone reconstruction. Chapter 49, Tough. As the words fell, the entire office seemed to fall into silence. Rong Haiming stared blankly at Fang Yichen in front of him. He seemed to feel that there was something wrong with his ears. What did he say? Can it be treated? Can it rebuild bones? Dean Wang's junior brother just said in person that the only surgery available at the moment is amputation. And now, this young man in front of him actually said that he could do bone reconstruction? Are you serious? Rong Haiming was somewhat unable to believe it. He turned his head to look at the other doctors present. But strangely enough, they didn't refute it. Wait, no, someone has objected. Fang Yichen finished speaking. A rebuttal voice came from the side. Bullshit, what are you talking about? Fang Yichen, you were just an intern. Who asked you to come to this meeting? Who told you to speak so arrogantly here? Even expert Song can't do it. Can you do it? When you say this, do you have the slightest sense of responsibility towards the patient? Fang Yichen frowned and looked in the direction of the person who was speaking. It's the director of the emergency department, Kim Myung-sung. At this moment, he finally found Fang Yichen's mistake. This kid actually dared to say such things in front of the experts. It's ridiculous. So at this moment, he couldn't help but refute out loud. But as his words fell, no one agreed with him. Gu Tao, who originally wanted to follow him and speak, saw that everyone was staring at Jean Mingqing, and for a moment he became a little scared. Jean Mingqing also felt a little guilty. He looked at the dean, and seeing that the dean didn't say anything, he continued. Fang Yichen, do you know what you were doing? Fang Yichen didn't say anything, just stared at Jean Mingqing. To be honest, he only took action because he saw that Song Suo was unable to stop the bleeding and demanded immediate amputation. Whether the patient will eventually undergo amputation is the patient's own choice. But at least I can give them more time so that they can think carefully and make a decision. As for Jean Mingqing jumping out now, well, he is the director of the emergency department, and I can't go against his words. So Fang Yichen hesitated for a moment and asked, then should I let go now? Don't let go. As soon as he finished speaking, Rong Haiming next to him suddenly shouted, stopping Fang Yichen from letting go. He can stop the bleeding. He said he can rebuild the bones. Why are you scolding him? Then, Rong Haiming turned his head and stared at Jean Mingqing and spoke in an exasperated tone. It was not until this moment that Song Suo next to him frowned. Senior brother? Who is he? He stopped the bleeding with his bare hands, even though he himself had no way of stopping it. This kid has some abilities. But he just said that he could reconstruct bones. Wasn't he kidding? This is denying what you said and slapping yourself in the face. He is an expert in bone reconstruction and a national authority. How could anyone dare to refute myself? Song Suo fell silent and saw a subtle change in Fang Yichen's expression. Wang Shuwen just shook his head slightly and did not answer. He Dongfang on the other side, squeezed out of the crowd, and took the initiative to say, let me explain. This is Fang Yichen, our emergency department doctor. Previously, he performed surgery on a tumor near the brain spinal cord. Yes, I can testify to this matter. Xiao Gang, deputy director of neurosurgery, not far away, also nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, a hint of shock appeared in Song Suo's eyes. To be precise, surgery for near-brain marrow tumors is much more difficult than bone reconstruction. How could such a young doctor be able to perform such advanced surgery? Does Chinese medicine hospital have such talents? Song Suo looked at his senior brother uncertainly, and Jean Mingqing next to him jumped out again. But he's an intern and doesn't have a medical license. Hearing this, Song Suo and Rong Haiming frowned again. What is going on? An intern doctor, without a medical license, was able to perform surgery on near-brain tumors. And now it is said that patients can undergo bone reconstruction? Is this scientific? Is this correct? Yichen. He Dongfang looked at Fang Yichen with some uncertainty. To be honest, he was surprised when Fang Yichen stood up. After all, he only planned to bring Fang Yichen to see the capabilities of Song Suo, the country's top bone reconstruction expert. But unexpectedly, Fang Yichen actually stood up. He also made the astonishing statement that he could perform bone reconstruction on patients. The most important thing is that he managed to stop the bleeding that even Song Suo couldn't stop. This kind of operation made He Dongfang a little uncertain. Could it be that Fang Yichen really knows how to perform this operation? Director He, I'm not kidding. I know what I'm talking about. Fang Yichen explained very seriously. He knew that He Dongfang was not sure about his abilities, so he had to reassure him. Hearing this, He Dongfang looked at Fang Yichen deeply, and then said, Yichen can indeed perform this operation. Fart. Jean Mingqing was so angry that he started cursing. He Dongfang, are you crazy? You are the deputy director of the emergency department. Fang Yichen doesn't even have a medical license. How dare you let him perform such a difficult surgery? Is this your responsibility to the patient? Jean Mingqing dumped all his anger on He Dongfang. In front of so many directors and the dean of the hospital, He Dongfang was scolded harshly. Even Fang Yichen couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Director Jean, he took the initiative to speak and help He Dongfang block the fire. I'm not saying that patients must undergo bone reconstruction. What are you in such a hurry for? As a doctor, I saw that the bleeding had not stopped, so I came out to stop the bleeding. By the way, tell the patient's family that bone reconstruction is still possible under the current circumstances. If the patient's family doesn't believe me, he can choose amputation. What are you in such a hurry for here? After he finished speaking, Jean Mingqing was stunned again. As the director of the emergency department, no subordinate doctor has ever dared to talk to me like this. But today, Fang Yichen took the lead. This is tantamount to trampling on one's own prestige in front of everyone. This made Jean Mingsheng extremely furious. What did you say? I said, I don't necessarily require bone reconstruction. The patient and his family will have their own choices. What are you in such a hurry for? Fang Yichen stared at Jean Mingsheng without flinching and spoke word by word. He and Jean Mingsheng had no hatred. But not long after I arrived, he already wanted to take credit for the work. Although he failed, Fang Yichen is not the kind of person who would swallow his loss. So today, in front of all the directors and leaders of the hospital, he did not give Jean Mingsheng any face at all. Anyway, in a traditional Chinese medicine hospital, whether you stay or go is not decided by the director of the emergency department. Therefore, Fang Yichen was not afraid at all. Chapter 50. The operation begins. Jean Mingsheng was obviously furious. He glared at Fang Yichen and was about to curse. But Wang Shuwen frowned and said softly, Okay, what's the point of making so much noise? The words were directed to everyone, but Wang Shuwen's dissatisfied look fell on Jean Mingsheng. Such a look made Jean Mingsheng a little panicked. Stop arguing. This meeting is not for you to argue. It is for you to discuss how to treat the patients. Wang Shuwen continued. He was somewhat dissatisfied. Fang Yichen was just an intern doctor. He didn't know the rules and took action. But if they really stopped the bleeding, it's not shameful. Even if it says later that bone reconstruction can be done, it is just a way of saying that there's no need to do it. Jean Mingsheng, to make a fuss here and reveal in front of outsiders that Fang Yichen does not have a practicing medical license? Not only is there no benefit, but it also damages the hospital's reputation. At that time, people will wonder, your Chinese medicine hospital can't even manage interns? What is lost is the reputation of the entire Chinese medicine hospital. So Wang Shuwen was somewhat angry, especially in front of the Rong family and his own junior fellow apprentice. He lost face so much. He glanced at Jean Mingsheng coldly, then spoke again. Junior brother, you are the authority. What do you think? Song Suo fell silent. He had already determined that the patient was incapable of bone reconstruction. But this young doctor stood up and refuted his words. Actually, it is not impossible to do it. After all, if it fails, you can still continue with amputation. The only difference is that the amputation will be larger in scope. But why did this young doctor believe so firmly that bone reconstruction was possible? Song Suo was also a little hesitant. Rong Hyaming, who was standing next to him, held his son's hand anxiously, his eyes jumping back and forth between Fang Yichen and several other doctors. Can bone reconstruction be done? Please tell me. As soon as he finished speaking, Rong Xen, the patient on the bed, spoke. I want to do bone reconstruction. I want him to do it. He just said he can do bone reconstruction. Although Rong Xin had signs of shock before, he heard Fang Yichen's words clearly. He was among the top 10 national martial arts champions, and he was only 19 years old. He really couldn't accept having his limbs amputated at this age. Therefore, he doesn't want to give up any chance. Dad, please let me try. I need to do bone reconstruction. I really don't want to have my limb amputated. Rong Xion's body began to tremble slightly, and his crying spread, affecting the emotions of everyone around him. Rong Hyaming grabbed his son's hand. His eyes were red and his voice was choked with sobs. After a moment, he took a deep breath and grabbed Fang Yichen by the collar. Can you really do bone reconstruction? He still didn't quite believe it. First, Fang Yichen is too young. Second, the previous director of the emergency department said that he didn't even have a practicing physician certificate. Such a person can perform such difficult surgery. No one would believe it if I told them. Even when he asked Fang Yichen in person, he still felt like it was a fairy tale. But Fang Yichen was not panicked at all. He just stared at Rong Hyaming calmly. Mr. Rong, I'm a doctor, and I'm not bragging. I won't say what I can't do. It was this calm tone that gave Rong Hyaming, who was originally in mixed emotions, a sudden surge of hope. He slowly released his hand that was holding Fang Yichen's collar, and then spoke. Okay, let us do bone reconstruction. Fang Yichen nodded, then send him to the operating room. Mr. Rong, you have to believe me. I'm a doctor, and I will be responsible for what I say. Fang Yichen had no intention of evading responsibility. As he said, ultimately, it is the patient's own right to choose which treatment to use. But since the patient chooses to believe in me, I will not let him down. Previously, Rongxin has perfected various examinations including chest CT, abdominal enhanced CT, whole body scan, etc. So he didn't have any other tests to do. You can go directly to the operating table now. Soon, Fang Yichen escorted the patient all the way to the operating area, and with the help of others, he completed a series of operations, including hand washing and dressing before the operation, and finally entered the operating room. Rong Hyaming was waiting anxiously at the door. Song Sual, as the top bone reconstruction expert, also entered the operating room. But he had made up his mind that he would never interfere in this operation. According to my own judgment, the patient has no possibility of bone reconstruction. Since this young doctor dared to say such things, he must be prepared to take responsibility. If he can really complete the operation successfully, then he is very capable and I will be convinced of his ability. But what if he messed up the operation? Song Sua's eyes gradually narrowed, with a hint of sarcasm in them. A newborn calf is really not afraid of a tiger. On the operating table, the anesthesiologist came forward to perform general anesthesia. Rong Yichen widened his eyes and stared at Fang Yichen. Until now, all his hopes were on Fang Yichen. Noticing that his eyelids were getting heavier, tears suddenly welled up in Rong Yichen's eyes. Fang Yichen reached out and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, I'm here." Rong Yichen then breathed a sigh of relief. Then his head tilted and he fainted. "The anesthesia is taking effect." The anesthesiologist looked up and said, "Okay, let's start the operation." Fang Yichen nodded. "But for now, there is still a problem. He is now acting as a human hemostatic clamp, ensuring that the patient does not bleed heavily. But if he is the main surgeon, he will have to let go and let another person help him stop the bleeding." Fang Yichen's gaze swept over everyone and finally fell on He Dongfang, the deputy director of the emergency department. "Director He, how about you stop the bleeding for me?" He Dongfang was stunned, but at this time, he had no other choice but to go ahead. "Who made me speak for Fang Yichen just now?" He turned sideways, found a spot where Fang Yichen was pressing, and then stopped the bleeding with his bare hands. Only, as Fang Yichen's hand loosened, no matter how hard He Dongfang pressed, the bleeding could not stop. Such a scene made a layer of cold sweat break out on He Dongfang's forehead. This technique of stopping bleeding with bare hands is so amazing. Is it possible that I can't copy it? Fang Yichen was also anxious. It would be a huge loss if the surgery could not be performed because the bleeding could not be stopped. Director He pressed this way. Fang Yichen was a little helpless and taught He Dongfang step by step how to find the exact location. When he pressed it again, the bleeding finally stopped. He Dongfang breathed a sigh of relief, with a hint of embarrassment on his face. Fang Yichen also nodded slightly. "Okay, let the operation begin." Chapter 51, Misjudgment. "Oh," Fang Yichen spoke quickly. As he spoke, he bypassed He Dongfang's pressing hand and pulled open a series of things that could still be reconstructed, including the anterior tibial muscle, anterior tibial nerve, deep tibial nerve, etc. Next, he determined the scope of resection and the reconstruction site. Soon, under the shadowless light, the tibia was completely exposed. The large pieces of blurred flesh and blood, as well as some unrecognizable anatomical structures, made the people around him look a little ugly. Song Sa narrowed his eyes and stared upwards, although he wanted Fang Yichen to pay the price for his arrogance. But after seeing Fang Yichen's various actions just now, Song Sual was somewhat shocked, because his operation is simply perfect. Bone reconstruction itself is an extremely difficult operation. And now Fang Yichen's smooth movements made Song Su even feel that his surgical rhythm was even better than his own. But how is this possible? Song Sual frowned, slowly took a step forward, and stared at the patient's condition carefully. If Fang Yichen really cannot control the operation, Song Sual will take over when necessary. After all, the patient's identity is indeed unusual. The Rong family is a wealthy family today. In the early years, they fully assisted the country and supported the government. Although Rong Hyaming is only a branch, the fact that his surname is Rong is enough. Therefore, Song Sual is still trying his best to familiarize himself with Fang Yichen's surgical rhythm. Looking at the situation under the shadowless lamp, Song Sual muttered to himself. The original estimated length of resection was 12, but given the current situation, I'm afraid it will have to be 17. If this is the case, the risks and benefits of such a large-scale resection are simply not proportional. It will be better to just amputate it. Song Sual frowned, and his eyes fell on Fang Yichen again. Fang Yichen's eyes were as deep as water. He just stared at the surgical interface in front of him, and everything else seemed to be out of his world. He was indeed very focused, but when faced with real difficulty, No matter how focused he could not overcome it. After all, this operation requires not only the installation of tibial prosthesis, but also the connection of nerves, blood vessels, tendons, etc. in the tibia, knee joint, foot, etc. If that's the case, the difficulty of this operation has reached a new level. I'm afraid that even I won't be able to take over the remaining operations. Thinking of this, Song Suo sighed lightly. On the operating table, other department directors were watching. From time to time, someone would observe Song Suo's expression. After all, when it comes to ability, the most powerful one here is Song Suo. It can be seen that he was always frowning and sighing all the time, and everyone's heart was in their throat. Fang Yichen reliable? Is the dean crazy? How could he allow him to take office? However, there are still two people who are full of confidence in Fang Yichen. Fang Yichen quietly. He knew very well that the surgery for tumors near the brain-spinal cord was even more difficult than this one. If Fang Yichen was able to complete that operation, then he should also be able to complete this one. But this is really unscientific. How on earth could this guy do that? Who did he learn these medical skills from? What a fucking genius. No, it would be a waste of talent to put him in the emergency department. I have to dig him out myself. Xiao Gang thought so and made up his mind. Dongfang next to him also had a serious look on his face. Fang Yichen seriously. From beginning to end, Fang Yichen did not show any extra expression. It seemed that for him, everything was still under control. Can this kid really create a miracle this time? Dongfang didn't know, but he always had a bold idea in his mind. Fang Yichen did not hesitate at all as he began to try to remove the waist bone. Suddenly, there was a hiss sound and a stream of bright red blood spurted out and hit his mask. The instrument nurse next to him quickly started to wipe it for him. Song Suan next to him exclaimed, "Why is the artery here?" Fang Yichen was not at all panicked. He stared carefully at the situation in front of him, and then an idea came to his mind. This is arterial retraction, with several sections of the tibial artery buried in the flesh and bones. If it were someone else in this situation, they would probably have decided to amputate, because the current situation is more serious than before. It seemed that his knife only cut the artery, but it might also have cut the nerves and veins. In the blurred wound, these structures are the most important, but the artery retracts, making it extremely difficult to continue separating them. After noticing this, Song Suo, who was standing next to him, let out a long sigh, turned around, took a few steps back, and left the operating table. There's no need to go on. Let's just amputate it. In this situation, bone reconstruction is impossible. Hearing this, the department director next to him also showed deep disappointment on his face. Did it fail in the end? I didn't expect that after inviting Song Suo over, would the final result still be amputation? The dean originally wanted the Rong family to invest in the Chinese medicine hospital. Now it seems almost impossible. There is helplessness and regret in everyone's eyes. They all underestimated the patient's condition. I didn't expect the patient's leg to have reached this point. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have wasted time and energy and would have specially invited Song Suo over. However, when Song Suo got off the operating table, Fang Yichen on the table did not show any change in expression. He still stared at the situation on the operating table. After carefully assessing the patient's condition, Fang Yichen chose to continue the operation. His expression was grim, and his hands were as fast as lightning. He picked out the hidden blood vessels and nerves from the broken flesh. Then, proceed with the osteotomy. This action caused everyone's expression to change again. Song Suan next to him also said angrily, "Boy, do you know what you're doing? You can't go on like this. You're trying to kill the patient. You are playing with the patient's life." Fang Yichen did not answer. He chose to have a bone cut. However, the distance he chose was completely different from what Song Suo had just said. He chose to cut it off at 10 centimeters. But just now, Song Suo said 17 centimeters. Fang Yichen actually shortened by 7 centimeters? What exactly does he want to do? No one dared to speak, for fear of disturbing Fang Yichen. Because Fang Yichen's expression now doesn't seem like he's treating the patient's life as a joke. Especially when his hands kept moving on the patient's broken bones. Especially when he picked out the hidden intact blood vessels. Everyone fell silent. Actually, it is really possible. The patient's actual condition is better than Song Suo judged. In other words, Song Suo made a wrong judgment just now. However, Fang Yichen made the most accurate judgment. Chapter 52, the operation was successful. This situation made Song Suo completely stunned. For a moment, A look of embarrassment appeared on his face. But apart from the embarrassment, more importantly, he was a little shocked. This boy has something. He really can. He is not bragging. In that case, why not take a look? Song Suo is not a person who is complacent. If Fang Yichen is really better than him, then it will only benefit the patient and not harm him. Fang Yichen's movements carefully. Of course, he was not the only one observing Fang Yichen's actions at this moment. Many people around were staring at Fang Yichen, including the directors and deputy directors of various departments, and even Wang Shuwen. Xiao Gang took the initiative to lower his voice and said, "Dean, Xiao Fang shouldn't stay in the emergency department. He performed the last surgery beautifully. I think we should transfer him to our neurosurgery department." "You're talking nonsense. This is an orthopedic surgery." Before he could finish his words, the director of the orthopedic surgery department next to him cursed and then said to the dean, "Dean, I think this young comrade will have the best development in our orthopedic surgery department." As soon as he finished speaking, someone else was about to speak. But this time, Wang Shuwen glared at him and stopped him from speaking. "Shut up, be quiet, and wait until the operation is over." Everyone stopped talking and just stared at Fang Yichen, as if a single man in his 30s saw a naked beauty. Fortunately, Fang Yichen was concentrating on the operation at the moment. Otherwise, the gazes from all around would probably make him feel the heat. But soon, under the pressure of Dean Wang, everyone shut up and watched Fang Yichen's operation quietly. It flows smoothly and is extremely gorgeous. Those hands were as flexible as a dancing little man. Every second presents a beautiful posture. Everyone stared at him and slowed down their breathing, fearing that it would affect his operation. Song Suo squeezed forward, trying to see more clearly. He Dongfang was also watching intently and couldn't help but let out a tisk. But before he could finish his sigh, Song Suo next to him glared at him. "Damn it, what are you doing? I was invited by your dean, and you are still scolding me. Besides, do you understand this operation? Just watch it. Still standing in such a good position? If he had known this earlier, he would have done the job of pressing the blood vessels himself. Unfortunately, it is not so easy to stop bleeding with bare hands. It takes some skills." For a moment, Song Suo also felt a desire to appreciate talent. How come such an outstanding talent is kept in the hospital of traditional Chinese medicine? It's better to go by yourself. Only by following yourself can you have a broader world. Song Suo narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Yichen. From his original dissatisfaction to his current satisfaction, his mentality has undergone tremendous changes. The reason is simple. Fang Yichen's move is simply perfect. This is art. Time passes by little. Fang Yichen's hands kept moving. He needed to remove the joint surface and articular cartilage, then pulse flush the bone marrow cavity, and then inject high-viscosity bone cement. Next, a cemented intramedullary nail was installed at the mark point. Every step of the operation places extremely high demands on the surgeon. The next step is to apply vancomycin powder and place a spiral drainage tube. This operation made everyone feel amazed. No words. It's perfect. Perfection is a world-class art performance. Everyone can learn something from watching this operation. The people around him had completely forgotten Fang Yichen's identity. They stared at his movements and could only praise him endlessly. Finally, the bone reconstruction is completed and the muscle part is sutured to cover the prosthesis. Then suture the deep fascia and skin in turn. Finally, 2 hours later, Fang Yichen successfully completed the operation. The operation is over. Song Suo was the first to rush forward, carefully observing Fang Yichen's movements. The previously necrotic toe seemed to have undergone some slight changes. Unblocking blood vessels can alleviate the blackening of toes. A reconstructed prosthesis replaces the broken tibia. Even the sutures on the skin surface are incredibly perfect. Song Suo was amazed, with a look of deep shock in his eyes. It seems that this kid's abilities are not inferior to mine. It's too exaggerated. Brother, you have hidden a genius in your courtyard. Song Suo couldn't help but raised his head and praised. Just one sentence made Wang Shuwen's mouth curl up. Yes, Song Suo is his junior fellow apprentice. But there is also competition between senior and junior brothers. Wang Shuwen's skills are not as good as Song Suo's, so he can only admit defeat. But now it's different. There is a doctor in his Chinese medicine hospital who is even better than his junior brother in bone reconstruction. So from a certain perspective, does that prove that I am better than my junior fellow apprentice? Of course, these are all false and not worth mentioning. However, the words of his junior brother just now, which convinced him, made Wang Shuwen feel comfortable and clear-headed. He, he smiled without saying anything, just nodded slightly, and then looked at Fang Yichen. Xiao Fang, you've worked hard. It's not hard, Dean. I'll trouble you with the rest. Fang Yichen said quickly with a humble smile on his face. The expression on Wang Shuwen's face became even more satisfied. Song Suan next to him even patted Fang Yichen on the shoulder. Fang Yichen, right? I underestimated you just now. I apologize. You are very capable. But staying in Jiangnan City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital is really a waste of talent. I think you're not as good as me. Before he could finish his words, Wang Shuwen's eyes widened. Junior brother, the operation is over. We should go communicate with the patient's family. As he spoke, he winked at several department heads nearby. Those department heads are all smart people. How could they not understand what Dean Wang meant? No matter how they fight among themselves, Fang Yichen will stay in the Chinese Medicine Hospital. But if he were poached by Song Suo, that would be a huge loss. So they all grabbed Song Suo and carried him out, showing their concern and enthusiasm as they walked. Director Song has worked so hard. Yes, Director Song, we must thank you very much. Song Suo was speechless, but there was nothing he could do. At this moment, outside the operating room, Rong Haiming was walking back and forth anxiously. It's been more than 2 hours and the operation is not over yet. He knew it would last a long time, but such a long time made him anxious. He didn't know what to do and could only wait for news. Until the lights in the operating room went out, Rong Haiming suddenly stopped and turned his head to look over hopefully. Wang Shuwen was the first to come out. Following closely behind was Song Suo, who was held up by a group of department heads. Rong Haiming didn't dare to speak. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Only his lips trembled silently. Wang Shuwen smiled and said with relief, Mr. Rong, the bone reconstruction surgery was very successful. Chapter 53, Group Favorite. Rong Haiming was waiting outside the door nervously. He certainly hopes that his son won't have to undergo amputation. But Song Suo, as an expert, said such words, so he could only prepare for the worst. During the 2 or 3 hours of waiting outside the door, Rong Haiming walked back and forth and prayed to all the gods and Buddhas. It was not until this moment, when the lights in the operating room went out and the people inside came out, that he ran over nervously. He wanted to ask, but he didn't dare to. His lips were trembling and his eyes were even a little distracted. It was not until Wang Shuwen said that the operation was successful that Rong Haiming seemed to be brought back to his soul in an instant. His eyes suddenly widened and he looked at Wang Shuwen in front of him in disbelief. Dean Wang, my son. Rong Haiming held Wang Shuwen's hand tightly and forcefully. The more powerful it is, the more it proves his inner excitement, and it also makes Wang Shuwen feel more proud. Our Dr. Fang lived up to everyone's expectations and successfully performed the bone reconstruction surgery. Your son's leg was saved. After he finished speaking, Song Suo behind him also nodded. Indeed, Dr. Fang is really capable. Brother, I'm not saying that it's a waste of talent to have Dr. Fang in your hospital. Wang Shuwen suddenly turned around and glared at him. You farted. Is it unyielding to follow you? Song Suo was not convinced and wanted to argue. But Rong Haiming next to him was so excited that he couldn't listen at all. He opened his eyes wide, and when he saw his son being pushed out with his thighs sewn up intact, he let out a roar of excitement. The people around him were startled and hurried to support him, fearing that he would get too excited. I'm Fine. Rong Haiming shouted several times, took a step forward and observed his son. After making sure that his son was fine, he looked up at Fang Yichen, who was the last person to come out of the operating room. Dr. Fang, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Rong Haiming grabbed Fang Yichen's hand and spoke incoherently with excitement. You are such a great doctor. This is really it. As he said this, he gave a thumbs up. Then he took out a business card from his pocket. Dr. Fang, this is my personal business card. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to call me. He rubbed his hands together, overcome with excitement. Although Rong Haiming is rich, he only has this one son. From now on, all his property will be inherited by his son. If the heir has no legs, it will probably have a great impact on his future psychology. If he continues to be negative, what will happen to Rong Haiming's huge family business? What's more, he had pampered this son since he was young, and he loved practicing martial arts. It's hard to imagine how much damage it would cause to him without his legs. Fortunately, Dr. Fang was there and turned Rong Exine, who was originally about to undergo amputation, into a person with healthy legs again. Such kindness is like a rebirth. How could Rong Hyaming not be excited? Fang Yichen took the business card with a humble smile on his face. It's okay. I'm a doctor. This is what I should do. The patient is still in a critical period and needs to be observed. Okay, I understand. Rong Hyaming nodded repeatedly and excitedly followed the bed out of here. As he left, other department heads in the hospital also gathered together. I see, Dr. Xiao Fong. I shouldn't be in the emergency department. He should come to our Bone Institute. This place is suitable for him and allows him to fully display his abilities. Dean, I promise, as long as you get Dr. Xiao Fong to our orthopedic department, I will definitely make our orthopedic department the signature department of the Chinese medicine hospital. The director of orthopedics was explaining something, but before he could finish his words, he heard a curse coming from the side. You farted. What future can the department of orthopedics have? Dean, if you bring Xiao Fong to our department of neurosurgery, I guarantee that our department of neurosurgery will also be a famous one. I personally watched Dr. Xiao Fong perform the last operation. I had a very pleasant collaboration with Dr. Xiao Fong, said Xiao Gang, deputy director of neurosurgery. Hearing this, He Dongfang, the deputy director of the emergency department, also became anxious. What nonsense are you talking about? How can you transfer Yichen away? I recruited Yichen myself. He was rejected at that time. Our hospital was not planning to admit him. After he finished speaking, Wang Shuwen nodded slightly and seemed to be a little sad. It's all fate. However, it's up to Xiao Fong to decide which department he wants to work in. He can choose whichever department he wants to work in. We can't force him to do that. Right, Xiao Fong? Wang Shuwen spoke with a smile, trying to appear more amiable. But when he finished speaking and looked at Fang Yichen without knowing when and was muttering something to him. This is my calling card. I have my own team, and I am working on some of the forbidden areas in bone reconstruction. If you follow me, I promise that you will be the backbone of our scientific research team. As for the research funding, don't worry, you have the final say on this. That's easy to say, right? Song Suo said with a smile. And Wang Shuwen next to him was almost going crazy. He strode forward and stood directly between the two of them. The speed is so fast that people almost forget that he is already this old. Song Suo, what are you doing? It's not a good idea to poach people from our hospital in front of me, right? Song Suo waved his hand indifferently. Brother, look at what you said. This is genius. Do you know what genius is? It's a waste of talent for a genius like this to stay in your hospital. Only by following me can you shine. If your hospital of traditional Chinese medicine can recruit a bone reconstruction expert, you will have face. Fart. Wang Shuwen cursed and waved his hand. Anyway, you're not allowed to poach people here. Go, leave now. He kept waving his hands, and there was no trace of the politeness that had been shown when he was invited earlier. At this moment, he looks completely irritated and unhappy. Song Suo had no choice but to put the business card in Fang Yichen's pocket, then turned around and left. After Song Suo left, Wang Shuwen turned around with a smile and looked at Fang Yichen in front of him. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he became. It's a pity that my daughter is too old and my granddaughter is not old enough yet. Otherwise, I would want to marry them to Fang Yichen. Xiao Fong, what do you think? Fang Yichen also showed a humble smile on his face. Dean, I'd better continue working in the emergency department. The emergency department usually has heavy workloads, and working here can give me more training. Okay, I'll listen to you. Wang Shuwen nodded with a smile. Which department do you want to go to? Just tell me directly, and I'll transfer you there. Everything will be easy. Chapter 54 Wound Suture. Today, Fang Yichen has become the darling of the entire Chinese medicine hospital. Several departments were vying for him, but Fang Yichen himself knows it clearly. Whether it is neurosurgery or orthopedics, these are just some of the skills I have. Only in the emergency department can you have more comprehensive contact with more patients and better demonstrate your abilities. Moreover, in fact, the biggest problem for him now is still the practicing physician's license. However, time is running out, and I won't have to wait long before I can take the practical skills test. 2 months after the exam, you could take the written test. Once you pass these 2 exams and get your practicing physician certificate, you will be able to do whatever you want. Of course, Fang Yichen was still not ready to leave the Chinese medicine hospital. After all, his mother and younger sister are still here, and he won't consider leaving in the short term. The operation was over, and it was almost noon. Fang Yichen had just finished the night shift, and after working overtime until now, he was indeed a little tired. He went back to the office to pack up his things and then went home. Jiang Su had been waiting at home, feeling somewhat worried. After all, Fang Yichen hasn't come back yet so late today. However, when Fang Yichen said that he had performed a major operation today and saved a person's leg, Jiangsu's face showed deep pride and a smile. My son is amazing. You successfully performed a surgery that even the experts couldn't do. Mom is proud of you, but you still have to take care of your health. Otherwise, how can you treat patients? Have a meal first, then catch up on some sleep. Jiangsu instructed, his tone full of concern. Fang Yichen knew that his mother cared about him, so he quickly ate something and then went to sleep. But when he woke up in the afternoon, he found that his little sister had returned. Doesn't that mean Su Qiushuang is also off work? It's over. I didn't go to pick her up. Will she be angry? Fang Yichen was a little worried and sent a message to Su Qiushuang, but she didn't reply, which made Fang Yichen a little worried. It was already evening when I woke up. Jiangsu prepared the meal and called Fang Yichen to come over to eat. After dinner, Fang Yichen wondered whether he should go meet Su Qiushuang. If she is really angry, girls need to be coaxed. But before Fang Yichen could make a decision, his cell phone rang. It was Zhu Zixiao calling. On the other end of the phone, Zhu Zixiao's tone was urgent. Lao Fang, are you home? Don't rest. Come to the hospital right away, damn. It's time for a big job. Zhu Zixiao is a very well-mannered person and generally doesn't swear. Now that a curse word has been uttered, it is obvious that the situation in the emergency department is probably a bit tricky. Fang Yichen didn't say much. He quickly put on his coat and asked as he walked out, "What's going on?" This afternoon, serious street fights broke out in several places in Jiangnan City. More than a dozen patients were sent to our hospital, all with bloody heads. We're on night shift now, and we don't have enough staff. Aren't I calling you? Okay, I'll be there right away. Fang Yichen nodded, a solemn look on his face. He turned around, waved to his mother, indicated that he was going to the hospital, and hurried out the door. At the beginning of the 21st century, the public security environment in Jiangnan City was not very good. There are even many gang-like organizations. They often fight to grab territory or just for some personal reasons. A group of young people, they were really ruthless. They just took big pieces of paper and machetes. Some of the knives are so damn rusty that they're like tetanus blades. Therefore, the hospital's emergency department often receives such patients, but there is nothing they can do. Moreover, this was the first time that Fang Yichen encountered such a situation since he traveled through time. I still remember that there seemed to be some kind of gang where I rented a house before. Fang Yichen was thinking all the way, but he was not slow and soon arrived at the hospital. There were quite a few people sitting in the emergency hall of the entire hospital. Some people who had no seats simply sat on the ground. A strong smell of blood filled the air. Fang Yichen looked around and saw Yin Jing running towards him in a hurry. There are several people who are seriously injured. Teacher Chow and director here trying to save them inside. All these outside are external injuries. They need to be cleaned and sutured. What do you think? Yin Jing is just an intern. She is also able to handle common debridement and suture. But if there is something troublesome, it will be beyond her ability. So Fang Yichen nodded without hesitation. Okay, I'll do it. As he spoke, he quickly changed into a white coat and followed Yin Jing into the debridement room. The first patient was a woman wearing a vest with tan skin, braids, and a unique wild beauty. She had a scratch on her arm. The wound was not deep, but it was quite long, penetrating most of the arm, and there seemed to be some secondary damage caused by some broken glass. Tis, Fang Yichen sighed. What caused this injury? The girl gritted her teeth and glanced at him in pain, then pretended to be calm and said, "First I was stabbed, then I punched him and broke the window glass next to me." Fang Yichen nodded slightly. Why you fight so hard? I'm not afraid of disfigurement. What if the wound can't heal in the future? Hearing this, a hint of loneliness flashed in the girl's eyes. But soon, she snorted again. Why are you talking so much nonsense? We in the Qinglong gang are not afraid of these things. A group of question marks flashed through Fang Yichen's mind. King Longgong. What era is this name from? So old-fashioned? And looking at the age of the girl in front of him, she is obviously very young and still in school. How could she join the Qinglong gang? Fang Yichen shook his head slightly. What Qinglong gang? At your age, you should be in the Qinglong study group. When the girl heard this, her face turned red. You insult me? I don't have any. Fang Yichen carefully observed the wound and asked, Are you afraid of leaving a scar? If you're worried about leaving scars, just be obedient. I'll sew them up to look better and make your wound as shallow as possible so that others can't see it. After he finished speaking, the little girl, who had been very angry, widened her eyes, and calmed down. Then help me sew it up to look better. Okay. Fang Yichen nodded in agreement and began to disinfect. First apply iodine, then remove the glass shards. In fact, Fang Yichen originally wanted to use hydrogen peroxide to let the girl feel the sourness and learn her lesson, and see if she would fight again in the future. But when I saw that she was just a pitiful little girl, I gave up. When removing the glass shards, Fang Yichen tried to be as gentle as possible. Then comes the suturing. Such skin wounds are generally treated with interrupted sutures. Tie a knot for each stitch individually, so that even if one stitch is removed, it will not affect the entire incision. Very suitable for suturing wounds that may be infected. Just as Fang Yichen was stitching, his cell phone rang, and the caller ID showed it was Su Qiushuang. It was just too noisy around him, so he didn't notice it and continued to suture the patient's wound wholeheartedly. As she watched the stitching, the little girl bit her lips tightly, with a hint of fear in her eyes. Fang Yichen couldn't help but chuckle and took the initiative to divert his attention. What group are you from? Qinglong Gang. Village in the city. The little girl snorted coldly and changed the subject. Ah. Fang Yichen was stunned and looked at the little girl in front of him in disbelief. Isn't the village in the city where I live? Is the Qinglong Gang hanging around near my home? Chapter 55, I have good skills. According to what you said, I still have to be under your protection? Fang Yichen said with a smile. Hearing this, the little girl immediately perked up. Do you live in a village in the city? Since you helped me sew it up so carefully today, next time you encounter any problems, just mention my name. Ah, Fang Yichen laughed. The country is about to launch a crackdown on gangs and evil. Dealing with these people will not lead to good things, so forget it. He ignored it and continued to sew. His movements were quick and careful. The cosmetic suture method he used, although a little complicated in terms of technique, was very effective. After all, the girl in front of me is a little girl. If a big scar really appears on her arm in the future, it will be unsightly. Now they're so fierce in these so-called gang fights. But when you reach a certain age, you will eventually regret it. Therefore, Fang Yichen is very understanding. After a while, he finished the last stitch, slowly stood up and said, Okay, it's done. Remember, the wound cannot come into contact with water for a week. Come back after a week to remove the stitches. Fang Yichen gave this instruction and then stood up, preparing to walk to another patient, etc. Seeing Fang Yichen was about to leave, the girl finally couldn't bear it anymore. She stood up quickly, but her wound was affected again, and she couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. What's wrong? Fang Yichen looked at her suspiciously. No, I just want to ask, will my wound leave a scar? The girl stammered for a long time, and finally asked embarrassedly. Fang Yichen burst out laughing. After all, she is a girl, and she still loves beauty. Otherwise, why would she ask this question? I was just pretending to be strong. He shook his head, and seeing that the girl seemed anxious, he explained again, Don't worry, the scar will definitely remain. It's something that cannot be avoided. But I use cosmetic suturing techniques, so even if there's a scar, it will be very small and subtle. As long as you don't show it to others on purpose, it's usually hard to tell. Hearing this, the girl breathed a sigh of relief. She sat down again, but before she was firmly settled, she looked at Fang Yichen again. What's your name? Can I come to you next time to remove the stitches? Of course, my name is Fang Yichen. Dr. Xiaofang was in a very happy mood. He nodded and went to the next patient, and the girl's voice came from behind. Thank you. My name is Miao Susu. Fang Yichen did not respond. His eyes fell on a big brother with patterns all over his body. This big brother seems to be a ruthless person with a lot of blood on his body. But the blood was not his own. It seemed to be from the enemy. He didn't have many wounds on his body, only one open wound, which was in a somewhat peculiar location on his upper arm. The reason why the position is special is that there is a coiled dragon tattooed on his arm. If this open wound is not sutured properly, it is very likely to destroy the overall image of the panlong. Fang Yichen sighed, seeming a little sad. The man with flowery arms also raised his head. What are you saying? Can you sew? Of course. Fang Yichen smiled. It's just a pity that your tattoo will be damaged. Hearing this, the man with tattoos was stunned. He has been to the hospital many times. Most doctors would be afraid or tremble when seeing someone like him and would not dare to say anything. Or there is contempt in his eyes, and he simply disdains to deal with people like me. But the doctor in front of him neither feared nor despised him. Instead, he seems to be very concerned about his tattoo. The man with tattooed arms pursed his lips, then frowned and said, just sew it up. If the pattern is not right, I will wash it off and carve it again later. That's not necessary. Fang Yichen interrupted him. As long as it is handled well and sutured carefully, it won't affect the tattoo too much. As he spoke, he squatted down and carefully examined the wound. Noticing Fang Yichen's actions, the tattooed man's expression softened a bit. Don't move. Your wound is quite troublesome. I have to take my time. Fang Yichen took a look and then explained. It's okay, come on. The man with tattoos nodded. Another man next to him came over and wanted to say something, but he raised his hand to stop him. Fang Yichen ignored it. The wound of the tattooed man was much deeper than that of the girl just now, and there was a lot of gravel and dust in it. The muscle tissue was completely exposed, which was extremely horrifying. Fortunately, the blood vessels, tendons, and the like were not injured. Fang Yichen pursed his lips and took out iodine from the side. First apply iodine to disinfect the wound, then rinse with saline to remove dirt, blood clots, etc. from a wound. After all the mess was cleared away, he was ready to suture. This kind of suture requires skill and positioning. Because he had tattoos on his body, suturing his skin became more difficult. But it's okay. Fang Yichen is not afraid of difficulties. What he needs is a method that strives for perfection. Seeing that the man with tattoos frowned from beginning to end and said nothing, Fang Yichen gave him a thumbs up. Then the skin is lifted with tweezers, and the needle is taken out and inserted vertically into the skin surface. Next, push the needle through the dermis. Raise it from the middle of the wound, release the needle holder, and hold the needle with tweezers. Then, use the forceps to push the needle through the skin, and continue to pull the sutures as you go to close the wound together. After finishing all this, Fang Yichen looked up at the man with tattoos in front of him, then chuckled. Okay, you're brave enough to not say a word. At Fang Yichen indifferently, but the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up a little. I requested in advance that I don't need anesthesia. This little pain is nothing to us. Fang Yichen smiled and continued with the knotting operation. He first wrapped the suture around the needle and then grabbed the end of the suture with a needle holder. Finally, pull the knot aside to prevent it from affecting the wound. After doing all this, Fang Yichen breathed a sigh of relief and slowly stood up. How is it? Are you satisfied with my sewing? Hearing this, the man with tattooed arms turned his head and stared at his wound. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The wounds fit together perfectly. Even the pattern on the arm is seamless. If it could be restored, apart from the original scar, I'm afraid the tattoo would not be affected at all. Fang Yichen was some shock. When did traditional Chinese medicine hospitals have doctors who were so good at sutures? He actually sewed up such a knife wound so beautifully? What's your name? The man with tattoos asked. Seeing that Fang Yichen didn't say anything, he added another sentence. My name is Gu Ta, and I'm the third in command of the Qing Long gang. Fang Yichen glanced at him and didn't expect that he was the leader. My name is Fang Yichen. After he finished speaking, the man with tattoos was stunned and a little confused. Why does this name sound so familiar? Third brother I know. A few days ago, the newspaper said that a doctor saved a little girl on the roadside. It was him. The younger brother next to him quickly explained. Chapter 56, I want to hire you. Are you the doctor? Guta looked at Fang Yichen with some surprise. Right. Fang Yichen nodded. The stitches will be removed in 10 days. The wound should not be exposed to water during these few days, and it is best not to use too much force. You should be injured often, so I won't waste any more words. Just take care of yourself. Otherwise, if the tattoo doesn't fit properly and becomes ugly, it won't be my fault. Fang Yichen gave some instructions and turned to find the next patient. The next patient's condition was still complicated, and he seemed to be good as younger brother. Fang Yichen handled his younger brother's situation carefully. To be honest, if it were just these stitching tasks, it wouldn't be a big deal for him. In the emergency room, these small tasks can be considered a vacation for yourself. Fang Yichen lowered his head and sewed carefully, but he didn't know when someone stood behind him. It was only when he finished stitching and stood up to leave that he suddenly realized what was happening. Why are you standing behind me without making any sound? Are you scaring me to death? Fang Yichen stared at Gu Ta speechlessly. Gu Ta glanced at the wound that Fang Yichen had sutured for his younger brother. It was done meticulously and perfectly. From this we can see that he is a very good doctor. At least in terms of attitude and technique, they are very serious. Guta paused and said slowly, I have something I want to talk to you about. How about it? Fang Yichen looked at him in surprise, then pushed him away. Okay, what are you talking about? Let's talk while we walk. I'll take care of the next patient first. The patients in this debridement room were all good as younger brothers, so Guta did not stop them. He looked at Fang Yichen, who continued to move with ease, and then spoke. Dr. Fang, your suturing skills are very good. I'm afraid there are few people in Jiang'an City who can compare with you. Fang Yichen's mouth curled up slightly when he heard that. I'm not just bragging about this matter. Just with my suturing skills alone, there are few people who can compare with me, not only in Jiang'an City, but even in the entire Donghai province. Especially this cosmetic suturing method, in this era, has not yet been seriously applied. Therefore, Fang Yichen's technique can be said to be unique among Scorpion Baba. Guta continued. In our Qinglong gang, there are always some minor frictions from time to time, and some brothers have even been injured. How about you quit your job at the Chinese medicine hospital and come to our Qinglong gang to be our personal doctor? After he finished speaking, Fang Yichen paused and turned to look at Guta. No, is this person sick? Why would I give up a good job to join a gang with you? You may seem so awesome only in these few years, but in a few years, when the country takes action, where will you be able to survive? If I really followed you, I would be crazy. Seeing Fang Yichen didn't say anything, Guta raised his finger and said, We'll give you 5,000 yuan a month, how about that? Fang Yichen twitched the corner of his mouth. Not to mention, Guta's price is quite sincere. The hospital only gave me 2,000 yuan, but it was more than double that over there. But I definitely can't go to the Qinglong gang. So Fang Yichen shook his head decisively. Forget it. I'm not worthy of your place. Also, I advise you to clean up your name as soon as possible. There's no future in your line of work. As soon as he finished speaking, Guta frowned, and several of his younger brothers stepped forward and surrounded Fang Yichen. I thought he was a different doctor from others. I didn't expect that people like me are still looked down upon here. Isn't this asking for trouble? Fang Yichen wasn't afraid. He just stared at those brothers. What? You want to beat me up? I sewed you up with good intentions, and now you want to hit me? Luckily, I haven't agreed to go yet. If I had agreed to go, wouldn't I have fallen into your hands? Guta did not answer, but just waved his hand gently. The younger brothers behind him retreated and no longer surrounded Fang Yichen. After thinking for a while, Guta said, It's okay if you don't want to go. Then give me a phone number. If I need someone in the future, I'll send them to your place. You help me deal with it. I'll give you extra money. How about that? Even if someone is injured while hanging out in society, the best thing to do is to send him to the hospital. But sometimes the injuries are so severe that the patient cannot move at all. Or when there's a fight, there is no time to go to the hospital. These extremely urgent situations resulted in the loss of many brothers in the Qinglong gang. It's not like we haven't tried to find a doctor to stay in the Qinglong gang, but the abilities of those doctors seem to be somewhat substandard. So when Guta saw Fang Yichen today, he had an idea in his mind. Fang Yichen thought for a moment and nodded slightly. After all, I'm a doctor. If I'm called over due to special circumstances, it is not a big problem. It does not violate any rules or disciplines, and you can make some money at the same time. So why not do it? After agreeing, Fang Yichen continued to move towards the next patient. His skills really made every patient nod in praise. Guta stood there, looking at Fang Yichen's back. After thinking carefully, he turned his head and looked at his younger brother next to him. Go check Fang Yichen's address and situation. If you can't find him in the hospital later, go look for him at his home. Yes, the younger brother responded and left in a hurry. Fang Yichen walked back and forth in the debridement room. He treated more than a dozen patients one by one. In the operating room, several seriously injured patients were treated by He Dongfang and others. At this point, the injuries caused by this major group fight were perfectly resolved by the emergency department of the Chinese medicine hospital. In the office, Fang Yichen took a sip of tea and looked at Zhu Zixiao opposite him with some curiosity. What's going on with this group of people today? Why did they start fighting? Don't say that. Zhu Zixiao became excited when he heard that. While Chao Chong was away, he stepped directly on the stool. I heard that they fought fiercely between the Qinglong gang and the Dadao Society just to seize a street. You don't know, the whole street was covered in blood. It was so fierce. In the end, the people from the Qinglong gang won. Wow, what an awesome fight they put up. As Zhu Zixiao spoke, he waved his fists and pretended to take a knife. He looked eager to try. Yinjing glared at him with disdain. What kind of show is this fighting and killing? Zhu Zixiao smiled awkwardly, feeling a little embarrassed. Fang Yichen glanced at the two of them in surprise. Why do I feel that the atmosphere is a bit strange? Could it be that these two are dating? Thinking of this, Fang Yichen suddenly realized something and reached out to touch the mobile phone in his pocket. 3 missed calls. It's all Su Qiushuang. I'm rough. In excitement, Fang Yichen couldn't help but swear in his heart, then ran out in a hurry with his phone in his hand. It's over. I was treating a patient in the emergency room and didn't receive any call. Moreover, he had originally planned to pick up Su Qiushuang after get off work, but he came here because of the sudden emergency in the hospital. At this time, Su Qiushuang must have already finished get off work. Fang Yichen's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly called. But no one answered the phone. What is this? Did you deliberately not answer it? Chapter 57: The Director Buys You Breakfast. Fang Yichen couldn't get through the phone and couldn't help feeling anxious. Su Qiushuang should have finished work and gone home by now. There is no reason for her not to answer my call. Fang Yichen wanted to find her, but he didn't know exactly where Su Qiushuang lived in the community. He scratched his head and simply sent a text message to Su Qiushuang, explaining that he was rescuing a patient in the emergency room. After doing all this, he returned to the hospital. In the emergency room, Zhu Zixiao was a little surprised to see Fang Yichen coming back. Why are you back again? Things are done here. You don't need to work the night shift. Go back and get some rest. Zhu Zixiao spoke. When Fang Yichen heard this, he reached out and patted his shoulder. Okay, I'll leave first then. Yeah. Zhu Zixiao smiled. You're the best. Unlike that Gu Tao, he has some serious brain disease and didn't even answer my calls. All the doctors from the emergency department came just now, but Gu Tao didn't come. He didn't answer the phone, and I couldn't get through at all. Fang Yichen was stunned. Listening to Zhu Zixiao's words, he remembered that he couldn't get through to Su Qiushuang on the phone. But how is this possible? They don't even know each other. What is he thinking? Fang Yichen shook his head, packed up his things, and prepared to leave. He was working the day shift the next day. The most troublesome emergency case had just been resolved, and now he just had to wait to go to work tomorrow morning. Along the way, Fang Yichen returned home. I waited until I had almost finished washing up, and it was almost 9 or 10 o'clock in the evening before Su Qiushuang replied to my message. I went to the movies with my brother today. My phone was on silent during the movie, so I didn't receive any calls. Fang Yichen breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be watching a movie, which was nothing. He quickly replied, explaining that the hospital suddenly received a lot of calls from patients that afternoon, so he did not pick her up from get off work. Su Qiushuang was not angry about this. She just comforted Fang Yichen, and the two ended their conversation. The next morning, Fang Yichen packed up and went to the hospital. As soon as I arrived at the hospital, I heard a burst of scolding coming from the office of Jean Mingsheng, the director of the emergency department. What did you do last night? It's your turn to take the night shift. Where are you? You're 3 hours late. What were you doing? Why didn't you answer the phone? Jean Mingsheng roared, and everyone on the entire floor could hear it. Fang Yichen scratched his ears and looked at Zhu Zixiao with some confusion. Speaking of Gu Tao, this guy got off the night shift this morning. He should have arrived at 2 o'clock, but he didn't arrive until 5 o'clock. Zhu Zixiao explained. I don't know what Gu Tao is doing, but it seems that he has a girlfriend, so he hasn't been focusing on the hospital these days. Originally, Jean Mingsheng was planning to train him, but now, I guess he can't train him even if he wants to. Zhu Zixiao began to analyze. Fang Yichen nodded repeatedly on the side. Apart from anything else, Zhu Zixiao's words are really smart. He can hit the nail on the head on many things. Just as Fang Yichen was thinking, a voice came from the side. Xiao Fang, you are so hardworking. Are you working now? Fang Yichen turned his head and was immediately shocked. The person who greeted him was none other than Xiao Gang, deputy director of the Department of Neurosurgery. He walked over with a smile and patted Fang Yichen on the shoulder. Director Xiao, why are you in our emergency department? Fang Yichen called out hurriedly, a little confused. Well, this is on the way. Look at you. You just arrived at the hospital and haven't had breakfast yet. I have some steamed buns and soy milk. Come and eat them while they're hot. As he said that, he stuffed all the buns and soy milk he bought into Fang Yichen's arms. Fang Yichen was a little confused. Xiao Gang lowered his voice and said, Eat more. If you don't want to work in the emergency department one day, tell me, and I will transfer you to the neurosurgery department immediately. Fang Yichen pulled the corner of his mouth, feeling quite embarrassed. Xiao Gang burst into laughter and turned away. Steamed buns and soy milk in Fang Yichen's hand with a strange expression. Dropping by the emergency department? Are neurosurgery and the emergency department conveniently located? Isn't this excuse too far-fetched? Just as I was feeling contemptuous, a sound came from next door. Yichen, have you eaten yet? I bought 2 extra buns. Would you like to have some? Fang Yichen looked over when he heard the voice, and his face froze again. The one who spoke was the director of orthopedic surgery. He put the breakfast in Fang Yichen's arms with a smile. You are young. Remember to eat breakfast. Isn't your emergency department director going to buy you breakfast? Then you might as well come to our Bone Institute. I'll buy you breakfast every day from now on. The head of orthopedic surgery department said with a smile. Zhu Zixiao next to him had an even weirder expression on his face. How come he looks like a weird old man? Before Fang Yichen could say anything, the door of the next office opened and another voice was heard. What are you doing? Who asked you to come to our emergency department? Get out. As he spoke, a figure rushed out. It was none other than the deputy director of the emergency department, He Dongfang. He pushed the director of orthopedics away, then stood in front of Fang Yichen angrily. Don't listen to him. Who said we don't buy breakfast in the emergency department? Here, I bought it for you a long time ago. It's still hot. Eat this. As he said that, He Dongfang took out the rest of the breakfast from Fang Yichen's hand and stuffed his own in. Then he turned his head to look at Zhu Zixiao next to him and threw the rest of the breakfast to Zhu Zixiao. You eat this. Zhu Zixiao was a little flattered. Wow, so much for breakfast. Won't you be too full? Fang Yichen looked embarrassed. He thanked He Dongfang and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Fortunately, He Dongfang didn't say anything, waved his hand, and went back to his office. You kid. Zhu Zixiao looked envious. You know what? I heard today that our dean seems to be in contact with your alma mater, the second medical university of Donghai province, right? It seems that they want to recruit a few talented students from your school. Hearing this, Fang Yichen's expression tightened again. His current medical skills have nothing to do with the second medical university. Wouldn't this be a giveaway? What if the dean investigates and finds out that my grades in school were just SOSO? Wouldn't I be exposed? Thinking of this, Fang Yichen felt a little more worried. At this moment, the door of Jean Mingqing's office slowly opened. Gu Tao walked out with red eyes. The noise of discussion around suddenly stopped, and everyone hurriedly went about their own business. But everyone's eyes fell on Gu Tao. Fang Yichen came. Gu Tao was the most promising intern in the emergency department. Now that Fang Yichen has arrived, Gu Tao has suddenly become lost in the crowd and seems to be nothing special. Could it be that Fang Yichen is too powerful? No one knew what was going on, but everyone's eyes were fixed on Gu Tao. Gu Tao glanced around with red eyes. Finally, his eyes fell on Fang Yichen. He gritted his teeth and strode towards Fang Yichen. Chapter 58 bonus. After a few steps, Gu Tao stood in front of Fang Yichen. Their eyes met, and there seemed to be sparks flashing in their eyes. The temperature in the entire department seemed to be getting hotter, and the enthusiasm of the crowd who came to watch the fun was burning even more. Wow, is Gu Tao going to challenge Fang Yichen and say something harsh? All of a sudden, in the emergency department, whether it was the nurses or the interns, they all slowed down their pace with their ears perked up like dogs, staring at this place. Fang Yichen took a bite of the bun, stared at Gu Tao expressionlessly and asked, "What's the matter?" He was too lazy to pay any attention to Gu Tao. This kind of person is just a small intern, yet he still wants to steal the credit from me. He would not be in Fang Yichen's eyes at all, and there was no possibility of him becoming Fang Yichen's whetstone. The gap between the two is really too big. Seeing Fang Yichen's expression without any emotion, and even his unwillingness to pay attention to him, Gu Tao's face turned red instantly. He took a step forward and stared at Fang Yichen, trying to pressure Fang Yichen with his eyes. But Zhu Zixiao next to him suddenly said something. What are you doing? You want to kiss me so closely? Just this one sentence was enough to break down Gu Tao's defense. Is there any need to say more? I wanted to say something harsh, but he ruined it. Gu Tao glared at Zhu Zixiao angrily, then gritted his teeth and said angrily, Fang Yichen, just wait for me. Don't think you're so great just because you're a better doctor than me. Your family background is not as good as mine, and your connections are not as good as mine. Let me see how you fight with me. Don't let that happen, or even your wife will run away and not be with you. After he finished speaking, Gu Tao snorted coldly, turned around, and left. Fang Yichen finally raised his head and looked at Gu Tao's back seriously. What is he talking about? I can understand the first few sentences. But why did he add at the end that even his wife ran away? Isn't this sentence too purposeful? Fang Yichen frowned, his eyes revealing a hint of solemnity. Zhu Zixiao next to him raised his eyebrows, leaned closer, and asked in a low voice, What's the matter with what he said? Is he trying to get your girlfriend? Zhu Zixiao already knew about Fang Yichen's girlfriend. After all, when Su Qiushuang was in the hospital, the look in her eyes when she looked at Fang Yichen was like honey so sticky that it seemed like it was about to be drawn into threads. And Fang Yichen did not hide it from him. But now Gu Tao's words made Zhu Zixiao a little curious. I don't know, probably not. Fang Yichen shook his head slightly, feeling a little worried. Thinking back to the fact that Su Qiushuang didn't answer his call yesterday, but watched a movie instead, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. Old Fang. Zhu Zixiao next to him patted Fang Yichen on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. I'm telling you the truth. Teacher Su is not the right one for you. She is a very fashionable girl and looks very successful, but in fact she has a lot of problems. Fang Yichen stared at Zhu Zixiao when he heard that. That look made Zhu Zixiao suddenly laugh dryly. Well, I won't say any more. Just keep talking by yourself. You're all speechless. Zhu Zixiao waved his hands repeatedly and hurried to the end of the corridor. When there was no one around, he quickly took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, Miss Luo. Haha, I'm Zhu Zixiao. Before you left, you asked me to help you take care of Lao Fang. I got some news and came to report it to you. Zhu Zixiao said with a smile. The person he called was Mayor Luo's daughter, Luo Yun. When Luo Yun was discharged from the hospital and returned to school, she secretly fell in love with Fang Yichen. It was just that Fang Yichen and Su Qiushuang had just started talking at that time. She had no choice but to ask for Zhu Zixiao's phone number and ask Zhu Zixiao to help her keep an eye on Fang Yichen. If they break up one day, she will come back immediately and will never let another woman take advantage of her. Unexpectedly, it didn't take long for Zhu Zixiao to get the information. After listening to Zhu Zixiao's report, Luo Yun's eyes flashed with excitement. Okay, Dr. Zhu, thank you so much. You must help Yichen with this matter and let him see the true face of this woman. Okay, Miss Luo, don't worry. I'll take care of this matter. I also think this woman is not a good person. Zhu Zixiao reported the situation briefly and then replied to Fang Yichen. In the office, Dongfang and Fang Yichen were chatting about something. Your bone reconstruction surgery yesterday was very successful. The patient's father and the patient himself were very happy. So, Mr. Rong wanted to donate some money to our hospital to support various research projects in our hospital. Zhu Zixiao came from behind and stood next to Fang Yichen. Fang Yichen nodded slightly. This is a good thing. That's right, but he wants to send you a banner separately, and he has also called people from the newspaper to come over, probably this afternoon. When the time comes, you should clean up and take a picture with him. It will be in the newspaper. Dongfang explained with a smile. Hearing this, Zhu Zixiao next to him felt envious. It's going to be in the newspaper again. Lao Fang, you're really good. Fang Yichen smiled, but through his eyes, it was obvious that Fang Yichen seemed a little absent-minded. Could it be that this kid was influenced by Gu Tao's words? This won't do. How can a real man be bound by a woman? Thinking of this, Zhu Zixiao patted him on the shoulder. How about I treat you to dinner tonight to celebrate? Fang Yichen twitched his lips and said, Eat? Forget it. I have something to do tonight. Zhu Zixiao scratched his head, feeling a little worried, but didn't say anything. Several patients came to the emergency room in the morning. However, Fang Yichen did not need to handle it. It was all handled by Chao Chong and his students. Fang Yichen followed behind, which could barely be considered a learning experience. When it was almost afternoon, Dongfang called in a hurry. It was said that Rong Haiming had come with a banner and people from a newspaper, so Fang Yichen was asked to hurry to the meeting room prepared in advance by the hospital. After arriving at the meeting room, Fang Yichen took a breath in surprise. There's so many reporters in this conference room that it's a bit exaggerated. Could this have called all the newspapers in Jiang'an City over? Wouldn't the whole Jiang'an City know about his great achievements tomorrow? When they saw Fang Yichen, Rong Haiming and Wang Shuwen all smiled. Xiaofang, come quickly. Let's take a photo together, huh? Rong Haiming waved with a smile. There's a sign next to him. It says that Rong Group donated 2 million yuan to Jiang'an City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital's Scientific Research Fund. 2 million these days is much more valuable than 2 million in later generations. It's really generous of Rong Haiming to take out so much. Fang Yichen was a little surprised, but he still cooperated and took a handshake with Rong Haiming and a photo holding the banner. What follows is a series of processes. When the process was almost completed, Fang Yichen just felt his legs were sore. This thing is more tiring than any fucking surgery. At the same time, Wang Shuwen pulled Fang Yichen aside, took out an envelope, and put in Fang Yichen's hand. Yichen, in view of your outstanding performance, the hospital has decided to give you a personal bonus of 10,000 yuan. Haha, take it. Chapter 59, So Much Money. 10,000 yuan in bonus? Fang Yichen was stunned. He took the envelope and opened it to take a look, somewhat flattered. Don't worry. This is the income the hospital is giving you as a reward. It's legal and compliant. Wang Shuwen patted Fang Yichen on the shoulder. I know your family situation is not very good now, but it doesn't matter. Just work hard in our hospital. I promise. Your family will definitely get better. Hearing this, Fang Yichen also nodded vigorously. Thank you, Dean. Haha, work hard. Go somewhere else. Can you be so close to home? If you need money, just tell me, right? The hospital will take care of you if it can. Wang Shuwen added a few more words. He really loves this new intern. It was as if a sect elder was seeing a peerless genius. At such a young age, he can complete bone reconstruction surgery and brain tumor surgery. This is no less than a super genius in the medical field. Therefore, he was very caring towards Yichen, fearing that he would suffer some grievances and run away. After saying these words, he left in a hurry. Fang Yichen put the envelope away and returned to the office. Before I started working, there was another knock on the door. Rong Hyaming walked in with a smile on his face, holding a briefcase in his hand, and said enthusiastically, Dr. Fang, are you busy now? Boss Rong. Fang Yichen quickly stood up and took the banner that Rong Hyaming gave him. Fang Yichen had collected a lot of this stuff in his previous life. At that time, the room was full of banners, which made him very proud. This banner from Rong Hyaming is the first one I have received, and it has special significance. Don't be nervous, Dr. Fang. I just came to chat with you and thank you for your help to my son. As he spoke, Rong Hyaming moved closer to Fang Yichen, looking mysterious. Before leaving, Song Suo specially checked Rong Xian's recovery. The result was unexpectedly good, and I couldn't help but sigh a few words on the spot. Rong Xian naturally knew the difficulty of Fang Yichen's operation. So I came here at this moment to express my gratitude. Dr. Fang, I'm a businessman. I don't have anything else. I don't know how to thank you. Well, I'm a very generous person. Here's 100,000 yuan as a personal thank you to you. As he spoke, Rong Xian took out a thick craft paper bag from his bag and placed it in front of Fang Yichen. Seeing this scene, Fang Yichen was completely dumbfounded. No? So bold? What are you doing? But soon, Fang Yichen reacted. After all, it was the early 21st century, and the inspections were not as strict as those in later times. Nowadays, it is common for doctors to accept red envelopes. But Fang Yichen didn't intend to accept it. He quickly returned the brown paper bag to Rong Hyaming and said seriously, Boss Rong, how could you do this? I'm very grateful and satisfied that you gave me the banner. I can't take this money. Rong Hyaming was stunned, as if he couldn't believe that someone would refuse the money. Dr. Fang, don't worry, no one else knows about it. And this thing is just a small thing, it's nothing at all, don't take it to heart. Mr. Rong, after he finished speaking, Fang Yichen's attitude became even more serious. I know you want to thank me, but gratitude doesn't have to be this way. If I accepted your red envelope, it would be a total insult to my work. Our hospital is a public system. If I do the surgery I'm supposed to do, you'll give me a red envelope. Then will other patients give me red envelopes next time? Will it evolve into a situation where some patients are not eligible for treatment without red envelopes? This is something I cannot accept. I can't start this either. Mr. Rong, please take this thing back. Fang Yichen spoke righteously. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across Rong Hyaming's eyes, and then it turned into respect. He never expected that Fang Yichen was such an ethical doctor. He also heard a few words from Wang Shuwen about Fang Yichen's family. My family is very poor, and even now we have trouble finding a place to live. But now he has refused my 100,000 yuan thank you. This is 100,000 yuan. In this era, 100,000 yuan is very valuable. He just refused. For a moment, Rong Hyaming was also in awe. Dr. Fang's words make me feel ashamed. You are a great doctor, thank you. Shaking hands vigorously with Fang Yichen. Fang Yichen finally breathed a sigh of relief. After Rong Hyaming left, it was almost time to get off work. Holding the 10,000 yuan bonus issued by the hospital, Fang Yichen was very happy. With so much money, I can definitely take my family's life to the next level. Besides, he had plenty of extra funds to go on a date with Su Qiushuang. Thinking of this, Fang Yichen's pace quickened. He changed his clothes and left the hospital directly. However, a few seconds before he was discharged from the hospital, a motorcycle sped past and rushed out. When the two passed each other, The motorcyclist turned his head and looked at Fang Yichen with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Fang Yichen was stunned for a moment. The one riding the motorcycle is Gu Tao? Why does this kid always look at me like this? He seemed to be deliberately provoking me these days. But his family background is indeed good. He just started working and has not made any money yet, but he already rides a motorcycle. The car just now seemed to be a Suzuki, right? This motorcycle costs 7 or 8,000 yuan. Fang Yichen felt a little emotional, but not envious. He squeezed the 10,000 yuan in his hand and decided to keep it in his pocket to feel more at ease. The bus arrived quickly. Fang Yichen got on and followed the bus to Su Qiushuang School. Su Qiushuang gets off work at the same time as I do. Fang Yichen specially sent her a message, telling her that he would pick her up after work. But Su Qiushuang didn't reply, which made Fang Yichen a little worried. After the bus arrived at the school, Fang Yichen waited and waited, but did not see Su Qiushuang. I called my mother again and found out that Ji Xia had already returned home. Fang Yichen was a little discouraged and was about to call Su Qiushuang's cell phone, but no one answered. It's really strange. Fang Yichen sighed, turned around, and went home. At home, Jiangsu had already prepared the meal and was waiting for him to come back with a smile on her face. Seeing his family, Fang Yichen was obviously in a much better mood. Mom, I have good news for you. Hey, I had an operation in the hospital yesterday. Wow, I made some money. Look. As he spoke, Fang Yichen took out a red envelope of 10,000 yuan from his pocket. The moment Jiangsu saw the red envelope, his eyes widened. Oh my God, so much money? Chapter 60, asking Dr. Fang for help. Yichen, what did you do in the hospital? How did you get so much money? You are not. Jiangsu looked at his son with some concern. How could an intern who had just joined the hospital get his salary increased to 2,000 yuan and a bonus of 10,000 yuan? Although she doesn't understand this business. But the $10,000 in front of me is real money. If this happened to his father, that conscienceless man wouldn't even make 10,000 a year. Is your son so successful? Or are you brave enough to reach out? Seeing Jiangsu's worried expression, Fang Yichen quickly comforted her. Mom, don't worry. This was given to me by the dean himself. This money is clean, and I earned it with my own ability. Now many hospitals and institutions want to recruit me. Your son is amazing. Jiangsu heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. She gently reached out and grasped her son's hand and said earnestly, Son, you are a doctor. Your grandfather has been a doctor all his life and never charged a penny more. You must never make money that goes against your conscience. Mom, don't worry, I know what's going on. Fang Yichen nodded. However, Jiangsu's expression still did not improve. She sighed softly and went back to the house. After a while, a box of things was dragged out of the house. What's this? Fang Yichen was a little stunned. He doesn't remember having these things at home. There's all this mess of food in here. As he spoke, Jiangsu opened the box, revealing various kinds of milk, chicken, duck, fish, meat, packaging bags, and rice. There were so many types that Fang Yichen was dazzled. That's all, enough for the three of us in the family to eat for half a month. Where did all this come from? Fang Yichen looked confused. Seeing that he knew nothing, Jiangsu sighed again. This afternoon, a few people with tattoos came over and asked if you lived here. It seems like a patient you saved. When they first came, they brought cash, all money. He said he wanted to give it to you, but I refused in every possible way and never took it. Later, he gave me watches, gold, jewelry, and the like, but I didn't take them either. We were at a stalemate until the end. I said if we really need to give something away, we should give some food. As a result, they bought so much. After saying that, Jiangsu looked at Fang Yichen again. Tell me, who are those people? Do you recognize them? If you don't know them, I'll send these things back. Fang Yichen was stunned for a moment, but soon reacted. The people with the tattoo are probably none other than those from the Qinglong gang. Before, Gu Ta wanted me to be their Qinglong gang's private doctor, but I didn't agree. I guess they're sending me these foods to express their gratitude for helping me stitch up their wounds. Fang Yichen smiled bitterly. I know it. You keep it. If you see it again next time, don't let them give it to you. Jiangsu nodded and was relieved to see that his son was not surprised. The family sat down to eat again. Nowadays, the Fang family's life is getting better and better. At least I won't have to worry about food and drink, and with this 10,000 yuan, I also have some ability to resist risks. But if you want to live a good life, you still have a long way to go. Fang Yichen thought in his mind, deciding that he should work harder next time. Jiangsu put away the 10,000 yuan. Yichen, I'll keep this 10,000 yuan for you, so that you can use it when you get married. If you really like teacher Sue, you should settle the matter with her as soon as possible so that mother can rest assured. Fang Yichen nodded, with a bit of shyness on his face. While we were chatting, his cell phone rang. When I looked down, I saw that it was Su Qiushuang who called. Fang Yichen was delighted and quickly walked out of the house with his mobile phone. Looking at Fang Yichen's back, Jiang Su chuckled at first, but then a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. I'm afraid these two children won't be able to succeed. Outside the door, Fang Yichen quickly answered the phone. Qiushuang, I came to pick you up and get off work this afternoon. Why didn't you pay attention to me? What were you doing? Fang Yichen was in a pretty good mood. After all, with 10,000 yuan in hand, I have the confidence to date the girl. But Su Qiushuang on the other end of the phone was silent. The atmosphere seemed a little off. Fang Yichen's heart skipped a beat, and he asked softly, Qiushuang, what's wrong with you? Yichen. Su Qiushuang's voice sounded and seemed to be choked with sobs. This made Fang Yichen's heart rise to his throat. Yichen, my grandparents don't agree with us being together. I'm sorry. I'm sure you can find something better. Buzz. As soon as the words fell, Fang Yichen's mind was instantly confused. The love that just started died? What's going on? Why don't you agree that we should be together? Fang Yichen tried to calm himself down with some effort, then asked as calmly as possible. On the other end of the phone, Su Qiushuang was crying inconsolably. My grandparents disagreed, saying you were too far from my home. You said you had no house to live in. And he also said that if you want to marry me, you have to pay a gift of 100,000 yuan. Otherwise, it's impossible. What? 100,000? Fang Yichen opened his mouth and looked up in confusion. He suddenly remembered the 100,000 yuan that Rong Haiming gave him today. If I accepted the money, could I be with Su Qiushuang? Fang Yichen clenched his fists tightly and said, I know I don't have a place to live, but I will try my best. I can't even afford a 100,000 yuan betrothal gift. Can you wait for me for half a year, just half a year, and I'll take out 100,000 and marry you home in style, okay? Fang Yichen felt a strange feeling in his heart. He just felt that Su Qiushuang was the first person he had dated in his life, even though it was only for a few days. But at least, you should persist and show your attitude. Can I go find my grandparents now? Fang Yichen said, I'll try to get it. Grandpa and Grandma won't be so unreasonable. No, it's useless. You can't come up with a 100,000 yuan betrothal gift. They won't agree. Su Qiushuang spoke, her voice tinged with tears. Why must it be 100,000? Fang Yichen felt a little painful. But soon, he remembered that something was wrong. He and Su Qiushuang had only been together for more than 10 days. Even when you are in a relationship, there is no such rush to break up. At least wait for yourself to grow up and develop. If she is not willing to wait even this little bit of time, it must be that her grandparents have already found a family for her. After realizing this, Fang Yichen's expression changed again. Your grandparents don't agree with me. Do they find a good family for you? Fang Yichen felt a little painful when asking this question. After all, Su Qiushuang and I haven't seen each other much in the past 2 days, and we have had little contact. It is very likely that she went on a blind date without telling me. As expected, after the words fell, Su Qiushuang fell silent. Yes, they found one for me. We'll go buy jewelry tomorrow, get engaged tonight, and move the betrothal gifts the day after tomorrow. Fang Yichen's body stiffened for a moment, and almost instantly, countless complex emotions emerged in his mind. Finally, he slowly said, I'm going to find you now. I want to see you. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Qinglong gang in Jiang'an City, Gu Ta also spoke anxiously. There's going to be another fight tonight. Miao Su Su, go get someone to invite Dr. Fong over. Remember, it's a please go. Chapter 61, What Can You Fight Me With? It was nighttime at this moment, and Fang Yichen was running while observing the taxis on the roadside. After finally seeing one, he quickly stopped it and ran straight to Su Qiushuang's community. Not long after, standing downstairs of Su Qiushuang's community, Fang Yichen called her again. On the other end of the phone, Su Qiushuang was crying loudly. She was about to go downstairs to meet Fang Yichen, but she was stopped by her aunt and grandparents. Finally, under her strong request, Su Qiushuang was allowed to go downstairs. The only people who came with her were her aunt and uncle, and the cousin who was rescued by Fang Yichen, Su Qiuye. Downstairs, Fang Yichen looked at Su Qiushuang in silence. Her aunt Su Lanhua came up to her and asked, Are you Fang Yichen? You want to be with our Qiushuang? Don't you even look at yourself? Do you have a place to live? Can you afford the betrothal gift? There's nothing. Why are you delaying our Qiushuang? Fang Yichen frowned and looked at Su Lanhua. He didn't understand why there was so much hostility. Teacher Su, don't you want to discuss this with me at all? You're not willing to wait for me at all? It was obviously you who came to me first, and you were the one who wanted to spend time with me first, but you went on a blind date behind my back? Su Qiushuang lowered her head apologetically and murmured, I'm sorry, Yichen. You will definitely find someone better. Su Lanhua next to her said directly, Qiushuang, what do you have to say to apologize? When you're in a relationship, do you sign a contract with him or get a marriage certificate with him? If you break up, isn't that it? What's there to say? Hearing this, Fang Yichen even laughed out of anger. Su Qiuyan next to him also snorted coldly and stared at Fang Yichen. What do you mean by dating? I'm giving you face, but it's just an ambiguous relationship. Do you really think you are my sister's boyfriend? Fang Yichen tilted his head slightly and stared at Su Qiuye in front of him. Su Qiuye snorted again. Why are you looking at me? I'm telling you, don't think that just because you saved me, you're doing me a favor. You're the doctor, and I'm the patient. This is what you should do. It's not like I didn't pay you. Fang Yichen nodded slightly, feeling extremely complicated. It was just my bad luck that my first love in this life ended in such an unclear way. In such an extremely disgraceful way. It was a waste that my mother introduced me to a blind date before, but I rejected him directly. I didn't expect that the Su family plays like this. Su Qiushuang lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Fang Yichen. At this moment, her cell phone rang again. After looking down, Su Qiushuang's expression changed slightly, and she hung up the call directly. Su Lanhua was watching from the side and asked directly, Oh, was it Xiaogu who hit you? Why did you hang up on him? You are at the critical stage of cultivating your relationship now. You should talk more. Having said that, Su Lanhua looked at Fang Yichen again. Don't think that being a doctor is an honorable profession. Xiaogu is also a doctor, and his family background is better than yours. He paid a betrothal gift of 100,000 yuan without blinking an eye. Unlike you, you look so poor. Fang Yichen took a deep breath and slowly raised his head. The name Xiaogu makes him very sensitive. What's his name? Fang Yichen asked. Su Qiushuang shook her head, looking very pitiful. I can't say. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Lanhua's phone rang again. Hey, Xiaogu called me. She answered the phone with a smile and even turned on the expansion button. The voice from the other end came out all of a sudden, causing Fang Yichen to suddenly feel furious. Isn't this little Gugu Tao? No wonder this bastard has been provoking me these days. It turns out he was waiting for me here. Looking at Su Qiushuang again, her pitiful appearance makes people feel disgusted no matter how they look at her. So, when you said you went to the movies with your cousin, you were actually also going to the movies with Gu Tao? Fang Yichen asked coldly. Su Qiushuang didn't dare to answer, but just nodded slightly. What a good way to look for a horse while riding a donkey. Fang Yichen sneered even louder. I don't, Su Qiushuang retorted. I thought I could handle it. Besides, I didn't have to tell you. Haven't I told you the truth now? Besides, I gave you a chance. You said it yourself that you can't come up with 100,000 yuan. I can't help it. Fang Yichen took a deep breath. The anger in his heart was beyond words. Su Qiushuang is looking for a better job while still working. Gu Tao was waiting for him here secretly. These people are really brave. He turned and pointed at Su Lanhua. Aren't you on the phone? Come on. Ask Gu Tao to come and talk to me. Su Lanhua was stunned for a moment. She was a little surprised that Fang Yichen knew Gu Tao's name. But Gu Tao on the other end of the phone had obviously heard what Fang Yichen said. He laughed, seeming to be very pleased. Fang Yichen, don't run. Just wait for me there, I'll go now. Having said that, Gu Tao hung up the phone and rode his Suzuki towards Su's house. At the same time, someone knocked on the door of Fang Yichen's rental house. Jiang Su opened the door worriedly, only to find that the person standing at the door was not his son, but a few young men with tattoos who had come during the day. Auntie, is Dr. Fang home? My name is Miao Su Su. I'm his patient, and I'd like to ask him to do us a favor. Fang Yichen according to Gu Ta's instructions to prepare for a fight in the evening. Jiang Su shook his head. He's not at home. He's out. Work. Miao Su Su was stunned. It seemed that Dr. Fang was not on night shift today. No, he went to Shizhuang town in the city. What do you want from him? Jiang Su explained. Seeing that her expression didn't seem very good, Miao Su Su felt a pang in her heart. Did something happen to Dr. Fang? This won't do. It will ruin everything going on tonight. Thinking of this, Miao Su Su's voice also became anxious. Auntie, Dr. Fang is a good doctor. We have a patient here who needs his help. Tell me where he went, and I will go find him right away. This, Jiang Su hesitated for a moment and explained, It's Shizhuang Town, Yichen Garden. Miao Susu nodded. Thank you, Auntie. Having said that, she and her brothers hurried to Su's community. A moment later, Gu Tao appeared at the entrance of the community, riding his Suzuki. The dashing motorcycle passed by Fang Yichen's body closely, and finally did a tailspin, stopping in front of Fang Yichen and Su Qiushuang. His actions were full of provocation. Only when he got down did he take off his helmet and stared at Fang Yichen with disdain. Why did you call me over here? Dr. Fang, do you think you're awesome just because you're better than me in the hospital? Are you good at healing? Knowing how to cure diseases is useless. To make a living, you need power and background. You only graduated from a small undergraduate program. I graduated from Key University. My uncle is a chief physician, and my uncle is a gangster. You want to fight me? What can you use to fight me? Chapter 62, you can deal with it. As soon as he got off the car, Gu Tao came straight towards him. This series of words was enough to show that he was deliberately pursuing Su Qiushuang and deliberately dealing with himself. Thinking of this, Fang Yichen just wanted to laugh. Is this guy fucking mentally ill? I just stole his limelight in the department, and he took revenge on me in this way? Besides, the conflict between the two started because Gu Tao was trying to steal his credit. After all, it was clearly him who started first. Thinking of this, a hint of anger flashed in Fang Yichen's eyes. Gu Tao, do you really want to go against me? Who is against you? Gu Tao sneered. I just like teacher Su, and I'm willing to offer a gift of 100,000 yuan to her family. Is that not okay? If you have the ability, you can also offer 100,000. If you can't pay, stop talking here. At this moment, Gu Tao's mental crush on Fang Yichen has reached its peak. These few days in the hospital, he had long been fed up with Fang Yichen's way of stealing the show. Now that I can snatch his wife away, I can vent my anger. Fang Yichen was too lazy to say anything to him. His eyes passed him and fell on Su Qiushuang. Teacher Su, so this is what you told me, right? Su Qiushuang raised her head, tears in her eyes. Yichen, my family doesn't agree. Do you want me to be deserted by everyone? Fang Yichen was speechless. At the same time, a loud shout came from behind Su Qiushuang. What are you still doing downstairs of our house? You don't feel ashamed, but I do. I don't agree with you two being together. Get out of here. Su Qiushuang's grandfather, Su Chang, appeared. He had a stern face and looked at Fang Yichen with contempt. Fang Yichen clenched his fists, his chest filled with anger. Su Chang glanced at him coldly. What? Do you still want to fight? I'm telling you, I have a leg disease. If you fight with me and break my leg, you'll have to pay for it. Fang Yichen sneered. Compensation? I'm the best orthopedic surgeon in the city. I can break your leg and also fix it for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chang glared at him angrily. Su Lanhua next to him also cursed. What a boast. You're an intern. Why don't you go to heaven? Do you think I don't know you? Dr. Xiao Gu is your colleague. We already know your situation very well. You are just an intern. You don't even have a medical license, and you are pretending to be one. Right, Dr. Gu? Su Lanhua spoke to Gu Tao beside her, as if she wanted to get Gu Tao's consent. But Gu Tao was standing next to them, and a look of unnaturalness suddenly appeared on his face. Fang Yichen seems to be the best orthopedic surgeon in the city. Just yesterday, Song Saw, an expert in bone reconstruction, invited him to join his research team. This guy really wasn't bragging. When he thought of this, Gu Tao felt a deep sense of powerlessness. But now Fang Yichen's wife has been taken away by me, which can be regarded as stepping on him. So he felt a little better. Fang Yichen was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He waved his hand and was too lazy to talk nonsense with his family anymore. I can only say that I am unlucky to have to deal with such a group of people. Especially Su Qiushuang. She was really blind. He sighed softly and prepared to leave. At this moment, a car slowly drove over from the distance. The car lights swept over Fang Yichen. It suddenly stopped by the roadside, and someone got out. Everyone here took a look and was slightly surprised. Toyota Crown. This car cost more than 300,000 yuan. In this day and age, more than 300,000 yuan could buy you a house. This is definitely a rich man. When Gu Tao saw the license plate of the car, a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. Huh? Isn't this my uncle's car? Hearing this, Su Lanhua next to her immediately smiled happily. Wow, I didn't expect Gu Tao's family is so rich that they can even drive a car. And it's a luxury car like the Toyota Crown. However, as several people in the car came over, the surprise on Gu Tao's face turned into astonishment. What's going on? The people who got off the car were not his uncle, but members of the Qinglong gang, led by Miao Susu. After she came, she didn't even look at Gu Tao, but walked in front of Fang Yichen. Dr. Fang, I finally found you. A hint of excitement appeared on Miao Susu's face. We have something to do tonight, and some of our brothers might get hurt. Could you please come with us? Money and everything are easy to talk about. As the words fell, Miao Susu beside her waved. Soon, a younger brother came with a small suitcase and opened it in front of Fang Yichen. There are 100,000 in here. Please give me some favors. Stacks of red bills were placed in the suitcase, shocking people's nerves. Fang Yichen turned his head and stared at Miao Susu with an indifferent expression. There was a hint of anxiety and pleading on Miao Susu's face. Su Qiushuang, Su Lanhua, and others beside them were suddenly stunned. This, Fang Yichen, can earn 100,000 yuan in one night? Is this, the betrothal money, enough? Several people looked at each other with complicated emotions in their eyes. However, Fang Yichen did not take the money. He just glanced at Miao Susu calmly, and then said, "Can't you see I'm busy? Why are you calling me? Isn't it just stitching? Am I the only one in Jiang'an City who can sew?" Fang Yichen's attitude made Miao Susu stunned for a moment. She was at a loss for a moment. Fang Yichen pointed at Gu Tao next to him again. "Isn't there a doctor here, too? Go find him." Upon hearing this, Miao Susu turned her head and looked at Gu Tao. There was a hint of embarrassment on Gu Tao's face. "Sister Susu, who are you?" Miao Susu frowned, and after taking a close look at Gu Tao, she belatedly asked, "Are you the third brother's nephew?" "Ha ha ha, it's me, my name is Gu Tao." He hurried to meet him, but as soon as the smile appeared on his face, he was shouted down by Miao Susu. "What are you doing here? What is your relationship with Dr. Fang?" Gu Tao's face froze, glanced at Fang Yichen with a confused expression. Fang Yichen also turned around and said, "I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you guys. Since you want to be together, then be together." Having said that, he just left. Miao Susu's heart tightened, and she hurriedly chased after him. "Dr. Fang, please don't leave. Otherwise, would you please come with me first?" "Leaving what?" Fang Yichen looked at her coldly, feeling somewhat resentful. "I didn't expect that Miao Susu and Gu Tao actually knew each other. So how can I help?" "I'm Busi. Don't you know Gu Tao? He's also an emergency doctor. Go talk to him." Fang Yichen directly rejected Miao Susu's request. Miao Susu froze there, knowing that the problem was with Gu Tao. So she quickly grabbed Fang Yichen. "Dr. Fang, please don't leave yet. I know Gu Tao. Whatever he did, I'll teach him a lesson for you. I'll call our third brother right now and have him handle it personally." Chapter 63, Please Forgive Me. He's the one who handles it? Why should he handle it? Seeing Miao Susu pulling him, Fang Yichen's eyes flashed with anger. "You know what's going on, and you're just here to deal with it? Now that he's here, can he still control other people's consensual marriage?" As he spoke, Fang Yichen also took out his cell phone. "Let go, or I'll call the police." Dr. Fang, seeing Fang Yichen so angry, Miao Susu also knew that Gu Tao might have really done something that would anger God and man. Otherwise, how could Dr. Fang, who has such a good temper, become like this? She quickly reached out to stop Fang Yichen from calling the police. At the same time, he quickly said, "Dr. Fang, can you please trust me for once? I, Miao Susu, am also well known in the underworld. Let me investigate, and I will give you an explanation." As she spoke, she reached out and grabbed Fang Yichen's phone. During the struggle, the phone fell directly to the ground. With a pop sound, the second-hand mobile phone suddenly broke into pieces. Seeing this scene, Fang Yichen became even more annoyed. "I spent 150 yuan to buy this cell phone while working part-time while I was in school, just to be able to talk to my family. When I bought Nokia 3310, I felt sad for a long time. Now that it was suddenly broken by Miao Susu, Fang Yichen felt even more distressed. "I'll compensate you, Dr. Fang. I'll compensate you for your phone." Seeing that Fang Yichen was really about to lose his temper, Miao Susu's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly explained. "I was angry before because he wanted to leave. Now that the phone was broken, Dr. Fang was really angry. I'm afraid that in his heart, this mobile phone is more important than the incident caused by Gu Tao." Miao Susu winked at the other two thugs, then took out her cell phone and called Gu Tao. "Third brother, I found Dr. Fang, but something went wrong. Dr. Fang seems to have had some conflicts with your nephew Gu Tao. He is now in Yechen Garden in Shizhuang Town." On the other end of the phone, Gu Tao was also a little dazed. But soon he said, "Hold on, Dr. Fang. I'll be there soon." Miao Susu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly comforted Fang Yichen. "Dr. Fang, our third brother will be here soon. Please wait for a moment." I will definitely compensate you for your phone. As she spoke, she turned her head and looked at Gu Tao. Just one glance, and Gu Tao felt his scalp go cold. He never thought that Fang Yichen would be related to his third uncle. Gu Tao's third uncle has always been a gangster. It is well known throughout Jiangnan City. Gu Tao's family also gained a lot from this incident. Gu Tao was always proud of this, and often went out under the name of Gu Ta, receiving a lot of care. But this time, he felt like he had gotten out of hand. Tell me, what's going on? Miao Susu looked at him coldly. Tell me now. Your uncle will come later, and there will be room for maneuver. But if you don't tell me, you know what will happen when your uncle comes and asks me. Gu Tao shuddered. Of course, he had heard of the name of his third uncle. He is cruel and ruthless, not only to outsiders, but also to his own people, especially someone like me, who ruined his plans. But why does third uncle attach so much importance to Fang Yichen? Gu Tao was afraid and explained carefully. Nothing, it's just that Su Qiushuang was originally Fang Yichen's girlfriend, but I also liked her, and then I asked my family to ask her to marry me. The Su family agreed. Teacher Su dumped Fang Yichen. He was dissatisfied and came here to cause trouble. After the words fell, Miao Susu's eyes widened. Even though Gu Tao said it so simply, Miao Susu could read some unusual meanings in her heart. She looked at Gu Tao deeply, sneered, and said nothing more. 10 minutes later, a Toyota Prado slowly appeared at the intersection. Along with it came a van. Under the headlights, the Toyota's door opened and a muscular figure appeared in everyone's eyes. It was Guta. Guta came hurriedly and greeted Fang Yichen first. I want to ask about Miao Susu's situation again. After learning the whole story, Guta's face instantly turned gloomy. Fang Yichen with an apologetic look and said, Dr. Fang, I didn't expect that my nephew would cause you so much trouble. Fang Yichen glanced at him. So you? What do you want to do by having your people detain me here? Are you trying to vent your anger on your nephew? Guta, don't think that I am a doctor and you can bully me. I saved Mayor Luo's daughter. If you dare to do something to me, you will not be well. When he saw Guta again, Fang Yichen still felt a little uneasy. After all, this group of people are really involved in society. At the beginning of the 21st century, the campaign against organized crime and evil was not yet so effective. Which of these people doesn't have a few lives on their hands? So Fang Yichen could only use his tricks at this moment, hoping that Guta would not be so arrogant. But as soon as he finished speaking, Guta hurriedly explained, Dr. Fang, you really misunderstood. I came here today just to vent your anger. As he said that, he turned his head and looked at Gu Tao. Come here. Gu Tao shrank his neck and walked over carefully. Third uncle. Bang. Before he could finish his words, Gu Tao slapped him in the face. This slap was so solid that it stunned Gu Tao. He covered his face, his cheeks were swollen, and he looked in disbelief. Uncle San, why did you hit me? He spoke vaguely. There were even tears in his eyes because of fear. Kneel down, cut out at Dr. Fang, and admit your mistake. Guta stared at him and spoke again. The tone was firm and unquestionable. Gu Tao was completely confused and had no idea why this happened. And Guta was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Or, you can kneel down, cut out to Dr. Fang and apologize, and try to get his forgiveness. Or, if I don't have a nephew like you, I will use the methods of our Qinglong gang to break your dog legs, and then count out to Dr. Fang to admit my mistake. You choose. Guta didn't even look at him, just stood there. The young people who got out of the van surrounded the area, and Gu Tao couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Even Su Qiushuang's family next to them stood there in panic, at a loss as to what to do. Fang Yichen, not as simple as imagined. Isn't he an intern? Isn't his family extremely poor and doesn't even have a house? How come he even knows the underground boss of Jiangnan City? It's over. Now that I've offended him, will he take revenge on my family? Su Lanhua and others, who originally had arrogant looks on their faces, couldn't help but lower their heads. The slap in the face, the retribution, came so quickly that they were caught off guard. And under the coercion, Gu Tao slowly knelt in front of Fang Yichen. Dr. Fang, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Please forgive me. Chapter 64. Too late to regret. Fang Yichen pitifully. Gu Tao frowned. What are you looking at? Don't you know the rules of the Qinglong gang? Keep kowtow. Keep admitting your mistakes. Don't stop until Dr. Fang tells you to stop. Hearing this, Gu Tao shuddered again. He covered his face, kowtowed again, and apologized, looking aggrieved and pitiful. As for any resentment or thoughts of revenge, Gu Tao had long forgotten them. The one forcing him to apologize now is not Fang Yichen, but his uncle. My biggest protector respects Fang Yichen so much. What else is there for me to struggle about? Gu Tao just knelt there, kowtowing continuously. Fang Yichen didn't even look at him, just stared at Gu Ta. What do you mean? Let him force me here? Let me be soft-hearted and forgive him. Dr. Fang, I didn't mean that. Gu Ta shook his head. This is the rule of our Qinglong gang. You helped our brothers sew up, your skills were very good, and none of my tattoos were damaged. Also promise to help us after work. You are a brother. Brothers help brothers. This is what we should do. I didn't know Gu Tao did such a thing and stole your girlfriend. If I had known earlier, I would have definitely dealt with her. Well, Dr. Fang, if you want to be with Teacher Su, we will pay for your betrothal gift. Guda explained seriously. He was not only impressed by Fang Yichen's medical skills, but also by the connections behind Fang Yichen. Today, he also sent people to investigate Fang Yichen and learn that he had saved the mayor's daughter. With this favor, as long as Mayor Luo remains in power, no one will dare to attack Fang Yichen. Hearing Gu Tao's words, Fang Yichen shook his head. Gu Tao and I will resolve the issue ourselves. Marriage is a major event in life, and people will make their own decisions. She chose Gu Tao. Maybe Gu Tao is really better than me. I'm not going to do anything about it. As for you coming to me, I understand. If you need me to rescue someone tonight, I can help. But I'm only one person after all. I can't save so many people. There are too many people. Let's send them to the hospital. Also, I still want to advise you not to work in this field. Get rid of your debts as soon as possible. This field has no future. Fang Yichen spoke slowly. Finally, he added another sentence. Also, Miao Susu broke my phone just now. You must compensate me for this. Okay, no problem. Miao Susu agreed immediately. Fang Yichen deeply, feeling worried. He also knew what Fang Yichen said. My line of work seems to be very glamorous, but it involves fighting and killing all day long and is very frightening. And I heard that some provinces and cities in the south have already begun to clean up these people. I'm afraid Jiangnan City won't be far away. Thinking of this, Gu Ta's heart sank. But tonight's work still needs to be done. He slowly said, Dr. Fang, I will consider what you said, but I still need your help with tonight's matter. I can't help you. Fang Yichen directly rejected his request, but you can call emergency services ahead of time and have them wait there. As for me, I'll go with the ambulance. Although he did not agree, Fang Yichen's words were disguised consent. Guda breathed a sigh of relief. So, should I call the emergency number now? It's up to you. I'll go to the hospital first. Fang Yichen waved his hand. Since I know that Gu Ta is going to fight tonight, the hospital must be short of staff, so I have to go there. Gu Ta nodded repeatedly. Then I'll send someone to take Dr. Fang to the hospital. Fang Yichen did not refuse. Gu Ta quickly waved his hand and asked Miao Susu to take him to the hospital. He brought his men back to the base camp. From beginning to end, Gu Tao knelt there and kowtowed to admit his mistakes. But everyone seemed to ignore him and paid no attention to him at all. Fang Yichen left. Guda also left with his men. Only Gu Tao was kneeling on the ground alone. Although he did not kowtow again, his embarrassed expression was extremely shameful. The Su family looked at each other, feeling terrified. Qiu Shuang, is it too late for you to go to Xiaofang and apologize now? Su Lanhua hesitated and asked softly. Su Qiushuang turned her head and glared at her aunt hatefully. It was she who instigated and forced me to marry Gu Tao. Who would have thought that Gu Tao would be controlled by Fang Yichen like this? But now that I've already talked to Gu Tao, wouldn't it be embarrassing if I go to find Fang Yichen? So Su Qiushuang refused with great courage. She quickly walked to Gu Tao and wanted to help her up. However, Gu Tao pushed her away and stared at her with a somewhat crazy look. Don't touch me. I'm only with you to get revenge on Fang Yichen. How could I possibly marry you? You have no parents and your whole family is full of vampires. If I hadn't offered you this $100,000, would you have agreed to marry me? I'm not stupid. I'm paying you 100,000 yuan for your betrothal gift, but you don't even pee and look at the mirror. Do you deserve it? After he finished speaking, Gu Tao didn't care about Su Qiushuang's mood and rode away on his Suzuki. This time, the Su family was completely devastated. The potential stock Fang Yichen is gone. Now the ready-made, rich young master doesn't want Su Qiushuang anymore. This is a joke. Ready-made joke. Su Qiushuang staggered and leaned softly against the tree next to her. She felt dizzy and seemed to be about to fall down. At the same time, Fang Yichen was sent to the hospital by Miao Susu. But on the way, she took a detour and took Fang Yichen to a mobile phone store to pick out a mobile phone. Because time is tight, we have to fight next. She didn't even pick one and just picked one and gave it to Fang Yichen. Nokia 7650. This mobile phone has just been on the market for a short time, and the price has reached 6,300 yuan. In this era, mobile phones of this price are almost the ceiling. Fang Yichen looked completely confused. Even in my previous life, I had never used such an expensive mobile phone. At that time, it was the first mobile phone in China with a built-in camera. Did you just give it to yourself? Fang Yichen was a little hesitant to accept it. Such an expensive mobile phone is simply a hot potato. He wanted to refuse, but Miao Susu forced her into his arms. Don't worry, Dr. Fang. This mobile phone store belongs to our Qinglong gang. It's free. Let's go to the hospital now. Miao Susu hurriedly took Fang Yichen into the car and finally sent him to the hospital entrance before leaving. Fang Yichen scratched his head and walked into the hospital in a daze. Zhu Zixiao, who was on duty, saw him and stood up immediately. Lao Fang, why are you here at this hour? You couldn't sleep at home, so you took a walk to the hospital? Fang Yichen glared at him and said, don't mention it. We're definitely very busy tonight. I'm afraid we still have to go out for consultations. Let's get ready quickly. Chapter 65 Street Fight. Busy? What's going on? You seem to know something. At Fang Yichen with some confusion. Fang Yichen said nothing, but went back to his office and put on a white coat. Zhu Zixiao refused to give in. He is now the #1 spy arranged by Luo Yun to be beside Fang Yichen. He wanted to find out everything that happened to Fang Yichen and then tell Luo Yun. So, he followed and continued. By the way, Lao Fang, when you got home from get off work today, were you with Teacher Su? Fang Yichen paused and slowly turned his head to glance at Zhu Zixiao. That look was a little cold and a little angry. Zhu Zixiao was delighted. Obviously, there would be no good outcome between the two of them. He had to tell Miss Luo the news as soon as possible. But the next second, Fang Yichen slowly said, it's impossible for Teacher Su and I to be together. She accepted Gu Tao's 100,000 yuan betrothal gift and has decided to be with Gu Tao. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Zixiao was suddenly stunned. No? Is this correct? What big news have you gotten? Zhu Zixiao's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Are you serious about this? She's with Gu Tao? This is fucking shit, Gu Tao, what a piece of shit. Zhu Zixiao slapped his thigh. An expression that seemed both smiling and not smiling appeared on his face. Fang Yichen shook his head slightly, feeling a little sad. To him, Su Qiushuang was just a passerby, not important, and could only make him sigh for now. After tomorrow, it will have nothing to do with her anymore. Zhu Zixiao pretended to pat Fang Yichen on the shoulder and comforted him with a few words. Then he quickly ran out of the office, took out his cell phone, and sent a message directly to Luo Yun. At this moment, Luo Yun was lying on his bed in the dormitory playing with his mobile phone. When she suddenly received the news, she sat up from the bed. The roommate next to me was startled. Xiaoyan, what's wrong with you? Why are you so startled? Luo Yun blinked and looked down at her phone again. After receiving the confirmed information from Zhu Zixiao, she slid off the bed with a grunt. Xiaozhang, I want to go home. Please ask for leave for me when the time comes and tell me that I have emergency at home. What? My roommate looked up in shock. Are you crazy? Why are you going home so late at night? Luo Yun chuckled, quickly packed a small backpack and put it on his back, then waved his fist vigorously. Pursue love. As she said that, she kicked open the dormitory door and rushed out. Luo Yun went to college in Donghai province, more than 200 kilometers away from Jiang'an City. If you drive, it takes 2 hours. So she went out and got a taxi without hesitation. Master, go to Jiang'an City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. The taxi driver was completely confused and a little bit unbelievable. So far. Hurry up, leave or not. It's not like I won't pay you. Oh, okay, let's go. The taxi driver nodded quickly, turned off the sign that said he was picking up passengers, then reached out and took out his cell phone to call his wife. Wife, I'm not going home tonight. I got a big order and am going to Jiang'an City. Having said this, the master rolled up his sleeves. Let's go. Luo Yun rushed all the way to Jiang'an City for love. At the same time, Fang Yichen was also patrolling the ward. A moment later, news came from the emergency center. It was said that someone on Dongtan Street called the police and dozens of people were hacking around, so all the ambulances from hospitals in the city were asked to be ready. Zhu Zixiao was shocked when he heard this and couldn't help but look at Fang Yichen. Did you know this would happen today? Fang Yichen nodded. One of the parties involved in the fight is Gu Tao's so-called third uncle. the man with tattooed arms who was stitched up in our hospital last time. Zhu Zixiao took a breath of cold air. My goodness, if we go there today, won't we see a river of blood? He was a little panicked. Originally, ambulances were staffed by specialized emergency doctors. Fang Yichen, Zhu Zixiao, and others are just on duty in the hospital. The fact that even they have been mobilized now is enough to show how critical the situation on Dongtan Street is. Without saying much, they quickly packed up their things and rushed to the ambulance. A moment later, a series of whoa sounds were heard, heading straight for Dongtan Street. Fang Yichen sat in the car, feeling somewhat curious. To be honest, the fight between the Qinglong gang and the Big Sword Society a few days ago has caused great social unrest. If we were to fight today, it would be really unreasonable. Could it be that the police don't care at all? But if we take care of it today, can we still have this fight? Fang Yichen didn't know, but he also understood that he was just a doctor and just had to do his job well. While he was thinking, the ambulance began to slow down. A large number of people appeared in the distance and divided into two groups, confronting each other. Fang Yichen sniffed his nose. There was only a sense of solemnity in the air and no smell of blood. He frowned and glanced over with a little suspicion. It seems that there has been no fight yet. It was just a stalemate, so he called himself and others over in advance. Yes, I heard from the older generation of doctors that when people are fighting, they will call an ambulance in advance. It is probably because too many people were injured in the past few days. Since there was no fight, it has nothing to do with Fang Yichen and others. He stood next to the ambulance and looked into the distance. The reason why there was no fight was that a large number of police officers had already arrived at the scene. The policemen were armed with live ammunition and stood between the two teams. Various red and blue warning lights were flashing, and some people were holding shields. Fang Yichen turned his head and looked at the roadside again. There was a tall tower on the side of the road, and in the middle of the tower were two middle-aged men standing. One was wearing a short-sleeved police uniform, and the other was wearing a leather jacket. The two men stood there with their hand behind their backs, looking down like people in power high up in the clouds. Fang Yichen thought about it for a while, and soon knew the approximate identities of the two people. I'm afraid he is the director of Jiangnan City Public Security Bureau. The other one is probably also a very powerful person. I didn't expect that the fight between the Qinglong gang and the Big Knife Society today would attract them here. If that's the case, can this fight still be carried out today? Fang Yichen was already beginning to feel confused. But these things had nothing to do with him, so he could only sit in the ambulance next to him. Zhu Zixiao was also shocked by the scene in front of him. He kept looking around with excitement in his eyes. The entire confrontation lasted for 2 full hours. It was almost 1 or 2 in the morning when there seemed to be a trend of retreat. Ambulances from major hospitals have also been notified and seem to be able to evacuate. Such news made Zhu Zixiao feel a little disappointed. There was no fight, that's good. No one died is also a good thing. He sighed, but in the blink of an eye, he remembered something very important. Just now, Miss Luo seemed to say that she was on her way to Jiangnan City. Chapter 66, You Can't Promise Her. It seems like there are some good melons to eat again. Fang Yichen beside him. Fang Yichen had been through a lot today and was now leaning against the carriage with his eyes closed. He is not like Zhu Zixiao. Although his body is very young, his soul has actually been prepared to take a nap whenever he has time. After all, working in the emergency department, it is really difficult to sleep once something happens. Zhu Zixiao sat down next to Fang Yichen. He was full of energy, and he gently pushed Fang Yichen and said with a smile, "Old Fang, don't sleep anymore. Why are you sleeping? There will be something good to see later." Fang Yichen raised his head dazedly, glanced at him, and then sneered. "Brother, you are on duty. I was called here. I should be sleeping at this time." Zhu Zixiao smiled awkwardly. Thinking it was about time, he simply nodded. "Okay, then go to sleep. It will be the same when you open your eyes when you get to the hospital later." He did not disturb Fang Yichen, but he had already started imagining what would happen next. How will Miss Luo appear? It's really wonderful to think about it. This is a fate that I have brought about with my own hands. Thinking of this, Zhu Zixiao grinned happily again. He squinted his eyes and thought about it. After a moment, the car slowly stopped. Several people returned to the hospital. Zhu Zixiao looked around and seemed not to see Luo Yun. He curled the corners of his mouth, then turned his head to look at Fang Yichen next to him. Fang Yichen put on his clothes and went straight into the lounge without caring about what happened. There is a small bed in the lounge, which is reserved for the doctor on duty to take a nap. Now that it's his turn, Fang Yichen won't be polite. He just lay down on the small bed and fell asleep with his clothes on. Luo Yun didn't come, and Zhu Zixiao felt embarrassed to prevent him from sleeping, so he just kept waiting. Until dawn, a taxi from another place stopped in front of the hospital. Immediately afterwards, Luo Yun walked out of the car with a large bunch of flowers in her hand. Give you money. Luo Yun threw out a few bills and then quickly walked towards the hospital. As soon as I entered the hospital, I saw Zhu Zixiao, who had been waiting there. Miss Luo, you're here. Zhu Zixiao stood up suddenly and looked at her with some surprise. Where's Dr. Fang? Luo Yun said excitedly. She touched her clothes and made sure that there was nothing wrong with them after running all night. And only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Sleeping in the duty room. Zhu Zixiao pointed to the duty room next to him. Originally, he wasn't on night shift, but something happened and he was called over. He didn't have time to sleep until after 2 a.m. When Luo Yun heard this, he blinked and then said, Okay, then let him sleep first, and I'll go find him when he wakes up. Zhu Zixiao opened his mouth, somewhat exaggeratedly. Oh my God, is this love? Just as he was sighing, his eyes inadvertently glanced at the gate of the courtyard. There stood a familiar figure. Zhu Zixiao raised his eyebrows and approached Luo Yun cautiously and said, Miss Luo, that is Su Qiushuang. Luo Yun narrowed his eyes and turned to look at the figure at the hospital entrance. At this moment, she was also watching at the door. When their eyes met, there was a faint electric current flashing. But soon, they separated again. Luo Yun didn't want to pay attention to Su Qiushuang. To her, Su Qiushuang was not even an opponent. Su Qiushuang didn't know Luo Yun. She came here to apologize to Fang Yichen. While he was thinking, the door of the duty room next to him suddenly opened. Fang Yichen walked out, stretched, yawned, and prepared to go out. Brother Zhu, do you want to have breakfast? I'll bring it to you, he shouted casually, then looked around and saw a bunch of white flowers appear in front of him. This made Fang Yichen stunned for a moment. He even wondered at first which patient he had cured sent him flowers. Although flowers are nice, it's better to give a banner. Hang it over there and everyone can see it. But when he saw clearly the face standing behind the flowers, Fang Yichen was stunned again. It's Luo Yun, the eldest daughter of Mayor Luo. Why is she here? Send yourself flowers? Fang Yichen's face was full of surprise. Ms. Luo, why are you here? Didn't you go to school? Yes. A smile broke out on Luo Yun's face, and then she looked at Fang Yichen in front of her and said, Dr. Fang, I came back specially to see you. Looking for me? Your old injury relapsed? That shouldn't be the case. Fang Yichen was still a little confused. He reached out to check on Luo Yun's condition, but was shocked by Luo Yun's next words. Dr. Fang, I'm here to confess my love to you. I like you. Boom. The sudden words exploded directly in Fang Yichen's mind. He looked at Luo Yun in front of him with a confused look on his face. No? What's the matter? I just broke up with her, and she came to confess her love to me? There's a spy around me. Fang Yichen frowned, speechless. When she saw Fang Yichen, suddenly froze in place. From the time she broke up with Fang Yichen to now, it has only been a few hours, and mostly at night. In just one night, someone confessed to Fang Yichen. Moreover, she is younger and more beautiful than me. Su Qiushuang froze in place, her face burning. It turns out that good men are really rare. How long had it been since I let go before I was caught by the next person? Su Qiushuang took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. But the regret in my heart was like a wave, hitting me again and again. This made Su Qiushuang's expression even paler. Fang Yichen scratched his head and said, No, Miss Luo, what do you mean? Why don't I understand? Dr. Fang, let me tell you the truth. I actually wanted to tell you before I left. But you seemed to have a girlfriend at the time, so I didn't disturb your relationship. Now that Dr. Zhu told me that you've broken up, that proves that I have a chance, right? Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared, so I rushed back from the provincial capital overnight. Luo Yun explained everything in detail and directly betrayed Zhu Zixiao. Zhu Zixiao stood by and was not angry at all. Instead, he had an anti-smile on his face. Wow, what a perfect match. Fang Yichen touched his nose and looked at Luo Yun in front of him in some disbelief. But what is there about me that you like? I just saved you. Any doctor can do that. No, it's different. Luo Yun shook his head. I have a feeling. I'm a person who relies heavily on feelings. I feel like you give me a good feeling, so I'm going to seize the opportunity boldly. Dr. Fang, you won't be willing to reject me, will you? Luo Yun raised her head again and spoke in a slightly coquettish tone. Fang Yichen opened his mouth, speechless. But before he could open his mouth, Su Qiushuang's voice came from his side. Dr. Fang, you can't agree to her. Chapter 67, First Referral. Su Qiushuang's words made everyone turn their heads. Zhu Zixiao, in particular, stared at her viciously. Damn, what serious illness does this woman have? How could she ruin the relationship that I had personally arranged? Who are you? Are you a patient? This is the emergency room. If you're sick, go register first. Over there, go that way. Zhu Zixiao pointed into the distance with disdain and anger in his eyes. Su Qiushuang could feel his ridicule, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on her face. But she still stood there and explained. Dr. Fang, I'm here to apologize to you. I'm sorry for what happened before. I don't want this either, but my grandparents don't agree. But I really want to be with you. I think you're still my favorite person. As she spoke, Su Qiushuang looked at Fang Yichen in front of her, trying her best to show her sincerity and affection. Luo Yin stared at her angrily. She wanted to curse a few words, but after thinking it over, she held back. She wanted to see how Fang Yichen would handle it. Fang Yichen, who was standing next to him, nonchalantly scratched his ears, then said calmly, Teacher Su, we are not suitable. You deserve someone better. Let's just forget about it. I won't keep you any longer. Just go find someone else. Having said that, Fang Yichen waved his hand, turned around, and left. No regrets at all. Even his tone was so calm, as if he was talking to an ordinary patient. This made Luo Yun even more satisfied. It seems that there is no love between Fang Yichen and Su Qiushuang at all. But seeing Fang Yichen was about to leave, she hurriedly chased after him. Dr. Fang, Brother Yichen, you rejected her, but you haven't agreed to me yet. What do you think of me? Fang Yichen stopped and looked at Luo Yun with some amusement. This rich young lady is really cute, but I'm not very familiar with her. How come people in the past were always so impulsive and emotional when they fell in love? Fang Yichen touched his nose and said, Ms. Luo, we are not very familiar with each other, and I'm older than you. I know, we can slowly develop feelings for each other if we're not familiar with each other. Isn't it natural that you're older than me? You just graduated, and I will graduate next year. It's the same. Luo Yin explained quickly. Besides, even my parents praised you when they saw you. You were personally certified by them. Luo Yin emphasized. Zhu Zixiao was listening with great interest. Wow, even Mayor Luo praised Fang Yichen. Old Fang is really capable. Su Qiushuang next to her wanted to come over and say something, but Zhu Zixiao stood in front of her with an impatient look on his face. No, what are you doing? We are chatting. Do you understand the rules? You're already engaged, yet you still come to harass us, Lao Fang. Are you a bitch? After the words fell, Su Qiushuang stood there in a daze, almost breaking down. She is a teacher respected by everyone. This was the first time in her life that someone scolded her in front of her. She raised her head and stared straight at Zhu Zixiao. But Zhu Zixiao ignored her and just stood in front of her. It looked like a human wall, blocking her completely. Su Qiushuang gave him a look full of resentment, but Zhu Zixiao glared back at her. What are you looking at? Gu Tao is not at work. Ask Gu Tao to come later. Get out now. Don't delay our work. As he said this, he pushed and pulled Su Qiushuang out. Su Qiushuang was full of resentment, but there was nothing she could do. It was at this time that Fang Yichen changed out of his white coat and walked out of the hospital. Luo Yun followed closely behind him, not leaving his side for a moment. Brother Yichen, have you thought it through? Please consider me. Am I worse than that Su Qiushuang? Fang Yichen was speechless. He turned his head and glanced at Luo Yun. Luo Yun was tall and was walking around holding a big flower, which made him very conspicuous. Many people in the department were staring at him, and that made Fang Yichen wish he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. It's not that he can't accept these looks, but for Fang Yichen, it was completely acceptable to accept so much attention in the operating room. But in the department, being chased by such a girl is really unacceptable. Ms. Luo, how about this? Are you hungry? Let's go out for breakfast together. Fang Yichen changed his approach. Okay. Luo Yin nodded and gave the flowers to Fang Yichen in front of her. Take the flowers first. Fang Yichen twitched the corner of his mouth. To be honest, his mood was quite complicated. But when he looked at Luo Yun at this moment, he couldn't say anything to refuse. After a moment's silence, Fang Yichen took the flowers. Miss Luo, I think it's still a bit hasty, but we can get to know each other first. I don't actually have any opinion about you. I just simply feel that. Fang Yichen explained. But before he could finish his words, Luo Yin next to him nodded vigorously. Okay, I understand. We can get to know each other first. I understand. Love always starts with understanding. Falling in love at first sight is called lust. Fang Yichen's mouth twitched again. This is true, okay. He took the flowers and thought about taking them out first. But before he could go out, Zhu Zixiao shouted from a distance. Lao Fang, it's urgent. Director, he wants to see you. Fang Yichen, who was originally about to eat breakfast, suddenly froze. No way. I haven't even had breakfast yet, and I'm already in the emergency room? He raised his head and looked at Zhu Zixiao in front of him with complicated eyes. What's going on? I don't know about the ward over there either. Director, he called me just now and said that no one answered your call. Fang Yichen glanced down at his phone. Yes, my phone was broken and I haven't inserted the card into the new phone yet. No wonder no one answered the call. But I couldn't help the Qinglong gang, so can I have his phone? After all, it's so expensive. Fang Yichen frowned and thought, forget it. At worst, I could pay them back the money for the phone later. If I can't pay it all at once, I can pay it in installments. While thinking, Fang Yichen strode towards the ward. At the same time, he turned to Luo Yun and said, Ms. Luo, I'm really sorry. It's urgent. No problem. I understand. Luo Yun nodded repeatedly, looking at Fang Yichen with stars in her eyes. After all, they are emergency doctors, and only the best ones will rush between various departments. Fang Yichen is such a person. On the other side, Fang Yichen went straight into the ward and saw He Dongfang standing in front of the bed. Director He, you're looking for me? Seeing Fang Yichen, He Dongfang nodded. This patient has acute renal failure. He was just transferred here, but our Chinese medicine hospital is unable to treat him, and the People's Hospital is also unable to treat him. I guess he needs to be transferred now. Chapter 68, Give Me a House to Live In. Want a referral? Fang Yichen was a little surprised. He looked carefully at the patient in front of him, frowning slightly. The patient's body was swollen, his lips were cyanotic, and he was struggling to breathe. In the urine bag, next to him, there were more than 10 liters of dark urine. This was drawn out this morning after the nurse changed the urine bag. However, acute renal failure is a disease that is really difficult to treat. In my time, the treatment was actually very simple and not too complicated. But in this era, cough. Fang Yichen coughed lightly, and after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that it was easy to treat. Director, He, please save my husband. The patient's family members next to them cried inconsolably. After all, the patient is already in this condition and looks like he's going to die at any moment. At this time, it seems that we can only pray to God. He Dongfang sighed and said slowly, acute renal failure requires a dialysis machine for treatment. But the dialysis machines are already booked until the week after next. It will be very difficult to get your turn. Of course, He Dongfang was not talking about the dialysis machine in the Chinese medicine hospital, but the one in the People's Hospital. But no matter which hospital it is, the result is the same for patients now, and it seems that they can only wait to die. Seeing that the patient's family member was about to kneel down, He Dongfang hurriedly supported her. Don't be anxious. Just listen to me first. He Dongfang pulled her up and explained, I have some connections at the Donghai Second Hospital. I will contact the ambulance and send the patient to the Donghai Second Hospital. There should be a chance to treat patients there. After all, there are slightly more dialysis machines over there, so the possibility is also greater. He Dongfang didn't dare to say too much. After all, more dialysis machines are good, but there are also more patients. If I'm unlucky, the dialysis machine at Donghai Second Hospital may not be available until next month. Of course, there is no way to talk about this kind of thing. Now we can only try our best to give the patient hope. We can't just let him wait to die. As he spoke, He Dongfang turned his head and looked at Fang Yichen next to him. You go with me and transfer the patient to the second Donghai Hospital. Didn't you graduate from Donghai Second Medical University? You should know a lot of doctors there, right? I'll introduce someone to you then, and you can go find him directly. Fang Yichen's mouth twitched, and he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. You wanted to go to the second hospital of Donghai Province? It seems that many of my classmates are doing internships there. In addition, many teachers work as doctors in Donghai Second Hospital. Isn't this my past? Fang Yichen was a little confused, but he didn't dare to disobey He Dongfang's order. In addition, the patient was staring at him eagerly, so he could only sigh. Okay, I'll go then. Ha ha ha. He Dongfang smiled and patted Fang Yichen on the shoulder. Don't feel pressured. For an outstanding student like you, when you return to Donghai Second Hospital, many people will definitely greet you. You can promote our Jiangnan City traditional Chinese medicine hospital more than, haha. He Dongfang said half-jokingly. But Fang Yichen couldn't laugh at all. When I was studying at Donghai Second Medical University, my grades were really average. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. If I meet old classmates, I don't know how to say hello. Thinking of this, Fang Yichen took the initiative to say, I will go and complete the discharge procedure for the patient first, and then transfer him. Okay, go ahead and be safe. He Dongfang smiled, then turned and left. Fang Yichen quickly ran to the hospital and sent the patient to the ambulance. Before leaving, he still met Luo Yun. When Luo Yun was told that he was going to Donghai province, his eyes widened. 200 kilometers. She just came back from there late at night, and now Fang Yichen wants to go there again? Isn't this fate's trick? Or you can go with the car? Fang Yichen asked tentatively. Luo Yun frowned. Should I leave or not? I just confessed my love to the doctor, but he hasn't agreed with me yet. Is it too early to leave now? She subconsciously shook her head and was about to refuse. But Fang Yichen said, I may not be able to come back at night because of this referral. I may have to stay in Donghai province for several days. There's no point in you staying here. After hearing this, Luo Yun finally reacted. Then I'll go with you. It is definitely not okay for others to take advantage of the ambulance. After all, everything has its principles. But Luo Yun is different. Her father is a principled person, so she can get away with it. Several people got on the car, and the car hummed straight to Donghai province. At the same time, another extremely luxurious Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of the Chinese medicine hospital. The person in the car was Rong Haiming. He came to the hospital, rubbing his hands with a smile and carrying a lot of nutritional supplements. His son is still in hospital, and these nutritional supplements are for his son. However, he did not go directly to find his son. Instead, he turned and went into the emergency department. Where's Dr. Fang? Is Dr. Fang here? As soon as he came in, he started shouting, and his voice was so loud that many people looked over. This also includes Su Qiushuang, who had been waiting at the door, trying to wait for Fang Yichen. Is there another patient looking for Fang Yichen? The more Su Qiushuang looked at it, the more regretful she felt. Fang Yichen is not at all the useless intern that his grandparents said he was. I have been standing here for such a long time, and Fang Yichen is like the director of the emergency department, greeting everyone who comes. I was really blind. Why did I end up having such a big quarrel with Fang Yichen? While he was thinking, Zhu Zixiao in the distance also poked his head out of the ward. Only after he saw that the person coming was Rong Haiming did he run out quickly. Boss Rong, why are you here? Rong Xin was not in the emergency department, but in the orthopedic ward. So Rong Haiming definitely came here not for his son, but most likely for Fang Yichen. As one of Fang Yichen's best colleagues, Zhu Zixiao consciously began to greet Rong Haiming. Are you looking for Lao Fang? Unfortunately, he just went to Donghai province for a transfer. What? Rong Haiming paused, looking sad. Why did you go so early? I thought he hadn't started work yet, so you got up early on purpose. Oh, don't mention it. Old Fang was here all night yesterday. He heard about the fight between the Qinglong gang and the Dadao Society. I don't know where he got the news from, but he came to the department early to remind us to be careful. Oh, Rong Haiming's eyes flashed, and he nodded slightly. So that's how it is. Boss Rong, what do you want to talk to Lao Fang about? Zhu Zixiao couldn't help but ask. After he finished speaking, Rong Haiming sighed. Didn't I hear that Dr. Fang and his mother were renting a house? I think that place is not good. It's a village in the city, and the conditions are not good. Then I saw a property near the hospital, so I bought it and prepared to give it to Dr. Fang. Zhu Zixiao blinked and looked at Rong Haiming in surprise. Of course, I knew Dr. Fang would definitely not accept it, so I pretended to collect his rent for a few months first, and then stop collecting it. That would be a natural thing to do. After saying this, Su Qiushuang next to him was completely dumbfounded. Fang Yichen have a house? No, it's the other person who is offering the house to you. Chapter 69, Donghai Second Hospital. Give me a house to live in. Zhu Zixiao was a little envious. But it doesn't matter. Fang Yichen is his brother. It's understandable that my brother is rich, but besides, he is not that rich. Looking over there, Su Qiushuang was still waiting there, and I wonder what she was waiting for. When he saw her, Zhu Zixiao's eyes lit up, and he seemed to have thought of something, and his voice became a little louder. Haha, Boss Rong, Lao Fang is not here. You can go to his house to find his mother. If his mother agrees to rent a house, can he object? Hearing this, Rong Haiming clapped his hands. That makes sense. Where does he live? I'll go check it out. Zhu Zixiao pointed the way with a smile and watched Rong Haiming leave before glancing at Su Qiushuang with a playful look on his face. Really? You're still looking down on me for not having a house to live in. Can a house buy his talent? You are so blind. Having said that, He turned and went into the office. Only Su Qiushuang was left, standing there with a pale face due to anger. There was nothing I could do except sulking with my chest heaving. 2 hours later, Fang Yichen arrived at the Donghai Provincial Second Hospital in an ambulance. Luo Yun looked around curiously. After all, it is a provincial hospital, a genuine grade 3 hospital, which is much better than a traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Fang Yichen quickly got out of the car and went into the emergency department. According to He Dongfang's previous instructions, he had to communicate with the emergency doctor at the second hospital. It's just that, although the hospital is bigger, there are also more patients. As soon as I entered the door, I could hear some screams, but I didn't know what the illness was. Fang Yichen wiped his forehead, put on a mask subconsciously, and then communicated with the emergency doctor introduced by He Dongfang. But the situation was far from ideal because there were also many patients in the second hospital and all the dialysis machines were full. The patients I brought here never got a turn. Even if it is my turn, I don't know when it will be. What's more, those who can use dialysis machines are basically patients with renal failure. There's no reason to persuade others. Thinking of this, Fang Yichen sighed and could only queue up. However, before that, he also needs to communicate with the patient's family. After hearing the results Fang Yichen found out from the hospital, the patient's face turned pale and the family member next to him also trembled with hands. It looked as if the patient was about to die. Fang Yichen touched his nose. How about going in and taking a look himself? He comforted the patient and then went back into the emergency department. At the same time, Luo Yun also followed quietly behind. Fang Yichen turned his head to look at her, his face darkening. No, why is this girl still following me? This is a hospital. What is there for her to follow? Ms. Luo, how about you go back to class first? Is your school far from here? I'll call you a taxi. No, I don't have classes this morning. Luo Yin shook her head. Whether or not to attend the class, your roommate will help answer the question. Only love is the most important. Thinking of this, Luo Yun looked at Fang Yichen with a smile. Dr. Fang is so handsome, especially when he is helping patients. He looks so serious and makes me feel safe. Just when she was infatuated with him, a man in a white coat passed by. He stopped, looked her up and down, and then said, Fang Yichen? Fang Yichen was stunned for a moment, staring at the person in front of him with the same confusion. After a moment, a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. Xiao Shenshen. Old Fang, it's really you. I thought I was seeing things. Why are you here? Zhou Sansun raised his fist and hit Fang Yichen's shoulder with a look of surprise. Fang Yichen grinned. You hit me so hard. It hurts so much. How come you have such strong hands? Zhou Sansun was Fang Yichen's college roommate, and they had a good relationship. However, after graduation, Fang Yichen returned to his hometown, and Zhou Sansun entered the second hospital under the arrangement of his family. Currently in the internship stage. Good boy. You didn't even tell me you were here. That's really not nice of you. Why are you here? Didn't you go back to your hometown? Zhou Sansun asked with a smile. Fang Yichen had no choice but to briefly explain the current situation. Zhou Sansun also frowned when he heard this. There really aren't enough dialysis machines. There's nothing we can do about it. I'm afraid you'll just have to wait. Fang Yichen nodded. Waiting? But where are you going in such a hurry? Thinking of Zhou Sansun's hurried steps, just now, Fang Yichen couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Zhou Sansun immediately became excited. Hey, don't tell me. Today we have a big shot in the second hospital. The country's top bone reconstruction expert, Song Sua. Ha ha. You never expected that. Zhou Sansun patted Fang Yichen on the shoulder and pulled him out. He has a surgical demonstration in our hospital today. I am following teacher Yang Yu, and I just happen to have the opportunity to watch it. Come on, you come with me. Fang Yichen was not as strong as him, so he was dragged away. But there was a strange expression on his face. Song Lok, domestic bone reconstruction expert? It seems to be Song Sua, the junior fellow of the director of our traditional Chinese medicine hospital. I just saw him a few days ago. Why did he come to the second hospital so quickly? Fang Yichen was a little surprised and wanted to refuse, but then he saw Zhou Sansun lower his voice and speak. Let me tell you, Yin Jing is also in our department. She should have gone to observe as well. You can meet her. Who is Yin Jing? As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Yun, who had been leaning his head nearby, couldn't help but ask. The sudden sound startled Zhou Sansun. He glanced at Luo Yun with some surprise in his eyes. Then he looked at Fang Yichen next to him, and his eyes suddenly widened. Question mark. Your boy's girlfriend? Yes. Luo Yun nodded quickly and continued to ask. Tell me, who is Yin Jing? Zhou Sansan took a deep breath. Yin Jing is our friend. Yes, she is my secret crush. That's right. Lao Fong is not familiar with her. I knew her before, but Lao Fong didn't. Fang Yichen's face darkened. He glared at Zhou Sansan and then said, "Okay, Miss Luo, I think you should go back to school as soon as possible." "No, I want to follow you. You're leaving soon. I'll go back to school after you leave. It won't take long anyway." Fang Yichen was a little helpless, but still followed Zhou Sansan to the operating room. A moment later, Zhou Sansan brought him to a corner of the operating room. An operation was being performed inside, and the person on the stage was Song Saw. There were also a few doctors from the second hospital nearby. In addition, a group of resident doctors and even some ordinary associate chief physicians were watching outside and learning Song Sua's techniques. With the joining of Zhou Sansan and Fang Yichen, several figures quickly looked over. "Why are you so late? Who is this?" A voice sounded. Fang Yichen took a look and frowned. The person who was speaking was also a classmate of his, named Feng Lang, but he didn't have a very good relationship with him. Next to Feng Lang stood Yin Jing. Chapter 70, Learning Technology Stealthily. Zhou Sansan grinned. "It's late." As he spoke, he blinked at Yin Jing again, pointed at Fang Yichen and asked, "Guess who he is?" Yin Jing stood there, wearing a white coat, looking calm and elegant. The long hair is fixed behind the head with a sharp clip, giving it a mature charm. At Fang Yichen lightly, her eyes paused for a moment, and then quickly looked away. Fang Yichen. Yin Jing didn't say anything. It was Feng Lang next to her who spoke. Fang Yichen in shock and asked, "No? Why are you here?" "Wait, Zhou Sansan, are you crazy? Bringing people from other hospitals here to observe? Do you know that people in our hospital may not have the opportunity to observe this operation?" Zhou Sansan quickly raised his index finger and put to his lips. "Shoo, stop making noise. Keep your voice down." Zhou Sansan was a little anxious. He just wanted to bring Fang Yichen in with good intentions. "Don't shout. People won't notice you." Besides, he also wanted to let Yin Jing take a look at Fang Yichen. Actually, the two have nothing to do with each other. It was just a simple rumor that came from somewhere, saying that Fang Yichen liked Yin Jing. Word of mouth spread quickly, and Yin Jing was pretty. So many people liked her. Fang Yichen here as a joke today. Who would have thought that Feng Lang would call him out directly? "Keep your voice down? You're breaking the rules," Feng Lang said angrily. His voice gradually grew louder, attracting some people's attention. People around looked over. Fang Yichen also knew that he couldn't embarrass Zhou Sansan, so he quickly said, "I was referred here. I didn't intend to peek at the technology. I'm leaving now." Having said that, he turned around in a hurry. Feng Lang snorted coldly and stretched out his strong body to block Fang Yichen. "Is this a place where you can leave whenever you want or stay whenever you want?" Fang Yichen looked up and frowned. "What do you want to do?" "Nothing. Zhou Sansan violated the rules, and you also violated the rules of our hospital." As he spoke, Feng Lang pinched the doctor's license plate on Fang Yichen's chest and took a look at it, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. "An intern from small place wants to come here to steal our technology? How ridiculous!" Fang Yichen sighed, somewhat speechless. Learn technology secretly? Song Sua's skills are indeed amazing, but there is no need for me to learn from him secretly. But he couldn't say this openly. Now Fang Yichen just wanted to get away and avoid causing trouble for Zhou Sansan. But it is obviously impossible. Feng Lang's actions immediately attracted more people to watch. The people around were frowning, and some were already beginning to speak in dissatisfaction. "Who are you? What are you arguing about? Get out of here right now. How come anyone can come for such an important operation?" So annoying. A chaotic noise rang out, attracting the attention of a middle-aged man standing in the front. He turned and walked over. "What are you arguing about?" "Teacher Yang, people from this small local hospital are trying to steal our second hospital's technology." He was about to run away, but I caught him. Hearing this, Yang Yu frowned, and his eyes fell on Fang Yichen. He uttered an and seemed to recognize Fang Yichen, but he still shook his head. Hospital rules cannot be violated. Fang Yichen used to be his student, but that's not the case now. Moreover, Song Sua is the top bone reconstruction expert in the country. How can ordinary people see his surgery? It's amazing to be able to see this once. To put it simply, Fang Yichen's current behavior violates professional ethics. More seriously, it is an infringement of trade secrets or intellectual property rights. Thinking of this, Yang Yu's expression became more serious. Feng Lang also sneered beside him. "Fang Yichen, do you know what you did?" Before this, Fang Yichen didn't say anything. But now, he couldn't help it. I have been here for less than 30 seconds, and I have learned nothing but intellectual property rights. This Feng Lang is using his power to take revenge on me because he doesn't like me. It would be fine if it was just me, but it would be troublesome if Zhou San was implicated. So Fang Yichen stopped pretending and came clean. What are you bragging about? I've seen the medical skills of expert Song, so you don't need to brag about it here. Dr. Song Suo and I both know each other. Whether I learn from you secretly or not is none of your business. Get out of the way. Fang Yichen waved his hand, looking unhappy. Hearing this, several doctors looked at each other. Feng Lang was the first to let out a speechless laugh. No, Fang Yichen, are you mentally ill? Do you know what you're talking about? Do you know expert Song? Ha ha. You brag without thinking. This is the second provincial hospital, not your Jiangnan City traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Do you think Dr. Song is the same as the chief physician of your Chinese medicine hospital? You can see him whenever you want. As he spoke, Feng Lang pointed at Fang Yichen specifically towards Yanjing. Look, after graduation, I have become much more shameless and can even say such things. No wonder I went to Jiangnan City traditional Chinese medicine hospital. When there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey becomes king. This kind of words are indeed a bit harsh to hear. Even though he was a surgical master in later generations, he did not despise the backwardness of Jiangnan City traditional Chinese medicine hospital. You're an intern at the second hospital. Why are you acting so pretentiously? Enough of that nonsense. Whether I know Dr. Song or not, you could just call him out and ask him and you'll know. Fang Yichen was a little unhappy. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Feng Lang laughed even louder. Ha ha ha. Fang Yichen, you're so funny. You think I don't know what you were planning? You just want to use this opportunity to make yourself familiar to Dr. Song. Fang Yichen was speechless. He really didn't understand what Feng Lang was thinking. What is this head of? It's really weird. Okay, if you don't believe me, how about I wait here for the operation to be over? Fang Yichen glanced inside the operating room. Based on the current situation, the operation is almost over. There is no need for Song Suo to do the final suturing operation himself. Blow, keep blowing. If I can let you see Dr. Song, I'll lose. Feng Lang sneered. Yang Yu next to him also frowned. Yan Jing even glanced at Fang Yichen with a hint of disdain. Only Zhou Sansun looked anxious, knowing that he had accidentally dragged Fang Yichen down. Fang Yichen rubbed his temples and felt a little headache. He took out his cell phone, found Song Suo's number in the list, thought about it, and sent a message to Song Suo. Dr. Song, I was caught while observing your surgery at the Donghai Second Hospital. After doing all this, Fang Yichen took back his phone and stared at Feng Lang expressionlessly. Feng Lang's eyelids twitched, and his expression looked a little jealous. No way. Was he seeing things? The phone Fang Yichen was using seemed to be a Nokia. This model seems expensive, right? Fang Yichen can actually afford it? How is this possible? Feng Lang was a little bit unconvinced, but his eyes would not deceive him. At the same time, Song Suo in the operating room also stepped down. The people around him praised his operation. Song Suo shook his head modestly. You are overrated. But every generation has its own talented people. This time when I came to Donghai Province, I saw a young doctor who was younger than me. The surgery he performed was so good that I couldn't even compare to him. Chapter 71, I know Song Suo. Director Song, you are joking. You are an expert in bone reconstruction. How could there be someone younger than you who can perform surgery better than you? As soon as Song Suo finished speaking, the person next to him spoke. It's not a rebuttal, it's a fact. How old is Song Suo? He is only in his early 40s. He is the best in the country in bone reconstruction. Now it is said that there are people who are younger than him and can perform surgery better than him. How is that possible? If there really is such a person, why wouldn't everyone know about him? Haven't anyone heard of him? So everyone just thought Song Suo was being modest. After leaving the operating room, Song Suo was still in high spirits and did not pay attention to the situation of the interns. He said with a smile, "You guys, please don't disbelieve it. I want that kid to follow me and join my research team. He can ask for any research funding he wants. Guess what? He doesn't want to come. Oh, I'm so pissed off." Song Suo sighed. "No, I have to find a way to dig him over. It would be a waste of talent to leave him there." Thinking about it, Song Suo still felt a little unconvinced. This is fucking Jiangnan City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, a Class 3A hospital, and still a traditional Chinese medicine hospital. What are you doing here? Just eating and waiting to die? Isn't this a waste of great talent? Song Suo picked up his mobile phone from the side, and just as he was about to check the time, he found a message. And the contact person for this news was Fang Yichen. Song Suo was stunned for a moment, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. He was a little bit unbelievable. This kid was watching his surgery? What the hell, are you kidding me? Director Song, what's wrong? Seeing Song Suo standing there in a daze, the accompanying vice president asked in confusion. Song Suo grinned and pointed at his phone. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. The guy I just mentioned who is younger than me and can perform surgery better than me is in your hospital now. What? The vice president was shocked. Song Suo didn't explain and strode towards the operating room. At this moment in the operating room, Fang Yichen was still blocked by Feng Lang and others. I've made it very clear. I'm here to refer a patient with acute renal failure. I want to borrow your dialysis machine. I just happened to meet Zhou San-san, so I came here. You have to force me to learn secretly. Is it necessary? Feng Lang refused to give in. Didn't you learn it secretly? Why don't you dare admit what you did? What a clown. Fang Yichen stared at him slowly, with a hint of annoyance in his eyes. This Feng Lang, however, was a bit conflicted during his college years. He liked Yinjing at first, and he didn't know who spread the rumors about him and Yinjing. He got angry and kept targeting himself. Later, I returned to Jiang'an City and felt a little better. Who would have thought that I would have such bad luck today? As soon as I arrived at the second hospital, I ran into Feng Lang. This dog is biting me now, it's so annoying. Just when Fang Yichen was about to lose his temper, he heard footsteps in the distance. Looking at the people rushing over, Fang Yichen's originally angry expression suddenly turned into a half-smile. Feng Lang, what if I really know Dr. Song? You? There's no way you can recognize him. If you could recognize me, I would lick the entire operating room with my tongue. It's a deal. Fang Yichen nodded. The next second, a figure passed Feng Lang and the doctors who were watching and quickly reached out to Fang Yichen. Ha ha ha, Yichen, what a coincidence. How come you are here? I can even run into you here. Ha ha ha. You didn't know that I was doing surgery here, so you came all the way here to join my research team, right? I knew you had thought it through. This is the wise thing to do. There's really no future in staying in that shabby place, Jiang'an City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. On behalf of our research team, I welcome you to join us. As he spoke, Song Suo pushed the crowd aside, held Fang Yichen's hand tightly, and shook it up and down. The smile on his face and the excitement in his eyes stunned the people around him. No? Is this correct? What's going on? Isn't this Director Song who was in the operating room just now? Why is he here? Why are you still on such a good relationship with Fang Yichen? Do they really know each other? Everyone stared with wide eyes and fell silent. Feng Lang also opened his mouth wide, and his pupils trembled. No, I just finished speaking. At least give yourself some time to react. What is going on? The corners of Feng Lang's mouth twitched, and his expression looked extremely ugly. Yang Yu, deputy chief physician of the emergency department standing nearby, was also shocked. Director Song, you this Fang Yichen? Do you know Fang Yichen? Yang Yu asked in surprise. Song Suo nodded and introduced himself to the vice president who was following behind him with a smile. It's more than just acquaintance. I said before that the doctor who is younger than me, but performed surgery better than me was him. Vice President Gudong was somewhat unbelievable. How old is this doctor in front of me? Internship? Or residency? His ability is actually stronger than Song Suo? Isn't this a fantasy? Song Suo continued. To be honest, Dean Gu, do you know why I accepted the invitation from the second hospital to come here for surgery? It's because Yi Chen is a student of your second medical university. I thought that since the second medical university could train such an outstanding student as Fang Yichen, there must be other talented people there. So I came to take a look. Gudong opened his mouth with a sad expression. But for Song Suo's sake, he quickly reached out and shook hands with Fang Yichen. Fang Yichen felt somewhat helpless. Director Song, I'm not here to join your research team. It's just that our hospital has a referral patient who needs the dialysis equipment from the second hospital. I just saw my classmate and was pulled over by him, and then I saw you. Song Suo felt somewhat disappointed when he heard this. I didn't expect that Fang Yichen didn't come for me. But soon his eyes lit up again. Classmate. Fang Yichen is so capable. So shouldn't his classmates be bad too? Which one is your classmate? Song Suo asked. Fang Yichen pointed at Zhou San-san who was standing next to him. It was him, Zhou San-san. He asked me to come and observe your surgery. I told them I knew you, but they didn't believe me. They said I stole your skills and blocked me here, so I couldn't leave. Song Suo became angry upon hearing this and looked at Feng Lang and others beside him. They are the ones. Right. Fang Yichen nodded vigorously, glanced at Feng Lang, whose face was stiff, with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Feng Lang seemed to be stunned. He stood there, bewildered. Yang Yu was also shocked. As a mentor, he didn't even know that his student knew director Song. Yan Jing's expression also changed. From the original disdain, it turned into surprise and curiosity. The changes in these gazes made Fang Yichen feel somewhat relieved. As for the bet between Feng Lang and himself, Fang Yichen chuckled, and his eyes fell on Feng Lang. Chapter 72, Olive Branch. Director Song, you don't know. He just made a bet with me. I told him I knew you, but he didn't believe me and said if I knew you, I would lick the entire operating room with my tongue. Do you think this guy is funny? He's really weird. When Song Suo heard this, a hint of displeasure appeared on his face. Yichen does know me. Is there any problem? Feng Lang was so shocked that he shook his head repeatedly. No problem. Yang Yu, who was standing next to him, glared at him fiercely and quickly scolded him. Why don't you go and clean up the operating room? It's unrealistic to lick the entire operating room. Fang Yichen was too lazy to argue with such a person. It was cheap. Yang Yu cursed, giving Feng Lang a way out. But today, I have completely lost face. Moreover, in the future, a group of leaders headed by the vice president will definitely label Feng Lang. It will be almost impossible for Feng Lang to do well in the second hospital in the future. Seeing that Song Suo valued Fang Yichen so much, Gudong also took the initiative to show his goodwill. Just now, Dr. Xiao Fong said that you were referring a patient? What's going on? I brought a patient with acute renal failure caused by trauma who needed dialysis. But the nephrology department requires an appointment a long time in advance, and it's already fully booked, so it's not even our turn. Fang Yichen explained honestly. Hearing this, Gudong also nodded. Is that so? Then I'll see if I can arrange a dialysis machine for you. After all, he is the vice president, so he has some ability. Song Suo is still here, and giving face to Fang Yichen is giving face to Song Suo. However, Fang Yichen did not want to waste other patients' opportunities. Every patient who needs dialysis basically has similar symptoms. If your own patient cuts in line, the next patient might lose his life. Therefore, Fang Yichen shook his head slightly and said, forget it. No need to arrange it. But is there any equipment for peritoneal dialysis? Patients with renal failure are difficult to treat nowadays. But if it happens in the future, it can be solved by simple peritoneal dialysis technology. But when he heard Fang Yichen's words, Vice President Gudong took a breath. The second hospital has equipment for peritoneal dialysis. But the problem is that not many people know how to use that simple and quick technology. Even the doctors in our hospital find it difficult to perform peritoneal dialysis. How could Fang Yichen in front of me be able to perform peritoneal dialysis? Yes, I do, but you? Can you? Gudong still had some doubts about Fang Yichen, but Fang Yichen just nodded. Of course, no problem. Gudong didn't understand. Song Suo beside him patted his shoulder gently and said, it's okay, trust him, you'll get a surprise. Well, there is indeed one. If you have the ability to use it, I can arrange it for you. Ye Dongnu did. It was just a matter of convenience for him. Besides, he himself was quite curious about what was so great about this young man whom Director Song admired so much. After getting Gudong's consent, Fang Yichen showed a hint of joy on his face. He hurried out the door, pushed the patient out of the ambulance, and sent him to the dialysis room. First, sign and prepare for the operation. Then Fang Yichen asked for an ultrasound machine. This action shocked Gudong so much that he took a deep breath. But vaguely, he seemed to have guessed what Fang Yichen wanted to do. This new technology seems to have never been used before. How did he come up with such a combination? Gudong became even more excited and just followed Fang Yichen, watching his operations. Fang Yichen smiled, quickly applied coupling agent on the patient's abdominal wall, and then performed a B ultrasound examination. Under his operation, the ultrasonic linear array probe was exploring the patient's bilateral abdominal wall arteries. Fang Yichen took a quick glance and quickly memorized the location of the blood vessels. Next comes the location of blood vessels, subcutaneous tissue, and rectus abdominis muscle thickness. After he wrote down the various values, Fang Yichen performed a simple measurement and marked them. Looking at his movements, Gudong was amazed. He had begun to believe what Song Suo said. This guy is a fucking genius. He actually used this method in conjunction with peritoneal dialysis. It's not easy. Fang Yichen turned a deaf ear to the reactions of outsiders. He chose a position about 10 centimeters above the pubic symphysis and 2 centimeters to the left and performed a simple local infiltration anesthesia. Next, quickly cut the skin and the anterior sheath of the rectus abdominis muscle that was just noted and insert the puncture needle into the abdominal cavity through the incision. After injecting about 30 milliliters of saline solution into it, he began to observe using an ultrasonic convex array probe. Various actions show Fang Yichen's sophisticated and calm mentality. These scenes made everyone present sigh with emotion. This boy is steady, accurate, ruthless, and calm. No wonder Song Suo praised him as a genius. That's right. Moreover, this amazing guy graduated from the Second Medical University. No? Why didn't you stay in your own hospital? Gudong's brows were twisted into knots. What a bastard. This matter needs to be investigated thoroughly. Such an outstanding genius went to another hospital. Isn't this fucking funny? Fang Yichen continued to work. After checking to make sure there was no problem, he began to use a guide wire to insert the dilator through the puncture needle into the abdominal cavity. Then the pillow of the dilator is pulled out, the peritoneal dialysis tube is inserted, and the outer sheath of the dilator is torn open and removed. Then use the probe again to check whether the end of the dialysis tube is in the optimal position. Once everything is confirmed to be okay, the peritoneal dialysis tube will be passed through, the tissue and skin will be sutured, and finally the dialysis fluid will be hung. The operation was done in this way and ended perfectly. It was simply beautiful beyond words. Gudong stood there, amazed and amazed. Dr. Xiao Fang, who did you learn this from? He couldn't help but ask. This boy is just what he likes. All these operations completely opened up a new world for him. Whether it is ultrasound technology or dialysis technology, we could do it. But combining the two and using ultrasound to guide peritoneal dialysis catheter placement is something that not everyone can think of. Fang Yichen smiled when he heard this. This technology does not exist yet, but in a few years, it will be everywhere. So he shrugged and said, I just saw these two things normally and thought they could be combined. Great! Gudong couldn't help but praise. At the same time, he turned his head and looked at Song Saw. Director Song, I believe you now. This kid is really good. Dr. Xiao Fang, I heard that you also graduated from our Donghai Second Medical University. Why didn't you stay in our Donghai Second Hospital? The employment prospects and employment environment of our hospital are very good. It's much better here than in some Chinese medicine hospital in Jiangnan City. Would you consider coming to our hospital for a try? Your classmates are here too, so they can take care of each other, right? There won't be any problems adapting to the new environment. Gudong extended an olive branch to Fang Yichen, trying to get him to stay. Chapter 73, Please Take Care of Me. It would be a pity if such a young and capable seed player could not stay in his own hospital. So at this moment, Gudong extended an invitation to Fang Yichen. Fang Yichen blinked, feeling a little surprised. When I first wanted to stay in Donghai province, no one wanted me. Now, I'm staying in the Chinese medicine hospital with peace of mind, and everyone is extending olive branches to me. Forget it, I'm not worthy of it. Fang Yichen waved his hand and declined with a smile. Thank you for your appreciation, President Ge, but I am quite satisfied with my current job at Jiangnan City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, and I am not planning to change jobs for the time being. When Gudong heard this, he became a little anxious. You are a student of our school. Don't you know that guy? Gudong pointed at Zhou San next to him and said, It's him. Aren't you on good terms? You work here, so you have people you know, right? Isn't that good? Zhou San was confused, pointed at himself, and then scratched his head. Fang Yichen with hope. Song Suan next to him laughed. Let me see how you can get him here. This guy is determined to stay at the Chinese medicine hospital. I just don't understand. What kind of magic potion did my senior brother give you that made you stay in that small hospital in a fourth-tier city? Fang Yichen smiled again, and then explained softly, He Dongfang, deputy director of the emergency department of Jiangnan Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, was very kind to me. Fang Yichen is a very sentimental person. When he was at his wit's end, it was He Dongfang who took him in, so that I can make a living working in a traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Besides, He Dongfang was quite nice to him, so Fang Yichen was not planning to leave. Hearing this, Song Suo and Gudong looked at each other, and a trace of sigh appeared on their faces. Okay, since you don't want to, we can't force you. Gudong said with regret. But Donghai Second Medical University is your alma mater after all, so it will be nice to come and visit if you have time. Fang Yichen nodded in thanks. The two chatted for a few minutes, and Fang Yichen prepared to leave. The patient's peritoneal dialysis is complete, and now all he needs to do is go back home. It will take another 3 hours on the road, and we may not arrive before dark. Therefore, Fang Yichen has to seize the opportunity. Hearing this, Song Sua had no choice but to agree to his request. After saying goodbye to Song Sua, Fang Yichen pushed the patient towards the ambulance. Zhou Sun hurried over from behind and gave Fang Yichen a thumbs up. Lao Fang, you are amazing. You actually know Director Song. This is too exaggerated. We haven't seen each other for only half a year, and you already know such an important person. Just good luck. Fang Yichen smiled softly. He reached out and patted Zhou Sun on the shoulder. During college, the original owner didn't have many friends, but Zhou Sun was definitely one of them. Now that we are parting, I still feel a little sad. Just as he was about to say a few words, a shout suddenly came from behind him. Fang Yichen. Fang Yichen turned around when he heard the voice. Then I saw Yin Jing wearing a white coat, standing there quietly with her hands in her pockets. The gentle breeze blew up the corner of the white coat, revealing a pair of straight and slender legs. It is indeed somewhat tempting. This thigh would deserve a thumbs up from any orthopedic surgeon. What's up? Fang Yichen raised his eyebrows. He actually doesn't like Yin Jing. During college, rumors spread that Fang Yichen and Yin Jing were in love. Or maybe Fang Yichen likes Yin Jing. That's all nonsense. Because at that time, Fang Yichen had only two thoughts in his mind. First, study hard. Second, work hard to make money. He knew that he was a child from a poor family and that playing around with love affairs was a waste of time. Therefore, I didn't even think about Yin Jing. But Yin Jing's suitors just don't believe it. For example, Feng Lang mentioned earlier has graduated for half a year, but he still has to find some sense of presence in front of Fang Yichen. Now I'm fine and have been assigned to clean the operating room. Hearing Fang Yichen's reply, a smile broke out on Yin Jing's face. She took a few steps forward, as pure as a little flower, eclipsing everyone else around her. You are amazing. You actually know Director Song. Fang Yichen nodded. It was a coincidence. Yin Jing smiled again. Her eyes narrowed into crescents. She walked to Fang Yichen and gently touched his hair, and a faint scent of shampoo came out. Not everyone has a coincidence like yours. Yichen, you know Director Song. Can you talk to Director Song and let me intern in their research team? Fang Yichen was stunned for a moment and looked at Yin Jing in front of him with some surprise. I say, I don't have the ability, so forget it. I remember Director Song's team recruits a group of people every year. You can submit your resume and give it a try. Yin Jing still had a faint smile on her face. She took a few steps closer and explained with a smile, Please help me explain it. I will also submit my resume. Please help me talk to Director Song and ask him to take care of me when the time comes. As she spoke, she gently lifted her hair. That fragrance is like an alluring little devil, making people reach out their hands constantly. Fang Yichen stared at her in surprise. No, is this woman sick? Am I familiar with you? I'll help you speak, and also take care of you. I didn't see you taking care of me when I was in the observation room just now. Fang Yichen shook his head and chuckled. I'm not familiar with you. Sorry, I can't help you. As he said this, he pushed the patient toward the ambulance. Zhou Sun lent a hand from the side and looked at Yin Jing suspiciously. The smile on Yin Jing's face remained unchanged, but there was a hint of grievance. Yichen, why are you like this? Didn't you like me very much before? I often saw you serving me food in the cafeteria. Actually, I have a crush on you. Do you mind if we get in touch? Fang Yichen's mouth twitched again. Who likes you, sister? I work part-time to earn money for my studies by getting food in the cafeteria. Am I going to fight with you if I don't cook for you? Is it necessary to contact her again? Just because of the look Yin Jing gave Feng Lang when she slandered her in the emergency room, Fang Yichen didn't even bother to pay attention to her. But Yin Jing refused to give in and took another step forward, trying to stop Fang Yichen. Can we add each other's contact information? We can get together for a class reunion or something like that in the future. Fang Yichen glanced at her, too lazy to talk nonsense, turned around and prepared to get in the car. But Yin Jing followed again. That family background was so impressive that Zhou Sun, who was standing next to him, exclaimed, Yichen, don't be so cold. We are all classmates, right? Yin Jing began to explain. But before she could finish her words, a figure in a small skirt jumped down from the side and stood between her and Fang Yichen. Brother Yichen, who is this? Why is he always pestering you? It's so annoying. Chapter 74 something. Luo Yun's sudden appearance perfectly solved Fang Yichen's embarrassing situation at the moment. Yin Jing's expression next to her suddenly turned green. What's going on? Who is this? Still calling Yichen brother? This woman seemed prettier, younger, and more energetic than herself. Yin Jing glanced at Luo Yun awkwardly and couldn't help asking, Yichen, who is this? Good friends. Fang Yichen explained. Then he looked at Luo Yun again. Why are you still here? Why haven't you returned to school? How about I take you to school? It is wrong to use public buses for personal purposes. An emergency vehicle certainly cannot be used to transport innocent people. This is principled. But there is no way Luo Yun's father is a principal. Besides, the patient is in good condition now and doesn't mind the distance, so Fang Yichen said it smoothly. Hey, brother Yichen, why are you leaving so soon? I haven't been with you long enough, and I still want to pursue love. Why don't you give me any chance? Luo Yun said exaggeratedly from the side. The main purpose is to stimulate Yin Jing. This woman stood in front of Fang Yichen and lifted her hair 3 times. At the end, he said he wanted to try to get in touch with her. Everyone knows what he was thinking. Isn't it just that she wants to use her beauty to seduce Fang Yichen to help her join Song Sua's team? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She, Luo Yun, disagrees. I don't agree with Yin Jing using her beauty to seduce Fang Yichen. Fang Yichen did notice Yin Jing's little thoughts. I had heard about this method of using the tea aroma in tea in my previous life, but I didn't expect that someone would use it so early. So at this moment, he cooperated with Luo Yun and said, You are a student, you should study. Get in the car. I'll take you to school, and then I'll go back to Jiang'an City. As he spoke, Fang Yichen greeted Zhou Sun, who was standing next to him. I'm leaving, Lao Zhou. Let's meet up sometime. Okay, go slowly on the road. Zhou Sun nodded with a smile on his face. Fang Yichen got into the car, closed the door gracefully, and drove away. From beginning to end, he ignored Yin Jing. Yin Jing was so embarrassed that she felt terrible. She had no way to vent her anger, so she could only glare at Zhou Sun fiercely to vent her anger. Tessinsen lolket butslet. No, did I provoke you? Why are you glaring at me? He shook his head and turned to go into the hospital. But at this moment, everyone was gathered in the emergency department. The leader was none other than Vice President Gedong. He put his hands behind his back and said with a smile, You are all Fang Yichen as classmates? How much do you know about him? No one answered. After all, Fang Yichen only has a few classmates. And most of the few who are there have only average relationships with him. Only Zhou Sun is okay. Just when Gedong was feeling a little disappointed, he saw Zhou Sun walking in from outside, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Xiao Zhou, right? Come on, let me talk to you. Dean, Sinsen lolket ilukterit. You have a good relationship with Fang Yichen, right? Then you could talk to him more often and introduce the advantages of our hospital. Ask him if he's willing to switch to our hospital. We at the Donghai Second Hospital welcome talents like him. Ask a few more questions. As he said this, he patted Zhou Sun on the shoulder. By the way, you could become a regular employee in advance and stay here peacefully. Zhou Sun opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. He felt as if he was overwhelmed by happiness. No, I got the job ahead of schedule. It's all thanks to Fang Yichen. Lao Fang is really awesome now. He is so successful. Zhou Sun sighed, and at the same time quickly agreed to Gedong's request, promising to keep in touch with Fang Yichen frequently. Yin Jing, who had been glaring at Zhou Sun, now felt extremely regretful. No, why did I just do that and glare at him? He has been regularized now. What if someone says a few bad things about me, and I'm unable to turn over a new leaf? On the other side, the ambulance stopped at the gate of Donghai University. Luo Yun got off the car, somewhat unhappy. She turned her head and looked at Fang Yichen and said, Brother Yichen, why don't you give me any chance at all? Fang Yichen smiled and said, I think you still have a professional filter for me. If you want to decide whether to be with someone, you can't just look at their occupation, you also have to look at their character. It depends on your personalities and whether you can get along together. If both are possible, then it's not a bad idea to be together. But you don't know anything about me right now. It's mostly just a professional filter. You should be more responsible for yourself. After what happened with Su Qiushuang, Fang Yichen also figured this out. Instead of getting together hastily, it is better to get to know each other first and then decide whether to be together. Luo Yun thought about it and nodded slightly. All right. However, when it comes to dating and getting to know each other, there's also a first-come, first-served principle. Even if you know it first, you have to know it from me. You're not allowed to cut in line with other women. Do you understand? She stared at Fang Yichen. Her eyes seemed to be able to speak. Fang Yichen couldn't help but smile. The patient's family members next to them were in a much better mood at this moment and were happy to eat melons. Dr. Fang, I think you're a nice person. The girl likes you, so just agree. You just graduated a year ago, and she graduated this year. You two are only 1 year apart in age. I think you're a good match. Luo Yun's eyes narrowed with joy, like a crescent moon. Thank you, sister. You have a good eye. When her mood improved, Luo Yun's mouth became sweeter. The call of sister made the patient's family members nearby smile, and they immediately prepared to act as a matchmaker for Fang Yichen. Fang Yichen was so scared that he waved his hands repeatedly. Okay, I won't waste my time talking to you. We can chat sometime. I'm going back to Jiang'an City. Master drive. Fang Yichen knocked on the partition and signaled to drive. Only then did Luo Yun wave his hand reluctantly and watched him leave. 2 hours later, the car stopped in front of Jiang'an City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. Upon learning that the patient had returned so soon, He Dongfang came out with a look of shock on his face. Why are you back so soon? No extra dialysis machines? No. Fang Yichen shook his head. The earliest one is half a month away. Then you have to line up too. He Dongfang said anxiously. Come back. Our hospital can't treat you. At least there's hope there. But the next second, after seeing the patient's condition, He Dongfang was stunned. No. What's going on? Huh? You didn't make the list, did you? He Dongfang walked around the patient with a look of shock on his face. Fang Yichen smiled modestly beside him. I didn't make the list, but I met Director Song there. It just so happened that he was very familiar with the deputy director of the second hospital, so I borrowed a B ultrasound machine and used ultrasound to guide the placement of a peritoneal dialysis catheter to complete dialysis for the patient. What? Hearing this, He Dongfang exclaimed, it was even more incredible. Who came up with this idea? What a fucking genius. There's something there. Chapter 75. The house was stolen. Hearing He Dongfang's surprised praise, Fang Yichen showed an embarrassed smile on his face. Are you a genius? No, I just used the memories of my past life to stand on the shoulders of giants. In another 10 years, technology like ultrasound-guided peritoneal dialysis catheter placement will be commonplace. Many people use it. The key to technology is not how new the technology is, but how it is used, which is a combination of similar innovations. After praising him, He Dongfang seemed to realize something and looked at Fang Yichen with some curiosity. You didn't make this, did you? Haha. Director I figured out on my own, and I didn't expect the effect to be so good. Fang Yichen just found an excuse. He Dongfang's eyes widened instantly. Wow, this kid is awesome. If anyone could come up with such a method, wouldn't it be the case that comparing yourself with others will only make you feel pissed off? The Chinese hospital doesn't even have a dialysis device. This guy must have just come into contact with the dialysis device, but he was able to figure out this innovative way of using it. It's really outrageous. He Dongfang gave a thumbs up, observed the patient carefully again, and then waved his hand to signal the patient to be sent to the ward. Okay, I understand. I'll go tell the dean about this situation now. This is a minimally innovative technology. Our Chinese medicine hospital must seize the opportunity and bring back a complete set of equipment. Having said that, he hurriedly turned around and left the emergency room. And now it was almost evening. Fang Yichen worked around the clock, almost working for 2 days and 1 night. That is, I took a nap last night, and today on the way to and from Donghai province. But I was still tired and couldn't hold on any longer. He waved his hand, changed out of his white coat, and prepared to go home to sleep. Seeing how tired he looked, Zhu Zixiao took the initiative to ask, how about I take you back? Hey, no need. I'll go back by myself. Fang Yichen smiled and refused instinctively. But there was a strange smile on Zhu Zixiao's face. How about I take you back? I'm afraid you don't know the way home. Fang Yichen looked up at him with an expression that looked like he was an idiot. I don't know the way home. What are you doing? I just worked for 2 days and 1 night. I'm tired, but not stupid. He didn't say anything more and turned and left the office. Hi, Lao Fang, Lao Fang. Zhu Zixiao shouted a few times and ran out in a hurry. Forget it. I'll take you there. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to find it and you'll regret it. Zhu Zixiao chuckled and said, looking like he had something to say but was holding it back. Fang Yichen's face darkened, but thinking that there was a free ride, he agreed. Zhu Zixiao started the motorcycle, took Fang Yichen with him, and headed towards the village in the city under Fang Yichen's guidance. After Zhu Zixiao stopped, Fang Yichen patted him on the shoulder. Since you're here, why don't you have a meal? Okay, now we're here. Zhu Zixiao nodded and parked the car on the side of the road. Fang Yichen turned around and walked in first. My home is simple, and I can't move around. Only my mother and little sister are at home. Please don't be surprised. Why? Fang Yichen talked as he walked. But when he reached out to push open the door, he found that no one was home. Not only was there no one, there was absolutely nothing. No. Fang Yichen took a step back and looked around. Dry toilet, broken iron gate, and a small yard. In this rental house, that couldn't be more familiar. Ah! Fang Yichen shouted again and pushed the door open to look inside. There's a familiar living room outside and a small bedroom inside. None of this matters. What matters is that there is no one and no furniture. No, who robbed my house? Fang Yichen was completely stunned. He even wondered if he had traveled through time again. How come the house is gone? I worked in the hospital for 2 days and my home is gone? The furniture is gone too? How outrageous is this? Lao Fang, what's going on? Zhu Zixiao was holding back his laughter at the door. Fang Yichen looked confused. No, my house is gone. Ha ha ha. After he finished speaking, Zhu Zixiao finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. He said while laughing, well, why don't you take another look? How come your home is gone? I don't know. Fang Yichen was completely confused. He looked around the room again and closed the door again. Still empty. At this moment, the landlord came out. Dr. Fang, why are you back? Did you leave something here? Uncle, what's going on in my family? Where's my mom? Fang Yichen couldn't help but ask. The landlord was also stunned. You don't know? Didn't you just move this morning? A big boss came and said he was your friend. You asked him to do the moving. They said they found a house closer to the hospital and moved everything in the afternoon. Your mother and your sister both went there, the landlord explained. Big boss. Commissioned by you to move. Fang Yichen was completely confused. That's right. The big boss asked someone to drive several cars over and transported all the goods away in one trip. The landlord explained enviously. Wow, that car, he touched it himself. It costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. Most people can't afford it, so he must be a big boss. Where to move to? Fang Yichen continued to ask. I don't know about that. I only know that it's closer to the hospital. The landlord explained honestly. In the end, I couldn't help but feel envious. Dr. Fang, your life is getting better and better. It's amazing. Ah. Fang Yichen laughed dryly and walked out of the yard. No, why didn't my mother tell me that she was moving? You left me here? How come I don't know who the big boss is? He spoke doubtfully. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Zhu Zixiao with a smirk on his face beside him. At a certain moment, something flashed through Fang Yichen's mind. This kid, who just wanted to send me back, is now laughing secretly. You knew this a long time ago? What's going on? Fang Yichen became anxious. This guy actually lied to me. It's outrageous. Oh, okay, it was just a joke. Zhu Zixiao hurriedly explained. Actually, Boss Rong is going to help you move today. When he came to look for you, you happened to be on your way to Donghai province by car. He said he bought a house nearby for development and was planning to rent it out. Since you work in a hospital, he wanted to ask if you would like to rent it. I thought you were not here, so I asked him to ask Andy. Then my aunt moved away. Hearing this, Fang Yichen was speechless for a moment. It turned out that it was Rong Hyaming who wanted to thank me again. Last time you gave me money, I didn't take it, and this time you gave me a place to live, so I must repay you. Fang Yichen didn't know what to say and could only sigh. Then do you know where the new house is? Of course I know. I'll take you there now. Otherwise, why would I say I would send you back? Zhu Zixiao smiled. Come on, I'll take you there. Oh, you didn't see it. Su Qiushuang's expression this morning was so regretful. Ha ha ha, let me tell you. Chapter 76, Dog-Headed Military Advisor. Along the way, Zhu Zixiao described what happened in the morning, allowing Fang Yichen to hear a general idea. Rong Hyaming insisted on finding a place for me to live, and I really had no other choice. After a while, the car stopped and entered a relatively new residential area. This community looks very luxurious and is very close to the Chinese medicine hospital, only a dozen minutes walk away. Led by Zhu Zixiao, Fang Yichen went in and soon knocked on the door of his house. This is the first time I've seen someone need someone to lead the way back to where I live. He was speechless. As the door opened, a delicate little face poked out from the crack. Ergwa, you're back. Fang Yichen immediately opened the door and shouted happily into the house. Mom, Ergwa is back. Ergwa, you are amazing. You actually found such a big and beautiful house. You are worthy of being my Ergwa. Fang Yichen spoke with some excitement. Inside the room, Jiangsu is busy working. The house is fully furnished, with 3 bedrooms and a living room, so it is very convenient for each person to have his or her own room. Fang Yichen was amazed by the brand new house. My goodness, this place, I don't know how much it costs. Ergwa, they said it's 200 yuan a month, including water and electricity. Fang Yichen explained beside him. Fang Yichen almost bit off his tongue when he heard this. This price is no different from giving it away for free. Rong Hyaming is really generous. My mother has already moved in, and I guess she wouldn't be willing to leave now. Besides, I do have some money. I will talk to Rong Hyaming tomorrow and ask him to pay the rent. It's actually quite nice to live here. The purpose of earning money is to allow my mother and younger sister to live in a good house. Now, this place is definitely a small villa. Who wouldn't be happy living here? Fang Yichen simply settled down. He called Zhu Zixiao in and introduced him to his family. Seeing that his mother was cooking, he also called his good brother Lu Mingtao. The house he rented in the urban village was previously paid for by Lu Mingtao. Now that I have moved to a new house and have some money myself, I have to return the money to him as soon as possible. So he invited Lu Mingtao to dinner. Upon hearing that they had moved to a new house, Lu Mingtao was very happy. He quickly packed up and said he would be there soon. By the time Lu Mingtao arrived, the meal was almost ready. Lu Mingtao came in with a bottle of Erguo too, smiling and looking around the room in front of him. Okay, Lao Fong, you've really made it. I'm so envious of living in such a beautiful house. Fang Yichen smiled, took out 1,000 yuan from his pocket, and placed it in front of Lu Mingtao. Lu Mingtao was stunned. He took the money and counted it. In the end, he kept 800 and handed the remaining 200 to Fang Yichen. Fang Yichen didn't answer. You keep it. My mother and I had no place to live before. If you hadn't lent me 800 yuan, I would have frozen to death. Okay, I'll take the 800. Lu Mingtao nodded. No, you can keep this $1,000. It's my thanks to you. Fang Yichen explained very seriously. If it weren't for Lu Mingtao, I might not be where I am today. If I live under a bridge with my mother and younger sister, and something dangerous happens, or I catch a cold, I'll be doomed. So the extra 200 yuan was Fang Yichen's thank you to Lu Mingtao. But Lu Mingtao said with a straight face, what do you mean? I just lent you 800, and I'll just take 800. I don't want the extra 200. Lao Fong, you live in a big house, but you don't have that much money yet. You can keep this money for yourself. I don't want it. Lu Mingtao stuffed the money into Fang Yichen's pocket, put away his own 800 yuan, and then sat down with a smile. My little sister ran over from the side. Brother Lu Mingtao, let me pour you some wine. Ha, all right. Lu Mingtao nodded with a smile, very happy. 5 people sat down at a table. Fang Yichen doesn't have many friends, let alone Jiangsu. So today's dishes are relatively rich. How little wine, and the meal will be very satisfying. It was not until the evening, when Lu Mingtao and Zhu Zixiao left in a daze, that Fang Yichen started to clean up the dishes. After washing the dishes and returning to the living room, she saw Jiangsu still using the desk lamp and doing needlework. But compared to the past, the big house with white walls now looks brighter. Jiangsu's eyes also felt much more comfortable than before. My little sister was also lying on the table doing her homework, swinging her legs from time to time, and seemed very happy. Looking at this scene, Fang Yichen showed a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. This is the meaning of hard work. To give my mother and younger sister a good life. But now it is far from enough. This is just a rental and is not stable. When I have my own house one day, my mother and younger sister will have a more stable life. Looking at the brand new house in front of him, Fang Yichen felt more motivated. From the original village in the city, we moved to this high-end residential area. Although it's still rented, it's one step closer after all. Next, I will prepare for the practical skills test for practicing physicians. After a while, there will be another written test. Once he passed both tests, Fang Yichen obtained his practicing physician certificate, and that was when he felt like the sea was wide enough for fish to leap and the sky was high enough for birds to fly. While thinking, he washed up and returned to his room. I had just laid down when I heard my cell phone beeping. When I looked at the caller, it turned out to be Luo Yun. I saved her number today, but I didn't expect her to call me in the evening. Fang Yichen was a little helpless, but still answered the call. Ms. Luo, good evening. Why did you call me at night? Fang Yichen still has basic manners. But as the words fell, the other end fell silent. Fang Yichen turned on the speakerphone and vaguely heard that there seemed to be a military advisor planning nearby. Tell me you miss him. Tell me now. When a girl chases a boy, it's easy. Just say you miss him and say whatever you want to say. Soon, Luo Yun's voice rang out. Fang Yichen, I miss you. Soon, suppressed cheers came from the other end, as if celebrating Luo Yun's bravery. Such an action made Fang Yichen laugh and cry. What is this? The military advisor in the dormitory? Come together to help her come up with some advice? This kind of scene made Fang Yichen couldn't help but think of his college days. Miss Luo, didn't we just meet today? You said that a day without seeing you feels like a long time. No, no. It makes a girl look cheap if she keeps confessing her feelings. Ask him if he misses you. Soon, Luo Yun's voice came from the other end. Fang Yichen, do you miss me? Fang Yichen was really at a loss whether to laugh or cry. How about, would you please allow me to have a private chat with Miss Luo? I can hear your plans from a long distance away. Was he heard? Oh, what can I do? Just talk to yourself. Everyone dispersed and returned to their seats. But they all pricked up their ears, wanting to listen to the gossip about Luo Yun and Fang Yichen. Chapter 77, Cosmetic Sutures. Fang Yichen, have you returned home? Luo Yun seemed to have no idea what to talk about. Feeling a little shy, she gritted her teeth and started a conversation. Fang Yichen felt amused. I'm home and already in bed. How about you? Are you ready for bed? It's almost time. I've finished my shower and am ready for bed. Luo Yun said quickly. But after saying this, he seemed to be an embarrassment again. Okay, then go to bed early. I'll hang up first. Fang Yichen said directly. As soon as the words came out, Luo Yun became angry. Hang up? Why did you hang up? I just called you and you hung up. You don't take me seriously at all. Fang Yichen found it somewhat amusing. So what should we talk about? I don't even know what to tell you. Luo Yun sat down angrily. Indeed, she didn't know what to say. At first, my brain was spinning and the only thing I thought about was pursuing love. But she has no idea how to fall in love. I don't care. I know you were tired today, so go to bed early. But if you want to have a relationship, there has to be a first come, first serve principle. You have to talk to me first. Do you hear me? Luo Yun threatened angrily. Fang Yichen couldn't help but reveal a smile. Okay, then I'll talk to you first. Snored. Only then did Luo Yun hang up the phone. But when she calmed down, she remembered what she had said before and fell shy again. Oh my God, it's so hot. How could I say such a thing? On the other end, Fang Yichen also put down his phone. He is really tired. I had already worked overtime for a long time and also went on a business trip to the province. Now he was lying on the bed. If Luo Yun hadn't called him, he would have probably fallen asleep. Seeing that it was getting late, he decisively put down his phone. I had a refreshing sleep. When he woke up the next day, Fang Yichen could even feel a slight crackling sound from his bones. That's so refreshing. Jiang Su made breakfast. Fang Yichen ate his fill and then walked to the hospital. As the exam time is approaching, it is obvious that many interns are getting nervous in recent times. Even Zhu Zixiao, who used to smile when he saw him, now has a serious expression. Lao Fang, why are you here early today? Are you ready for the day? Zhu Zixiao waved his hand. Fang Yichen walked over, feeling somewhat confused. Where are the people? Why do I feel like there aren't many doctors in the hospital today? Where are Teacher Chow and Director He? They have something to do. I heard that recently a great doctor from abroad was invited by our Municipal Health Bureau to the People's Hospital to perform a major operation. Our college also wants to strive for this observation spot. But the number of places is very limited and precious, so our school may not be able to get one. Fang Yichen looked at Zhu Zixiao. This guy seems to be born to be an intelligence agent. He only arrived at the hospital a few minutes earlier than me. How could he get so much information? As for foreign doctors coming to perform surgery, it is actually a very common thing. Sometimes, medical seminars are often held to enhance technology and knowledge exchange among hospitals. In addition to inviting experts to give lectures, there will also be special surgical procedures for learning and observation. This is a very valuable opportunity for ordinary doctors. If they could observe the surgical procedures of those experts, it might be of great help to them. Fang Yichen was also a little tempted. But after thinking about it carefully, I decided to give up. I am just an intern. There is no need and no possibility for me to compete for this position. So he turned around and went into the office. When the time was almost up, he followed Chao Chong, who had returned, and started to make rounds. Fang Yichen knows most of the patients in the emergency department very well. He followed Chao Chong. Chao Chong was very serious in teaching, and he would ask a few questions to Zhu Zixiao or Yin Jing for almost every patient. If they can't answer, they will ask Fang Yichen to answer. Faced with Fang Yichen's excellence, Zhu Zixiao and Yin Jing were furious, but there was nothing they could do. This guy is such a jerk. How come he knows everything? Is there any need to compare? Taking him with me to make rounds, isn't that bullying? After checking the room, did Fang Yichen breathe a sigh of relief. When passing by the nurse's station, I saw Yin Jing and Shun Qingwei lying there, chattering about something. Seeing Fang Yichen looking over, Shun Qingwei waved quickly. Dr. Fang, please come quickly. It was scary last night. What's wrong? Fang Yichen walked over with some confusion. Then, he listened to Shun Qingyue's explanation. It was said that the nurse on duty last night was doing her rounds, but halfway through her shift, she suddenly heard a noise next to her ear. It seemed like an old lady from somewhere said something to her, but she didn't hear clearly what was said, and she didn't see anyone there. She was totally stunned. When I returned to the nurse's station, I suddenly realized that the familiar old lady's voice was the old lady who died in bed a few days ago. When he said this, Jing beside him was filled with fear and kept shaking her head. Fang Yichen twitched the corner of his mouth when he heard that. The young nurses in this hospital love to say this kind of thing the most. If you say it's true, it seems a bit true. If you say it's false, it seems quite false. Even in my previous life, I often heard similar stories. However, in fact, it's okay as long as you don't worry about it. Seeing that Fang Yichen was not afraid, Shun Qinghua blinked. Dr. Fang doesn't look like a new intern at all. It's strange that I'm not afraid of these things. Who said I'm not afraid? I am scared, very scared. Fang Yichen said with a smile. But that look made Shun Qinghua and Jing beside him roll their eyes. While the two were chatting, head nurse Wang Fang suddenly shouted from a distance, "No." Who used up the cosmetic sutures? Hearing the voice, several people looked over. Immediately afterwards, head nurse Wang Fang came out with a frown on her face. Who used up the cosmetic sutures these days? What's going on? Don't you know that cosmetic sutures are the most expensive? How can you use them carelessly? And I haven't seen this line on any patient's list in the past few days. Do you know that this part of the loss will be deducted from our department? Wang Fang looked somewhat dissatisfied. It's not a big deal. It's actually a small matter. But what if one day the one used is not cosmetic sutures, but something else? The losses caused by then will be huge. So at this moment, she must catch the thief behind the scenes. Hearing the sound, Chao Chong, Zhu Zixiao, and others also came out. Cosmetic sutures? I know about them, but I've never used them. Zhu Zixiao explained first. Jing next to her also shook her head repeatedly. I don't know. It's not me. Chao Chong also said, I haven't used it either. Who could that be? Wang Fang frowned. Her eyes swept around and finally fell on Fang Yichen. Chapter 78 Seminar Invitation. Wang Fang originally wanted to ask Fang Yichen. But when you think about it, Fang Yichen is a very popular person in the department. Not to mention that he didn't use it. Even if he did, I wouldn't dare to lose my temper. By then, director, he will scold himself to death, right? Fang Yichen now. What if he gets angry and runs away to another department? So Wang Fang quickly turned his gaze and looked for the next target with a dignified look on his face. Which soft persimmon is easier to squeeze? Gu Tao. But why didn't this guy come? Is he late? Just as Wang Fang was thinking, a voice came from the side. Then, Fang Yichen raised his hand cautiously. Head nurse Wang, if I remember correctly, I used the cosmetic sutures. He looked a little embarrassed. When Gu Ta, Miao Susu, and their group came that day, I specially used cosmetic tension-reducing suture. Because Gu Ta has a tattoo, and Miao Susu is a girl. Could it be that I forgot to write about cosmetic sutures when I wrote the prescription? Thinking of this, Fang Yichen felt a little guilty. I'm so sorry. I didn't expect this mistake to happen. Cough. Wang Fang coughed lightly. She also looked a little embarrassed. What you fear will come true. Why did Fang Yichen use it? This Fang Yichen is a treasure. Never mind that he used cosmetic sutures to suture others. Even if he used cosmetic sutures to knit himself a pair of pants, no one would say anything. If I had known this earlier, I would have been more friendly when I asked. Fang Yichen think that he was blaming him? Wang Fang forced a smile on her face. Oh, it's Dr. Fang. That's fine. Just use it. If you don't have enough, ask me for it. Having said that, she smiled again and hurried away. Shen Xingyue took a breath of cold air beside her. This is the first time I've seen the head nurse be so kind and not lose her temper. Jing also nodded. How biased. The head nurse just wanted to scold me. But how come she ended up asking for more when it wasn't enough? Fang Yichen touched his nose, said nothing, and went back to the department obediently. Not long after this, a sound was heard outside again. Dr. Chow, a patient is here to have his stitches removed. Would you mind taking care of it? Let me do it. Chao Chong's voice rang out. Having said that, he hurried out. In the debridement room, Chao Chong carefully looked at the wounds of the two people in front of him, and his brows suddenly frowned. Huh? Who sewed up your wounds? Chao Chong was a little confused. He was puzzled by the unexpectedly good suture effect on the wound in front of him. One of the women turned around and said calmly, Fang Yichen helped us sew it up. Fang Yichen. Chao Chong took a breath of cold air. The main reason why the wound on this woman recovered so quickly was that cosmetic tension-reducing suture technique was used in combination with cosmetic suture thread. In other words, Fang Yichen didn't use the wrong line at all, but he really knows the technique of cosmetic tension-reducing suture. How is that possible? This kid even knows this? Isn't that too fucking clever? How can I do cosmetic surgery, tension reduction, and suturing if I don't even know how to do it? Chao Chang's face was full of disbelief. He shook his head, motioned the patient to wait a moment, and hurried out again. Knocked on Fang Yichen's office door. He couldn't help but ask, Yichen, do you also know cosmetic tension-reducing suture techniques? Yes. Fang Yichen raised his head and looked at Chao Chong with some confusion. What's wrong, Mr. Chao? Nothing. Chao Chong shook his head. I thought you used the wrong thread. I didn't expect you to know how to perform cosmetic tension-reducing sutures. Tisk, did you learn this in school too? Chao Chong asked with some hopelessness. How can someone be so omnipotent? How old is he? Are you going to let people live? Is it possible that in a few days, he will replace me as the attending physician? Chao Chong's face was full of complexity. Fang Yichen nodded without blushing or beating his heart. Yes, I learned it during my internship. Okay. Chao Chong sighed and finally said reluctantly, remember to teach me next time you have chance. I also want to learn this cosmetic tension-reducing suturing technique. Fang Yichen was stunned. No, you're the teacher. How can I teach you? How presumptuous. Fang Yichen scratched his head, not knowing how to respond to this sentence. Chao Chong smiled bitterly, turned around, and went back to the debridement room to remove the stitches. Fang Yichen thought about it and followed. Soon, I saw an acquaintance in the debridement room. The ones who came to remove the stitches were Gu Ta and Miao Susu. Dr. Fang, you're here. I thought you weren't going to work today. Miao Susu greeted him skillfully. Guta also nodded at him with a smile on his face. Forehead. Fang Yichen wiped his nose. After Chao Chong had removed the stitches and left, he said, last time you asked me for help, I couldn't help you. You bought me such an expensive phone. How about this? I'll return the money to you, and I'll just treat it as if I bought it myself. Hearing this, Miao Susu showed a smile on her face. Forget it, Dr. Fang. I'll give you the phone. That store originally belonged to us, and we have a lot of phones here. Giving you one is nothing. Isn't this a bit too much? Fang Yichen was actually a little tempted, but you still have to be reserved at this moment. Guta next to him also stood up and patted Fang Yichen's shoulder gently. Take it, it's not worth much. And you were right before. There is no future in this line of work. You need to change your career. Guta frowned. Earlier, he was dismissive of Fang Yichen's words. But that night, when we had a fight with the Big Knife Society, all the police came. That deterrent force made Guta finally realize the meaning of Fang Yichen's advice to him. There is no benefit in standing against the police. In fact, I should really consider transforming myself and getting out of this mess. Fang Yichen's words at the time served as a reminder to him. Fang Yichen touched his nose as a response to Gu Ta's words. After the stitches were removed, the two chatted casually for a few minutes, and then Gu Ta and Miao Susu left. On the other side, another voice was heard from the door of the emergency room. Dr. Fang, someone is looking for you. What's going on? There aren't many patients today, so why are there so many people looking for me? Fang Yichen hurried over again with a strange expression on his face. When he arrived at the door, he was surprised to find that the person looking for him was Xue Shan, the secretary of Mayor Luo Dongxiang. Secretary Xue, why are you here? Fang Yichen was surprised. Xue Shan handed him an invitation letter in his hand. Director Tang sent me here to give you this invitation letter for a seminar by top foreign hepatobiliary surgery experts. If you have time, you can go and learn and observe. It will be of great help to you. It's at the People's Hospital. What? Fang Yichen was stunned and a little surprised. Isn't this the medical seminar that Zhu Zixiao mentioned when I first arrived this morning? Tang, you specially sent someone to deliver this invitation to me? This is taking care of yourself too much. Chapter 79, I have my own quota. Hey, Director Tang, please remember me. How can I be so embarrassed? Fang Yichen's face was full of surprise. I didn't expect that Tanya would actually send someone to deliver this invitation to me. Haha. Xue Shan patted Fang Yichen on the shoulder and said meaningfully, Dr. Fang, your future is limitless. Staying in the Chinese medicine hospital shows that you have a heart of gratitude, but you also have to pay attention to your own development. Let's exchange numbers so we can have a chance to communicate in the future. As he spoke, Xue Shan took out his cell phone. Fang Yichen was a little surprised. Xue Shan was Luo Dongxiang's secretary, and he specially added his cell phone number, which really made him flattered. He quickly exchanged contact information with Shueshan. Shueshan did not stay any longer. After exchanging a few words of greeting, he left in a hurry. Holding the invitation letter, Fang Yichen returned to his office with a look of surprise on his face. The meeting will be tomorrow afternoon. So when I came to work this morning, I heard Zhu Zixiao say that the hospital had held a meeting regarding this matter. This famous foreign expert is called George Joseph, a top expert in hepatobiliary and pancreatic diseases. There are two main reasons why we invited him here. One is that the People's Hospital admitted a patient, a heavyweight figure in Jiangnan City, who had pancreatic cancer. Originally, he should have gone to other provinces or even to a high-end hospital in Kyoto for treatment. But it just so happened that the Jiangnan Municipal Health Bureau was thinking of holding a medical exchange meeting. The main figure of this exchange meeting is the top expert in the hepatobiliary and pancreatic fields. Therefore, the patient's family took the initiative to sponsor the funds for the entire exchange meeting. I just hope that this patient can be used as a model standard for surgery at the exchange meeting. After all, if Professor George comes here, there is no way he won't perform surgery. Let's just let this professor treat this patient with pancreatic cancer. The Health Bureau also agreed. The exchange meeting will be held tomorrow. All major hospitals in the city have places available for learning and exchanges. But the number of places is limited, and many people are scrambling to get into the seminar, but not everyone has the opportunity. Fang Yichen had never thought about going in the first place. Just kidding, the exchange meeting was held at the People's Hospital. I'm sure most of the places are in their hands. Not many people were assigned to traditional Chinese medicine hospitals. There are many chief physicians above him, so it is almost impossible for him to observe the operation. Besides, Fang Yichen didn't think that his abilities were any worse than his. It's just that Tang especially asked someone to send this invitation letter to her today, which really touched Fang Yichen. Just when he was thinking about whether he should take a day off tomorrow, the office door was pushed open. Yichen, come on, there's a meeting in the hospital. Come with me. He Dongfang hurried in, looking anxious. Director, I would like to take a leave tomorrow. Fang Yichen explained, holding up the invitation letter in his hand. He Dongfang is quite easy to talk to, so there shouldn't be any problem if we discuss it. Leave? What leave? No, come with me to a meeting first. Unexpectedly, He Dongfang ignored him, grabbed Fang Yichen's hand, and walked out. Why? Fang Yichen had no choice but to hurry up and stuff the invitation letter into the pocket of his white coat. He Dongfang hurriedly took Fang Yichen to the administrative building. Along the way, Fang Yichen noticed that many people seemed to be heading towards the administrative building. Even Jin Mingsheng, deputy director of the emergency department, was there. It's just that Jin Mingsheng and He Dongfang didn't have a good relationship, so they didn't go together. A moment later, He Dongfang walked into a meeting room. There were already quite a few people sitting in the conference room. He Dongfang opened a seat in the emergency department and sat in the second one, then motioned for Fang Yichen to find a place to sit in the back. Not long after, Jin Mingxing and other department heads arrived one by one. Until the end, Dean Wang Shuwen appeared, and the whole meeting began. Today's meeting has no purpose. It is just to discuss the list of people who will go to the People's Hospital to attend this seminar tomorrow. Wang Shuwen likes to get straight to the point. There was no so-called foreshadowing, and the purpose of this trip was stated directly. The higher-ups have only allocated 10 places for our Chinese medicine hospital to attend the seminar tomorrow. And tomorrow there will be a surgical demonstration by George Joseph, a top expert in hepatobiliary and pancreatic diseases. There are only 5 of us who can go in and observe this operation. Let's discuss and see who can go. After he finished speaking, Wang Shuwen leaned back a little and looked at everyone. He decided to lead the team himself tomorrow, so he will definitely be one of the candidates. As for the others, we need to find a few doctors with good prospects and worth training from relevant departments. Everyone here would love to join this seminar. After all, it is a resume no matter what. Therefore, everyone is competing for it. Even He Dongfang and Jin Mingsheng, who seemed calm on weekdays, slammed the table and challenged. However, Wang Shuwen already had a rough idea of who could be sent over. Only those who have made contributions to the hospital or are the backbone of the hospital have this opportunity. So after a round of review, the places for several other departments had already been decided by Wang Shuwen. Everyone stopped arguing and just focused their attention on the 2 people in the emergency department. Now we only have these 2 people left, and we have to decide who should go. Jin Mingchang glanced at He Dongfang and then said, Dean, whether in terms of qualifications or ability, I am better than He Dongfang. And the People's Hospital and our Chinese medicine hospital are not getting along. Who knows? They might give us a hard time then. With my ability, I am at least more experienced than Director He in dealing with the people at the People's Hospital. Wang Shuwen nodded. He also felt that there was some truth in it. However, he actually didn't plan to give this quota to these two people. In his mind, there's a more suitable candidate. Fang Yichen. But Fang Yichen is still an intern and does not seem qualified to attend the seminar. How should I bring this matter up? Wang Shuwen glanced at Fang Yichen, who was sitting quietly in the corner, thinking in his heart. At this moment, He Dongfang next to him raised his hand. Dean, I think our emergency department doesn't necessarily require just me and Director Jean to go there. I think good opportunities should be given to people who need them more. Actually, I would recommend giving this position in our emergency department to Fang Yichen. I think his ability is good. He Dongfang explained. In fact, he hadn't said anything else. Fang Yichen had his interview. He first went to the People's Hospital, but was rejected. Later, I went to the Chinese medicine hospital and was admitted myself. In the past month, Fang Yichen has been in the newspapers, saving people and doing a lot of amazing things. He is a really capable man. If this were to be taken to the People's Hospital, the examiner who rejected Fang Yichen last time would surely be pissed off to death. He Dongfang felt happy just thinking about it, so he simply offered to give this opportunity to Fang Yichen. Forehead. Fang Yichen, who was sitting in the corner, was also stunned when he heard himself being mentioned. No, I have an invitation letter. I have my own place. You don't need to give it up. Chapter 80, A Familiar Patient. Hearing He Dongfang's words, Wang Shuwen's eyes showed a hint of satisfaction. If a sect wants to develop, it must give the opportunity for cultivation to the talented younger generation. Hospital also means, like Fang Yichen, should participate in more activities and show their face. It will definitely become the signature dish of Chinese medicine hospital in the future. Wang Shuwen even thought that if things really didn't work out, he could just give his place to Fang Yichen. Anyway, I don't care much about this. Who would have thought that He Dongfang would take the initiative to bring it up? Just as he was about to agree with satisfaction, Jean Mingsheng next to him retorted. No, I don't agree. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at him. Dean, this medical seminar has invited professional doctors from various fields. And Fang Yichen doesn't even have a medical license. It's a joke for our hospital to give him a spot. I know he's very talented, but there are some rules, just rules. If someone from the People's Hospital recognizes him and picks on him for not having a medical license and being an intern, wouldn't that be a waste of a spot in our hospital? Hearing this, Wang Shuwen frowned again. There is some truth in what you said. Meng Donglai, the director of the People's Hospital, also has some competition with him. Fang Yichen himself, but the People's Hospital may not give him a chance. If you really find fault, it would be quite troublesome. Thinking of this, Wang Shuwen raised his head again and looked at Fang Yichen with some regret. It seems that this time the quota cannot be given to Fang Yichen. It's such a pity. But before he could speak, Fang Yichen, who was sitting in the corner, raised his hand cautiously. Dean, Director He, can I have a word with you? Fang Yichen said somewhat helplessly. But Jean Mingsheng interrupted him directly. Do you have the right to speak? What's this occasion? Is it your turn? Do you think that if I don't give you the spot, it means I care about your spot? The people attending the meeting are all experts who have been working in this field for many years. If you, in turn, go there, won't people laugh at you? Fang Yichen ignored him. He just took out an invitation from his pocket. Dean, Director He, there's actually no need to give me the spot. I have a place myself, an invitation letter for this medical seminar. He waved the invitation in his hand and looked at the two of them. Wang Shuwen's eyes widened instantly, somewhat incredulous. He Dongfang was also confused. No, we're still debating who should attend the seminar. You kid actually got the invitation letter? What's going on? How is that possible? He Dongfang was a little unconvinced, so he snatched the invitation letter from Fang Yichen, opened it, and took a look. Then, his head suddenly exploded. Looking up, it was the respected Mr. Fang Yichen. The signature is Jiangnan Municipal Health Bureau. No? Where did this guy get the invitation letter from the Health Bureau? He Dongfang stared at Fang Yichen in disbelief. Jean Mingsheng, who was standing next to him, also leaned over to take a look, and his expression suddenly froze. Wang Shuwen on the opposite side was so anxious that he stood up, walked around the crowd to take a look at the invitation letter, and was completely dumbfounded. You? Where are you from? Wang Shuwen's face was full of disbelief. Fang Yichen touched his nose. Just now, Director Tang asked Secretary Shui to give me this invitation letter. Director, wasn't I just thinking of asking you for a day off tomorrow? I wanted to attend this seminar and learn something. He Dongfang swallowed his saliva with a complicated expression. Wang Shuwen also looked unhappy. This kid was actually sent to him by the director of the Health Bureau, Tang Ye. More importantly, Secretary Shui was also sent. Secretary Shui Shan, that's Mayor Luo's secretary. Letting him deliver it means that Mayor Luo also knows about this matter. People are so busy with their daily lives, yet they still care about such a small thing. You kid must have heard it directly from heaven. Well, he Dongfang sighed, not knowing what to say. He just thought about the fact that he was the one who recruited him, so he tried his best to give Fang Yichen more opportunities to learn and make progress. After all, he will definitely have a place on the signboard of traditional Chinese medicine hospitals in the future. But who would have thought that someone else's connections seemed to be stronger than yours? Wang Shuwen also shook his head. Forget it, kid. We won't give you the place in our school. We'll give it to someone else. Having said that, he sat back down again. He Dongfang returned the invitation letter to Fang Yichen. To be honest, he was a little envious. People like us are still fighting for this spot, and this kid got it for free. As for now, the quota for the emergency department is probably either on himself or on Jin Mingxing. But overall, Kim Myung-sung is the director after all, so he has a greater chance of being the one. After all, he spent more time in the hospital than I did. Thinking of this, he Dongfang sighed in his heart. Sure enough, Jin Mingxing also took the initiative to speak, since Fang Yichen already has an invitation letter. What do you think of our emergency department's quota, Dean? Before he could finish his words, Wang Shuwen knocked on the table. Give the emergency department position to He Dongfang. This is Fang Yichen's first time attending a seminar like this. You should help him learn more and communicate more. Let that old man Ming Donglai see what a great talent he has lost. Wang Shuwen said with a smile and confirmed it directly. But this decision made Jin Mingxing freeze there. No, Dean, is this correct? You want He Dongfang to go? I'm the director of the emergency department. Jin Mingxing was speechless. He Dongfang was also surprised, but he reacted quickly. The reason why I was able to get this position was entirely because of Fang Yichen. He has a good relationship with Fang Yichen, but Jin Mingxing's relationship with Fang Yichen is obviously somewhat bad. He nodded excitedly. Understood, Dean, I know what to do. Okay, let's allocate the places like this for now. When the time comes, gather tomorrow, and I'll take you to attend the seminar. Be prepared, behave well, and don't bring shame to our hospital. Wang Shuwen glanced at everyone, then turned and left the meeting room. Everyone dispersed one by one. However, when several directors of familiar departments passed by Fang Yichen, they all greeted him. Jin Mingxing was very annoyed by this kind of treatment. Fang Yichen came along. His prestige in the emergency department has been getting worse day by day. This kid is his nemesis. Fang Yichen followed He Dongfang out of the meeting room. On the way, He Dongfang kept giving Fang Yichen a thumbs up. You're a bull. I didn't expect that you would be able to get an invitation letter by yourself. Originally, I thought I was going to have a heated argument with Kim Myung-sung. I heard that he plans to have the team take Gu Tao to visit tomorrow as well. Fang Yichen smiled but said nothing. Gu Tao, what is it? While chatting, the two returned to the emergency department. Just as I was about to enter the office, I heard the sound of an ambulance at the door. Before I could react, I heard the onboard doctor shout, "There's an old man here with a broken leg." Fang Yichen quickly turned his head to look. As a result, his expression froze slightly. Why does this old man look familiar? Huh, looks like Su Qiushuang's grandfather. Chapter 81, You Bear the Pain. Fang Yichen took a closer look and confirmed that it was not just an appearance. He was Su Qiushuang's grandfather, Su Chang. Because following closely behind were Su Qiushuang's Aunt Su Lanhua and her grandmother Xiaozhen. Doctor, where's the doctor? Come and see my dad. Su Lanhua started shouting as soon as she came in. Her anxious look scared everyone in the emergency department. Nurse Shen Qingwei shouted hurriedly. Dr. Fang, please come and take a look. A hint of hesitation flashed through Fang Yichen's mind. But soon, his professional ethics as a doctor made him move forward quickly. Although there was some unpleasantness between himself and Su Qiushuang's family. But in the eyes of a doctor, there should only be patients, no other identities. Therefore, he quickly took over the task of the onboard doctor and asked, How is the patient? Is there any bleeding? How did you fall? The doctor on board quickly explained, the lower leg is fractured and there are signs of bleeding, but the amount is not large. I have already performed preliminary compression to stop the bleeding. But before he could finish his words, Su Chong, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Fang Yichen in front of him. Fang Yichen, he roared, anger in his eyes. Fang Yichen was stunned for a moment, then smiled at Su Chong. I still remember that night, when Su Chong threatened me that if I broke his old bones, I would have to pay compensation. At that time, Fang Yichen also said that he was the best orthopedic surgeon in the city, although with a bit of bragging. But things have changed, and now it has come true all of a sudden. Isn't Su Chong now in my hands? Looking at Fang Yichen's expression, Su Chong yelled angrily. Fang Yichen, I don't want you to touch me. Get out of the way, I don't want you to treat me. Fang Yichen's eyes. This old man is crazy. Do you think I want to cure you? Let Gu Tao come. Let Gu Tao come and treat me. He is our grandson-in-law. Hurry up. Su Chong held on to the cart tightly. While enduring the pain, he spoke angrily. The veins on his forehead were exposed, and it was rare to see an old man of such age shouting with such a strong voice. Fang Yichen took a half step back helplessly. The patient won't let me treat him, so there's nothing I can do. Let's find Dr. Gu Tao. Fang Yichen had a sneer on his face. Anyway, Su Chong's injuries weren't serious enough to kill him, so it wouldn't be a big deal if he delayed it for a while. Since he forced Gu Tao to help him with treatment, I naturally had no objection. Faced with the patient's strong attitude, everyone in the emergency department was stunned. The doctor on board wanted to persuade him. Old man, Dr. Fang is the best orthopedic surgeon here. You are lucky to have him treat you. Gu Tao, he is just an intern. Fang Yichen twitched the corner of his mouth. It seemed like Gu Tao was an intern, but he was not. But Su Lanhua and Xia Zheng glared at Fang Yichen. Fang Yichen angrily. I don't want him to treat me. Even if my leg is broken, or I have to have it amputated, or bleed to death, I don't want him to treat me. The doctor on board was completely confused. My God, what a huge hatred and resentment. Others want Dr. Fang to treat their illnesses, but Dr. Fang is not available yet. Is this car so arrogant? The doctor on board wanted to say something, but was stopped by Shun Qingxiu next to him. Don't persuade me. Didn't you hear him say that Gu Tao is their grandson-in-law? The doctor on board was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Oh, I know, that Mr. Su, the one who was looking for a job while still working. The doctor on board clapped his hands and realized belatedly. Just as he finished speaking, he saw the Su family members all staring at him angrily. He immediately shut his mouth, then waved his hand and said, Why don't you go call Gu Tao? Gu Tao is on duty today, right? When addressing Fang Yichen, you should call him Dr. Fang. After all, he is really capable. As for Gu Tao, he is just an intern. There is no need to respect him so much. Shin Xinghua also hurried to the clinic next door and quickly called out Gu Tao. Dr. Gu, hurry up. The patient specifically asked you to treat him and also said that you were his grandson-in-law. Gu Tao rushed out in a hurry. What grandson-in-law? What nonsense are you talking about? He just thought Shan Xinghua was joking with him. But when he saw Su Chong's family, Gu Tao was stunned. Grandpa Su, why are you here? Xiao Gu, my leg was accidentally injured while working in the fields today. Can you help me take a look? Seeing Gu Tao, Su Chong finally breathed a sigh of relief. The pain in his legs constantly stimulated his nerves, causing cold sweat to break out on his forehead. Now we can only place our hopes on Gu Tao. But when Gu Tao saw Su Chong, his heart suddenly became confused. I don't even remember what to do. He walked forward in confusion. Broken leg? Well, let me think about it. First initial assessment and first aid. Assess the patient's consciousness, breathing, pulse, and whether there is any life-threatening emergency. Gu Tao kept muttering to himself, feeling extremely panicked. In addition, Fang Yichen and a group of people were standing nearby. That invisible pressure made him feel unwell. No, there's so many doctors here. Why do you have to come to me for treatment? Although I can cure it, you can't do it so suddenly. Gu Tao was so panicked that he couldn't speak. Xia Zhen and Su Lanhua, who were standing beside him, grabbed his hands and said anxiously and angrily, Xiao Gu, what are you doing? Take action quickly. Yes, hurry up. Grandpa is in so much pain. Gu Tao took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and said quickly, push him to the emergency room first to stop the bleeding and fix him. He seemed to come to his senses and was confident. Xia Zhen and others also breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Su Chong was pushed into the emergency room, he took the time to glare at Fang Yichen fiercely. It seems to be saying, I can still cure diseases without you. Fang Yichen burst out laughing. This family is really interesting. Shun Qingwen muttered to herself. You should go and inform Dr. Chow or Director Jean. Fang Yichen shook his head. Looking at Gu Tao's condition just now, I don't think there's any way to treat him. Don't fix the old man's leg crooked when fixing the wound. Shen Qinghua nodded and gave Fang Yichen a thumbs up. Dr. Fang, you're really kind-hearted. You even considered this for Gu Tao. Fang Yichen rolled his eyes and was too lazy to say anything else. Shen Qinghua hurried over to inform Jin Mingxing. Gu Tao is his apprentice, so of course he has to call him. A moment later, Jin Mingxing hurriedly appeared in the emergency room. At this moment, Gu Tao was busy fixing Su Chong's legs. But his operation was indeed a bit rough. The slightest movement caused Su Chong to scream in pain. But thinking that Fang Yichen might be eavesdropping outside the door, he gritted his teeth and closed his mouth. Can you do it? Xia Zhen urged from his side. This urging made Gu Tao anxious. Why are you rushing? Wasn't Fang Yichen's treatment for you good at the beginning? He's the best among us, but you didn't want to do it and asked me to do it. Just bear the pain. Chapter 82, he is the best orthopedic surgeon. After listening to Gu Tao's words, Xia Zhen, Su Chong, and others were stunned. They stared at Gu Tao in front of them in astonishment, seemingly unable to believe it. How can you talk to Grandpa like that? Su Lanhua pointed at Gu Tao and cursed. You are engaged to our Qiu Shuang, and he is your grandfather. What is your attitude? Who wants to get engaged to your family? Gu Tao was speechless. If it weren't for the irritation I had for Fang Yichen, I wouldn't bother with you guys. I'm telling you, I want to cancel this marriage. I can't possibly marry Su Qiu Shuang. Your family alone can't help me at all. You can only hold me back.